Chapter 621. Shinkei sneered in anger. He looked at Wu Yu angrily, and kicked the door away. Bang. Slammed the door from the outside. Wu Chong sighed. Yu, you have conspired against you, your children, and Shinkei. If it were someone else, Shinkei would have cut them into pieces. Wu Yu was surprised. Do you understand now? Wu Chong looked proud. Yu, I am the vanguard now. I have been taking classes for the past 6 months. Your parents, Secretary Zhou, the Alliance Leader and Vice Alliance Leader, even Aunt Shin, Xinqingxi, Li Ren, Charles, Chuanya, Shangbai, Xiaoli, all those who have participated in the God-making plan are all teaching me and Shinkei. They are not 800 people, these people together have 8,000 people, and we are both very confused now. Yeah, you are so calculating, aren't you afraid that Shinkei will be angry and really break up with you? Wu Yu lowered her head and said softly, when you came, I was ready. Without waiting for Wu Yu to finish, Shinkei suddenly opened the door, and slammed it loudly. Wu Chong. Are you sick? You keep slamming the door. I've made my ears ring. Yu is pregnant now. You scare her, and the child with your banging. Shinkei's face was as cold as ice. Pay attention to work discipline. Don't say what you shouldn't say, and don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Damn, this psychopath. He obviously cares so much, but he doesn't even want to listen to Wu Yu's plan to separate, and he's still pretending. Wu Chong, Miss Wu Yu, to what extent have you recovered your memory now? Wu Yu, I remember the overall situation, but the details need to be supplemented. Wu Chong, do you still remember the invasion plan you made? Wu Yu shook her head. I don't remember. If I had realized that my beloved was a trap set by Lu Xiu, I would have blocked my memory of this part after formulating the entire plan. Shinkei looked sideways for a moment. Why did you block your memory? Wu Yu, treat the memory of a period of time as a fragment. Just like editing a video, extract this fragment from the brain and store it separately and encrypt it. I guess this memory is very likely still in my mental core, but Lu Xiu has not been able to decipher it yet. So today he proposed to put the mental core back into my brain, just to let me open this memory magic box myself. Wu Chong looked relieved. Fortunately Shinkei got you back, otherwise Lu Xiu would definitely transfer you to torture you as soon as you got the mental core. Wu Yu, but in this way, you two will be completely exposed, and the first stage of lurking will fail completely. Wu Chong waved his hands indifferently. He was not good at anything, and was the best at shirking responsibility. It's okay. I have issued a mission failure signal. From now on, we will just stay in the house, and wait for the second wave of support from the Alliance to arrive. Shinkei and I are legal citizens of the Order realm, and are protected by the Order. He can't touch us casually. If he really wants to touch us, let Shinkei kill, so that he won't go crazy like Chao Xiong every day. Yeah, I will protect you. I am very strong now. Wu Yu nodded, smiling okay. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu with a cold face, then turned to look at Wu Chong. You get out? Wu Chong pointed at himself. Me? Shinkei, you go to Lu Xiu to bother him, and ask him to give you a law enforcement officer position. Remember to find some food. Wu Chong looked at Shinkei, then at Wu Yu, who was lowering his head. His eyes rolled. Okay. He gave Shinkei a look. Brother, I'm willing to risk it all. I help you to attract hatred and create a world for two, so you can't sell me out next time. Shinkei, that's enough. Get out of here. After Wu Chong left, the room fell into an eerie silence. Wu Yu closed her eyes, and leaned against the pillow exhaustedly without moving. Shinkei sat on the sofa with his head down, fiddling with a piece of shoulder bone he had dug out of Wu Yu's body with his slender fingers. Neither of them spoke. Shinkei glanced at Wu Yu with an increasingly sinister look. Shinkei suddenly said, Miss Wu Yu, what I said in the bathroom was for work purposes, to quickly gain your trust. Don't take it seriously. Wu Yu closed her eyes. Yeah, I understand. I know myself. Shinkei, fuck. How come she is so self-aware that she doesn't know that if she comes over and kisses him, he will forgive her, come and coax him, sitting in his arms, and saying a few soft words to him, he immediately becomes dizzy and confused, and loses all his anger. I was the one who wanted to say the harsh words, but I choked and got angry again. The room fell into silence again. Wu Yu opened her eyes, and sat up to look at Shinkei. General Shinkei, is it convenient for me to ask a personal question? Shinkei said coldly, it's inconvenient. Don't chat with me outside of work, and don't ask about my personal affairs. Wu Yu nodded. Sorry, I was too presumptuous. Shinkei's expression almost broke. No matter what he said, no matter if it was presumptuous or not, she was pregnant with his child, and her bones were broken. How could she really ignore her? Asked. He said it himself, and he was the one who was so angry. Shin-Kei lowered his head and pinched Wu Yu's shoulder bone angrily, but he was reluctant to use force for fear of breaking it. Zhou Qianfeng and Jian Suiyu were right. He really has no future. A week before departure, Shin-Kei looked outside the door in confusion and saw Zhou Qianfeng and Jian Suiyu coming together. He was surprised. Why did you two come together? Zhou Qianfeng, considering that you are obsessed with Wu Yu and have no future, I will give you extra lessons. Shin-Kei refused. No need. The relationship between him and Wu Yu does not require skills and routines. Jian Suiyu, Shin-Kei, the worst case scenario after half a year is that Wu Yu falls in love with Lu Xiu. Shin-Kei's face darkened. Wu Yu will not fall in love with Lu Xiu. Wu Yu said that she would love him forever and wait for him forever. Zhou Qianfeng, even if Wu Yu never changes her mind, you know very well what kind of person Wu Yu is. After 6 months of experience in the Order Realm, Wu Yu's avoidance of emotions is likely to relapse. You must be fully prepared to deal with it. Shin-Kei hesitated for a second, nodded and agreed, okay. Wu Yu sat on the bed with her head down, her expression gloomy. He was really angry with her, and that was right. She was scheming against him, stealing his seed and scheming against his child. He had been oppressed in Wangting before, and had PTSD about having children, but what she did was even worse than Wangting. When he appeared in the bathroom today and said those words to her, Wu Yu felt that her heart was about to jump out. She was so happy, she thought her heart was dead. But when she heard Shin-Kei say that he had never been with anyone else, her heartbeat was so fast that she could hear it in her head. It turned out that it was all work needs. That's right, she had been entangled with Lu Xiu for the past 6 months, and Shin-Kei's reaction at the cocktail party was obvious that he didn't know she was pregnant at all. Why should he remain chaste for her after being deceived? He said it himself, they were finished, but she didn't believe it. They are colleagues now. No. Not even colleagues, they are just task execution objects and action executors, who can't even talk about private matters. Chapter 622. Wu Yu stood up with her head down. She wanted to drink some water. She walked to the water dispenser where there were 2 cups. She searched the cabinets below but found nothing. She looked up at the cabinet above, and stood on tiptoe to reach the cabinet above. As soon as she touched the cabinet door, a slender, white and transparent hand suddenly stretched out from behind to open the cabinet, took a cup from the cabinet, and put it on the counter. Looking at the cup, Wu Yu blinked and looked sideways at Shin-Kei. Shin-Kei lowered his eyes and glanced at her, then retracted his hand that passed through her side and was supporting the counter, and left. Wu Yu recalled Shin-Kei's action of holding the water cup just now, almost half holding her in his arms, and the strong aura around him completely enveloped her. Watching Shin-Kei's back as he left and returned to the sofa, Wu Yu breathed a sigh of relief, her heart beating a little faster. After drinking 2 glasses of water in a row, Wu Yu's dry and burning stomach finally recovered a little. As her stomach felt uncomfortable, she walked into the bathroom and retched uncomfortably, with acid surging. Shin-Kei sat on the sofa, fidgeting, his scalp tingling. He let out a long breath and stood up suddenly. Just as he was about to go to the bathroom, Wu Yu happened to push the door open and walk out. The two met face to face, and their eyes met. Wu Yu paused and lowered her head. If she went left, Shin-Kei would go left, and if she went right, Shin-Kei would go right. From beginning to end, Shin-Kei looked at her with his eyes downcast. Feeling Shin-Kei's burning gaze, Wu Yu raised her head and pulled the corner of her mouth. General Shin, you should go first. Shin-Kei, what have you eaten in the Order Realm for the past 6 months? Wu Yu, nutrient solution. Shin-Kei laughed out loud in anger. Wu Yu, you are good, you are really good. This female liar who stole his seed, he would be upset if he didn't die of anger. Shin-Kei grabbed Wu Yu's arm and pulled her in front of him. Just eating the nutrient solution. That grandson Lucio dared to say he loves you and wants you to have a baby? He asked you to come without knowing how to prepare in advance? You still come even though it's like this. You're really having fun. Wu Yu, Who says it's not true? She had the same reaction when she first saw the nutrient solution. What a scumbag. He dared to say he loves her even when he asked her to drink a low-quality drink diluted with water. And she was actually willing to have a baby for such an irresponsible and incompetent man. It was simply incomprehensible, totally unreasonable. There must be something wrong. She had to investigate it. Shin-Kei was angry when he saw Wu Yu was silent like a quail. How could this woman not know that he still loved her? She could deceive him, plot against him, and play him around like a dog and a fool, doing all kinds of bad things. She knew every step of his. Why couldn't she just be a bad guy to the end and use some tricks to hook him? As long as she hooked him, wouldn't he take the bait? He suddenly had a sense of morality and wanted to be a good person with a conscience, right? This time he said he would not lick her no matter what. He must make her take the initiative to chase him back. Shinkei let go of Wu Yu's hand with a cold face. His voice seemed to be quenched by ice. Excuse me. Wu Yu stepped aside, laid back on the bed, and covered herself with the quilt. She slowly raised the quilt over her head to cover her face. Angry. I know she is angry because she doesn't eat well, and I feel sorry for her. Wu Yu couldn't help but blush and curl her lips. Human world. Aerial photos of the entire Order world appeared in front of everyone. Lu Ling, in the Order world, everyone must have their own jobs. Only by working can you get points for living and buying items, and carry out the survival cycle. As long as you have a job, you will be protected by the Order. People like Ye, who have illegally entered the country for half a year, and still have no identity, are considered illegal immigrants. If they are found violating the Order by the Order, they may be wiped out and deported. If the entire Order world is compared to a huge group company, the level of the Ghost Girl K20 is the highest leader of the subordinate branch within the group, in charge of the personnel transfer and appointment of an entire dungeon and all the ghosts in the entire dungeon. Going up to the power center of the group, the high-level Association Tianta office building, there are ghosts and ghosts above SS level. These ghosts and gods have different divisions of labor according to their combat capabilities, and they hold different positions in the group's power center. For the Order world where strength is supreme, hard power is the first priority in job division. Ordinary SSS level combat ghosts and gods serve as high-level Order officers to manage all those below K20 level. At the same time, they also need to maintain the peace and stability of the entire Order world and deal with foreign invaders as soon as possible. High-strength SSS level or even SSS plus and above ghosts and gods serve as top-level Order officers in the Order world, formulating and managing the Order and dungeons of the entire Order world. There can be up to 12 top-level Order officers in the Order realm, and above that there is a Heavenly Order officer. I was previously a Heavenly Order officer in the Order realm. I and the Order Chief Lu Shou have been fighting against each other for 15 years to operate the Order realm to its current state. The order of the entire Order realm has taken shape. Ye severely damaged the Order realm in the final stage of the God-making plan. Jiang Chung was sent to the Order realm to help me escape from the 8 cold hells, and the situation on the verge of death was reversed. But as the horn of human invasion of the Order realm was officially sounded, the ghosts and monsters originally under my jurisdiction were gradually instigated by Lu Xiu. Moreover, Jiang Chung was also forcibly sent to the Order realm as an illegal resident. He was suppressed by the Order, and Lu Xiu had been forcing and luring him to violate the Order rules so that he could be easily eliminated. Even though I was a Heavenly Order officer at the time, I was controlled by the many orders I had set up and was overwhelmed. This is also why Ye didn't want Shinkei to go with her half a year ago. Lu Xiu wanted Ye, and Shinkei would be subjected to unimaginable inhuman abuse if he went. Hearing this, everyone's expression became heavy. Lu Ling changed the subject, however. In the past 6 months, Shinkei and Wu Chong have made rapid progress in strength, and they are now the favorites of the Order that values strength above all else. Today is their 6th day in the Order realm. With their strength, they can definitely get the position of top-level Order officers. Lu Xiu will definitely hold back and not give them the authority. However, today, even if Lu Xiu wants to stop them, as long as the Order recognizes their strength, it will automatically promote the appointment and removal of their positions. Wu Chong wandered around the Order building like a street urchin. He didn't have the identity of an Order officer, and he didn't have any work assigned to him, so he didn't even have a work badge. He could only use the elevator by roaming. He went to the Personnel Flow Center of the High-Level Association's Tianta office building as a matter of routine to ask, "Hello, have my and Noah's work permits and job grade arrangements not been issued yet?" Wu Chong looked at the Yamada no Orochi sitting behind the counter. Every head and tail was very busy, but they just ignored him. Wu Chong knocked on the table. "I'm talking to you." "Yamada no Orochi, I'm busy, no time to chat." He smiled, finally having a place to vent the anger he had received from Shinkei. He grabbed the 8 heads of Yamada no Orochi and tied them all into knots, then used his tail to wrap them into a ball, stepped on it, and kicked it for fun. He pulled off the work badge hanging on his head and swiped it into the entry system. Wu Chong was surprised while kicking the ball. "Huh? 8-headed earthworm, you didn't even input our information. My colleague thinks that this is workplace bullying. You are so wicked. Just wait, I will send you an email to make things difficult for you." Let me see. There is actually a Heavenly Order officer above the top Order officer, and there is only one position that is vacant, so I will assign this position to Shin Chaoxiong. I will just be the top order officer, report and confirm, submit to the order chief. Send done. After completing the process here, Wu Chong was full of energy. When the process reached the order chief, it was time for him to cause trouble for others. Chapter 623. Lu Xiu looked at the appointments and dismissals of the Heavenly Order Officer and the Top Order Officer that popped up automatically, and smashed the communicator with a bang. Zhou Chuan had just finished receiving treatment from Angel, and both of them paused at the same time. Lu Xiu looked at Zhou Chuan with a gloomy face. Are you alright? Zhou Chuan, yes, Chief Order Officer. Lu Xiu, Shinkei's current strength is too unpredictable. It's not that I don't want to take action. Zhou Chuan nodded. Chief Order Officer, I understand. The scene was very quiet, and the atmosphere was very strange. Lu Xiu, Order has recognized the information of Shinkei and Luna, and has automatically promoted the appointment and removal of the two. Zhou Chuan looked at Lu Xiu's eyes. As long as Order exists, it will inevitably be promoted. This is the foundation of the existence of the Order world. Order leader, you are afraid of Shinkei's ability. Now that he has the identity of an Order officer, he can no longer easily violate you. This may not be a bad thing. Otherwise, if he continues to provoke you like this and kill you indiscriminately, people's hearts will be unsettled, and those ghosts and monsters who admire the strong will lean towards him. Lu Xiu curled his lips sinisterly. You're right. The baby is still 3 months away from being born. If we extend the battle line, I may not necessarily lose. It is a good thing to celebrate that the Order realm suddenly has 2 powerful heaven-level Order officers and top-level Order officers. I will send an invitation to the appointment reception in the name of Order. They must come. I don't believe Shinkei will let Wu Yu stay alone. When the 3 of them are here, I want to see how they are going to perform this drama. Wu Chong was about to go to Lu Xiu when he was immediately appointed and dismissed by the top-level Order officer. But he was so excited, he was now an official in a place with ghosts. He received a communicator and a new uniform for his ID card at the personnel department. The ID card also had 50,000 points that had just been credited. When he learned that his ID card could not be used on his behalf, Wu Chong ran back excitedly. He returned to the room and opened the door to claim the credit, but before he could say anything, he was startled by the terrifying atmosphere in the room, which was like snow in June in the cold winter. He looked at Shinkei, who had a cold face, and didn't say a word, and then looked at Wu Yu, who was sleeping soundly under the quilt. It's so good to be young, you can fall asleep right away. Oh. Wu Yu ignored Shinkei, and I was so angry. Wu Chong walked up to Shinkei and lowered his voice. We both got our identities, and it was only when I urged us to get them. You have to go and get your Heavenly Order Officer ID card yourself. Go ahead, I watch over Yaya here. Shinkei looked sideways. Where's the food I asked you to bring? Wu Chong had no idea, so he took out a handful of nutrient solution. I've been around here for a long time, and there's really no food in this damn place. No wonder Yaya is so thin. Lu Xiu is really a piece of shit. Shinkei, the signal station transmission point we built in the past few days should have been successfully covered. Now that you have the identity of an Order officer, you can move freely throughout the Order world. Ask the Alliance to send some food for people, and wear comfortable clothes. Remember to tell them that Wu Yu is pregnant, and all food and drink expenses must be based on the standards for pregnant women. Wu Chong nodded. I understand, but you don't want to collect your ID card? Shinkei's eyes fell on Wu Yu. Don't worry, I go after you come back and Wu Yu wakes up. Wu Chong nodded. Okay. After that, he changed into new uniforms for the Order officer, hung up his work badge, and turned to leave. Wu Yu opened her eyes half asleep, and she was so hungry that she was exhausted. She suddenly moved her nose, and smelled a strange fragrance. What is this smell? It's too fragrant. Wu Yu followed the fragrance and kept moving forward until she hit a hard wall. Holding her waist, she looked up in confusion, and saw Shinkei looking at her coldly with his eyes downcast. Wu Yu looked behind him. General Shin, what are you doing? Shinkei blocked her view, and his hand naturally moved to Wu Yu's waist. Have something to eat. Wu Yu couldn't help but look out again, and saw that the food in Shinkei's mouth turned out to be 4 dishes and a soup, and they were all her favorites: chicken soup, fish and shrimp, beef, and her favorite milk. She was now following Lu Zi, who had been studying in the food desert for half a year, and she was like a starving ghost, and her gluttony came out immediately. Wu Yu swallowed her saliva, and the natural familiar skin memory of the two made her not realize that she was in Shinkei's arms, and she was getting deeper and deeper. She just wanted to eat something now. Wu Yu raised her head and smiled at Shinkei in a flattering way. General Shin, have you finished eating? Shinkei looked at her with deep eyes, and said coldly, I finished eating. Wu Yu pushed Shinkei aside and sat at the dining table, then please make way. Wu Yu took the steaming rice that had just been served and stuffed a big mouthful into her mouth. She couldn't help but squint her eyes. Ah! It smells so good. This is the life of a human being. She will never drink that low-quality cherry-flavored nutrient solution again in her life. She took a piece of untouched spinach and pork liver with chopsticks and put it into her mouth. The unique flavor of pork liver and the sweet and refreshing spinach made Wu Yu feel so happy that she was bubbling. Ah, as expected, the husband she chose is the best. Wu Yu's thoughts stopped abruptly. She slowly lowered her head, her eyes red. It's not her husband anymore. It's the military leader sent by the Alliance to rescue her. Now it's really tears mixed with rice. But it's better than tears mixed with nutrient solution before. Sadness doesn't stop eating. Wu Yu buried her head in eating. She is not alone now. The child can suffer, but she can't suffer. Just as she put a spoonful of shrimp tofu into her mouth, she heard Wu Chong say in surprise, "Hey, the Alliance is really powerful. They are so in tune with each other." Before I could say anything, the first batch of packages delivered contained all the food and drink that Yaya could use now. Ahem. Hearing this, Wu Yu choked suddenly, lowered her head lower, and looked more and more guilty. Heh. Shinkei sneered, glanced at Wu Yu coldly, and pushed the door to leave. Being swept by this ruthless look as if treating a class enemy, Wu Yu wanted to bury her face in the rice bowl. Wu Chong took a quick glance and retracted his hand. Yeah, these are all girls' things. You can pick them out yourself later. Tell me when you're done, I help you move them. As soon as Shinkei left, Wu Yu immediately raised her head. Yeah. Wu Chong served Wu Yu chicken soup and added a bowl of rice. Eat more, you look so thin now. Wu Yu hadn't eaten properly for a long time. Her stomach was shrunken from hunger, and she couldn't eat more than one bowl. Looking at the table full of dishes that hadn't been eaten much, she said, "Don't waste them. Leave them for me to eat later." Wu Chong cleaned up the dishes neatly and said to himself, "Don't worry about it. Shinkei won't let you eat leftovers. He will finish all these in a while. Just wait for him to make new ones for you next time." After saying that, Wu Yu didn't respond for a long time. Wu Chong turned around and saw Wu Yu standing there with her head down. Tears kept falling down her cheeks and finally gathered on her chin. Wu Chong was so frightened that he jumped up and down. When he heard the sound of the door opening outside, he was so scared that his head was smoking. Wu Chong lowered his voice. Yeah, don't cry. If Shinkei knew that I made you cry, he would beat me to death. It hurts so much now. As Shinkei pushed the door open, Wu Yu quickly walked into the bathroom and closed the door with his backhand. Chapter 624. Seeing Wu Chong's nervous and guilty look, Shinkei glanced at the unfinished meal on the table, and finally his eyes fell on the bathroom door. He asked, "What happened?" Wu Chong quickly told him what happened just now. "I just said it casually," and Yaya started crying. Shinkei's heart tightened at first, and then he turned his face away and his expression eased. Yes, he still regretted and felt sorry. He looked at Wu Chong. After serving as the order officer, reallocate the rooms, remove our equipment, and prepare to move. Wu Chong, then I go call. Shinkei gave him a glare. Wu Chong immediately said, "Over there are the things said by the Alliance. Yaya's clothes are in there." Shinkei nodded. "Okay, go get busy." Shinkei carefully looked at everything said by the Alliance. The more he looked, the more certain he was that the Alliance must have known about Wu Yu's pregnancy. These beasts, knowing that his wife was pregnant and letting her suffer for so long. I see if he can't kill them by then. Shinkei picked a simple and comfortable going-out outfit and flat shoes and knocked on the bathroom door. "Miss Wu Yu, we need to move out of here for work. Please change your clothes and go with us." Wu Yu opened the door and lowered her head to take the clothes from Shinkei's hand. "Thank you." Shinkei took his hand back. "Miss Wu Yu, at least look at others when you say thank you." Wu Yu gritted her teeth and snatched the clothes. "I am just like this. I have no manners." After saying that, she closed the door with her backhand. She looked sideways into the mirror. Her eyes and nose were red. Bad guy. Too bad. Just wanted to see if she was crying. Shinkei was thrown at the door in the face, lowered his head, pressed the corners of his mouth, and bent his eyebrows. While they were cleaning up, Shinkei sat down at the dining table, picked up the chopsticks that Wu Chong had just washed, and continued to eat with Wu Yu's unfinished food. When Wu Yu changed her clothes and opened the door, Shinkei subconsciously glanced at her. The moment they looked at each other, Shinkei turned his eyes away and continued to eat. Seeing Shinkei eating from the bowl she had eaten from, Wu Yu felt like she was being scratched by a cat. What did this person mean? He told her not to take it seriously, so why did he eat the food she had eaten? Men and women should not be intimate with each other. And he has no sense of propriety at all. After everything was cleaned up, Wu Yu sat on the sofa, and Shin Kei and Wu Chong stood at the door to discuss. Wu Chong, order officers live in the order building of the high-level association. I am a top-level order officer, and live on the 9,960th floor. Shin Kei, 9970. Wu Chong rolled his eyes. Then it's safer on your higher floor. Yaya will live with you. Is that okay with you, Yaya? Wu Yu, you will be subject to many restrictions after becoming order officers, and you will have to leave the room frequently. The order officers' work and the Alliance's mission need to be completed. I think you might as well send me back to the previous floor. Shin Kei's face turned cold. Miss Wu Yu, protecting your safety is also part of our job. Please cooperate with us. Wu Yu nodded. Okay. She lowered her head and cricket in her heart. Why are you so fierce? Now you are so powerful, you are always fierce to her. Always work, work, cooperate, cooperate, okay. Let's talk about work. Wu Yu stood up and walked to Shin Kei, turned her head, and looked at the box with her things. General Shin, I can't carry these, please help me. Shin Kei had a stern face. If you think it's troublesome. Wu Yu grabbed Shin Kei's collar and pulled him in front of her. Just take it when I tell you to. Why are you so talkative? Isn't protecting me part of your job? What if I bump into these boxes? General Shin, please be more professional. Wu Chong was stunned watching from the side. Sister, you are awesome. Now, no one in the entire Alliance or the entire Order world dares to pull this psychopath's collar like this. Shin Kei changed into a white suit and long uniform of a Heavenly Order officer, with a white high-collared shirt embroidered with golden patterns inside. With his current status, he is truly a flower on the altar. Wu Yu pulled her collar open, revealing a cold white neck. Shin Kei lowered his head and looked at Wu Yu. His Adam's apple rolled as he pulled her hand away to straighten her collar, saying in a light tone, Miss Wu Yu, let's talk, but don't do it. If you don't know, you might think you're taking advantage of me on purpose. Wu Yu pulled her hand back abruptly, and under her heavy breathing and gaze, Shin Kei bent down and lifted Wu Yu's box. From Wu Chong's perspective, he could see Shin Kei bending down and looking down, with a look of secret satisfaction on his face. Wu Chong closed his eyes in annoyance. Move quickly. He wanted to be alone. Taking the things and taking the elevator, Wu Chong said goodbye to the two at 9960, and Wu Yu followed Shin Kei to 9970. When the elevator arrived, Shin Kei walked out of the elevator first, standing at the intersection of the elevator and looking at Wu Yu. As a Heavenly Order officer, the entire 9,970 belongs to Shin Kei alone. This is also the place where Wu Yu's mother Lu Ling lived for 16 years. Swiping the ID card to enter the living area, Shin Kei found the master bedroom and put down Wu Yu's box. Shin Kei, you live here. After saying that, he glanced at her from the corner of his eye and turned away. Wu Yu walked into the room. All traces of Lu Ling's life here had been erased by Lu Xiao. For fear that she would leave any clues, all home appliances, soft furnishings, and even walls were renovated. Wu Yu walked into the room slowly, stretched out her hand and touched the smooth wall, with a face full of longing and fantasy. This is where her mother once lived. Except for the brief meeting with Lu Ling in the Golden Light column half a year ago, this may be the place where she is closest to her mother. Even though all the furnishings were replaced by Lu Xiao, when Wu Yu lay on the bed, she seemed to still feel the warmth of being embraced by her mother. She couldn't help but stroke her belly. Baby, this is where my mother's mother used to stay. Shin Kei was adding signal barriers and signal station transmission coverage to the entire room. Before the end of the world, humans will be able to build signal-based stations and satellite radars on the moon and outer space. As long as the Order world is still within the scope of the Blue Planet, there is nothing that cannot be conquered. On the day when Lu Xiao placed the Golden Light column in the human world, the entire Alliance had already prepared in advance for signal detection, dimension positioning, energy body analysis, and technical support for space jump and shuttle. Lu Xiao slapped the human face hard, and his palm must have felt the pain of the reaction force. When he heard Wu Yu shouting, "Baby," Shin Kei's movement suddenly stopped, and his expression was a little sour. He didn't want a child, he only wanted Wu Yu. Wu Yu's parents finally got out of trouble, and now there is another child. From what Wu Yu said in the bathroom, it seems that he wants to kill the father and keep the son. If it wasn't for Wu Yu at that time. Shin Kei kept thinking back to the time when Wu Yu got pregnant. When they came back from the Dark Order, they were together every day, day and night, and every time they looked at each other, they would accidentally shoot. He was busy with the changes in the team's personnel and the development plan of his industry. Wu Yu came over and sat on him, sliding her hands into his shirt. Shin Kei pressed his mouth. Wait a minute, wife, let me. He blurted out a low hum of lust. Wu Yu buried her head in his neck and kept igniting. Well, you do yours, I do mine. Shin-Kei looked at her sideways. You seem to want to force me. Wu Yu raised her head and smiled at him. Well, don't you want to? Shin-Kei opened his collar, lowered his head, and continued to read the documents. His expression was very serious, but what he said was, then hold on tight, play with me as you like. Wu Yu hooked his neck tightly, and pressed her whole body against him with unprecedented passion, making him infatuated. Even if Shin-Kei wanted to withdraw in the end, she would lean on him tightly and say, it's safe period, it's okay. As soon as it was over, Wu Yu immediately looked at him with hooks in her eyes and said, hubby, I'm not full, do you have any more? Any more? She actually asked him if he had any more. Of course there was. A lot. No matter how many times Shin-Kei recalled that time, he would grit his teeth and savor it endlessly. When Shin-Kei thought that Wu Yu was so proactive at that time because Lu Xiu set a trap for her and kept threatening her, he was furious. Why did she fall into the trap when others set it for her, but acted stupid when he set it for her? Shouldn't she be proactive? She was so proactive back then. Why not now? Be more proactive. As long as she takes the initiative, he can let her play with him with a cold face. Chapter 625. Wu Yu was lying on the bed with her eyes drooping. She had been feeling nauseous and sleepy since she became pregnant. She was not in good physical and mental condition and was always groggy. In addition, she hadn't had a proper meal for a long time. Her blood sugar suddenly rose after eating, and she felt dizzy and drowsy. She couldn't even open her eyes when she heard a knock on the door. It was too warm here. It was the room where her mother had stayed. She felt like she was back in her mother's arms. Shin-Kei was outside, and Wu Yu couldn't even make a sound, let alone move. She curled up into a ball and wrapped herself in the quilt, falling into a deep sleep. Shin-Kei needed to conduct a full-scale control of Wu Yu's room to prevent Lu Xiu from taking advantage of any opportunity. To give Wu Yu some time alone to miss her mother, he arranged the signal coverage outside and knocked on Wu Yu's door. After knocking for a long time without getting a response, Shin-Kei pushed the door open immediately. Seeing Wu Yu curled up in the quilt, Shin-Kei's eyes instantly turned red, and he was so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. Jian Suiyu and Zhou Qianfeng's extra class. Zhou Qianfeng, Shin-Kei, after going to the Order Realm, you must prepare for the worst. Shin-Kei, I've already prepared for this. Zhou Qianfeng, Yaya herself has emotional avoidance. After being with you, her symptoms have eased and stabilized, but in an extreme environment like the Order Realm, her emotional problems are likely to relapse. Even once she is hurt by others, she will fall into self-doubt and completely close her heart to reject your approach. At this time, you can't be too tough, and you can't be anxious. Shin-Kei, I understand. Jian Suiyu, the first thing you should do when you meet Wu Yue is to tell her your attitude. Take a step forward and let Wu Yue know that you have never changed to give her a sense of security. Then you have to take a step back and let your relationship temporarily return to that of ordinary colleagues. Start from ordinary colleagues and slowly advance your relationship. Don't rush to advance the progress. Shin-Kei was unwilling. My wife suffered so much there. I have to coax her. Jian Suiyu, Shin-Kei, you have to be ruthless to hook her. You can't be reluctant. Feelings are still a small matter. Once she avoids the outbreak, she is likely to make the choice to sacrifice herself at the last minute. Zhou Qianfeng nodded on the side. Especially when Wu Yu was pregnant, she was likely to sacrifice herself to protect her and Shin-Kei's child. Zhou Qianfeng, Shin-Kei, you have to let Wu Yu face her feelings and needs. It's better for her to cry to you than to sacrifice herself, right? She has a long criminal record. If she is hurt, but still alive for the sake of the country, she must be very painful. She will be extremely emotionally broken, and may choose to sacrifice herself in the end. Jian Suiyu's tone became heavy. Shin-Kei, you have to stay calm and face the problem to solve it. Shin-Kei's breathing was rapid and his voice was trembling. Okay. Based on Wu Yu's words and the way she and Lu Xiu get along, Shin-Kei can roughly guess that Wu Yu's biggest problem now is still the depression, world weariness, and pessimism caused by self-suggestion during the period of memory disorder, the hormone changes during pregnancy, and her guilt and shame for hiding and deceiving him, so she dare not express her feelings for him. He can't be impatient. He deliberately teases Wu Yu to stimulate her dormant emotions according to how Wu Yu likes him the most, and continues to maintain an ambiguous state and pull with her, slowly advancing their relationship. As long as Wu Yu recovers, finds herself and overcomes her psychological barriers, she will naturally come to him. Wu Yu's sleeping posture is very insecure. She has been in the Order Realm alone for half a year, which has made her nervous. Shin-Kei knows very well that she is worried and anxious about when the crisis will come. Even if there is a moment of peace, she will pessimistically think whether there will be more storms. Riding a small boat alone in a cold and stormy night, you never know which wave will hit, and the boat will capsize. Whenever Shinkei recalled Wu Yu's reaction when he saw her, shock, confusion, disbelief, until these emotions completely faded away, only then did he feel the belated joy that had been suppressed to the extreme, and his heart was torn. Shinkei walked to the bedside, and covered Wu Yu invisibly through the quilt. After confirming her real existence, she was under his wings again, and his heart that had been suspended for a whole 6 months finally resumed beating. It was Wu Yu who completely pulled him out of the abyss, watered him with love and trust, and made him grow flesh and blood, and grew up to become a towering tree that could block out the sky for her. This time, he will protect her, guard her, and completely save her from this hellhole of the Order realm, from the human justice, family and country hatred, and monstrous blood that she has always been wrapped up in. Listening to Wu Yu's breathing as she fell into sleep, Shinkei quickly set up a signal shield in her bedroom. Wu Yu was half asleep, and felt someone moving her shoulder. She suddenly opened her eyes, and retreated to the bedside. The moment her vigilant and fierce eyes met Shinkei's, she lowered her head awkwardly and stiffly. I haven't reacted yet. Shinkei looked normal, as if he hadn't seen anything, but his hand hanging by his side slowly tightened. He said coldly, I just confirmed whether the signal positioning in your shoulder was successfully attached, and I will treat you by the way. Shinkei stood up. The signal in your room has been covered. The Alliance has newly developed technology. What the Order realm sees and hears is an illusion. Miss Wu Yu, you are now completely under security protection. Don't be so nervous and relax a little. Wu Yu nodded. Shinkei looked at her deeply, turned around and left. After Shinkei left, Wu Yu pulled up the quilt and buried herself in it, letting out a long sigh. Can't we wait until she wakes up to confirm the signal attachment and treatment? Why did you come in while she was asleep, you pervert? Shinkei had just walked out of the room to prepare dinner for Wu Yu, when he received a notice from Lu Xiu about the welcome party. Shinkei's expression instantly became gloomy. This bastard, he didn't go to him, but came to ask for a beating. As soon as he received the news, Wu Chong came to meet Shinkei. Wu Chong, this damn thing is going to have a party again. He deserves to be fucked to death. He does these things all day long and doesn't read books or newspapers, and doesn't think about making progress. Wu Chong was so annoyed that he wanted to curse when he thought about pretending to be a woman again. Shinkei, this is the new welcome party. He knows that we have to go. If we go, he will not leave Wu Yu here alone. Lu Xiu is testing my attitude and observing our relationship. Wu Chong was worried. Then do you want to take Yu with you? I was so scared when I saw Yu at the first 2 cocktail parties. Fainted with tears and blood, and pulled Shinkei's red electric knife to stab her stomach, and finally jumped off the building. The old heart-wrenching and heartbreaking domineering CO novels are not so intense. Shinkei was about to refuse, but Wu Yu opened the door and came out. She had heard the conversation between the two in the room. Wu Yu rummaged through the clothes sent by the Alliance and found a black velvet long skirt. The petal-shaped large square collar highlighted her collarbone, and shoulder, and neck lines, and the fluffy and tight long sleeves made her current figure not look too thin. A diamond belt was inlaid above the waist and abdomen, which not only raised the waistline, but also modified her bulging belly. The whole skirt was low-key, but also luxurious, generous and decent. It was obvious that Chanya had carefully prepared it for her. Shinkei's eyes fell on Wu Yu, and he paused. His expression was empty for a few seconds. Chapter 626. Wu Yu took the jewelry and cosmetics that Chanya had helped her match and walked to the bathroom. How long will the party start? Wait for me, I'll be there soon. The two watched Wu Yu walk into the bathroom. Wu Chong lowered his voice. Why don't you care? Wu Yu went in, and Shinkei Hun followed her in. Shinkei's eyes fell on the light in the bathroom. If she wants to go, let her go. Anyway, I'm here, and no one can bully her. It's not good to always stay in the room. It's time to move around. You also prepare. We will go after Wu Yu is done. After saying that, Shinkei walked towards the bathroom. Wu Yu was putting on the necklace with her hands behind her back with some effort, and when she heard a knock on the door, she opened the door. What's wrong? Shinkei's eyes fell on Wu Yu's face with makeup on, looking at the necklace in her hand, and took the diamond necklace from her hand without saying a word. Wu Yu was about to turn around, but Shinkei stretched out his hands, held her in his arms from the front, and lowered his head to her neck to help her put on the necklace. Okay. Shinkei's voice suddenly sounded in her ears. Wu Yu's pupils flickered violently, and her breathing stopped for a moment. Shinkei stood up and looked at her. Miss Wu Yu, I will need your cooperation in a while. Wu Yu nodded. Okay, what do I need to do? Shinkei looked away, Just adapt to the situation and follow my instructions. Wu Yu, okay. You are so capable, but you still adapt to the situation and follow my instructions, pouting and rolling your eyes tsk. Wu Yu sat on the stool beside the shoe cabinet at the door, ready to put on her high heels. Before she could bend down, Shinkei had already knelt on one knee in front of her, holding Wu Yu's slender ankle and lifting her foot. He glanced at the stiletto heels with dissatisfaction, but still helped her put them on. Shinkei looked at the slightly loose shoes. You need to measure the size again after you come back today. Wu Yu was surprised. What size? Shinkei helped her put on the shoes, stood up, supported his hands on his knees, and looked up at her attentively. Body size. You have lost a lot of weight in the past 6 months, and you are pregnant. The clothes sent by the Alliance according to the size I gave before are not suitable. Measure the size again, and let them make new ones, and send them all over. Being looked at like this by Shinkei, Wu Yu felt a little weak. Don't bother so much, just wear it. Shinkei said coldly, Miss Wu Yu, please cooperate with our work. Wu Yu lowered her head, gritted her teeth, and puffed up her cheeks. The way this man talked in official language was really annoying. Shinkei's eyes were always on Wu Yu, from her face to her red ears, and then to her neck that was white and sickly pale from not seeing the sun. She was too thin, and the meat she had gained with great difficulty was all lost in half a year. Wu Yu suddenly remembered. She looked up and looked at Shinkei seriously. If I show up wearing clothes that are obviously not from the Order Realm, will Lu Xiu discover the signal channel you have established? If the channel is exposed, will it affect the development of your work? Wu Yu stood up suddenly. I'd better wear the clothes that Lu Xiu gave me before. As soon as the voice fell, Wu Cheng, who was pretending to be dead, immediately felt that the whole room was 10 degrees lower. Wu Cheng, well done, this is a direct poke at Shinkei's heart. Shinkei probably regretted and suffered for not discovering Lu Xiu's trick and not protecting Wu Yu at that time. After Wu Yu said that, Shinkei would definitely go crazy if she still had to wear the clothes given by her class enemy and cheap love rival. Before Wu Yu could make a move, Shinkei picked her up like a princess. His voice was as cold as ice. I want him to know, and I want to hit him in the face. He gave all mankind such a loud slap in the face, and now it's time for mankind to fight back. Miss Wu Yu, since Wu Cheng and I arrived at the Order Realm, this invasion war has officially started. Please don't boost the enemy's morale and destroy your own prestige. The bidirectional signal station between the Order Realm and the human world has been built. With the disparity in scientific research progress between the Order Realm and the human world, Lu Xiu would not be able to find the signal source even if he wanted to die. Wu Yu looked up at him. Shinkei lowered his head and approached. You should hold my neck tightly now. Wu Yu was about to move. Shinshin paused. I said, listen to my instructions. Wu Yu rolled her eyes. You hold me like this and my stomach is very uncomfortable. I can't breathe. Put me down. Shinkei put Wu Yu down honestly with a dark face and said nothing. The moment Wu Cheng watched the fun. Puff, the pretentious guy, keep pretending. The whole paragraph collapsed. As soon as Wu Yu stood up, she kept calming her chest to calm herself down. Shinkei was so angry that he picked up Chenlai next to the shoe cabinet and flew towards Wu Cheng's head. Wu Cheng caught Chenlai nimbly, watching the fun without minding the trouble. Wu Yu glanced at Shinkei quietly while calming down. Really, this person is not decent at all now. They are colleagues, and I can't ask about private matters, but he touches her at every turn. The three of them were ready and headed for the banquet hall. Wu Yu felt that it was hard to wear these high heels all the way. Shinkei watched quietly from the side, and found that Wu Yu moved her feet for the third time. He leaned towards Wu Yu, and stretched out his arm to him. Wu Yu looked at him sideways. Shinkei glanced at her. We're going to the banquet hall soon, you hold my arm. You have to follow me all the way from now on. Wu Yu, I need to go to the bathroom. Shinkei, I go with you. Wu Yu Shin. Before Wu Yu could say anything, Shinkei covered her mouth. Wu Yu immediately blinked, and realized that she was so relaxed that she almost called Shinkei's real name. Shinkei withdrew his hand, looked at the palm of his hand stained with Wu Yu's lipstick, and tightened his hand to rub subconsciously. Wu Yu saw Shinkei's actions through the elevator's reflector, and her face turned red instantly. This person always makes such lewd moves. The elevator door opened, and before entering the banquet hall, Shinkei looked at Wu Yu sideways. Wu Yu was puzzled. What's wrong? Big boss, what instructions do you have? Shinkei bent down and came in front of her, looking at her at eye level. Shinkei, Ms. Wu Yu, you look very beautiful now, especially beautiful. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei's focused and affectionate eyes, and her face turned red instantly. Wu Cheng, Shinkei, this slut, this sour smell of love, He is really redundant. Arriving at the banquet hall, Lu Xiu's expression became extremely ugly when he saw Wu Yu. Zhou Chuan, Ms. Wu Yu's skirt doesn't seem to be. After being glared at by Lu Xiu, Zhou Chuan immediately shut up. Lu Xiu's voice squeezed out from between his teeth. Go check immediately. I want to know immediately what channel they use to transport things in. Zhou Chuan, yes. If humans can already establish a transmission channel between the Order Realm and the human world, and they can send things over, then soon, they can transport an endless stream of people all over. This sentence was bolded, marked in red, and magnified in Lu Xiu's mind, flashing continuously. Once this matter was known by the ghosts and monsters here, his credibility in the absolute rule of the Order Realm would be shaken. Order is no longer omnipotent, and no longer has absolute dominance, then the existence of order is meaningless, and the Order world will immediately fall into chaos. Just like the laws of the human world, once the law loses its credibility, and loses the ability to judge, execute and judge, no one will abide by the law. There are many tyrannical and bloodthirsty ghosts, who enjoy simple killing, just like the desperate people in the end times, who don't care about the human progress at all. At that time, there is no need for humans to fight, and the complex gods, demons, ghosts, evil spirits, and beasts in the Order world will fall into internal fighting and kill each other. Lu Xiu looked at Shinkei with bloodshot eyes. So he would say that from now on, he has the final say on the rules of the Order realm. So he has the confidence to instigate the top-level Order officer, and impeach the candidate for Order chief. Lu Ling, Wu Yu, what on earth did they do behind his back? It was these two women who made him make one wrong move after another, and one wrong move would lead to a complete loss. Seeing the three people coming towards him, Lu Xiu raised his mouth in a bad way. No. He hasn't lost yet. As long as Wu Yu and the child are still in the Order realm, he still has a chance to turn the tables. Chapter 627. Wu Cheng and Shinkei were both like clairvoyants and wind-hearers. Seeing the Sichuan opera-like facial changes on Lu Xiu's face, and the resentful look he gave Wu Yu, Wu Cheng immediately whispered, Yu, don't worry, I help you take the damage. Let them talk trash to me. I'm a man and I'm not afraid of crickets. Seeing Lu Xiu say something to the sea monster siren beside him, many female Order officers came toward Shinkei soon. The female snake demon Lamia walked up to Shinkei, showing her beautiful face and graceful curves, and her sapphire-like pupils stared at him in obsession and charm. Lord Seraph, I heard that you are very good. I wonder if I have the honor to spend a night with Lord Seraph, who is like a god. Lamia looked past Wu Yu with contempt, not taking her, a woman with a light face, seriously. She only smiled at Wu Cheng's transformed Luna, with a slight smile of disdain and fear. Lamia raised her glass to Shinkei, Lord Seraph. Don't you think I am better than Luna? Wu Yu and Wu Cheng looked at each other, and the two of them made way for the beautiful female Order officers to compete for the positions. Wu Cheng saw Wu Yu looking at the crystal chandelier of the banquet with a blank face, and then looked at Shinkei's increasingly gloomy face, and asked in a low voice, Yu, don't you care? Wu Yu, it's not my turn to care now. Wu Cheng was so anxious that he wanted to jump up and down. How could it be? You are still pregnant with this child. Wu Yu looked away, not wanting to see, but the voice was still drilling into her ears. Lord Seraph, if I can win your favor, I don't mind being a beautiful stupid woman who only sleeps with you. Noah, your green eyes are so beautiful. The worse the man, the more charming he is, not to mention that you are so strong, it makes people want to conquer him. She breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that the air here was so turbid and sticky. So what if she was pregnant? Stealing without permission is more disgusting than not being pregnant. He said it himself, don't take it seriously, it's all work, don't chat, don't ask about private matters. His ambiguous attitude, sometimes close, and sometimes far, and his sense of propriety made Wu Yu feel insecure. She didn't like this feeling of anxiety. Just like that time, going on a blind date, with a destined person, no explanation or refutation, but still being very intimate with her. She didn't want to guess anymore, she just wanted to end everything here quickly, and return to her parents and relatives. Shinkei looked over the crowd at Wu Yu, and seeing Wu Yu lowering her head, and not saying a word, he wanted to kill all the female ghosts in front of him. She always lowered her head. She was so flamboyant in the individual battles back then, but now she always lowered her head with a gloomy look. The ghosts kept buzzing around him, and Lamia was getting more and more aggressive, and wanted to lean on him with seductive eyes. Shinkei's body was instantly ignited by the fire of the gods. Under the threat of absolute strength, he was suddenly burned by the fire of the gods, and screamed in pain. Lamia finally left, with a look of reluctance. As the female Order officer dispersed, Shinkei looked at Wu Cheng and said, let's go, yeah, let's go and meet Noah. Wu Yu didn't move. I don't want to go. Wu Chong said cautiously, yeah, are you angry? Wu Yu shook her head, I'm not angry. Sister, you're not angry, are you sad? Lu Xiao suddenly walked to Wu Yu, and Wu Chong immediately looked alert. Lu Xiao smiled, Ms. Luna, are you too lazy to pretend now? I wonder what your relationship with Lord Seraph is now. Colleagues, lovers, or husband and wife? I didn't expect you to have such a good relationship with my sister so quickly. So you are now good sisters who share a husband? Wu Chong immediately said, I am their love bodyguard. Lu Xiao sneered, Ms. Luna is so open-minded after being humiliated like this. It's really admirable. Wu Yu let out a long sigh. Shut up, Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao laughed maliciously. Sister, you have fallen to the point where you can be with anyone who wants to share with other women. Wu Yu raised her head suddenly and slapped Lu Xiao hard. In the sudden silence of the entire banquet hall, she looked at Lu Xiao coldly and told him word by word, Lu Xiao, he used despicable means to threaten me to come here, and I deceived him and secretly got pregnant with his child. He was not aware of the whole thing, so no matter what decision he made after the incident, no matter what he chose to do or who he was, no one was qualified to criticize him from a moral high ground. But you set up the situation yourself. You have no right to criticize the victim. Even if the victim is not perfect, it can't change the fact that you are a lowly and despicable scumbag. Lu Xiao looked at Wu Yu and laughed sarcastically. Even if he becomes like this, you can't bear to let others say a word about him, right? Sister, I think you are really out of your mind. The so-called independence and sobriety is just a love-brained person who can't walk when seeing a man. You are facing such a situation now, and he doesn't even take action. Can't you see what kind of person he is? Wu Yu, he doesn't take action because he is now a heavenly order officer, and you are the order chief. If he hits you, you can lock him up, and he can't protect me. He doesn't care what others think of him. He only cares about my safety. Lu Xiao, don't try to sow discord with me. Only an incompetent SX would expect to turn a war around with his mouth at the last moment. If you start the war in an open and above-board manner, I will still respect you. The more despicable your means are, the more disgusting it is. Lu Xiao was panting heavily in his chest, his eyes were red with anger, and his body was suddenly filled with hostility. Shen Kai instantly stood in front of Wu Yu, and Wu Chong protected Wu Yu to the side. Lu Xiao looked at Shen Kai's evil smile. She believes in you, Shen Kai. Even if you have another woman, she still believes in you. What about you? Do you believe her? Did she tell you what she went through in the past 6 months? Did she tell you what happened between her and me? Lu Xiao looked at Wu Yu, and in Wu Yu's extremely contracted pupils, he slowly spoke. Sister, have you told him? We used to sleep in the same bed, we used to be intimate, and we used to get along as sweetly as lovers and couples. Shen Kai looked calm and said firmly, you didn't? Lu Xiao chuckled. Did she say that? Can refusing to believe it deny everything that really happened? Lu Xiao looked at Wu Yu. Sister, can you guarantee 100% that nothing happened between us? Shen Kai looked at Wu Yu, whose eyes flickered violently. She didn't know how many times she had lost her memory, and she wasn't sure whether what Lu Xiao said was true or false. She didn't know how deep their relationship was each time, and she suddenly realized that something was wrong with their relationship and suspected Lu Xiao. She couldn't say with certainty that she didn't. Shen Kai turned and walked towards Wu Yu. Wu Yu's eyes were red as she looked at him in panic and subconsciously took a step back. Lu Xiao was about to chuckle, but the smile froze on his face the next second. Shen Kai acted instantly and didn't allow Wu Yu to give in. He held her tightly in his arms, with an attitude that would not allow any arguments. He whispered in Wu Yu's ear, don't believe what he says. You didn't, Wu Yu. You will never fall in love with him, and you will never have any close contact with him. Even if all this really happened, I don't care, but before that, I first firmly believe, and am very sure that you will never waver in the slightest in our feelings. Because I am the same. Wu Yu was held tightly in Shen Kai's arms, her eyes flickering violently. She blinked subconsciously, and tears instantly fell. Shen Kai held Wu Yu's waist and lifted her up, and he whispered, be good, lean on me, and hook my neck. Wu Yu just trembled and hooked his face into Shen Kai's neck. Shin Ju immediately held her and left the banquet hall, feeling the wetness of his neck penetrating into his flesh and bones. Shen Kai let out a sigh of relief, and a piercing pain came from his heart. The moment Yao Yao and Lu Xiao looked at each other in the elevator, their eyes were filled with extremely gloomy and cold anger and murderous intent. Chapter 628. A Hongnan Banquet, a disappointing one, an unhappy end. After returning to 9970, Wu Yu locked herself in the room, not saying a word. Wu Chong saw Shen Kai sitting on the sofa with a cold face, and looked puzzled. Why don't you go in and coax Yu Yu? Shinkei breathed a sigh of relief. If I go in now, she will immediately draw a line with me and never allow me to get close to her again. If she avoids and completely explodes, like she did when she came back from the north before, there is no way to open her heart in a short time. Wu Chong probably understood that. Just like when he pursued Xiaoli, Lu Xiao was now obviously using despicable means to alienate Wu Yu and Shinkei, making her emotional problems worse. Shinkei, this matter will explode sooner or later, and the sooner it explodes, the sooner I can talk it out and coax Wu Yu. That being said, Wu Chong was still angry. This bastard is so mean. Let's just let it go. Shinkei chuckled. Let it go? What a joke. Didn't he instigate those female ghosts to deliberately disgust my wife? Then let those female ghosts come to me individually. Kill a group of them, and they will behave themselves and not dare to think about anything else. I can't touch him directly now, so I will pull out all his minions and make him a commander without troops, which will make room for Shinqingxi, Sumo, Dylan, and Luo Shen to be the top order officer. Wu Yu was slowly opening up her heart, but it was all in vain because she was forced to do this. However, there are pros and cons. Lu Xiao personally sent a killer move to advance the progress, so it's a waste if it's not used. Wu Chong was about to applaud, but then he became worried. Will you be unhappy if the female ghost comes to you? Shinkei glanced sideways. When the time comes, you will do as I say. Wu Chong nodded, understood. Wu Yu arrived at the room and looked up at the sky with a dazed look in her eyes. Mom, will you ever feel desperate and feel like you can't stand it here? What will you do then? Will you just look at the unchanging sky like I do, or quickly adjust your state of mind to cheer yourself up? Wu Yu remembered what her mother said when she entered the depths of her spirit. Yu Yu, the mountains and rivers are broken, and I have no way to retreat. I'm sorry, it was Mom who gave birth to you, but I didn't fulfill my mother's responsibility and didn't protect you. No. Mom, I've been protecting her, protecting all of humanity, and that's protecting her. Human world, late at night. Lu Ling looked at Wu Yu's photo and asked Jiang Cheng, how did she survive the 15 years of torture in the orphanage? Jiang Cheng shook his head. I don't know, and I can't think about it. As long as I think about it, I will lose my mind and go crazy. If I could control my emotions earlier and go to see her earlier, maybe I wouldn't have eaten a meal with her until now. Lu Ling, she is pregnant in the Order Realm, which is simply tearing my heart. Jiang Cheng, believe in Shinkei, believe in the Alliance, now is the darkness before dawn, believe that the dawn will come soon. Wu Yu has been sitting in the room until late at night, until the burning pain in her stomach hits her. She pursed her dry lips. With a long breath, Wu Yu stood up. She is not alone now, and she can't suffer herself if others suffer. As long as she eats well, drinks well and sleeps well, the child can grow up healthy and safe. Wu Yu changed into pajamas, passed by the living room to drink a glass of water, and went to the bathroom to remove her makeup and take a shower. As soon as she walked out of the bathroom, she suddenly smelled a familiar fragrance. Wu Yu walked to the dining table and saw the seafood porridge with shrimp and fish that had just been served. It was still steaming, and the smell could make people's stomachs gluttonous. A clean spoon was placed on the side, and Wu Yu pulled out a stool and sat at the dining table. She scooped up the porridge and put it into her mouth, lowered her head, and mixed her tears with rice. If only Shinkei wasn't so good, she could still go against her conscience and continue to torture him. But he was so good, she really didn't want to lie to him or hurt him again. As long as she didn't continue to be with him, she wouldn't feel the heart-wrenching pain of losing him again. However, Wu Yu lowered her head and gradually choked up. What a pity, raising such a good kitten, the previous generation planted the tree, and the next generation enjoyed the shade, and handed it over to others. What a pity, she met such an amazing person in her life, but she didn't grow old together, and ended it in a mess. Wu Yu finished the whole bowl of porridge, washed the bowl, turned off the light, and went back to her room. The huge living room was dark, and everything was silent. From beginning to end, Shinkei stood behind his door and listened to Wu Yu's suppressed sobbing. His eyes were red, and he was so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. Wu Yu returned to her room in the middle of the night. She threw herself on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. When she opened her eyes again, it was already past noon. She stood up and just opened the door, and saw that Shinkei had already prepared lunch. Wu Yu's expression froze immediately. Shinkei's eyes seemed to pass over her inadvertently, lingering on her red and swollen eyes for a few seconds, and teased slowly, Miss Wu Yu, you don't sleep at night, and don't get up during the day. Your life is very chic. Wu Yu, don't bother me. Don't bother her, don't shake her will. Shinkei served the meal and put it on the table, I don't care about you, you can sleep or eat, it's up to you. After saying that, Shinkei sat at the table and ate by himself. Wu Yu choked and went to the bathroom to wash up. When she finished washing up and sat at the dining table, Shinkei finished eating and even cleaned up the dishes and sat on the sofa to watch the communicator of the Order Realm. As soon as Wu Yu sat down, Shinkei came over, and she turned around and ran away as if her hair was about to explode. Shinkei walked around her and walked to the table, pushing the plastic box in his hand in front of her. Wu Yu and the 3 words ice cream on the plastic box looked at each other in surprise. She subconsciously looked up at Shinkei, and Shinkei looked at her and said coldly, Miss Wu Yu, who won or lost yesterday's situation depends entirely on your attitude. You being so sad is not good for morale. This is for you to use for ice compress. You can eat it after the ice compress. Don't waste it. Wu Yu looked down at the ice cream, and couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. How did you send this? Shinkei, I want to eat it, so I asked them to send it. In order to carry out the follow-up work smoothly, I will reluctantly give you one. Wu Yu was about to open the ice cream. Shinkei added, You'd better eat it after dinner, otherwise if you catch a cold and have diarrhea while pregnant, it will be a problem, which will increase the difficulty and burden of my work. I believe Miss Wu Yu is not someone who will take the initiative to cause trouble for others. Wu Yu paused and whispered, Don't give me ice cream if you think it's troublesome. Shinkei approached calmly. What did you say? Wu Yu didn't say anything. Shinkei observed Wu Yu's reaction and moved closer. Shinkei said, Miss Wu Yu, if you have any objections to me, you can directly raise them. Otherwise, there are only 3 people in the entire working group, and conflicts are not conducive to unity. Wu Yu said in a low voice, I have no objection to you. Shinkei approached Wu Yu directly, and his hands rested on the table without making a sound, and he held Wu Yu in his arms invisibly. What did you say? I didn't hear clearly. Wu Yu suddenly raised her head and pointed it at Shinkei's ear, gritting her teeth. I said, I have no objection to you. Shinkei suddenly turned his head to look at her. The 2 of them were so close that their eyes met, and the atmosphere instantly became ambiguous. Shinkei's eyes moved down to Wu Yu's lips, and his eyes gradually became darker and darker. Just as he was about to get closer, Wu Yu immediately stepped back and leaned into Shinkei's arms. She suddenly froze. Shinkei instantly withdrew his hand and stood up, saying seriously, No objection, that's the best. Seeing Shinkei calmly sitting back on the sofa, Wu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. For a long while, she couldn't believe it. Wasn't it? Did Shinkei go somewhere for further studies? He wasn't so good at flirting before. And with Shinkei's style, he would definitely kiss her at this point. It's been so long, but her heart is still beating fast. Her heart rhythm is irregular, and her heart is about to fly out of her throat. Just now, when Shinkei looked at her affectionately, she almost lost her mind. What on earth does he mean? Chapter 629. Wu Yu was about to wash the dishes after dinner, when Shinkei suddenly appeared beside her and took away the dishes. Wu Yu, no, I can do it myself. Shinkei looked sideways. If you don't eat the ice cream, it will melt and it won't taste good. Wu Yu opened the ice cream, looked at the half-melted ice cream, scooped a mouthful and put it in her mouth. It was not so cold, it was very sweet. Shinkei saw Wu Yu eating with her head down, sat opposite her calmly, and cleaned up the unfinished food. Wu Yu saw Shinkei eating what she had left again, her eyes reddened, and she stood up suddenly, just about to tell Shinkei not to do this again. Shinkei took the lead, speaking in a calm and cold voice. It's not easy to send some food in. Do you have to waste it to show your determination? Wu Yu choked again, and was furious. She was so angry that she sat down and stabbed the ice cream with a spoon, then put it in her mouth viciously. Eat, eat, eat. She wanted to eat it all, to show her determination. After eating, Shinkei saw Wu Yu, who was murderous, looking at the ice cream as if it was the enemy who wanted to destroy the 9 clans, and couldn't help but relax his breath and curled his lips. As Shinkei cleaned up the dishes, Wu Yu ate all the ice cream except the last layer. Shinkei washed his hands and walked to Wu Yu's side. Wu Yu raised her head alertly. What are you doing? Shinkei supported the table with one hand and leaned forward. Wu Yu was about to run, but he immediately grabbed her neck and fixed her firmly. Wu Yu's pupils flickered violently. Shinkei let go. Shinkei stretched out his thumb and brushed the corner of Wu Yu's mouth. His action seemed to accidentally brush Wu Yu's lips, and she froze instantly. After wiping, without waiting for Wu Yu's reaction, he put it to his mouth and licked it. Shinkei said casually, There's something on the corner of your mouth. After saying that, he naturally let go of Wu Yu's neck and walked away. Before leaving, Shinkei glanced sideways. Come over to measure the size after you finish eating. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei's back, and her pupils shook. Where did this brothel style come from? How can he suddenly be so good at fishing? No. He was not fishing. Shinkei is a germaphobe, and he only helped her because there was ice cream on the corner of her mouth. It's outrageous. Even Gui Gui wouldn't believe this reason. There is no way to justify it. Can a misophobia patient wipe her with his hands and then lick her himself? He is really trying to seduce her. He said he would maintain a colleague relationship with her, but everything he did was to seduce her and take care of her. So, Shinkei still wants to be with her. Right? Wuyu secretly looked back at Shinkei, and she happened to look at Shinkei and immediately retracted her gaze. Seeing Wuyu hesitate to move, Shinkei stood up and walked to a distance behind her. Not too far away. Miss Wuyu, hurry up, I have something else to do next. Wuyu, Letting out a long sigh, Wuyu stood up and walked to Shinkei. Wuyu stretched out her hand to Shinkei. Give me the tape measure, I measure it myself. Shinkei let go. It's inconvenient for you. Wuyu gritted her teeth. Shinkei, it's not appropriate for you to do this. Shinkei looked at Wuyu with a serious face. It's work-related, I'm also reluctant. Wuyu's breathing became heavier. Can you please stop talking about work all the time? Shinkei suddenly bent down and moved closer. Wuyu was about to move away when his hot palm instantly held her back. Shinkei looked at her with a dark and deep look in his eyes. Then what do you think we should talk about if we don't talk about work? Just as Wuyu was about to push him, Shinkei had already distanced himself. Miss Wuyu, Wucheng has a partner, but I'm single, so I have to do this job. Wuyu's heart skipped a beat. I'm not interested in Admiral Shin's personal situation. Shinkei tilted his head. That's best, otherwise I'm also troubled. Wuyu looked at Shinkei, who was cold and sharp-tongued, but had a stable mood, and looked like he didn't care at all. He was so angry that he said every word. Okay, then measure it for me. What does she care about? Are you kidding? She doesn't care. Wuyu looked at Shinkei with murderous intent as he opened his hands. Shinkei passed his hands through Wuyu's side, with a measuring tape in his hand, bent down, and lowered his head, his breath brushing against her ear. Wuyu's heart was beating fast because of anger, and suddenly the distance was shortened, and her heartbeat went straight to high speed. She could smell the same shampoo scent on Shinkei's body as hers. Smells so good. Shinkei smells so good. In addition to the smell of shampoo, there is also a sweet and fragrant smell that makes people want to get closer. Wuyu tried her best to control her desire to get closer. Shinkei stepped back a little, and her eyes suddenly became firm and serious. The tape measure came along Wuyu's side, and came in front of her. Feeling Shinkei's fingertips approaching, Wuyu's whole body was burning red from her face to her ears and neck. Shinkei's downward gaze unscrupulously passed through Wuyu's red cheeks and earlobes, and the atmosphere in the room gradually became ambiguous and anxious. He deliberately took a step forward, tightened the tape measure in his hand, and moved his fingertips inward inch by inch until it was only a fraction away from Wuyu's heart. Wrapped in this hot breath, Wuyu was afraid that Shinkei's fingertips would feel her accelerating heartbeat. Shinkei lowered his head to confirm the data on the tape measure. Wuyu's eyes moved down along Shinkei's silver-white hair, and her fingertips moved slightly, wanting to touch his hair. Shinkei got closer and closer until he was in front of Wuyu. He suddenly raised his head. Wuyu couldn't avoid looking at him closely. In Wuyu's thundering heartbeat, she heard Shinkei's chuckle. Wuyu's whole brain exploded like a mushroom cloud. What is this person laughing at? Why did he let out such a lewd smile after measuring her chest? Pregnancy will increase the chest size. Wuyu was completely stunned. Her eyes were helpless and broken. Shinkei looked at her with an ambiguous look, and smiled wantonly. Wuyu was so angry that she snatched the tape measure from Shinkei, and glared at him fiercely. You bastard! She snatched the data from his hand, and ran back to the room, slamming the door from the inside, and Wuyu covered her red and hot face. She was so scary. She thought her heart was dead, but she still wanted to kiss a man. Reject male beauty, start with you and him, not me. Wuyu was so angry that she pounded the pillow. It was all Shinkei, who deliberately seduced her. After a while, Wuyu took the new measurement data in front of Shinkei, and threw the tape measure into Shinkei's arms. Here you go. Shinkei took the data, took a look, folded it, and put it in the inner pocket of the order officer's uniform. He didn't want to send his wife's body data back to let everyone know, and after solving the problem in front of him, he would take Wuyu to buy new clothes in the order realm. As for the so-called measurement, it was just a hobby of husband and wife. Seeing Wuyu rushing back to the room angrily, Shinkei stood up and followed her. Wuyu turned back suddenly. You are not allowed to follow me. She was very determined. She had rebuilt her psychological defenses, and she was not moved by the mere male beauty. Shin-kei had a cold face and handled the matter in a businesslike manner. Just now I said, I have something to do later. Miss Wu Yu, pack your things. Wu Cheng will come to pick you up soon. You will temporarily live with Wu Cheng for the next period of time. Wu Yu's breathing suddenly stagnated. Living with Wu Cheng. What on earth would make Shin-kei ask her to move out and live with another man? At this time, Wu Cheng happened to come in. After receiving Shin-kei's eye signal, he immediately raised his voice. Yu, hurry up. Lamia will be here soon. It's not good if she sees you, it may affect. Seeing Wu Yu's face change slightly, Wu Cheng immediately shut up and said seriously, sorry, Miss Wu Yu, public is public and private is private, this part of the work needs to be kept secret from you. After saying that, seeing Wu Yu's expression becoming more and more stiff, Wu Cheng and Shin-kei exchanged a tacit look. Shin-kei, well done. Wu Cheng, who else? Chapter 630. While Wu Yu was packing her things, she felt depressed and choked up. Her mind was a mess. She didn't know what she was thinking, but it seemed like she was not thinking about anything. Until Wu Cheng knocked on the door twice to urge her to hurry up, Wu Yu finally opened the door in a trance. Wu Cheng immediately came in anxiously. Yu, let's go quickly. Don't bump into each other. Lamia will misunderstand again. Wu Yu let out a long breath and nodded, yeah. From beginning to end, until Wu Yu walked into the elevator, Shin-kei didn't even look at her, let alone stand up. Following Wu Cheng to floor 9960, Wu Yu saw another elevator carrying the gorgeous Lamia going up as soon as she got out of the elevator. When their eyes met, Lamia smiled at her with a haughty and contemptuous look, and her eyes fell on the floor 9970 where the elevator finally stopped. Wu Yu's eyes were dead silent, and her heart, which had finally started beating again, was desolate and sad. Who did she think she was? How could she think Shin-kei was still devoted to her? She was so ridiculous. She hadn't let him go even when he was about to be put in. She was pregnant with his child, and he was taking care of her normally. It was out of love, but not courtesy. Shin-kei had said that, but she was still being sentimental. Work. Yes, it was work. Shin-kei had said it was work, but she had to think that he was looking for an excuse to get close to her. That's why Shin-kei asked her to move out, and completely cut off her thoughts. She was really shameless, wanting it all, thinking about cutting off, but still expecting it in her heart. Now that his new lover had come to her house, she was angry just thinking about it. Why did she have to find a snake when she couldn't find anyone else? She taught him so well. If he found a decent girl, she would bless him with tears in her eyes. But he chose a bad woman. Such beautiful eyes are just for decoration. If they are not used, they can be donated to people in need. Wu Cheng watched Wu Yu lower her head cautiously, and her emotions should be almost brewing, and she started to pretend, yeah. You don't have to worry too much. Shin-kei did all this willingly. In order to rescue you from the order world as soon as possible, win over the top order officer, and sacrifice his appearance, Shin-kei was willing. Wu Yu turned her head suddenly. What did you say? When Wu Cheng saw Wu Yu taking the bait, he immediately said, you came back in a bad mood yesterday? Shin-kei was very worried, but he didn't dare to find you directly, for fear that you would explode and completely cut off your relationship with him. But he was very anxious. You also know that we are weak now, and Lu Xiu is watching us closely. In order to take you away from the order realm as soon as possible, Shin-kei wanted to sacrifice his chastity to win over Lamia. Shin-kei saw that you didn't want to be with him, but he said that as long as you are happy and live happily, he is willing to sacrifice anything. Seeing Wu Yu lowering her head and saying nothing, Wu Cheng sighed. Shin-kei is now just like Xiao Li did back then, arranging and taking care of everything for you, but he respects your choice and won't force your will. He said that compared to love, you must want to find yourself now, and he will accompany you silently and support all your decisions unconditionally. Even if he has to do something against his will, as long as you can be happy, he will be happy. Wu Cheng said, glancing at the communicator with his eyes slanted to confirm that the lines were in place. Wu Cheng glanced at Wu Yu secretly, pretending to move Wu Yu's things. I only have one room here. You sleep in the master bedroom, and I sleep on the sofa. Shin-kei may have to work as a hostess. No, he has to continue his work. It's not good for your health to live there with a baby in the smoky air. Seeing Wu Yu still lowered her head and didn't move, Wu Cheng pretended to comfort her. You really don't have to worry about it. This is all Shin-kei. Wu Yu suddenly raised her head and walked to Wu Cheng, grabbed his ID card and dragged him to the elevator. Wu Yu said coldly, swipe the elevator for me. I want to go to 9970. Wu Cheng was nervous. Yeah. Shin-kei didn't let me tell you this. If you go now, I will definitely be. Wu Yu looked at Wu Cheng with a gloomy face. I asked you to clean the elevator for me. If Shinkei dares to do anything to you, let him come to me. Wu Cheng immediately said, okay. With a beep, he swiped the 9970 elevator and watched Wu Yu walk into the elevator with murderous intent. Wu Cheng was still stirring up trouble behind him. You two can talk it out. You persuade Shinkei. It's not good for your health to work too much in this line of work. As soon as Wu Yu left, Wu Cheng simply stopped moving Wu Yu's box. There was nothing to move. Even if the two of them couldn't make progress, Shinkei would definitely find a reason to take Wu Yu back. Lania came to 9970, stepped into Shinkei's room with a charming manner, and threw him a wink. She thought the Seraphim was so affectionate, and acted so affectionate at the cocktail party, but he turned around and accepted her friend request. She just sent him a few photos and a few words, and he asked her to come. Lania smiled with satisfaction, deliberately teasing him. Lania, I heard that Miss Wu Yu lives with you. It's not good for her to see me, right? Noah. She moved away. Seeing this, Lania was so proud and satisfied. As expected, all men are the same. She enjoys the pleasure of stealing other people's men. Lania twisted her waist and walked towards Quebec. Shinkei looked at her coldly as she stepped into the room step by step, with a gloomy expression. The female ghost made the room dirty, and Wu Yu had to disinfect it again before she moved back. Lania seductively tried to get into Shinkei's arms, but Shinkei easily avoided her. Shinkei distanced himself from her. Lania, order officer, I asked you to come here to stand on my side and impeach Lu Xiu. Lania looked at Shinkei with seductive eyes, and said directly, it's easy for me to help you. I want to be your bed partner. Shinkei shook his head, impossible. Lania smiled complacently. Lord Seraph, you know exactly what I want. Since you asked me to come, why bother pretending to be stupid? Western gods and ghosts are always lustful. You already have 2 women, so one more of me wouldn't be too much, right? As she spoke, Lania slowly approached Shinkei. Her obsessed eyes fell on Shinkei's face, and her smile was charming and seductive. Shinkei slowly side-glanced at Lania, and the moment the two looked at each other, Lania's eyes burst into excitement. Wu Yu walked into the elevator, and the elevator that originally went directly to 9970 slowly stopped at 9936. Looking at the figure of Lu Xiu appearing outside the elevator, Wu Yu's eyes flashed with disgust. The elevator door slowly opened, and Lu Xiu stood outside the elevator and smiled at Wu Yu wickedly. Sister, are you going to look for Lord Seraph? Unfortunately, I just saw Lania looking for him. If you go now, I'm afraid you will disturb their fun. Wu Yu said nothing, ignored Lu Xiu, and just kept pressing the door closing button. Lu Xiu pressed the elevator to prevent Wu Yu from leaving. Sister, why do you think Shinkei is still willing to be with you now? Look at you now. How can you compare with the beautiful Lania? He is just pretending to be affectionate. I can say the same thing. But so what? He still says one thing and does another. He says he has never changed his mind, but he turns around and makes an appointment with another woman. What is there for you to miss about such a man? Wu Yu frowned fiercely and pushed Lu Xiu away. Get out of the way. With your cheap mouth, you are afraid that others will think you are mute because of you. Lu Xiu grabbed Wu Yu's shoulder fiercely. Wu Yu, stay away from Shinkei, or I will let you know how painful it is to cheat on your lover, betray him, abandon him, and lose him again and again. The more you love him, the more I will torture your love. I want you to know clearly how fragile love is. The human heart is so changeable. Wu Yu pushed Lu Xiu away with a cold smile. Lu Xiu, you should also know something. Before you say something harsh, you should have enough strength to match it, so that your words can be convincing. Otherwise, if you only have harsh words, but no actions, people will only think you are useless trash. Lu Xiu, you are so desperate and vicious, but you are helpless, which is very funny. Wu Yu tapped the elevator door closing button. Through the slowly closing elevator door, Wu Yu's expression was gloomy and strange. Let me guess what made you so angry that you tried to pua me, brainwash me, and tame me, so that I would be content with your control, give up my own will and choose self-sacrifice. Could it be that after a whole day, you still have no idea about Shinkei and others establishing a transmission channel with humans? Seeing Lu Xiu's expression as gloomy as a ghost, Wu Yu withdrew his gaze with contempt. At the same time, the elevator went up and went to 9970. Chapter 631. Seeing Lania getting closer and closer, and waiting for the misty moon for a long time, Shinkei was ready to kill. Suddenly he paused, as if he heard something, and looked at Lania with a subtle expression. Being looked at by Shinkei with such a dangerous look, Lania's expression froze, and then she became more obsessed with the dangerous and abstinent aura revealed by Shinkei. Lania's eyes slid across Shinkei's hand. his slender fingers and cold white skin bursting with blue veins. Even the joints were pink. The cold white skin has pink joints on his hands, and most likely his whole body is pink. This man is top-notch. No, more than top-notch. He is simply a fairy. Shinkei, Lu Xiao sent you here. Lania licked her bright red lips. Originally, I was just accepting the order of the Order Chief, but now, I really want to make a deal with you. Noah, you are so charming. As long as I can get you, I am willing to resist the Order Chief for you. Shinkei's expression was cold without any arc, and he looked at Lania as if he was looking at a dead snake. The colder Shinkei looked at Lania, the more excited Lania became. She enjoyed the pleasure of conquest and capture. She believed that there was absolutely no man in the world who could resist her charm. Lania got closer and closer, her eyes seductive. At the moment when the elevator sounded at 9970, Lania deliberately fell toward Shinkei, and her sexy upper body pressed directly against Shinkei's chest. Wu Yu took in the scene in front of her, and she suddenly opened her eyes wide. Shinkei suddenly turned his head and looked at Wu Yu accurately. The two looked at each other from a distance across the elevator. Just when Lania was about to touch Shinkei, Shinkei's body lit up with the fierce fire of the gods, which could burn everything. The color of the entire flame changed from yellow, purple, blue to sacred white as the temperature continued to rise, and Shinkei didn't even need to make a move. Lania threw herself into the fire, and she didn't even have time to scream. She was instantly burned to ashes. Lania's identity card fell to the ground and completely dissipated. Top-level Order Officer, Snake Demon Lania violated the rules of Order and intended to attack the Heavenly Order Officer. Seraph Noah has been wiped out. There is a vacancy among the current 12 top-level Order Officers witnessing everything in front of him. The elevator door opened in front of Wu Yu, and the moment it was about to close, Shinkei's slender arm stopped the elevator door. Shinkei grabbed Wu Yu's arm and led her out of the elevator. Where is Wu Chong? Why would he let you take the elevator up by yourself? Lu Xiao may appear at any time. It's too dangerous. Wu Yu lowered her head and said nothing. The two stood at the door of the room, and the room was silent. After a long while, Shinkei let out a sigh of relief. Let's go, I take you to Wu Chong. Wu Yu gritted her teeth. Wu Chong is with Sister Xiaoli, he only has one room. It's inconvenient for me to go in and out. It's not appropriate for me to live in his room. Shinkei turned his face away and pressed his mouth. He was serious and his voice was cold. There are a lot of people coming and going here recently, and it's not suitable for you to live here. Wu Yu suddenly looked up at Shinkei. You said it yourself. Protecting me is also part of your responsibility. General Shen, when deploying the execution plan, shouldn't you consider protecting my safety as part of the plan? Shinkei, Miss Wu Yu, considering that you are very resistant to my approach, I have to change the plan. Wu Yu walked up to Shinkei step by step, and Shinkei lowered his eyes to look at her. Wu Yu, I met Lu Xiao when I came here, and he stopped my elevator. Shinkei followed suit. Well, what did he say? Wu Yu, don't worry about what he said. Anyway, I will cooperate with you from now on. Let's put the internal conflicts aside for a while, and fight the external war first. Lu Xiao is now clearly trying to sow discord, and she must not let him do what he wants. Yes. She is very professional, just to prevent Lu Xiao's evil plan from succeeding, not because the little cat she raised wants to go to the cat cafe to be a companion to sell her looks and body in order to protect her. Shinkei said meaningfully, Miss Wu Yu, since you said you would cooperate, you should tell me what Lu Xiao threatened you with, so that I can respond to his attack in time. Wu Yu lowered her head and spoke vaguely at the speed of rap. He told me to stay away from you. Shinkei leaned closer. What did you say? Wu Yu whispered. Lu Xiao told me to stay away from you. Shinkei bent down and put his whole face close to Wu Yu's cheek, aiming at Wu Yu's ear, and said in a bewitching voice, What did you say? I can't hear you. Wu Yu turned her head in anger and raised her voice. Lu Xiao asked me to stay away from you. Shinkei stood up and smiled. No need to be so loud, I can hear you. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei's happy look, and instantly turned away, and couldn't help but curl her lips. Shinkei stared at Wu Yu for a long time, and walked towards the elevator. Let's go. Wu Yu, where are you going? Shinkei, aren't you moving back? Go get your things. As soon as Wu Yu walked into the elevator, Shinkei instantly put his arm around her waist, and pulled her close. Wu Yu blushed, and was about to break his hand. Shinkei leaned close to her ear and whispered, Since Lu Xiao asked you to stay away from me, then we have to stay close to him on purpose to piss him off to death. Wu Yu glanced at him with a flickering look in her eyes. Before Wu Yu could look away, Shinkei had already lowered his head, and kissed her neck passionately. Wu Yu's breathing suddenly became heavy, and her heart was about to jump out of her throat. The elevator passed 9936 when it descended. Shinkei looked up at Lu Xiao, who was still outside the elevator, with a sullen face, annoyed, and gloomy eyes. He held Wu Yu in his arms, and smiled at Lu Xiao. As Shinkei's kiss deepened, his hand around her tightened. Wu Yu could even hear Shinkei swallowing eagerly when he kissed her. She slowly narrowed her eyes, holding Shinkei's shirt with both hands. The center of gravity of her whole body was supported by Shinkei's hot palm, and her expression gradually blurred. The elevator was about to reach 9960. Wu Yu suddenly came back to her senses, and before she could struggle, Shinkei had already let her go in advance. His expression returned to a serious look. If Shinkei's eyes hadn't turned red, his light-colored thin lips turned pink, his breathing became heavier and his heart and chest floated slightly, he would have looked at her with indifference and alienation, as if the kiss just now had never happened. Wu Yu, awesome, this guy's acting skills are so good that she is stunned now. Wu Cheng saw the two people appear and immediately exchanged glances with Shinkei. Wu Cheng, why are you here together? Shinkei said coldly. Wu Yu met Lu Xiao on the way to find me. Wu Cheng was surprised. This bastard is still not dead. Then let Yu move back to your place. The original plan still needs to be reconsidered. Wu Cheng handed Wu Yu's box to Shinkei. Shinkei took the box and turned around to take Wu Yu back to the elevator. The work was handed over neatly, without blinking an eye. What plan or no plan? Since the mission failed, the plan has been completely deviated. They are now like wild horses that have run away from their reins. What the plan is depends on Shinkei's words. Back to 9970. Shinkei put Wu Yu's box back in the room and stood there without moving. Wu Yu took out her things, and when she got her personal belongings, she looked at Shinkei. Wu Yu took a deep breath. General Shin, is there anything else? The two looked at each other, and Shinkei half knelt down and approached her. Miss Wu Yu, considering that Lu Xiao is now chasing you relentlessly, the plan needs to be appropriately changed. Wu Yu instantly clenched the pajamas in her hand, her eyes flickering. What changes? Shinkei walked out of the room without saying anything. Wu Yu just felt a little disappointed when she saw Shinkei bring all his clothes into the room and throw his pajamas directly onto the bed. Wu Yu instantly jumped up. She hesitated. What do you mean? Shinkei looked sideways. Aren't you going to say it? The plan has been appropriately changed. Wu Yu was mad, so I asked you what changes. Shinkei naturally began to take off the uniform of the order officer and hung up the clothes. He tilted his head and looked at Wu Yu. From now on, we live together, and I will protect you closely and closely. As he spoke, under Wu Yu's crazy and flashing eyes, Shinkei began to unbutton his white shirt with gold embroidery one by one, revealing the black sleeveless tight short t-shirt inside. As the shirt was taken off, the tight and slender arm muscle lines, the chest muscles and abdominal muscles under the tight short sleeves were instantly revealed in front of Wu Yu, all at a glance. Wu Yu suddenly raised her hand to cover her eyes, and kept telling herself not to be tempted by male beauty. Thinking so in her heart, her hands had their own ideas. Wu Yu just separated her fingers a little bit. The exposed eyes and Shinkei's sidelong glance met accurately, and Wu Yu instantly, boom, became familiar. Shinkei said in a light voice, Miss Wu Yu, I know I have a good figure. If you really want to see it, just look openly. Anyway, it's a waste not to look at it. I won't charge you. Wu Yu immediately said, I'm not that kind of person. Shinkei nodded indifferently, took off his trousers, put on his pajamas, and walked to the bathroom. Seeing Shinkei stripping naked without any scruples as before, Wu Yu's face flushed and she covered her eyes. She couldn't help but open her fingers a little more. Her eyes fell on Shinkei's body, looking up and down, swallowing her saliva. He said it himself. It's useless not to look. It wasn't until Shinkei walked out of the room for a while, and the sound of water was faintly heard in the bathroom. Wu Yu suddenly reacted. No, why didn't she refuse Shinkei's request to move in? It was not late at night. What kind of bath did Shinkei suddenly take? It was all because of this vixen, taking off clothes to use her beauty trap. Chapter 632. Shinkei was disgusted by the ghost girl, and he washed himself inside and out, fearing that Wu Yu would dislike him. After taking a bath, he hesitated for a long time between wearing a bath towel and wearing pajamas, and finally put on pajamas. Don't worry, give Wu Yu some time. Shinkei walked out of the room to prepare dinner, and heard Wu Yu's voice going back and forth in the bedroom, and walked over in confusion. Seeing that Wu Yu had actually drawn a curtain in the middle of the bed, the corners of his mouth curled up instantly. The moment Wu Yu looked over, he immediately frowned, expressionless. Wu Yu told Shinkei, I sleep inside, you sleep outside? Shinkei nodded, okay. Shinkei asked Wu Yu tentatively, after dinner, do you want to go out of the order building for a walk? Wu Yu immediately raised her head, eyes expectant. Can I go out? She came here in a hurry the last time, and she also wanted to see the Order realm that her mother had lived in for 15 years and built with her own hands. Shinkei nodded yes. Wu Yu, but if I leave the Order building, there may be evil spirits and strange beasts attacking, and Lucio may not be willing. Shinkei narrowed his eyes dangerously. It's not his turn to be unwilling, not to mention that those evil spirits and strange beasts are as uncontrollable as that wolfhound. Lucio wishes they would die. And now, Lucio is looking for the signal station everywhere like a headless fly. If we leave the Order building, we may come into contact with the signal station. At most, he will send someone to follow us and will not stop us. Wu Yu stood up happily, then go and cook, and we will leave after dinner. Seeing Wu Yu carefully choosing clothes to wear when going out, Shinkei curled his lips and turned to leave. After cooking, Shinkei called Wu Yu eat. Seeing Wu Yu wearing a white skirt, with her hair tied up and put on makeup, and smiling at him when she looked at him, he suddenly felt a little dizzy. After being imprisoned in the Order building for a whole 6 months, even if she couldn't leave the Order realm, Wu Yu was in a good mood to go out and relax. Shinkei put the bowl and chopsticks in place for Wu Yu. You eat first. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei in confusion as he walked into the room. After a while, he took out a necklace and walked in front of Wu Yu. He leaned over and turned Wu Yu over with the stool. Shinkei put the silver crescent necklace on Wu Yu. The small crescent had the natural traces of the moon's surface, and it looked cool and high-end. After putting it on, Shinkei didn't say anything. He returned to his seat and started eating without saying a word. Wu Yu lifted the necklace and took a look at it, lowered her eyebrows and smiled. Shinkei glanced at her, looked at the rice bowl and said, "This one is more suitable for your skirt today. If you don't like it, I have many more." Wu Yu paused. A lot? Shinkei nodded. Well, since my moon left me, I have picked all the moons in the world. One day, the moon that belongs to me will come back to me. Wu Yu tightened her chopsticks. Did you see similar ones or new ones on your way to find them? Shinkei shook his head, his tone firm and solemn. No, never. In the past 186 days, I have never changed even for a minute or a second. I have been looking for her, she is waiting for me, and I have been waiting for her. She will not change, and I will never change. Wu Yu's eyes were red, tears mixed with rice, and she couldn't say a word. The two of them finished their meal in silence, and Shinkei stood up and took away Wu Yu's bowl and chopsticks. After cleaning up, Shinkei walked up to Wu Yu, whose eyes were still a little red. He stretched out his slender cold white hand to hold up Wu Yu's face. Help me choose clothes for going out. Wu Yu was led into the room by Quebec. Shinkei had just arrived at the Order realm, and the Order realm had issued him 3 sets of uniforms in total. 2 white and 1 black. The Heavenly Order officers usually wore white and wore black when fighting. Wu Yu, my mother's favorite color is pink. Perhaps the days in the Order realm are also a black and white silent film in her eyes. Shinkei, I have been in contact with your father a lot in the past 6 months. He has been helping me improve my wings and combat skills. They have a good relationship and are waiting for you to go back and reunite. Speaking of you, Shinkei's eyes slowly moved down and fell on Wu Yu's belly. Wu Yu's expression froze, and she covered her belly with a guilty look. She glanced at Shinkei through the full-length mirror, but Shinkei didn't look at her and took off his pajamas. Seeing Shinkei's upper body with clearer lines and perfect proportions than half a year ago, his white skin that was so white that it was transparent, his narrow and deep collarbone, and his joints, and, with his cold and aloof aura of a high-class flower now, Wu Yu's eyes were a little straight. In half a year, Shinkei, under extreme emotional suppression, officially completed his growth and transformation from a boy to a man. In the past 6 months, Shinkei has killed all the bandits, killer organizations, world bosses, and dungeon bosses that the Alliance could kill 3 times. Coupled with the people and environment he met after officially joining the military, the once unruly beast has completely grown into the reincarnation of a killing god. Extremely aggressive and predatory, the brokenness and deep story contained in the light-colored charming pupils add an endless mysterious, dangerous, and wild atmosphere. Even his handsome face, as time goes by, seems to have no upper limit and continues to break through the peak of his appearance, making people unable to look away. Wu Yu swallowed nervously. No wonder Lamia was so greedy. She was also a little. No! Wu Yu immediately became serious. She was not that kind of person at all. She would never have any improper thoughts about her colleagues, but Wu Yu squinted her eyes and continued to look. She had given up the right to enjoy and use it. It would be okay to look, right? The man was so handsome and had such a good figure. Wasn't it just for women to see? He sprayed perfume all day long and dressed so beautifully. What a pity if there was no one to see him, right, hee. Wu Yu had just finished her ideological struggle when Shinkei walked behind her. Shinkei, have you chosen? Which one should I wear? Shinkei's hand passed from Wu Yu's back to her side, holding her in his arms, and the hot and strong breath and strong hormones completely enveloped Wu Yu. The muscle lines brushed against her side, making her blush and her heart beat fast, and her imagination ran wild. Shinkei leaned close to Wu Yu's ear and slowly tightened his arms. Do you want to touch it? Okay. No! Wu Yu's brain suddenly exploded, and she stuffed the black combat uniform into Shinkei's arms in a daze, turned around and ran. Take this one, I wait for you outside. Shinkei narrowed his eyes, and watched Wu Yu leave, his eyes deeply falling on the bed behind him. Don't worry, he has already moved in, and there is still a long night tonight. In the current situation, removing the baby in Wu Yu's belly is the most effective way to eliminate her danger. But Wu Yu obviously won't agree, and Shinkei even suspects that if Wu Yu is forced to choose between the two extremes, she is likely to sacrifice herself to save the child. If Shinkei forcibly wants to remove the child, his relationship with Wu Yu will definitely enter an irreparable situation. But letting Wu Yu give birth to a child in the Order Realm, no one knows what kind of changes will happen. So far, has Lucio done anything to the child? What is the nutrient solution that Wu Yu has been drinking made of? Will it have an impact on the child, including Wu Yu's spiritual power core? Whether Lucio took it away for other purposes is unknown. Only when the Alliance sends more support can the mystery be slowly solved. Before that, he can't be anxious. Wu Yu is alone in the Order Realm for half a year, and only the child depended on her, almost surpassing him to become Wu Yu's spiritual support. Even if Wu Yu didn't want it at first, she had developed deep feelings for the child after half a year, not to mention that the child was the fruit of his and Wu Yu's love. Both sides were stalling for time. Lucio was waiting for the child to be born, and he also needed time to repair his relationship with Wu Yu as soon as possible and wait for the Alliance's support. At present, the medical resources he had were not enough to safely remove the child. Only when Wu Yu completely opened her heart to him could they sit down face to face and calmly talk about the issue of the child. Shinkei hoped that the child would be deformed and could not be kept, so that Wu Yu would be determined to get rid of it after being sad. He was afraid that Lucio would use this child to raise the Gu, and the child would be born, which would cause endless troubles. At that time, Wu Yu would be really heartbroken. Shinkei withdrew his eyes from the bed. When the matter was over, if Wu Yu really wanted children, he would have as many as she wanted. But now, he had to make Wu Yu crazy first. Compared with Wu Yu's safety, everything else had to stand aside. He must not let Lucio's evil plan succeed. Chapter 633. Wu Yu sat on the sofa in the living room with a red face. This male demon, why does he get so close to her when he wants to talk? It's fine if he's so close, but he doesn't even wear clothes. Don't you know that you are in such a good shape and have such a seductive temperament now? It's very tempting to commit crimes. Pregnancy hormone secretion is strong, and I can't control myself at all. What's more, the two of them had a deep communication before, and their relationship was so good. It's really hard to control my imagination. Just now in the elevator. Just kissing each other. Who can bear it? Wu Yu, come here. Suddenly, Shinkei's voice came from the bedroom, and Wu Yu jumped up from the sofa. Oh my god. She used to make Shinkei crazy, but now Shinkei calls her and makes her crazy. Wu Yu gritted her teeth. What? As soon as Wu Yu finished speaking, Shinkei simply walked out of the room. Seeing that Shinkei was finally dressed, Wu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Shinkei sat down next to Wu Yu and put his ear close to her. Put on the earrings for me. Wu Yu looked at the earrings in Shinkei's palm, all of which she had bought for him before, and her heart skipped a beat again. She put her hand into Shinkei's palm and was about to take the earrings away when Shinkei's fingers suddenly bent and gently brushed across her palm. Wu Yu's whole body froze instantly, and she lowered her head with a red face. Shinkei urged her, hurry up, we still have work to do later. Wu Yu, you can't do this again, or I won't do it. Shinkei chuckled, well, I won't do this anymore. I try something else. Wu Yu picked up the earrings and helped Shinkei put them on. Shinkei's breathing gradually became heavier as he felt Wu Yu's fingertips brushing across his earlobes. Sensing that Shinkei's entire aura had become dangerous and aggressive, Wu Yu was about to retreat, but Shinkei grabbed her waist and pressed her against the back of the sofa. Wu Yu put her hands on Shinkei's chest. Let me go. Shinkei buried his face in Wu Yu's neck, breathing heavier and heavier, his voice hoarse. Wu Yu, do you miss me? Wu Yu's pupils flickered violently, her eyes were red, and she said nothing. Shinkei held Wu Yu tightly in his arms, and a hot kiss fell on Wu Yu's neck. His voice was very light. I miss you so much, I miss you so much. Every minute and every second you are not by my side, I feel like I'm dead. No. I am in more pain than death, and living is worse than death. Wife, can you comfort me? Shinkei raised his head with tears in his eyes. He looked at Wu Yu intently and approached. Wu Yu's breathing was unstable. Shinkei, I put on makeup. You said you were going out soon. Shinkei and Wu Yu looked at each other, their breaths lingering, and their lips seemed to brush against each other when he opened his mouth. Wu Yu was about to retreat, but Shinkei immediately pinched her neck. Dear, even if you don't want to be with me, you can play with me as you like. No matter what you are thinking, as long as you miss me, just come and sleep with me. As long as it's you, I push you down. It's consensual, can't you just have fun? You know clearly that I'm very good, and I serve you very comfortably, don't you miss me? Wu Yu's pupils shrank instantly. Damn. This person doesn't even want a name now. He's really seducing. Who can resist this? Wu Yu looked at Shinkei with a flickering and broken gaze, and Shinkei instantly chuckled. He leaned close to Wu Yu's ear and bit her earlobe. Or baby, do you like me to tease and seduce you like this? Do you like me to take the initiative and use force? Wu Yu's bones were softened by Shinkei's teasing. Her whole body was numb, and her tailbone was trembling from the base of her tail to the back of her neck. But Shinkei's hand on the back of her neck was still rubbing, making her whole body feel like she was electrocuted, and her brain was hot, and her consciousness gradually sank. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei with a flickering look, and there seemed to be a hook in his eyes. Shinkei raised the corner of his mouth wantonly, and the action of kissing her ear became more and more unscrupulous. Shinkei had no worries, and put his arm around Wu Yu's waist, stretched out his hand, and fell on her necklace, gently rubbing and feeling Wu Yu's body temperature on the necklace, and his hand went directly down and slowly tightened, and Wu Yu's face flushed instantly. His voice was right beside Wu Yu's ears, frivolous and erotic. It's more comfortable than before. He had thought about it when he was measuring the size today, and he was about to explode after enduring it until now. The more Wu Yu pushed him, the tighter Shinkei hugged him, and the more blatant his hands became. Shinkei's hand slid inside along the skirt, and Wu Yu's breathing became heavier, and she looked fierce but was weak inside. Shinkei, you are not allowed to take advantage of me by taking advantage of your position. Shinkei said slowly, well, what can I do? I have the highest position and the strongest power here, and no one can control me. Good girl, only you can take care of me, but if I ask you to coax me, and you don't want to, then I can only do it myself. Wu Yu was weak. Shinkei, I'm pregnant. Shinkei buried his face in Wu Yu's chest, madly feeling her breath. Being pregnant doesn't mean you can't have sex, not to mention I don't want to do it. Wife, I just want to serve you, make you comfortable, make you happy. Wu Yu's will was struggling violently. It's amazing, the male fairy has completely upgraded to a succubus. Shinkei chuckled, his hand slid deeper and deeper. Wife, have you thought about it? Wu Yu's mouth was harder than a hydraulic pliers. No. Shinkei, if you do this again, I will move to Wu Chang's place. Shinkei curled his lips, taking advantage of the situation and stopping while he was ahead, and took back his hand to help Wu Yu tidy up her skirt. Feeling Shinkei rubbing her with his hands, Wu Yu felt like Tang Sung entering the silk cave. Wu Yu pushed Shinkei's hand away in anger and glared at him fiercely. General Shen, please pay attention to your personal conduct. Shinkei lowered his eyes and looked at her, without saying a word, just smiled with an ambiguous smile. He raised his hand, turned his palm over to look at his slender fingers, turned his head to look at Wu Yu, and chuckled. Wu Yu's eyes fell on Shinkei's fingertips, and her mind exploded, and she was furious. Are you still not going out? Shinkei stood up, and returned to his cold and abstinent expression, looking sideways. Let's go, Miss Wu Yu, hurry up, there is still work waiting for us. Wu Yu, Damn it, this beast said all the good and bad things inside and outside. Wu Yu was so angry that she said, is this the working style of Admiral Shen now? Shinkei tilted his head. Is there anything wrong with my work style? Wu Yu, you take advantage of female colleagues. Shinkei said coldly. Ms. Wu Yu, first of all, there are no female colleagues in my work environment, you are the first one. Secondly, I don't take advantage of female colleagues. Wu Yu was angry. What is that? Shinkei looked sideways. I am just reminding my wife, who has been separated from me for half a year, to remember to fulfill her obligations as a wife, and not always let her husband stay alone in the empty room and think about solving it by herself. Wu Yu was completely red and hot, and blood was dripping from her ears. Seeing Wu Yu was confused and dizzy, Shinkei smiled and put his arm around her waist. Let's go. I really need your cooperation next, Miss Wu Yu. Chapter 634. Speaking of this, Shinkei began to tie the belts and restraints around his body. Wu Yu was puzzled. What are you going to do? After confirming that the fixation was complete, Shinkei walked behind Wu Yu and tied the restraints around her body without waiting for her to react. Wu Yu froze suddenly when she felt that Shinkei was avoiding her stomach and tying the two together. Shinkei, don't be nervous. I'm just showing you what it feels like to look down on the entire Order Realm. These restraints are very effective and won't hurt the child. Don't worry, I won't feel a strong sense of weightlessness if I don't dive. After fixing, Shinkei instantly spread his 3 pairs of silver wings, quietly waiting for Wu Yu's choice. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei's wings and fell into a fierce ideological struggle. Anyway, she had jumped off the building so many times. It should be okay to fly for a while. Hee. She is such a wicked mother. Seeing that Wu Yu didn't say anything, Shinkei put on her helmet and goggles, and put his hands over her belly to hold her waist tightly, firmly protecting her belly. Shinkei, it started, wife, hold me tightly if you are nervous. Wu Yu paused, and slowly stroked Shinkei's hand. Shinkei immediately changed positions, and protected Wu Yu's hands in his arms. The two intertwined their fingers, and hugged Wu Yu's belly together. Shinkei jumped to the window nimbly, and Wu Yu looked at the night scene of the Order Realm covered by dazzling neon lights as night fell. Without waiting for her reaction, Shinkei hugged her and jumped down, and the feeling of weightlessness came instantly. Behind him, the wind was strong, and Shinkei's 3 pairs of silver wings were in operation, covering the sky and the sun, and they were gorgeous and dazzling under the cover of the god's fire. The two of them were suspended in the air, and Shinkei flapped his wings and flew Wu Yu to a high place, and came to the window of 9980. Wu Yu was surprised to see Lucio standing by the window, looking at them with a sinister look on his face. Shinkei raised his chin and smiled at Lucio arrogantly and defiantly, then turned around and flew towards the busy downtown area of Order Realm. Bang! Lucio smashed the water cup in his hand against the glass wall, holding the broken glass in his palm, blood dripping from his fingertips. He said coldly, send someone to follow, let Lucifer and Cain go. Zhou Chuan, yes. Wu Yu hadn't felt this free and carefree for a long time. She seemed to have become the unruly wind, the unrestrained cloud, flying in the sky. The bored, stagnant, and closed heart was broken by Shinkei's strong invasion. All the defensive walls were broken down again and again. When he really flew over the Order Realm, Wu Yu found that these high-rise buildings and modern transportation vehicles seemed to be pixel process models. Shinkei, yes, in fact, the technological level of the Order Realm is far behind the technological development level of humans. The first thing your mother did after returning to the human world was to align the granularity of the scientific research progress on both sides. The reason why Lucio was able to control the world of order by overcoming so many gods, demons, and ghosts, and create the illusion of cyberpunk splendor in the world of order. Your mother's original words are, the advice I gave him from my second-year syndrome, and the Doomsday Terminal Server. Wu Yu, Doomsday Terminal Server? Shinkei, well, Doomsday Terminal. Wu Yu suddenly interrupted, Shinkei, don't tell me any more. Shinkei looked sideways, what's wrong? Wu Yu, I don't know if Lucio has modified my body and implanted a chip in the past 6 months. Before the Alliance's main force arrives, I can't increase my involvement in this whole incident. The deeper I get involved, the more likely Lucio will use me to achieve his ulterior motives and turn the tables. The more I know, the deeper the web will be woven around me, and the harder it will be for me to escape unscathed. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei, I believe in you, the Alliance, my parents, my partners and friends. With so many people working together, there must be a way to save me. Shinkei nodded, you're free anyway, so think about what I just said to you on the sofa. Just now on the sofa. Shinkei told her to play with him. The night was shrouded, and Wu Yu's face was red. Shinkei leaned close to Wu Yu's ear, to be honest, Miss Wu Yu, pleasing you is also an important part of my mission this time. I hope you don't let me fail in my first mission and return empty-handed. Flying in the romantic night sky with a dazzling night view of the Order Realm, and Shinkei's affectionate and focused eyes, the two of them leaned on each other tightly, and felt Shinkei's hot heart. Wu Yu really couldn't say no. Wu Yu looked away, Shinkei, I don't know if I will be forced into a desperate situation and lie to you again. I'm afraid I will hurt you again. I am afraid of our relationship. Our once beautiful and passionate love was completely destroyed by lies and deceptions. In the end, we are tired of each other, and even resent each other. I don't want you to compromise, tolerate, and chase blindly, and I can't bear you always bowing your head in our relationship. Can you give me some time to think about it? Shinli immediately agreed, okay. Take it step by step. Don't push Wu Yu too far. As long as Wu Yu is willing to face the problem, and slowly open her heart to him to solve the problem together, Lu Xiao's trick will never succeed. Seeing Shinkei agreed, Wu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Shinkei coaxed, then I will pursue you again, okay? Wu Yu pressed the corner of her mouth. No. Shinkei, you think about yours, I pursue mine. We don't interfere with each other. Wu Yu glared at him. You just agreed to let me think about it. Shinkei nodded. Yes, just think about it. I like you. I'm pursuing you. And I didn't force you to agree to me or force you to be with me. You can refuse me if you don't want to, but you have the right to consider and refuse, and I also have the right to pester you. Why? Are you afraid that you can't resist the ideological decline? Wu Yu, This person is getting more and more shameless now. Before, he didn't dare to get close to her if she didn't let him get close, and he didn't dare to confess if he was not sure of her feelings, let alone make a move. Now he is simply unscrupulous and shameless. Seeing Wu Yu didn't say a word, Shinkei leaned in and kissed her on the cheek. Wu Yu was angry. From now on, until I think it through, you are not allowed to touch me or take advantage of me again. Shinkei's tone was contemptuous and meaningful. Okay, but Wu Yu, if you slip in your thinking and take the initiative to get close to me, don't blame me for being ruthless. What a stinky hooligan. She is pregnant. Can't he be more reserved? Wu Yu's teeth were about to break. Okay. Sorry to bother you too, when you're fighting so hard. A sinister and sneaky voice sounded, and Shinkei and Wu Yu looked at each other at the same time. The ancestor of vampires, Cain, had a pair of blood-red pupils on his handsome and pale face in the west, and he raised his mouth to reveal a pair of fangs. Further ahead is the disorder-forbidden area of the Order World. Considering Miss Wu Yu's special physique, the two of you can't go any further. Wu Yu looked into the distance, and it was indeed pitch black when he entered the jungle. The entire Order realm was much smaller than he had imagined. There was a clear division of the restricted area at the edge of the neon lights. There were frictions, collisions, and sparks in the restricted area from time to time. It was the evil spirits and beasts outside the restricted area who tried to break into the Order range. The one flying silently beside Cain was the fallen angel Lucifer. Wu Yu and Shinkei had met him before when they fought the Fox Fairy Dungeon. However, Lucifer never thought that a small chameleon human would become a high-ranking Heavenly Order official, the Seraph of the Heavenly God. In just 1 year, the present is completely different from the past. Lucifer's eyes fell on Wu Yu's face. It was with the help of this woman that this human could achieve such a rapid improvement. Since the Seraph arrived at the Order realm, the atmosphere of the entire Order realm has been turbulent and undercurrents are surging. Lu Xiao was always impatient when the Order officers held meetings every day. In the past 2 days, he was even more furious and punished the Order officers for no reason. Even when the giant wolf and the snake demon were killed one after another, Lu Xiao did nothing. It can even be said that the death of the snake demon was completely instigated by Lu Xiao. The snake demon is lustful and arrogant about his beauty and strength. He is cunning and cold-blooded, and may bite Lu Xiao back at any time. He has been firmly in the position of the top Order officer due to his strength over the years, but he has also done many stupid things to stir up trouble. Before the war officially started, both sides were testing each other. Lu Xiao was using the Seraphim to eliminate those who were not in agreement with him. Now Lu Xiao sent him, and Cain to keep an eye on the Seraphim. Would he also want to get rid of them? With the current strength of this human, it would be easy to crush him to death. Not only Lucifer was afraid, even Cain was very secretive about Shinkei. Now the Order realm was ready to stir up bloody storms at any time. 2 people had been killed in the western track. The first bird to stick its head out was shot. The 2,000-year-old turtles had to cherish their lives. After the reminder, they flew to the side, as if they had said everything they should say. If you insist on running away, I can't control you. However, these 2 were clear, but some were not. Having figured out the scope of the Order realm, Shinkei and Wu Yu were ready to return. Before they flew twice, a shocking tiger roar suddenly came from the forbidden land of disorder. As the restrictions of the entire Order were suddenly broken, a huge beast with wings and a tiger-like appearance appeared in front of everyone, and everyone present showed a surprised expression. This is a fierce beast that likes to eat people, one of the ancient 4 great beasts, Qiongqi. Eat people? This is a real world of cannibalism. Chapter 635. Human World. Everyone is studying the holographic projection repeatedly. The Doomsday Terminal server is similar to a magical instrument that has cultivated into a spirit and has developed intelligence. Before the end of the world, the social system is extremely tilted, and the social atmosphere is getting worse and worse. The human will to survive has been reduced to a certain extent, and everyone is complaining, malice is growing, and hostility is growing, which gives rise to evildoers. Evildoers will appear before troubled times, and the Doomsday Terminal server was created at such an opportunity. The original coverage of the Doomsday Terminal server was the entire Order realm, but with the invasion of human willpower, the server terminal was damaged, and the Order realm appeared in the Disorder Forbidden Land outside the Order coverage. Lu Xiao could not control the evil spirits and beasts sent to the Order realm by Wu Cheng, and could only expel them to the Disorder Forbidden Land, where the big fish ate the small fish, and the small fish ate the shrimp. And eventually, the situation formed where the evil spirits and beasts of the 8 directions occupied their own territory and ruled as kings. Zhou Qianfeng, it is precisely because the Doomsday Terminal server was damaged that Lu Xiao's absolute dominance declined, and his most urgent task at present is to repair the server. As for how to repair it, it is very likely that the server will be charged by the child of Wu Yu. As long as the power of the server reaches its peak again, and the Order is absolutely dominant, it can open infinite dungeons to suppress human development, cut off the lifeline of human continuation, and achieve the purpose of the Order world being superior to the human world again. Jian Suiyu, the signal transmission equipment brought into the Order world by Shinkei, and Wu Cheng can interfere with the signal coverage of the Doomsday Terminal server to a certain extent. After the equipment is fully operational, the prohibition of the Disorder Forbidden Land will be unstable, and the coverage of the Order world will continue to shrink. By then, we can implement the real invasion plan from the outer edge of the Disorder Forbidden Land and the edge of the Order world. Cain and Lucifer looked at each other. Both of them looked unhappy. I didn't expect that Qiongqi has developed to the point where it can break through the Order restriction by itself. Is Qiongqi getting stronger, or the restriction getting weaker? The restriction is getting weaker, which means Lu Xiao is getting weaker. They are very cunning. Qiongqi is obviously coming for Wu Yu. The two of them are just standing aside as a background and not taking any action, just wanting to see what Shinkei will do. Qiongqi suddenly gave Shinkei a warning roar, and looked at Wu Yu with scarlet eyes, obviously asking him to hand over the person. Shinkei's silver wings, which he had learned in half a year, fought in the air with Qiongqi, who was born with wings. Wu Yu looked sideways, put me back on the ground first. Shinkei pulled out Long Yuan, and held Wu Yu tightly in his arms from behind with one hand. No need, hold me if you feel uncomfortable. White flames ignited above Long Yuan, and the high temperature made the surrounding air rise and twist. Qiongqi flapped his wings, and brought a strong wind with the smell of rotten meat. Wu Yu's face froze immediately, and an unbearable sour feeling rose in her throat, and she wanted to vomit. Sensing Wu Yu's discomfort, a golden dragon rose up from Shinkei's body, and the dragon roared at Qiongqi fiercely. The golden dragon with the fire of the gods burning all over its body rushed towards Qiongqi fiercely, and the moment it hit Qiongqi, Qiongqi let out a violent wail. The dragon's golden claws tightly grasped Qiongqi's scarlet eyes, and the claws buckled into the eye sockets, suddenly crushing Qiongqi's eyeballs. The powerful, fierce, cruel and tyrannical fighting style made Cain and Lucifer, who were hiding on the side, suddenly change color. This is not the fighting style of a compassionate angel who conveys God's will. Even the demons in hell are not so cruel. Without waiting for Qiongqi to struggle, Shinkei teleported in front of Qiongqi, and the electric knife suddenly pierced Qiongqi's heart, turning and stirring, and the fire of the gods penetrated Qiongqi's body along the blade. Qiongqi burned to carbonization in just 3 seconds, just like molten iron at high temperature, silently scattered into the darkness under his feet. Shinkei stopped instantly, and looked at Wu Yu. Are you still uncomfortable? Wu Yu's face was pale. I want to go down. Shinkei nodded. Okay, fly a little inside and let you go. Shinkei took Wu Yu away, and from beginning to end, he didn't even look at Cain and Lucifer. As respected top-level Order officers, the two did not complain about Shinkei's arrogant attitude. The Order world respects the strong, and it is obvious that this seraph from the human world has convinced the two with his powerful fighting power. The two looked at each other, thinking about their own calculations, and followed silently. Entering the downtown area of the Order world, Shinkei put Wu Yu down, swiped his ID card to get a shuttle bus, and Shinkei drove her through the downtown streets of the Order world. Wu Yu looked at the various strange gods, demons, humans, and ghosts walking on the roadside. The streets were like the human market before the end of the world, with all kinds of vendors and shops. She looked at them intently, full of curiosity. She asked Shinkei, have you been out for a walk these days? Shinkei glanced at Wu Yu. I came here when I first started acting with Wu Cheng to deceive Lu Xiao. It was mainly to conceal the truth and set up a signal station in the center of the city. Wu Yu was curious. Have you and Wu Cheng rehearsed in advance to play a couple? Shinkei turned away his eyes, and said coldly, no, he was rehearsing with Wu Xioli. She was not angry when she knew that he was acting as a couple with others, and said that he could let it go. When he gets back his position as the queen and his status is stable, he will settle every account with Wu Yu. Wu Yu blinked, not knowing why Shinkei suddenly became unhappy, but Shinkei's cold look now is really attractive. She couldn't help but retract her gaze and stare at Shinkei's profile. After looking at it for a while, Shinkei suddenly turned his head, his eyes deep. Don't just look, do it practically. Wu Yu turned her head and looked out the window, changing the subject. Where are we going now? Shinkei, I take you to get a haircut. Your hair is too long, and it's inconvenient to take care of it as your belly is getting bigger. Wu Yu's face was hot, and she said softly, without saying anything. Shinkei looked sideways. Of course it doesn't matter if you don't want to, I can help you wash it. Wu Yu raised her head suddenly. I do. Let's get a haircut now. Shinkei looked forward and curled his lips. Entering the barber's shop, Wu Yu tried to suppress his curious gaze when he saw Miss Sadako's bright and beautiful hair. After declining Miss Sadako's hair washing service, Wu Yu just lay on the hair washing table, and Shinkei stood behind the sink and held up her hair. Wu Yu and Shinkei looked at each other, and her face became redder and redder as she felt his hand constantly stroking her long hair. Wu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Shinkei, you can't do this. You always do this, and it will interfere with my rational and calm thinking. Along with the sound of water, Shinkei's voice entered Wu Yu's ears. When I was controlled by Wang Ting, I was also thinking, Wu Yu, you can't do this, don't get close to me, don't smile at me. But the more I think about it, the more I look forward to your approach. The more I tell myself to stay away from you, the more I can't help but look at you. Even when I don't know your feelings, I can't resist you. What's more, you are like this now, weak and troubled, becoming my wife and carrying my child, and trying your best to suppress your love for me. Wu Yu, I let you go at the beginning, but you didn't leave. Now, no matter how you drive me away, I won't leave. When he said this, Shinkei's hand gently and powerfully supported Wu Yu's neck. His hot palm kept stroking Wu Yu's neck, giving her endless comfort and consolation, making Wu Yu's eyes gradually intoxicated when looking at Shinkei. It's done. Wu Yu was stunned. What? Shinkei chuckled. It's done, wife, get up. Or should I hold you? Facing Shinkei's teasing gaze, Wu Yu's face flushed and she jumped up and walked towards the barber's table under the guidance of Miss Sadako. Shinkei's focused eyes fell on Wu Yu's back. Run slower. You're going to be a mother, but you're still acting like a child. What if you fall down? Thinking of this, Shinkei's expression instantly turned gloomy. Lu Xiao, this bitch, let his wife get pregnant and give birth to a child when she's so young. Just 20 years old, he'd beat him to death sooner or later. Chapter 636. Sadako, what kind of haircut do you want? Wu Yu, a short haircut. Wu Yu was getting her hair cut, and Shinkei was sitting on the sofa waiting and watching her. As she watched and cut, Wu Yu looked at herself in the mirror, and her expression gradually became abstract. Shinkei suddenly puffed and turned his face away as Wu Yu turned over and glared at him. Just like that, he couldn't help but laugh with his head down when he saw Wu Yu's new hairstyle. Wu Yu walked out of the barber's shop with a gloomy face, and she was no longer interested at all. As expected, no one could walk out of the barber's shop with a smile. Wu Yu was furious and took her anger out on others. What kind of barber shop did you choose? What kind of haircut is this? Shinkei reached out and grabbed Wu Yu's newly baked chicken coop. Doesn't it look good? I think it still. Hearing Shinkei's suppressed laughter, Wu Yu backhanded and punched him hard with her elbow. Her tone was grim. If you dare to laugh again, I will kill you to silence you. Shinkei touched the chest that was hit by Wu Yu, and felt itchy in his heart when he saw Wu Yu mumbling in anger and greeting the owner of the barber's shop. Shinkei, where else do you want to go? Wu Yu sulked. Let's go home. Shinkei, let's go buy clothes? Wu Yu didn't want to. Why buy clothes with a haircut like this? Shinkei coaxed her. You are beautiful. You will look good with any haircut. Wu Yu glared at him. General Shen, I have a reasonable suspicion that you and the owner of this barber's shop are secretly colluding to take revenge on me. Shinkei raised his eyebrows and glanced at her. Interesting. Then you should focus on the part of taking revenge. Wu Yu turned away angrily and ignored him. Her mind kept flashing back to Shinkei's expression and reaction when he just spoke, and when they were locked up before. TSK. A seductive woman who is good at seducing people. Not only is she pretty, but she can always pick up her jokes. Shinkei glanced at Wu Yu through the rearview mirror. Seeing that she was in a good mood with a smile on her lips, he couldn't help but curl his lips. Driving all the way back from the downtown area to the high-level association building, the atmosphere in the car was ambiguous and charming. making people feel itchy. Before returning the car, Shinkei found a secluded place to park the car. Wu Yu was alerted when she saw Shinkei's movement. What do you want to do? Shinkei nodded. I want to. Wu Yu immediately said, Shinkei, we have a deal. Without giving Wu Yu time to react, Shinkei came over and held her tightly in his arms, burying his head in Wu Yu's chest. Wife, let me hold you for a while. Once we entered the building, Lu Xiu didn't know what kind of trouble he would cause. I just want to hold you quietly for a while, and I won't do anything. Intimately embracing each other, without any gaps, Shinkei's ardent love completely enveloped her. Wu Yu was frozen for a long time, and finally couldn't help but reach out to hug Shinkei's neck and stroke his hair. Feeling Wu Yu's response, Shin Chung immediately raised the corners of his mouth and rubbed his face against her, hugging her tighter. Shinkei, wife, I love you so much. Wu Yu's breathing suddenly stagnated. Shinkei. Shinkei, even if you don't want to say it now, and dare not say it, but I know that you love me. Only if you love me, you will be afraid that I will die and come here alone. Only if you love me, you will forgive my change of heart and bless me with tears. Only if you love me, you will be afraid of hurting me and afraid that the beauty we once had will deteriorate. Wu Yu, everything you do for me, not just love, but love. Wu Yu, Shinkei, don't be so good to me. You are so good, I really can't bear to let you go. Shinkei hugged Wu Yu fiercely and let her go. Let's go back. Only when we have experienced all the hardships that we are destined to face as soon as possible can we be together without worries. Wu Yu tried to move her eyes away from Shinkei's profile, but looking at his calm and restrained eyebrows, he exuded a reliable aura that made people feel safe. It has to be her. The husband she chose is the best. Shinkei suddenly said, Miss Wu Yu, since you have decided to temporarily draw a line between you and me, I hope you can still not be too intimate with me. Shinkei glanced sideways. Don't have any improper thoughts about me. I'm not a casual person. Wu Yu, This guy is so quick to act that he starts again. He is addicted to acting, and he has a new way of acting every now and then. He is full of energy and has endless energy all day long. As soon as the two returned the car and returned to the building of the high-level association, they saw Lu Xiu waiting there. It is obvious that he knows that the restrictions have been loosened, and Shinkei killed Xiongqi in seconds, so this damn thing is looking for trouble again. In theory, his way of looking for trouble has always been to play the emotional card. But when he saw Wu Yu's new haircut, he opened his mouth again, and finally spit out a sentence. Did a dog bite your head? It was really a life-threatening scene. Shinkei, Lu Xiu, Cain and Lucifer were all handsome. In such a scene where everyone was the center of attention, Wu Yu had a head that was bitten by a dog. Even Lu Xiu, who had a strong sense of faith, found it difficult to continue the emotional drama. Do you still love her? It's just SOSO. Maybe not too much. Suddenly I felt that it was not impossible to fight against each other. Wu Yu exploded instantly. Her defense was broken. This time she really broke her defense. She had been fighting with Lu Xiu for half a year, and her defense had never been broken. Her mentality was as stable as an old dog. She never got angry no matter what Lu Xiu attacked her. Not only was she not angry, but she was also full of fighting spirit like a fighting cock. But she got angry when he said her hair was not cut well. She was really angry, because her hair was really not cut well. Puff. The laughter came one after another, and Wu Yu's head jumped up and down like a teapot lid. Wu Yu even suspected that Shinkei hugged her instead of kissing her just now, because he thought her hair was cut ugly. Ha. No wonder he suddenly said that he wanted to draw a clear line with her, asking her not to have any intimate actions, and not to have any improper thoughts about him. But it's not enough to make him feel good about himself. From now on, let alone touching him, she won't even look at him. Hee. She swept her eyes across the four men present with a fan-shaped gaze. All men in the world are the same. Grabbing the ID card from Shinkei, Wu Yu swiped the elevator in a rage and left. Zhou Chuan happened to come to meet Lu Xiu. When he saw Wu Yu and was about to say hello, his eyes fell on her head. He blinked in astonishment and showed a terrifying expression on his face. Wu Yu had a memory of this expression. Zhou Chuan saw her dismembered body parts in the top 10 murders in the dungeon. Ha. Wu Yu is extremely vicious. Are you going or not? If not, get out of the way. Zhou Chuan couldn't take his eyes off Wu Yu's head. He moved respectfully in small steps out of the elevator. Until Wu Yu left with murderous intent, Zhou Chuan couldn't help but ask Shinkei out of curiosity. Excuse me, Lord Seraph, which shop did Miss Wu Yu get her hair cut? Everyone present pricked up their ears calmly, determined to put this barber shop on the mine avoidance list. Shinkei, Ms. Sadako. Everyone retracted their ears. That's fine. This shop will always be on the mine avoidance list. Zhou Chuan. Ms. Sadako has poor eyesight, and she relies on stream of consciousness to cut her hair. After a while, Zhou Chuan seriously suggested, Lord Seraph, you should buy a wig for Miss Kuretsuki as soon as possible. Otherwise, with Miss Kuretsuki's mouth cannon combat power in a violent state, all those who laugh at her hair may be sprayed to death by her. Chapter 637. Shinkei never thought that it would be Wu Yu's badly cut hair that would stop Lu Xiu from making a move. Taking the elevator back to 9970, as soon as he stepped into the room, Wu Yu rushed out of the room with his clothes and stuffed them into his hands. Wu Yu, General Shin, it's not appropriate for a man and a woman to sleep in the same room. Please go back to your room. Shinkei, Damn it, Lu Xiu didn't make a move. This time he just shot himself in the foot. Shinkei saw that Wu Yu was so angry that he didn't dare to challenge her again, so he simply took the clothes and went back to the room. Seeing Shinkei really took the clothes and left, Wu Yu was more certain that Shinkei just thought she was ugly now. I was so angry. Until the next morning when she woke up, Wu Yu was still furious when she saw her head in the mirror while brushing her teeth and washing her face. While brushing her teeth, she gritted her teeth. Men are really the same. You changed your mind just because your hair was not cut properly. She pushed the door open and found that Shinkei was not there, which made her even angrier. Walking to the restaurant and finding the cooked porridge in the pot, Wu Yu's anger subsided a little. I'm going to the regular meeting of the order officers. Remember to heat up the porridge before eating. Shinkei, seeing the note left by Shinkei, which was written in a vigorous and powerful style, and was particularly beautiful, Wu Yu finally felt much better. Order officers meeting. Lu Xiu sat at the top, and Shinkei, as a heavenly order officer, sat in the first position below him. Wu Chong sat next to Shinkei, and opposite Shinkei was a sweet, bright and charming female order officer. The female order officer smiled at Shinkei with great energy. Hello, Lord Seraph, I am Freya, the goddess of love and beauty. What a coincidence, the name of Lord Seraphim Noah is God's beauty. We seem to be destined to be together. The monitor implanted in the ear bone heard the sound of Wu Yu getting up, and Shinkei lowered his eyes and listened to Wu Yu's movements without making any sound. Freya tilted her head innocently. Lord Seraphim, didn't you hear me talking? Shinkei, Hearing Wu Yu muttering that he was not here, and that he changed his mind before his hair was cut, Shinkei's eyes flashed with a smile. Freya leaned forward and found that Shinkei's breath softened for a moment. She looked at Shinkei with eyes flickering constantly. Noah, you must not be familiar with this place, since you just came to the Order realm. I will take you around to get familiar with it, right? I am the administrative clerk of the Order officer, and this is what I should do. From the beginning, there was a female ghost chattering non-stop. Lu Xiu, the bastard, saw that Wu Yu's hair was not cut well, and he couldn't continue to act, so he found a female ghost to disgust him again. Shinkei glanced at Lu Xiu. Is the meeting still going to start? If not, I'm leaving. He still has to go back to comfort his wife. Lu Xiu smiled calmly. After all, today is the first time for you, Noah, to meet all the order officers here, and everyone has to get to know each other. Shinkei took a quick glance and said, I've seen it before. It's fine. I'm leaving. Anyway, he and Wu Chong are here, so Lu Xiu can't say anything useful. As long as the people are deployed to the detector, it will be fine. Wu Chong, then I'm leaving too. The two walked out of the conference room one after the other, and Freya chased after them. Wait. Shinkei glanced at Wu Chong with an impatient look on his face. Go get rid of her. Wu Chong was just watching the fun. She's targeting you, not me. I can't say anything. Shinkei stopped and looked at Freya. When she looked at Shinkei, her face flushed and her heart beat fast. She said shyly, Lord Seraph, you are so beautiful. Can I play with you? Shinkei looked at her coldly. Come closer and I will tell you. Cut the Gordian knot quickly. Instead of letting the female ghost talk trash in front of Wu Yu, burn her to death directly. Freya looked at Shinkei embarrassedly and lowered her head shyly. Lord Seraph, although you are indeed very handsome, it is too fast. We still need to get to know each other before we can get close. Freya looked at Shinkei tentatively. Before Freya could step forward, Shinkei had already turned around and left. Seeing that Shinkei didn't fall for the hard-to-get trick, Freya gritted her teeth and caught up with the elevator before the door closed. Shinkei stood inside the elevator, and Wu Chong was like a river that separated the two of them. Freya kept peeking at Shinkei through the elevator's mirror. He was so handsome. The ultimate beauty of the combination of the East and the West, the perfect head-to-body ratio in the West, the silver-white hair as dazzling as the stars, and the green pupils in the moment of eye contact just now made her deeply fascinated. Most Western gods are passionate and unrestrained. Angel is calm and reserved but too gentle. His cold and distant attitude when speaking makes people want to get closer. 9970 arrived. Shinkei took the lead and left. Freya hurriedly chased him. Shinkei suddenly stopped. When she was about to touch Shinkei's sleeve, she immediately distanced herself vigilantly. It happened that Wu Yu was strolling in the corridor after breakfast. Seeing the tug-of-war between the two, Niao Qiao shrank into the corner and peeped with interest. Freya, Noah, I'm good friends with many order officers. I can help you get in touch with them. Wu Chong was going back to 9960 to confirm the coverage of the detector, but when he saw that there was something to eat, he excitedly stepped out of the elevator. Shinkei glanced at the place where Wu Yu was hiding with his peripheral vision without making a sound, and then glared at Wu Chong. His wife and colleagues, none of them are worry-free, all want to see him in a good mood. Shinkei glanced sideways. Freya, order officer, I don't need you to get in touch with me. After that, Shinkei walked towards the room. Freya saw Wu Yu nearby, gritted her teeth, and took a step forward. Lord Seraph, can I come into your room and sit for a while? You just told me to come closer, then tell me if I can come to play with you. Shinkei narrowed his eyes dangerously when he realized that Freya was deliberately saying something to make Wu Yu misunderstand. This female ghost was very cunning. Not only did she not take the initiative to approach him, she was also playing hard to get. Lu Xiu deliberately sent them to discuss them. As long as he couldn't help but take action, Lu Xiu would punish him and separate him from Wu Yu. Just as Shinkei was about to refuse, he suddenly heard an exasperated voice from the corner. You brought back another one. Shinkei, have you ever considered my feelings? Wu Chong saw Wu Yu rushing out, his eyes bursting with excitement. Before he could get excited, he saw Wu Yu's shocking head, and he was shocked. Yu, what's wrong with your head? Wu Yu's veins on his forehead instantly popped up. He wasn't that angry at first, but when he was told this in person, his anger level was instantly maxed out. She walked up to Shinkei with murderous intent, raised her head in his teasing eyes, and grabbed his collar like a fighting cock. I'm asking you a question? Are you mute? When you begged me to come back, you humbly promised that you would never bring a woman back. What do you mean by bringing another one back now? Shinkei, I will never forgive you this time. Shinkei's eyes fell on Wu Yu's head, and he pressed the corners of his mouth in Wu Yu's gradually violent eyes. He lowered his head and approached Wu Yu, coaxing her softly. She followed me here on her own. I didn't do anything. Freya immediately put on eye drops. Miss Wu Yu, I said that Lord Seraphim is good looking. Can we play with him? He took the initiative to ask me to get closer, and told me. Wu Yu let go of Shinkei's collar and covered her face sadly. Shinkei, I really didn't expect you to be such a person. I will pack up and leave now to make room for you. As he said, Wu Yu walked up to Freya without hesitation, grabbed her arm and dragged her into the house without saying anything. As he walked, he said resolutely in the tone of a mistress, who was heartbroken and washed her underwear with a cold face, Miss Freya, I wish you and Shinkei happiness. Freya was still immersed in the high-paced plot until she was pulled into the room. She looked at Shinkei's room and suddenly realized what was going on. She obviously wanted to go the pure love strategy route. How did it suddenly become a bloody 8 o'clock drama? Chapter 638. Shinkei and Wu Chong looked at each other outside the door. Even though they had been in class for half a year, they were still a little confused about Wu Yu's sudden move without any prior rehearsal. Wu Chong, what does you want to do? Shinkei guessed, maybe, lock her up and kill her? Go in and take a look first. Hearing Shinkei's entrance, before Freya could speak, Wu Yu suddenly fell to the ground and covered her stomach in pain. Freya looked at Wu Yu in confusion, then at Shinkei, already confused by the fast-paced plot. Seeing Shinkei's stern expression, Freya subconsciously explained, it wasn't me. Wu Chong immediately said, I haven't even asked you yet, but you're explaining yourself out of guilt. Freya finally came to her senses and looked at Wu Yu angrily. Miss Wu Yu, you have such a big malice against me the first time we met. Lord Seraph, such a vicious woman is not worthy of your love at all. Shinkei picked up Princess Wu Yu and looked at Freya with eyes that seemed to be icy. Miss Freya, you are not welcome here, please get out. Seeing Shinkei holding Wu Yu and leaving, Wu Yu nestled in his arms, covered her belly and cried, and acted like a spoiled child. Wu Yu, Shinkei, I will never forgive you again. Did you bring her back on purpose to humiliate me, to make her get rid of our child? Shinkei, I was wrong, I didn't. She took the initiative to follow me. Freya's heart was filled with anger. How could such a woman who was loved by such an excellent man, even by the order chief, be such a vulgar and lowly woman full of shameful means? And it was clearly the man who said, let her come closer. He is now full of lies, and won't admit it at all. Scumbag and bitch. Freya was extremely angry and walked toward Shinkei. It's not like that. She was about to grab Shinkei's sleeve. Looking at Wu Yu's sudden change of expression, blinking at her and smiling strangely, the back of her neck was so eerie that the hair stood up as if someone was staring at her. Freya's body was instantly filled with white fire of the gods, and she was burned to ashes without even feeling the pain of being burned. But in the blink of an eye, Freya's eyes subconsciously looked at Shinkei. From beginning to end, until Freya completely disappeared, Shinkei only looked down at Wu Yu in his arms, and never even looked at her. High-level order officer, goddess of love and beauty, Freya violated the rules of order and intended to attack the heaven-level order officer. Seraph Noah has been wiped out. Currently 36 high-level order officers. One vacancy to be filled. Wu Cheng whistled. Great, Captain. Another one is lost in the western track. Even now, Lucio doesn't send a top-level order officer, so there is no way to vacate a top-level seat. Shinkei, the gods and ghosts cherish their lives very much. 3 times is the limit. If we kill 2 order officers in a row, and kill at most 1 more, no one will listen to Lucio and come to give themselves up. Not only will they not come, they will also question Lucio's behavior. You should hurry back to 9960 now, and stop joining in the fun. Listen carefully to the reaction of the order officer in the conference room after Freya was killed. Wu Cheng nodded. I understand. I go right away. After Wu Cheng left, Wu Yu pushed Shinkei. Let me go. Shinkei tightened his grip, lowered his head, and approached Wu Yu. Are you angry with me? I let her get close to me because I wanted to kill her, but I didn't expect that she would have some brains this time. Wu Yu turned her face away. I'm not angry. Let me go. Shinkei's eyes wandered across Wu Yu's face, and he chuckled. Do you think I didn't kiss you yesterday because you didn't cut your hair well? Wu Yu, it's rare for me to be a gentleman and want to be affectionate with you, but you think I'm not good enough. If you weren't unhappy yesterday, do you think I would let you kick me out of the room? Wu Yu's face flushed. Shinkei, hurry up and start working with Wu Cheng. Shinkei hugged Wu Yu tightly, kissing her cheek vaguely. I'm moving back today. Wu Yu glared at him. No. Shinkei slowly put Wu Yu down, looking at her unscrupulously. There's nothing I can't do, said. Shinkei turned back to his room. Order officer meeting room. When the information of Freya's death was displayed, all the order officers present looked very ugly, and Lu Shou narrowed his eyes dangerously, with a vicious and fierce look in his eyes. Angel sighed. In just 3 days, 2 order officers and 2 beasts from the east and west died. Order master, if this continues, the order world will be destroyed without the need for human invasion. Lu Shou sneered at Angel. What does the holy angel mean? Just let them develop, right? Angel, for thousands of years, gods and ghosts have coexisted with humans. Instead of making unnecessary sacrifices, it is better to shake hands and make peace. The gods and ghosts trapped here can also go to their own places, the gods return to their positions, and the dead rest in peace. Lu Xiu's tone was very cold. Lord Holy Angel, you want to betray order. Angel looked at Lu Xiu, his eyes were neither humble nor arrogant, neither happy nor sad. Isn't order also trapping us? There has never been trust and loyalty, so how can we talk about betrayal? Lu Xiu looked at the quiet order officers present, all of whom were silent, and raised their lips in self-mockery. So now it has become that I am the only one who is fighting stubbornly. What I have been striving for has become a cage and shackles that imprison you. I have really become the most despicable and despicable person. It's just a fake god created by humans, and it has killed all of you. Lu Xiu covered his chest, spit out a mouthful of blood, and left in anger, feeling lonely. Although Lu Ling left, these gods, demons, and ghosts chose to lean on him. But Lu Ling's will had long been rooted in the world of order, and her ideas and beliefs had long shaken these gods and ghosts, like maggots attached to their bones. She left, but in the eyes of these ghosts and gods, she was leading to freedom, the freedom that people yearned for. The passage to leave the world of order and return to the human world has been opened. With the arrival of Shinkei, the fire of the gods is burning with unshakable power, and the power of faith and freedom is about to spread like wildfire. After listening to the content of the meeting, Shinkei looked grim. Wu Cheng, if Lu Xiu continues to be forced like this, he will soon be desperate. Shinkei, control the progress. We must wait until the Alliance's medical support is in place before we start a direct confrontation. Wu Cheng, the mission failure signal has been set for 3 days, and the second wave of Alliance support is expected to arrive tonight. Shinkei, stay in the room, and go to meet the support as soon as it arrives. Wu Cheng, got it. After the work was connected, Shinkei walked out of the room, and saw Wu Yu lying on the sofa board. He calmly sat down beside Wu Yu, who immediately sat up and moved aside, separating herself from Shinkei. Shinkei glanced at him. Miss Wu Yu, do you have any problem with me? Wu Yu leaned back on the sofa in a daze. Admiral Shin told me to keep a distance from you. You are not a casual person. Shinkei nodded, and took out the communicator of the Order Realm to read it. As the sound of entertainment animation came from Shinkei's communicator, Wu Yu couldn't help but look in his direction. Ah. She hasn't had any entertainment for half a year. What is Shinkei looking at? Why is there such a good thing in the Order Realm? Are they all brought by her mother? Take a look, take another look. Get closer. Can't help but get closer. Shinkei calmly watched Wu Yu's head getting closer and closer, until the weird-looking head that looked like it was chewed by a dog blocked his view of the communicator. Chapter 639. Shinkei calmly put his hand through Wu Yu's side, and held her belly, and moved the communicator to his eyes. Wu Yu immediately leaned over to grab his communicator. Don't take it away, I'm seeing it. Seeing Shinkei's face close at hand, and his eyes suddenly darkening, Wu Yu's expression froze for a moment. Turning his head to run, Shinkei threw the communicator aside, and held Wu Yu tightly in his arms with both hands. Wu Yu's face turned red. Shinkei, where are you putting your hands? Let me go. Shinkei hugged Wu Yu tighter. What did I tell you? If you can't control your thoughts, don't blame me for being ruthless. Wu Yu pushed him twice, but couldn't push him away. She lowered her head and said nothing. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu's ears, which were red all the way to her neck. He leaned close to Wu Yu's ear and whispered, Wife, can I kiss you? Wu Yu raised her head in anger, but Shinkei pinched her neck and kissed her deeply. The constant kiss made Wu Yu breathe fast, and her heart heaved. Shinkei's hand holding Wu Yu's waist gradually deviated, and slid into the hem of her pajamas. The hot and long kiss made Wu Yu's head dazed, and her consciousness gradually blurred. Her breathing became more and more rapid. Shinkei slightly stepped back to give her a chance to breathe. She looked at Shinkei with flickering eyes, and wanted to push him away. Shinkei, you said, wait for me to think about it, ah. Before Wu Yu could finish, Shinkei suddenly approached her, and all the unfinished words were swallowed up by the fragmented moans. Wu Yu and Shinkei's current strength was not at the same level. As long as Shinkei was determined not to let her go, she had no ability to resist at all. Wu Yu was so angry that she opened her mouth and bit him hard. The smell of blood instantly spread in their mouths. Shinkei opened his eyes, and looked at her, sneered and raised a perverse smile. The bloody lips kissed Wu Yu's neck. As the pain in her neck came, Wu Yu frowned slightly. The pain did not subside, but even intensified. Listening to the swallowing sound of Shinkei, Wu Yu breathed unsteadily, and her voice was intermittent. Shinkei, you pervert. Licking her wound, Shinkei replied lightly, well, I am a pervert. He hugged Wu Yu tightly, and Wu Yu had to kneel on him and hook his neck to stabilize her body. Shinkei pinched Wu Yu's neck and pulled her close. His eyes fell on her face. His voice was cold and extremely dangerous. Wu Yu, you are still reluctant to let me be with you. What are you afraid of? You know very well that I don't care if you steal my seed. I only care about you. I only want you. I will give you as many children as you want. As long as you can live, nothing else matters. But you always reject me, Wu Yu. I don't want to wait any longer. I can't control myself anymore. Wu Yu, give me. I want you. I want to be completely integrated with you. Only in this way can I feel that you are really back under my wings. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei with deep and dark eyes, like an endless vortex that wanted to swallow her. She had only seen Shinkei like this when he was deeply affected by DX001. Wu Yu stroked his face in confusion. Shinkei, what's wrong with you? Did they inject you with some virus that would amplify your emotions during the process of creating the god? Shinkei grabbed Wu Yu's hand and held her fingers tightly. He looked at Wu Yu obsessively and couldn't help but bury his head in her neck again, madly feeling her breath. Nothing was injected. You are the virus that pierces my heart and bones. You are sad. You are injured and bleeding. You reject me and ignore me. You withdraw your love for me. You leave me and I can't see you. All of which are the causes of my illness. My illness will never be cured. Since I fell in love with you, my illness will never be cured. Wu Yu laughed. It's really hard for you to say such words to me, who is so weak now. As soon as the voice fell, Wu Yu. Hiss, she gritted her teeth, and the boy bit her again. Wu Yu was angry. You are not done, are you? Shinkei said in a muffled voice. Wife, I think. Wu Yu, Shinkei, do you understand what I mean when I say I need to think about it carefully? Shinkei suddenly raised his head and looked at Wu Yu. Wu Yu, I should have told you that if you give me your child, I will never let you go in this life, the next life, or even in the next life. Don't say you are pregnant with my child now, I can protect you. Even if you are pregnant with someone else's child, in my eyes, you will always be my wife, and you can never think of separating from me. Wu Yu gritted her teeth. Shin-Kei, what if I want to kill our child with my own hands? For a long time when I couldn't figure out the origin of the child, I thought every minute and every second that I didn't want this child, and used him as a tool and handle to fight for my own interests and protect myself. Even after I recovered my memory, I still did the same thing. I loved you, but I could still use our child use you. No matter how much I loved you, when I knew you had changed your mind, my first reaction was to get rid of our child. My thoughts have always been selfish, realistic and mean. I don't know how I can continue to be with you like this. If I tell you, my avoidance may never be cured. The pain of childhood needs a lifetime to heal. Even if I keep building up my mentality, and keep trying to build a bridge of love between me and my child. But I can't do it. I don't have the ability to love others actively. I can only love when I am loved. Shin-Kei, if you change your mind, even if I love you again, I will not win you back. I don't have the ability to ask for love. Even so, are you still willing to be with me? Shin-Kei did not hesitate and said firmly, I do. Wu Yu is in great pain. It's because you are like this, you are always like this, you are willing to give everything for me, but I want to sacrifice our child. Even though I say I love you forever, I can't tolerate any flaws in you. You can accept me being pregnant with someone else's child, but I can't tolerate you touching another woman. I don't know how to face you. I don't know how to continue to be with you against my conscience. I am too selfish. Shin-Kei, it is too unfair to you that your cold and pale childhood will accompany me for the rest of my life. Shin-Kei hugged Wu Yu tightly. You are not selfish. You have just been affected by external forces in the past 6 months, and you are alone and have no one to rely on. Emotional illness relapses. You are just temporarily ill. Just like me, I was also ill for half a year without you, and I was seriously ill. The pain made me unable to sleep all day, and it was heartbreaking. But as long as we are together, everything will be fine. And Wu Yu, I like your possessiveness of me, I like you to be jealous of me, and I like you not to allow me to touch other women. Wu Yu choked and buried her face in Shin-Kei's chest. Shin-Kei, can you let me be alone for a while? Shin-Kei shook his head. No, as long as you stay alone, you will always be affected and controlled by your negative emotions. I will never let you stay alone again. You will only have wild thoughts, and become more and more negative. I want to accompany you, and not let you be overwhelmed by your own fears and demons. Wu Yu suddenly covered her face, and cried out. Shin-Kei pulled her hand away, stroked her cheek, and took her into his arms, and held her tightly. After 186 days of separation, it was the 7th day to come to the Order Realm. The two finally opened their hearts again, and their minds were connected again. Chapter 640. This was a release after enduring for half a year. Tears welled up in her eyes, as she finally vented the emotions that had been suppressed for a long time. Wu Yu sat sideways in Shin-Kei's arms, hugged his neck, and cried. Half a year ago, she endured it alone, made the decision alone, and left alone. She might face the betrayal and anger of her friends and relatives, and the rescue that might never come. She endured it all by herself, shedding tears of blood. Hearing Wu Yu crying until her voice was hoarse and her tears dried up, Shin-Kei felt as if his heart was broken by a knife, but he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Shin-Kei hugged Wu Yu tightly in his arms, constantly soothing her neck. It's okay, baby, I'm here, no one can bully you anymore. Wu Yu was even sadder. You must have suffered a lot to get here. Shin-Kei, as long as I can see you, I'm willing to suffer any hardship. Wu Yu hugged Shin-Kei tightly, crying, Shin-Kei, you're so unlucky to meet me. Shin-Kei chuckled, I'm not unlucky. Meeting you is the luckiest thing in my life. As long as I can see you, I am willing to endure any hardship. Wu Yu couldn't control her tears at all. Shin-Kei touched her head. Wu Yu, if you really love me, don't abandon me. I am the most pitiful one when you abandon me. You gave me a home. If you don't want me, I will be homeless again. Wu Yu burst into tears, but I want to give up our child. She must know that I don't like her and don't want her, so she stopped the pregnancy herself. The more you love me, the easier it is for you to forgive me, the harder it is for me to forgive myself. You want a family so much, but I want to get rid of your family with my own hands. Shin-Kei laughed. So this is why you have been hesitating and dare not face me? Wu Yu nodded yes. Shin-Kei held Wu Yu's face, and kissed away the tears on her eyelashes. Wu Yu, I have been infected with the DX001 virus for a long time, and I was also infected by the deep virus less than half a month before you got pregnant. Not to mention that I don't know what Lucio fed you in the past 6 months. This child is not about eugenics. You haven't even done the most basic prenatal checkup. I don't want to keep this child at all. From the beginning to the end, I never thought of letting you get pregnant and have a child. I want a family, but only with you can there be a family. From the beginning to the end, all I want is you. You are afraid of a pale childhood, and I am afraid of it too. I am also afraid that I don't have the ability to be a qualified father. Because I have given you all my love, I don't know how to share it with others. Wu Yu is very sad, but the child is also pitiful. Shin-Kei, Wu Yu, you are yourself first. You came here alone to exchange for your parents, for so many children in the alliance, and to prevent me from dying. Now, you have to worry about the child again. This is the net that Lu Xiu has set for you. Don't get into it anymore, let yourself go. You are yourself first, not someone's child, someone's mother, or someone's wife, before you take on these identities. First, you have to live. Otherwise, these identities are meaningless to you. Shin-Kei held Wu Yu's face, and looked at her intently. Believe me, our child, the child you gave birth to me. As long as it can be saved, I will do my best to save it. But this time, no matter you or me, we must survive first. Let's survive first and then consider the child, okay? Only by surviving can there be hope and a new life. Wu Yu's pupils flickered violently. She looked away, obviously still struggling with the responsibility in her heart. Shin-Kei pinched Wu Yu's neck and looked at her, telling her word by word. Wu Yu, you are pregnant with this child, and there is no difference between those women who were sold into the mountains by human traffickers in the old days. Even if you are pregnant with my child, the nature of this matter itself is against your will, and it is intended to control your mind and body. You are forced into a desperate situation, and have no choice but to act. Wu Yu, since you can be cruel before I appear, I should not become a stumbling block to your actions after I appear. Our love should be your motivation to move forward, and should never be an obstacle to you. Don't think of exchanging your life for the child's life, one life for another, to repay your guilt towards me. You have to pay me back for what you owe me, and pay it back with your own money. I don't want a child, I only want you. Wu Yu, you said it yourself, you are mine alone, you can't go back on your word. The room was silent, and the echo of Shin-Kei's words seemed to still echo in the house. Serious, calm, rational and reliable, this time, Shin-Kei really did what he said. He could give her absolute sense of security, and he could hold up an umbrella to protect her. Wu Yu looked at Shin-Kei, and after a while, she slapped away Shin-Kei's hand that had been touching her head since just now. Wu Yu had a blank expression on her face. Have you touched enough? Don't think I don't know that you almost burst out laughing and buried your head in my neck and laughed secretly. Shin-Kei had a serious face and refused to admit it. Miss Wu Yu, I am talking to you about something very serious. Please don't change the subject. Wu Yu wanted to stand up. General Shen, I know everything you said. But during work, I still hope that you keep your official duties separate from your private ones, and don't take advantage of your female colleagues by taking advantage of your position. Shin-Kei's expression cracked. You are my wife. Wu Yu snatched Shin-Kei's communicator. Just do your thing. I'm an illegal resident of the Order Realm, a hostage in the war between the two realms. Please let me enjoy the treatment that a hostage deserves. Wu Yu couldn't unlock his communicator, so he stuck it under Shin-Kei's nose. Turn up the anime I just watched. I want to continue watching it. Shin-Kei was so angry that he jumped up and down. Wu Yu, did you hear what I just said to you? Wu Yu nodded. I heard it. I think what you said makes sense. But Admiral Shen, this is a different time. You are here to carry out the mission of destroying the world. Everything should be based on work. The sooner you push the Order Realm, the sooner we can go back, right? Please unlock it for me quickly, and add my fingerprint and iris. I can play it by myself in the future. I don't need your help, and don't want to waste your precious time. Shin-Kei looked at Wu Yu meaningfully, and suddenly a perverse smile appeared on his lips. He pretended to take the communicator, and unlocked it for a long time, just when Wu Yu impatiently came over to ask him if he was okay. Shin-Kei picked Wu Yu up, and walked towards the room. Wu Yu struggled immediately. Let me go. Shin-Kei, you are dreaming. Wu Yu, I am pregnant. Shin-Kei pushed Wu Yu down on the bed, stood up and began to unbutton and take off her clothes. Shin-Kei sneered. Yes, pregnant woman, I will serve you and make you happy. Wu Yu looked at Shin-Kei's gradually exposed collarbone, chest muscles, and 8-pack abs, and couldn't move her eyes. She looked fierce but weak. Shin-Kei, you are a pervert. You keep the title of general but don't work all day long. You just think about molesting your female colleagues. There's something wrong with your work style. Shin-Kei took off his clothes and untied his belt. He looked down at Wu Yu with an unscrupulous look. Is there something wrong with my work style? Wu Yu, you can solve this problem by kissing me. You've been tangling over such a trivial matter for so long that your lips have been rotten. Don't pretend with me. Can't you understand what I'm saying to you? If you really can't understand, how can you be so confident every time you confront Lucio? You know I want you, but you just want to piss me off. Aren't you just acting like a spoiled child to get me to coax you? I coax you. Not only do I coax you, I also serve you comfortably. Shinkei instantly leaned closer and held Wu Yu down to prevent her from moving. Wu Yu's pupils were dizzy. She couldn't believe it, and she couldn't push him away. No. Why am I acting like a spoiled child? I really want to break up with you, Shinkei. Shinkei raised his head. Break up? Divorce? Tell me. I remember you 10 times if you tell me once, and you give me everything on the bed when the time comes. Wu Yu was so angry that she felt dizzy. Shinkei, let me go. Shinkei sneered. If you can't call me husband, I will spend the whole day with you. I will teach you in person, until you are good enough. As soon as the words fell, welcome SSS upgraded Fallen Angel Shinjingsi to return to the Order Realm. Welcome SSS upgraded Sea Monster Suemo to return to the Order Realm. Looking at Shinkei's face that turned black in an instant, Wu Yu laughed out loud. Another day, let him be awesome. Now, he is alive. Chapter 641. Shinkei had a cold face and was silent. Seeing Wu Yu laughing at him, he became even angrier. He stood up and put on his clothes silently. He had just buttoned 2 buttons when Wu Yu stood up and continued to help him button up. Wu Yu's hand followed the buttons to the collar. She slowly raised her head to meet Shinkei's focused eyes. After helping Shinkei put on the uniform of the Heavenly Order officer, Wu Yu pinched his face. Don't be angry, husband. Let's do business first. Shinkei pressed his mouth, put his arm around her waist, and looked at her and refused to leave. Wu Yu stood on tiptoe and hooked Shinkei's neck. Just as she was about to kiss the corner of his mouth, Shinkei turned his face and kissed her lips. Shinkei tightened his arms and kissed her passionately, expressing the bitterness and longing of separation. Until Wu Yu was out of breath and leaned on him weakly, Shinkei kissed Wu Yu's neck devoutly. Take a nap. I'll be back soon to cook for you. Wu Yu nodded and let go of him. Yeah, okay. After looking at her deeply with great affection, Shinkei turned and left. After Shinkei left, Wu Yu came to the living room and looked through the window of 9970 at the golden light column that lit up in the distance, which meant the return of the new ghosts and gods. Once humans mastered the method of sending ghosts and gods to the Order Realm, the balance of the Order Realm for many years would be broken, and the battle was imminent and imminent. Office of the Order Chief. Zhou Chuan glanced at Lu Shou cautiously. Since the meeting, Lu Shou looked unusually eerie and strange. Even when the golden light column of the return of the new ghosts and gods lit up, he was no longer furious, but showed a more eerie smile. Lu Shou fell into an unsettling silence. He was like an ancient emperor who was about to be exterminated, with a desolate face, gloomy and crazy. Zhou Chuan realized that Lu Shou had been forced into a desperate situation. The era when he controlled the Order Realm would be completely over, and the entire development line and confrontation line were collapsing. He now had only 2 choices, either to watch himself slide to his death in a clear mind, or to make his last move in advance, and both sides would perish. Shinkei and Wu Chong met up at the first time and received Shinjingsi and Suemo. Having been exposed to the images sent back from the Order Realm in advance, the 2 of them were quite receptive to the bizarre Order Realm. Suemo asked with concern, "How is Yiya now?" Shinkei, "She is in good condition. She is at my residence. Let's hurry back. I'm afraid Lucio will do something to her." As soon as he entered the Order building, Shinkei used the privileges of the Heavenly Order officer to go through the VIP channel and quickly enter the identities of Shinjingsi and Suemo. Wu Chong was staring at the 8-headed earthworm applying for the seats of the top-level Order officer for Shinjingsi, and Suemo. Shinjingsi was puzzled by the smooth journey. Is this journey too smooth? Wu Chong patted the head of Yamada no Orochi like a ball, urging him, "You have so many heads and tails. Why are you still so slow?" After patting him, he turned his face away and smiled. How can it not be smooth? Shinkei has been here for 7 days, killed 4, and 2 are still squatting in the 8 cold hells. Shinjingsi and Suemo looked at each other. Shinkei didn't know the real purpose of their mission this time. In his eyes, the Order Realm was full of ghosts and monsters, and he killed them all. Wu Chong, there is only 1 top-level seat vacant now. Suemo, let Shinjingsi take over. My strengths are control and defense. Wu Chong made an okay gesture, and soon, Shinjingsi was appointed as the top-level Order officer, and Suemo was appointed as the high-level Order officer. The 2 took their communicators and identity uniforms. First, They went to 9970, which had the most complete and comprehensive signal shielding. When they entered the room, Suemo did not see Wu Yu. Where is Yu Yu? Shinkei, she is pregnant and sleepy. She is catching up on sleep now. After saying that, Shinkei's eyes swept across Suemo and Shinjingsi calmly, seeing the surprised expressions on their faces. He sneered, your acting is good, you really acted like one. Shinjingsi was puzzled, what do you mean? Shinjingsi would not let Shinkei blow up so easily. He had fought with Shinkei for so many years, and knew Shinkei well, otherwise the alliance would not have sent him as a backup. Shinkei looked at Wucheng and confirmed that the signal in the whole room was shielded. As soon as Shinkei stood up, Wucheng attacked Suemo directly. Shinjingsi's face changed. Just as he was about to take action, the golden dragon of Shinkei's spiritual power had already enveloped him, and the dragon claws were facing the door. At the same time, Sumo's mental barrier was broken by Wucheng, and the fierce killing move went straight to the vital point. Shinjingsi looked at Shinkei sinisterly, what do you mean? Shinkei curled his lips coldly, what do you mean? I should be the one asking this question. Let Wucheng and I go first, a script that is impossible to succeed, a task that is impossible to complete. Wucheng and I were fooled around, and my wife suffered for 4 more days in vain. She fainted and jumped off the building, and almost pierced her stomach with my sword. I should be the one to ask this question, what does alliance mean? Shinjingsi and Suemo looked at each other, and pulled the corners of their mouths. When so many people taught you, I guessed that there would be such a day, but I didn't expect you to react so quickly now. Let go of Suemo, I will tell you what alliance means. Wucheng and Shinkei stopped at the same time, and Shinjingsi immediately protected Suemo behind him. Shinkei, this kid, as long as it is related to Wu Yu, his brain turns faster than anyone else. He told Shinkei the real plan of the alliance, and saw that Shinkei's face was gloomy, obviously not satisfied with such long-term governance. Shinjingsi, the longer you and Wu Yu are apart, the more unstable your state becomes. You were getting stronger and stronger with the full support of the alliance, and your strength was getting more and more outrageous. In order to prevent you from losing control, the alliance lied to you. Shinkei narrowed his eyes dangerously. There is no need to govern them, just kill them all. As long as the Order realm exists, there is no guarantee that some ghost will come out one day to harm his wife. Wucheng clapped his hands, that's perfect, don't you still want to run for the Order chief? When you become the head of Order, you will be in charge of all the ghosts. You will be the biggest ghost, and no one will harm you anymore. Shinkei, are you mentally retarded? That was all said to Lu Xiu to deceive him. Who wants to stay in this damn place? This place has nothing. He has nothing better to do than to bring Wu Yu here to suffer. Wucheng shrugged, anyway, Lu Xiu is out of power now. You just need to work harder to take over the head of Order, and Lu Xiu will be out. Send away those who should be sent away, and let Jiechen, Richard, and Fu Yanqi come to save those who should be saved. After that, blow up the Order world with a cannon, and it will be a happy ending. Shinkei pondered, it's not impossible. Suemo, it's not that simple. Shinkei looked sideways, what do you mean? Shinjingsi, you should also know that the operation of the entire Order realm relies on the Doomsday Terminal server. Wu Yu's mother has been searching for the server for 16 years, but has not found it. After continuous research and discussion by the Alliance, they proposed a conjecture. Could it be that the Doomsday Terminal server is in Lu Xiu's body? If Wu Yu's body can carry excessive amounts of evil spirit, then could Lu Xiu, who is completely copied from her, also be a vehicle? Shinkei frowned. If that's the case. Shinjingsi's face was solemn. If Lu Xiu and Order coexist, then you will become his puppet when you become the head of Order, and he can punish you for your behavior based on Order. Shinkei thought, after I came, Lu Xiu has always been afraid of me, and he didn't dare to do anything to me. I think it's because his ability was weakened. He released the golden light column to take Wu Yu away, and opened a dungeon on the child, which must have backfired. If he is the Order itself, why did he still suffer backlash? Suemo speculated, could it be because the Emperor is guilty of the same crime as the common people? Shinjingsi, that means Lu Xiu has not yet completely merged with the Order. He still has. Shinkei, who is about to become a professional god, suddenly thought, he still has emotions, but the Order is ruthless. As long as he abandons his 7 emotions and 6 desires, and cuts off his emotions and love, he will completely become the Order itself. Chapter 642. Shinjingsi, the love he can't give up is? Shinkei's face darkened when he found that the 3 people present all looked at the bedroom. Shinjingsi asked, Shinkei, put yourself in his shoes. Lu Xiu has been waiting for Wu Yu to grow up. If you hadn't interfered. Wu Yu came to the Order Realm, and her mother was also here. She might not be moved by Lu Xiao and be with him. Shen Ke broke his defense. Is it my fault? Wu Yu and I are true love, even if he has waited for so many years, so what? Love is not about first come first served. The one who is not loved is the mistress. What's more, he was not kind to Wu Yu at all. He fed her nutrient solution when she was pregnant and beat her. God knows, what Shen Ke cares about most is that he showed up the latest among all the people. 3 people present. Brother, you really have no morals at all. Obviously, Wu Yu is pregnant with your child, and you are the legitimate wife, but you put yourself in the position of the mistress without any burden. Shen Qingxi sighed. No wonder the Fox Fairy Dungeon. He wants to kill you again and again. Like repels like. Lu Xiao could tell at a glance that Shen Ke was a latecomer who was fighting and robbing. Shen Ke said coldly, Tell me what the Alliance has told you about your work. Shen Qingxi, the Alliance plans to penetrate from the outer perimeter of the Forbidden Land of Disorder. The Alliance hopes that we can stabilize Lu Xiao and not have a direct conflict with him before the Alliance army arrives. No one can say for sure. If the Doomsday Terminal server is really inside Lu Xiao, and he is so vicious that he wants to kill himself and detonate the server, will the damage caused by the server explosion lead to the demise of this world of order and the human world? In short, the current situation, Lu Xiao has no hope of turning over and is about to be devoured, but that doesn't stop him from going crazy and dragging everyone to death and becoming cosmic garbage. No matter how arrogant Shen Ke is, as long as he wants to continue living with Wu Yu, he must be on guard against Lu Xiao, who is completely desperate and doesn't care about his life. Shen Ke thought, Can't I go and cut this guy's neck in the middle of the night? Chop the server to pieces for him. Shen Qingxi, if you think it's okay, it's not impossible. Shen Ke said nothing with a cold face. Damn it, bitch, you are still not quiet before you die, and you are still holding back your ultimate move. Shen Qingxi looked at Wu Cheng, Align your current work progress with us. Wu Cheng, the two-way information and item transmission signal channel with the Alliance has been established, but it cannot transmit living things, and can only transmit 1 cubic meter at a time. Lu Xiao's people have been keeping a close eye on Shen Ke and me. It is not feasible to introduce a large number of unmanned bombers through this transmission channel. This morning was our first high-level meeting of the Order Realm. The eavesdropping device has been installed successfully. According to the intelligence we eavesdropped on, the Order Realm is already dissatisfied with Lu Xiao's constant provocation of the Order officials to send heads, and has therefore complained about the entire Order Realm system. The prohibition of the Order Realm is loosening. Humans have frequently succeeded in creating gods, and two-way information channels have been established. The Order officials are dissatisfied with Lu Xiao, and Shen Ke has started a killing spree in the Order Realm. If this momentum continues, the economy will collapse like a whirlwind. In a few days, Lu Xiao will inevitably be forced into a desperate situation and take action. Shen Ke glanced sideways. How long will it take for the Alliance to attack from the edge of the Forbidden Land of Disorder? Shen Qingxi, we will find a chance to clear out the evil spirits and beasts from all directions in the Forbidden Land of Disorder, and cooperate with them from inside and outside. They will arrive in 5 days at most. Su Imo was worried. I'm afraid Lu Xiao can't wait for 5 days. Shen Qingxi meant something. Is there any way to stabilize Lu Xiao? Shen Ke's face was cold. No. Don't even think about asking his wife to stabilize Lu Xiao, Shen Qingxi. Shen Ke, when you were fighting with Wang Ting, you were very flexible. Shen Ke tilted his head. This is not the time for you to stand outside Sumo's door and cry. Su Imo covered her mouth and laughed. Shen Qingxi's forehead suddenly bulged with blue veins, and he raised his voice. Now we are talking about work. Shen Ke sneered. You want to dig up the dark history yourself. Don't break your defense. My wife is sleeping in the room. Keep your voice down, or she will be scared. Shen Qingxi was so angry that he put his hands on his mouth and nose to breathe oxygen. Shen Ke is such a bitch. His mouth is so cheap. Wu Cheng covered his mouth and whispered to Shen Qingxi, Why don't we instigate Lu Xiao to kill Shen Ke? When this grandson first came, he wanted to push me to death when he saw Yaya. He doesn't treat me as a human being at all. I have recommended myself to Lu Xiao several times, but unfortunately Lu Xiao ignored me. He thought I was lying to him, and ignored my sincere heart. Shen Qingxi, it would be strange if Lu Xiao believed it. He is so nervous now that he dare not believe anyone. Shen Ke thought for a while. According to the time, Luotian and Di Lan will be able to come out of the 8 cold hells soon. If he doesn't believe you, maybe he will believe Luotian and Di Lan who have grown up with him since childhood. Shen Qingxi thought, if you don't want Wu Yu to go, The best way to stabilize Lucio now is to give him a leak. Let him know some loopholes, so that he can regain his enthusiasm and feel that there is hope for a comeback, and revitalize his economy. Otherwise, this game is one-sided, and there is no way to win. After a round of serious thinking and discussion, the following battle plan was formulated in the next 5 days. 1. Humans successfully create gods, and then shake the status of ghosts and gods in the order world, so that they can be united again. 2. Give Lucio the coordinates of two-way transmission, let Lucio know that the current technology cannot transmit living people, and let them start to study our technology. 3. Under the pretext of exploring the edge of the Forbidden Land of Disorder to see if we can leave the Order realm, sneak into the Forbidden Land of Disorder to start the plan to eliminate evil spirits and fierce beasts. Combining the above plans, Lucio felt that we are only implementing a rescue plan this time, and we have no intention of competing for the Order leader or even destroying and invading the Order realm. We are just making a feint to delay time. And most importantly, draw a 5-pointed star. We must not let Lucio know that humans have successfully located the coordinates of the Order realm dimension. Confirm again and again whether the plan has fatal loopholes. Suemo questioned, will exploring ways to leave the Forbidden Land of Disorder allow them to infer that humans are going to break in from the edge of the Forbidden Land of Disorder? Shinjingzi, it's possible, but it can't be violated. In short, if humans really want to break into the Forbidden Land of Disorder in this way, it's like humans being invaded by a high-dimensional alien civilization, and they have no power to resist. Moreover, no matter how we clear the monsters in the Forbidden Land of Disorder on a large scale, it will inevitably arouse their speculation. Shinkei, what if we don't clear the monsters? Shinjingzi, it's difficult for the vanguard to land, and they are easily surrounded and sniped. Shinkei, the best way is to tentatively approach the Disorder Forbidden Land under the pretext of exploring the secret of weakened order, and lure these ghosts out and kill them. Just like when he killed Cheongchi before. Shinkei decided, let's implement it according to this plan. Everyone stood up. In order to send the two-way signal channel to Lucio, they needed to supply all the supplies as soon as possible. Shinjingzi opened the supply box sent by the Alliance, and looked at the drone parts with screws, blades, and welding wires clearly visible. Shinjingzi, such an important detection tool, why hasn't it been assembled yet? Shin pointed at Wucheng. He didn't do his job. Wucheng smiled, without any psychological burden. So what? I don't know how to do it. The latest generation of drones in the Alliance has the function of positioning, transmission, and stealth, equipped with the most advanced sky terminal in the Alliance, and powered by radio crystal cores. For the entire Order world, it is no different from a spaceship, a leading technology that spans the entire era. However, I don't know if the Alliance is crazy. The drone that was supposed to be delivered as a whole was actually delivered in pieces. The 4 people present were surrounded by the screw welding wire multimeter, looking at each other. No one could pretend. Shinjingzi. Shinkei, didn't you learn? Shinkei was surprised. Haven't I learned enough? I am a human, not a Superman. Don't have blind expectations of me, thank you. Shinjingzi looked at Wucheng. Did you learn? Wucheng chuckled. When I learned, he was a drone, but now, he is not. He and Shinkei have been war criminals for their entire lives, and suddenly they were given the intensity of scientific research, and they were not cut out for it. Shinjingzi looked at Suemo. Forget it. Don't look at him. He knows his wife. She is a complete idiot. We woke up and pushed the door open to get a glass of water, just in time to see 4 people with serious faces surrounding a box. I thought it was a time bomb dropped by the enemy. Wu Yu was surprised. What are you doing? Shinjingzi looked up at Wu Yu, and a light bulb suddenly lit up in his mind. Chapter 643. Shinjingzi looked at Shinkei in confusion. Didn't you let Wu Yu try to assemble the drone? Shinkei, no. Wu Yu was in such a bad mood and physical condition. How could he bear to let her work? Wucheng immediately, I made a suggestion, but Shinkei didn't want to. What else can he do if Shinkei doesn't want to? Just wait. Shinjingzi, let Wu Yu try. The core technical personnel are not in place now. We need drones to start work. Suemo looked at Wu Yu's bulging belly with an incredible look on her face. She walked carefully to Wu Yu and said, Can I touch it? Wu Yu smiled and said, Sure. Shincheng immediately looked at her sideways, with a cold face and displeasure. Seeing Wu Yu's thin face, Sumo's eyes were red. You have suffered. Don't worry, I will always be with you after I come. Qing Ci and General Shen have to go out all the time. Tell me if you need anything. Don't be polite to me, I will take care of you. Suemo wanted to touch Wu Yu's face, and his eyes fell on her head, and he couldn't help but feel sad. Yu was so pitiful. Lucio didn't even give her a good haircut. What kind of dog-bitten haircut is this? Yu Yu is so pretty, how could Lucio treat her like this? Wu Yu looked at Sumo's true feelings of sadness, and was deeply moved by her sincerity. Okay. It was the first time that Sumo saw Wu Yu so weak and gentle, and he wanted to protect her so much that he took her arm. Come and sit here, don't get tired. Shinkei's expression became more and more sinister, and his eyes whizzed. Shinqingxi asked Wu Chong, you followed the original plan, how did it fail? Wu Chong smiled, Lu Shou has been using Yaya to test us, Shinkei couldn't stand a changed script, and almost sacrificed me. Shinqingxi, so what is your situation now? Wu Chong chuckled, a stupid woman, who was used and thrown away after sleeping. Shinqingxi, you have worked hard, Major General Wu Chong. Wu Chong was very open-minded, so what, I will still be their love bodyguard. Yaya has suffered so much, and I am just criticized by others, which is not a big deal. Shinqingxi looked at Wu Yue and said seriously, in short, assemble the drone first. Wu Yue took the box containing the drone, and checked all the parts according to the installation instructions to confirm that the parts were configured in place. Wu Yue, the Alliance may be afraid that the drone will be compressed and damaged during the space jump, so it is sent in the form of parts. I can assemble it, but my mental core has been removed now, and my brain is working slowly, so it will take some time. Hearing that Wu Yu's spiritual core had been removed, Shinqingxi and Sumo's expressions froze at the same time. Shinqingxi, does the Alliance know about this? Shinkei nodded. Send the details of Wu Yu's presence to the Alliance as soon as possible. Shinqingxi glanced at Wu Yu. As the highest leader here, Admiral Shin, you need to issue combat instructions. Shinkei glanced at Wu Yu from the corner of his eye, and his voice was calm and serious. Wu Chong, cooperate with Wu Yu to assemble the drones here. Shinqingxi Suimo, you just came to the Order Realm, I will take you to meet Lucio. Then, according to the latest round of combat plan we just formulated, you go deep into the downtown of the Order Realm to get the new supplies sent by the Alliance, and then give the coordinates of the teleportation point to Lucio. I will go to the Forbidden Land of Disorder to kill a round of out-of-control evil spirits and beasts first. During the time I am away, Luotian and Dylan will be released from the 8 cold hells, and will definitely come to see Wu Yu. At that time, Wu Chong, you will be the troublemaker. Let the two of them lean towards Lucio. Wu Chong nodded, understood. Wu Yu raised her hand. Shinkei glanced sideways. Miss Wu Yu, what's the problem? Wu Yu, General Shin, don't you have any combat instructions for me? Shinkei, no, just cooperate with Wu Chong and adapt to the situation. Wu Yu nodded, okay. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu, who was studying the instructions seriously and enthusiastically, and turned away. The assembly of the drone itself is not difficult, mainly because the installation of the power supply device is a bit troublesome, but Wu Yu has rich experience in repairing shuttle engines. Compared with the large size and complex parts of the shuttle, the assembly of the drone is easy. According to Wu Chong's previous experience in operating drones, Wu Yu kept adjusting and checking the drone. After confirming that the drone was fully assembled, Wu Chong immediately switched to stealth mode and began to test fly. He gave Wu Yu a thumbs up in surprise. Yu, you are amazing. I have never seen a drone that can be assembled so quickly. Wu Yu smiled and rubbed his sore forehead. If I didn't have a stinging pain in my forehead when I used my brain now, it would be faster. Wu Chong, there are still 2 drones that need to be assembled here. You should sleep for a while, and do it later. Wu Yu shook her head. No, after assembling it once, it is just mechanical repetitive labor. You don't need to think about anything else except flight debugging. Assemble it as soon as possible. When Luotian and Dylan come, I may have to leave with them. Wu Chong glared. You are leaving with Luotian and Dylan. Wu Yu nodded. I heard you say that the plan was changed. If the purpose of the plan is to stabilize Lucio, Luotian and Dylan need to side with him. If I stay here, Lucio will never believe it. No. It should be said that it would be most effective if I went instead of letting Luotian and Dylan stabilize Lucio. Wu Chong felt his head jumping. Yu, the premise of this plan is that you don't go. If you go, Shinkei will explode immediately when he comes back. No. It's not that he will explode immediately when he comes back, but he will explode now, right away. Wu Yu may not know that the bone that Shinkei stuck in her shoulder has more than just positioning function. That was the dragon bone that Shinkei dug out of his body. With this dragon bone, Shinkei can not only feel the pain in Wu Yu's body, but also monitor the conversation between Wu Yu and others at the first time through the cutting-edge technology pre-buried in it, and the monitoring equipment in the ear bone. Wu Chong saw Wu Yu lowering her head and not speaking, so he appealed to her emotions and reasoned with her. Yu, given your current physical condition and the difference in strength between you and everyone around you. Just treat it as if you had just entered Qi Yan. Don't set too high expectations on yourself. Just take a break and take care of your body. Don't have such a heavy mental burden. Don't feel embarrassed to do something when everyone is saving you. It's safest for you to do nothing now and stay in the safe house. If we had done so much, and you were still pregnant and weak, and had to deal with Lu Xiao, wouldn't we all be useless? Why can't you just lie on the sofa like a delicate flower, and order Shinkei around for whatever you want? He's willing, and waiting for you to do whatever you want to him. Wu Yu wanted to speak, but Wu Chong's face turned serious. Miss Wu Yu, please don't act on your own and increase our workload. Don't try to make yourself feel important. In fact, you don't think that if you resist Lu Xiao for half a year without a word, he will believe you if you suddenly change your attitude towards him, right? Miss Wu Yu, look at your hairstyle now. Please don't be blindly confident in yourself. Work is work. Please abandon personal heroism during work time and keep up with the pace of the big team. Wu Yu, It's terrible. She actually let Wu Chong criticize her one day, and it's okay to say it. She is not unwilling to listen to it. Why did she attack her hairstyle right away? What's wrong with her hairstyle? Wu Yu lowered her head angrily, tightening the screws with gritted teeth, and she wanted to twist Wu Chong's head off with the posture of tightening the screws. Finally stabilized Wu Yu, Wu Chong breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my god, he was so scared. If Wu Yu really left with Luo Shandilin in a while, Shinkei would twist his head off by rotating at 1080 degrees 3.5 times, kick his head into the M Country building as a ball. Chapter 644. Shinkei took Shinqingxi and Su Mo to see Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao's attitude was very strange. He didn't say a word, and the atmosphere in the office was particularly gloomy. Seeing that Lu Xiao had no intention of greeting, Shinkei simply stood up and prepared to leave. Lu Xiao suddenly chuckled. Shinkei, I have waited for Wu Yu for so many years. If I can't get her, you can't get her either. Shinkei instantly side-glanced. His eyes were cold. Lu Xiao, if you are still a man, don't embarrass Wu Yu anymore. The two worlds are fighting. If you have the guts, just fight openly. You are such a coward to embarrass my wife and children back and forth. Lu Xiao puffed, laughed, and the laughter was particularly shrill. His ambiguous smile gave everyone present a sense of foreboding. A dog that bites doesn't bark. The more it is pushed into a desperate situation, the quieter it becomes. Leaving Lu Xiao's office, Shinqingxi lowered his voice. I think Lu Xiao is not right. If he is so desperate that he has no intention of fighting and only wants to destroy the world, maybe everyone in the Order Realm will be buried with him. Shinkei, his psychological quality is too poor. It's only been 7 days since he came here, and he's already collapsed just after he started to make a move. Shinqingxi, think about it yourself. The suffering in childhood, the 18 years of waiting, and the half-year of repeated attempts to conquer Wu Yu. We are the last straw that broke the camel's back. Shinkei, put yourself in his shoes. If it was you, would you still be able to bear it? Shinkei's face was gloomy, and he said nothing. Su Mo said softly, Qingxi, this is not the place to talk. Let's go back first. Shinkei's voice was very cold. Don't panic. Follow the original plan. See how Lu Xiao reacts, and do what you should do. Shinqingxi and Su Mo yes. Shinkei's eyes were dark, and he jumped down from the high-rise window of 9,980 and flew towards the direction of the disorder-forbidden land. He tried to consider the whole thing from Lu Xiao's perspective. If it was him, he had the same situation as Lu Xiao, an infant spirit, and his childhood was humiliated. No. With his personality, if he was really humiliated, he would either go crazy and die together or be killed. So in fact, at that time, Lu Xiao's state of mind was different from that of ordinary people. When the evil spirit from Wu Yu was poured into his body, his attitude towards Wu Yu was completely obsessed, and it became his only sustenance. Angel mentioned that the Order Realm also trapped them, the gods, demons, and ghosts. If the existence of the Doomsday Terminal Server is not only a disaster for humans, but also for the gods and ghosts, then as NPCs, they may be even more miserable. This place is like a prison 10,000 layers underground for them. Lu Xiao is both the warden and the prisoner. The two completely contradictory identities have created his completely twisted personality. Just like Felix, even though he is the dictator of the Dark Order, he is also trapped by the Dark Order and cannot see the light of day. Looking at the beasts rushing towards him expressionlessly, Shinkei threw the trident in his hand fiercely, and the trident beast with the fire of the gods was split in half, and the flesh and blood fell to the ground. If it was him, if he had been thinking about Wu Yu for 18 years, but couldn't love her, he could bear it even if she was pregnant with another man's child, as long as Wu Yu could come to him and be with him. But if Wu Yu didn't love him anyway, would he let go? Shinkei tried to make his moral sense online, tried to make his love noble, tried to make himself complete, but when Wu Yu and Wu Chang's conversation happened to fall into his ears, when Wu Yu said, "I might leave with Luo Shen and Dylan in a while," Shinkei was instantly furious. Morality, nobility, nothing can be accomplished at all. Shinkei showed a perverse smile. He couldn't let go at all. He would never let go in this life. Why should he let go? After hearing Wu Chang's words, he finally persuaded Wu Yu. Shinkei breathed a sigh of relief. However, if the roles were reversed, he couldn't make Wu Yu like him after trying for half a year, when he already wanted to destroy the world. Even if Wu Yu lied to him, approached him, softened her attitude and showed him a little good face, he might be very happy. Now we can only wait and see whether Lu Xiu will react to their plan. Otherwise, this is really a disaster. Maybe only Wu Yu can stabilize Lu Xiu. Shin Qingxi and Su Mo went to the downtown area of the Order Realm as planned, and made sure that no one entered the signal station to extract the new round of supplies and equipment sent by the Alliance. Just as they were about to enter the Order building of the High-Level Association with their things, they bumped into Zhou Chuan head-on. The two pretended to put the box behind them, looked at Zhou Chuan thoughtfully, and turned away. Zhou Chuan came to Lu Xiu's office. "Order Master, I just saw the boxes that Shin Qingxi and Su Mo took. I suspect they are supplies sent from the human world. As long as we track the route they came back, we can find their signal station." Lu Xiu's eyes were dead. So what? Zhou Chuan felt that Lu Xiu was in a state of half-death, and a big reason was that Shinkei, the mistress in his eyes, was too much. Being beaten by the mistress, he didn't want to give up and not want to live. What is going on now? The company is going to collapse. As soon as the boss declared bankruptcy, he worked diligently for so many years, and was laid off in the middle age, but he still didn't get in +1 compensation. He has a father who has to live in a 50 square meter house, and can't take care of himself, and a mentally ill ex-wife who has to pay child support. Zhou Chuan can only try his best to spread energy, and paint a rosy picture for him, and urge the boss to cheer up. If the company can't make money, the boss can take out a loan to pay the wages. If it doesn't work, he can go out to drive Didi to deliver food. The company has him, and the boss can rest assured. Zhou Chuan, Chief of Order, if we find the signal station, we can confirm whether they have the ability to transmit living people. Lu Xiu sneered. Even if they can't transmit living people, so what? They can send artificial gods in, and it's only a matter of time before I, the Chief of Order, am impeached. Zhou Chuan's expression was stiff. Who said it wasn't true? It's really sending 4 in 4 days. This human brother is really uncivilized. He really doesn't leave people any psychological preparation. But think about it the other way around. Zhou Chuan suddenly realized, Chief of Order, if humans can create gods, then wouldn't the status of those ghosts and gods in the Order realm be threatened? Lu Xiu looked sideways. Didn't you hear what Angel said? He felt that the Order realm trapped him. He is a holy angel, and he is compassionate to the world. Now it is me who trapped him. Zhou Chuan said, don't argue with that holy angel if he can't figure it out. Do you believe that when this fake fallen angel appears, he is a top-level Order officer, and the first one to break through the defense is the real fallen angel, and Luna, the vampire, maybe even Cain is not her match? They only have 2 seats for the top Order officers now. As long as we don't make a move next, and keep the people in our hands stable, Shinkei can't do anything no matter how powerful he is. While speaking, Lu Xiu received a message from the Order officer who was monitoring Shinkei. Lu Xiu was thoughtful. Suzaku said Shinkei was killing 4 evil spirits and beasts in the Disorder Forbidden Land. Zhou Chuan was surprised. Why did he do this? Lu Xiu suddenly thought of a possibility, and his eyes burst into excitement. It is very likely that they never thought about running for the Order Chief to break through the Order world. It's all a cover. Their real purpose is to rescue Wu Yu from the Order realm, yes. Humans have just recovered for half a year. How could they have the strength to attack the Order realm so quickly? Saving people is the top priority. That's why Shinkei is so arrogant. He's doing it on purpose for me to see. Just a feint. Everyone can die, including himself and Wu Yu, but Shinkei can forget about returning to the human world and living happily with Wu Yu. Seeing Lu Xiu's renewed fighting spirit, regardless of whether he was right or not, Zhou Chuan immediately said, Chief of Order, you are really smart. You can see through such a complex and meaningful layout at a glance. I really admire you. Lu Xiu raised a bloodthirsty smile. Don't even think about saving Wu Yu. Zhou Chuan immediately agreed. Yes, don't even think about it. Lu Xiu, you go and adjust the surveillance immediately. watch it frame by frame, and make sure to find their signal station for me. Since they have the ability to build a signal station, we can just steal their results and make the best of it. By the way, have Luotian and Dylan been released? Let them come to see me as soon as possible. Zhou Chuan, okay. Walking out of Lu Xiu's room, Zhou Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. It has to be him. This is revitalizing it. This company will fall apart sooner or later without him. Chapter 645. Luotian and Dylan were taken to see Lu Xiu by Zhou Chuan as soon as they came out of the 8 cold hells. Luotian was determined to die and refused to surrender. I won't go to see that kid. If you have the guts, kill me. Dylan. You just came out. Don't you want to know how Yu is doing? If you put it that way. Luotian looked like she was enduring humiliation. Then I will reluctantly go to see him. But this does not mean that I will succumb to his tyranny. Dylan nodded. Yes, you didn't bow your head, and your crown didn't fall off. Shin Qingxi and Su Mo completed their mission and returned to 9970. With these two accompanying Wu Yu, Wu Chong ran out to make trouble for Luotian and Dylan. He walked up to Luotian in a flashy outfit and smiled at her with smug contempt. Lord Luotian, I wonder if you are still adapting to the 8 cold hells. Luotian was furious when she saw this Luna. Her pretentious and White Lotus energy was comparable to Freya's. Seeing that Luna was still a top-level order officer, Luotian cursed in his heart. Lu Xiu, this idler, has no ability at all. He can't even kill a flying mouse and a firebird for such a long time. Rookie, it's a waste of her to raise him with all her hard work. Luotian turned away proudly, as if Luna didn't exist. Whether in the human world, she was a ghost fairy raised by the blessing of a prosperous old money family for 100 years. Even in the world of order, she was Lu Ling's confidant and friend, Lu Xiu's half-mother. She didn't want to care who dared to challenge her. Seeing that Luotian ignored him, Wu Chong gave Luotian a thumbs up in his heart. Seeing that this sister was still so arrogant just after being released, she was an impulsive person who was easily instigated. Wu Chong followed Luotian and Dylan into the elevator in a servile manner, and said in a pretentious manner, Lord Luotian and Lord Dylan may not know that Noah is now a Heavenly Order officer. Luotian was immediately furious. You said that the traitorous ex-husband took over Ling Ling's position as a Heavenly Order officer. Dylan's ears were ringing because of Luotian's yelling. He tried to comfort him. Calm down. With Shinkei's strength, he can get this position. Luotian covered Dylan's mouth fiercely. Shut up. Don't force me to slap you. Dylan, eh? Wu Chong smiled. Yes, Noah is not only a Heavenly Order officer now, he even snatched Miss Wu Yu away. Luotian and Dylan changed color at the same time. What did you say? Wu Chong smiled. I said, Noah hates Miss Wu Yu very much now. He snatched Miss Wu Yu away from the Order officer just to. He said word by word, Miss Wu Yu is tortured. She wants to live but cannot, and wants to die but cannot. Seeing that Luotian and Dylan's faces were extremely ugly, Wu Chong smiled maliciously with Luna's face, got off the elevator at 9970, and left. Luotian was about to follow Luna out and tear her mouth apart, but Dylan stopped her. Go see Lu Xiu first. What this woman said may not be true. Arriving at the office of the Order Chief, Lu Xiu looked up and saw that Luotian and Dylan were both gloomy and expressionless. I hope that this punishment in the 8 cold hells will make you always remember your identity, and not commit the following crimes again. Before Lu Xiu finished speaking, Luotian rushed over and grabbed his collar. Lu Xiu, how could you let Yaya fall into the hands of Shinkei, a scumbag? Lu Xiu was about to explode with rage when his collar was grabbed by his head. When he heard Luotian's words, his eyes were meaningful. How did you know? Luotian was furious. That little bitch named Luna said it. He said Yaya was taken away by Shinkei, and Shinkei hated her and wanted to torture her. Dylan stopped Luotian and looked at Lu Xiu. What did Shinkei do to Yaya? Lu Xiu. He put his hand into Wu Yu's shoulder, and she bled a lot. There was one more thing Lu Xiu didn't say. Shinkei also took Wu Yu to cut her hair into an ugly and disgusting hairstyle. Luotian made a sharp explosion. What did you say? Put your hand into the shoulder. Do you mean to break the skin and flesh of the shoulder, and put your bare hands into the flesh and stir it? Lu Xiu nodded yes. Luotian and Dylan both breathed rapidly, and their faces were extremely ugly. Luotian, I want to see Yaya immediately. Lu Xiu, now 9970, is completely Shinkei's territory. As long as I go, he will appear immediately. Even if I want to see Yaya, I can't see her. Luotian was so angry. You use your power to dismiss him. Send someone to beat him up. Go do it yourself. What are you waiting for? Didn't you say you love Yaya? Lu Xiao, It's not the time for you to tell me to get lost when you see me. Woman, your name is fickle. As the atmosphere in the entire office became subtle, Lu Ocean looked at Lu Xiao unhappily. If you hadn't always wanted to force Yaya, things wouldn't have developed to this point. Lu Xiao smiled bitterly. I already know I was wrong. And now the most urgent thing is to get my sister out of danger. The human world said 2 more artificial gods. These 2 people had conflicts with my sister before, and they were all Chu Cixa's men. My sister is in a very dangerous situation now. Can you find a way to see her, and take her away from Shinkei's sphere of influence? Dylan listened to Lu Xiao's words, with a hint of doubt in his eyes, but he saw that Lu Ocean was ambitious, and had already agreed to Lu Xiao, and was plotting with him. Dylan echoed from the side, well, okay. In short, everything has to wait until Yaya is seen before a conclusion can be made. Lu Ocean and Di Lan took the elevator to 9970, and ran into Shinkei and Wu Cheng as soon as they got out of the elevator. The 2 of them were conscientious, and their acting skills were on point. Shinkei had a cold face. What's the matter? Lu Ocean walked in front of Shinkei angrily. I want to see Yaya. Shinkei sneered. Why? Lu Xiao himself is not capable of fighting me openly, so he asked you to come. Shinkei's eyes fell on Di Lan with contempt. Is it because the previous injuries were not enough, or the punishment of the 8 cold hells was too light, and it didn't make you remember it? Dylan looked stern. Shinkei, Yaya didn't do anything wrong to you. It was Lu Xiao who forced her. You are strong, so go and seek revenge on Lu Xiao. No matter how Lu Xiao tried to erase her memory, she never had any feelings for him. You are the only one in her heart. Since you have someone new by your side now, let's part ways amicably. Let Yaya go. Shinkei tilted his head, his expression cold. She is pregnant with my child, so she is sorry for me. Lu Ocean felt that Shinkei was unreasonable. If she wasn't pregnant with your child, would she come here alone? You must force her to be pregnant with Lu Xiao's child, and you will be satisfied. Is this the only way she can be considered a perfect victim in your eyes? Shinkei's eyes were filled with anger. He looked at Lu Ocean with a cold and fierce gaze. The divine fire burning around him made Dylan instantly afraid and protected Lu Ocean behind him. Shinkei looked at Dylan sinisterly. Take this woman away, or I will kill you all like I killed the wolf, dog, snake and demon. At that time, no one will dare to come to me and point fingers at me because of the relationship with Lu Ling. You know it clearly. If Wu Yu hadn't saved her parents, I would have ended up like this with her. I haven't settled accounts with you yet, but you're getting ahead of me. After saying that, Shinkei walked into the house without looking back. Only Lu Ocean and Di Lan were left standing there, looking ugly and stiff. Chapter 646. Lu Xiao watched the whole quarrel on the surveillance camera, thinking. It was obvious that Shinkei was deliberately acting for Lu Ocean and Di Lan, with the purpose of making Lu Ocean and Di Lan stay away from Wu Yu. If Shinkei's purpose was really to take Wu Yu away from the Order Realm, Lu Ocean and Di Lan would definitely not be able to leave with him. Then their best situation would be to sincerely lean on him and regain his protection in the Order Realm. The more he thought about it, the more certain Lu Xiao was that Shinkei's purpose of coming this time was to rescue Wu Yu. However, he was not in a hurry to make a conclusion. He wanted to see if humans would send more ghosts and gods next. At the same time, since Shinkei wanted to use him to protect Lu Ocean and Di Lan, he also wanted to use these 2 people to help him gain more benefits. After Lu Ocean and Di Lan left Shinkei's residence, Zhou Chuan approached them at the first opportunity under Lu Xiao's instruction. Zhou Chuan hoped that Lu Ocean and Di Lan could help Lu Xiao consolidate the authority of the Order Chief and lobby those disloyal Order officials not to lean on Shinkei. He also explained that Shinkei's goal was to impeach the Order Chief and replace him. Once Shinkei became the Order Chief, he would be able to kill people at will. At that time, even Lu Xiao would not be able to help Wu Yu out of the predicament. Before leaving, Zhou Chuan suddenly said, actually, before Miss Wu Yu jumped off the building, she asked me to tell you 2 not to resist anymore and to join the Order Chief. Lu Ocean and Di Lan looked at Zhou Chuan and nodded silently. After the meeting with Zhou Chuan, Lu Ocean and Di Lan came to their residence. Entering the bathroom, with the sound of water, Lu Ocean's voice was very light. Now there are wolves on both sides. What should we do? Dylan, the master said when he left that we should trust the little master. We should follow the situation. Even if there are wolves on both sides, as long as they are still in a stalemate, there is a possibility of a reversal. What's more, no matter how ferocious the wolf leader is, as long as the little master wants, she can make them become obedient dogs. The chain that ties the wolf is always in the little master's hand. It depends on whether she is willing to tighten it, and when to tighten it. Lu Ocean, Then I will go and lobby the moderates like Angel Ambika. Dylan, I will lobby the radical war factions. Shin-Kei returned to the room and did not see Wu Yu. Suimo, Yu installed 2 more drones and said she had a headache and went to sleep. Shin-Kei nodded. Looking at the way Lucian and Dylan came, they should believe it. As long as they help Lucio lobby those order officers, it won't be a problem to delay it for 5 days. Shin-Qingxi, don't rush to increase the economy next. Boil the frog in warm water. Take advantage of these few days to use drones to understand the current situation of the entire order realm. After all, Wu Yu's mother has been gone for half a year. In order to prevent her, Lucio must have updated and transferred important information equipment. Wu Cheng, I have been wandering around in the order building these 2 days, but I can't enter without permission. Shin-Qingxi, according to this, even if humans sneak indirectly, Lucio has a way to deal with it. Human world. Jiang Cheng issued a combat plan for the edge of the disorder forbidden land. First of all, it is clear that it is not infallible for human forces to sneak into the order realm. While a large number of human troops infiltrate the order realm, in order to prevent the ghosts from being killed in large numbers, Lu Shou can use his own consumption to start the endless dungeon mode in the human world, that is, all the ghosts originally in the order realm are thrown into the form of dungeon bosses, and the number of dungeons in the human world increases sharply. At the same time, the 14-day CD cycle is cancelled, so that all humans have to enter the dungeon randomly indefinitely. Under such circumstances, the troops that infiltrate the order realm have to withdraw and support the human world. As the name implies, it is a game of 2 sides. Of course, this kind of situation can be avoided if there are enough high-level strong people in the human world. However, there is currently 1 order officer in the order world, and his strength is unknown. There are 10 top-level order officers in the order world, and their strength is equivalent to the top combatants of SSS plus physical and magic dual cultivation in the human world. There are 35 high-level order officers in total, and their strength is equivalent to the SSS plus level single soldier or magic warrior in the human world. Suppose Shin-Kei wants to fight against Jiangkong Lucio and him 1v1. For the remaining 10 top-level order officers, the human world will have to use all the combatants in the current physical and magic dual cultivation track, including Jiang Cheng, Fu Yixue, Qinglong, Baihu, Jiang Huaiji, Wu Cheng, Jiechen, Qin Xian, Shin-Qingxi, Fu Yanqi, Richard. This is still the case when humans have captured 2 top-level order officers and 4 high-level order officers alive, and Shin-Kei has killed 1 top-level order officer and 1 high-level order officer. It is indeed a difficult task and a long way to go to quickly rise up and complete the invasion of the order world by humans within half a year and completely end the terrifying doomsday era. Wu Cheng, when we came here, the task given to us by the superiors was to help them open the door. If the authority to open the passage from the order world to the human world is only in Lucio's hands, then this is a task that is impossible to complete. Shin-Qingxi nodded, yes. While the friendly forces log in, what we really should do is to prevent Lucio from advancing the infinite dungeon mode. Suimo, but shouldn't Lucio be the only one who has the authority to modify the operation of the dungeon? Shin-Kei pondered. Wu Yu said before that her mother gave her a lot of loopholes to help her rise quickly. Her mother is also a Heavenly Order officer, and I am also a Heavenly Order officer now. Since we want to break the rules, we should first find loopholes in the rules, and then use the loopholes to gradually break the rules. Shin-Kei looked at Shin-Qingxi. You got a real mission. Do you have any information to provide? Shin-Qingxi thought. Lu Ling's mother said that only dungeon modifications that Order believes will help the development of the Order world will be approved by Order. Wu Cheng. But since Shin-Kei captured 6 bosses in a row, Lu Shou has not opened a new dungeon at all. Shin-Kei, that means that Order has loopholes. It is no longer omnipotent, and can't even protect NPCs. Shin-Qingxi, if there is 1 bug in a system, 2 bugs may cause it to stop working, but when there are a certain number of bugs, it may be able to make the best of it and continue to work. But as long as we find a bug and fix it forcibly, the system is likely to completely collapse and stop working. Everyone is thinking, what is the most critical element in the dungeon? To confirm the most critical element, first confirm the 3 elements of the dungeon: map setting, story plot, NPC. Shin-Kei, before, Wu Yu blew up the sea mining town, the map setting, story plot and NPC were all blown up, and the dungeon stopped and entered a forced repair state. Wu Cheng was excited. Then why don't we just blow up all the dungeons? If we regard each dungeon as a subsidiary of the group, all the subsidiaries will collapse. According to the logic of Russian nesting dolls, the group itself and the entire Order world will become a huge dungeon for breaking the city. Shin Qingxi's eyes lit up. Yes, blow them all up. Then we just need to cooperate with the order world inside and outside to kill all their dungeon production department, plot department, character design department, and repair department, block the door and kill them without a single piece of armor left. Even if Lu Xiu wants to open an infinite dungeon, he is a commander without troops, and there is nothing he can do. At that time, the troops will be divided into 3 groups, and will be at the gates of the city. Chapter 647. Su Emma reminded at the right time. Qingxi, if you kill like this, won't you kill too many? Thinking back to the time when Shin Qingxi wanted to kill thousands of pregnant women, with these 3 people together, how many people in the order realm would be left? Shin Qingxi. When 2 armies fight, casualties are inevitable. Shin Kei nodded. I hope the alliance can sympathize with the difficulty of our work. Wu Chong, kill, kill, kill. Anti-war propaganda peace ambassador Su Mo. She felt out of place here. Su Mo tried to smile. In short, since Ye has assembled the unmanned detector, let's first locate the location of these departments. Wu Chong controlled the drone, and Shin Qingxi and Su Mo assisted him in the search. The invisible drone flew around the outer circle of the high-level association building, exploring the area where the dungeon production department terminal was located layer by layer from the outside glass. Shin Kei watched for a while, but there was no breakthrough for a while. He pushed the door open quietly and walked into Wu Yu's room, closing the door behind him and seeing Wu Yu curled up in the quilt. Shin Kei climbed onto the bed and pulled her into his arms. Wu Yu was about to struggle in a daze, but when she sensed Shin Kei's familiar breath, she subconsciously hugged his waist and buried her face in his arms. Wu Yu's voice was muffled and nasal. Are you done? Shin Kei said and hugged Wu Yu tighter. Does your head still hurt? Wu Yu nodded. It's very uncomfortable, and I feel sick. Shin Kei kissed Wu Yu's temple. Sleep a little longer, I treat you. As the healing power continued to flow into her temple, Wu Yu's condition gradually improved and she felt much more comfortable. She stroked Shin Kei's face. I'm fine. Shin Kei treated Wu Yu for a while, and told her what had just happened with Luosh and Dylan. Shin Kei, you can't meet them from now on. Is there anything you want to say to them? Wu Yu thought about it, and shook her head. What I should say, I asked Zhou Chuan to convey it to me before I jumped off the building. Hearing the word jump off a building, Shin Kei's scalp went numb. He hugged Wu Yu tightly. Why do you jump off a building again and again? Wu Yu, only in this way can I have a few brief seconds to see the outside world, and have the possibility of escaping. When I can't even protect myself, I can only ignore the child's life and protect myself first. This child should also know that I am a very selfish mother, so he wants to end his life by way of fetal arrest. Shin Kei listened to Wu Yu's lonely voice, and his heart was broken. Even if they all understand what is the best choice, the best option, but losing this child will become a thorn in Wu Yu's heart forever. Shin Kei whispered solemnly in Wu Yu's ear. Wife, trust me, I will do my best to protect you. Wu Yu held Shin Kei's face and looked him in the eye. I trust your husband, you go to work. Shin Kei, With a cold face, she was half dead with anger. In such a warm and lingering atmosphere, she didn't even kiss him, but just sent him to work. Seeing Shin Kei holding her and not saying anything, and not wanting to leave, Wu Yu smiled with her lips pursed. Wu Yu leaned forward. What's wrong? Shin Kei turned his face away. Why didn't you kiss me? Wu Yu blinked. This is a workplace. We are all colleagues. It would be inappropriate for me to kiss you right away. Shin Kei was angry. Why is it inappropriate? I am your husband. You are my wife. You can kiss me however you want. Wu Yu suppressed her laughter. General Shen, why do you always confuse public and private matters? Shin Kei nodded. That's me. When I was the captain of the team, I wanted to have sex with the female team members. When I was the general, I wanted to get closer to the mission targets. True love is invincible. I can't control my love for the city. Is there any problem? Wu Yu. Poochie. Laughed out loud. I really don't know how you endured it in the royal court before. Shin Kei kissed Wu Yu's neck. I can't help it at all. I miss you so much that I can only think about you like crazy, just like now. Shin Kei pressed Wu Yu on the bed while kissing her. The two looked into each other's eyes, and breathed lingeringly. He lowered his head, and kissed her passionately and long. His slender fingers squeezed into Wu Yu's fingertips, and the two intertwined their fingers and held each other tightly. Shin Kei put his arm around Wu Yu's waist and leaned closer. Wu Yu shyly pushed him away. Shin Kei, you should be more serious. There are people outside, people are working, and you are doing this kind of thing here. Shin Kei hugged Wu Yu, kissed her cheeks and mouth corners, and then fell down to her neck. His voice was hoarse. I didn't do anything, I just kissed you. Wife, if you are tired, go back to sleep, I will serve you, I will coax you to sleep. Shinkei's hand slipped into her pajamas, and Wu Yu's consciousness gradually blurred as he kissed her. Shinkei pulled Wu Yu's hands and put them behind his neck, and said in a seductive voice, "Wife, do you still like that?" Wu Yu hooked her arm around his neck and leaned in to kiss him. "Then you have to be obedient. I get down to business after I fall asleep." Shin Chung immediately smiled wantonly. "Yes, wife." After saying that, he pulled a quilt over them and completely covered them and leaned closer. Shinkei didn't come out for a long time after entering the room. Shin Qingxi looked at Wu Chong in confusion. Why is Shinkei still so clingy? Wu Chong. You don't know, this is considered good. Wu Chong lowered his voice and told Shin Qingxi and Su Mo about the bloody plot that happened 7 days after they came. The two were so excited that they wanted to take out a handful of melon seeds on the spot. Su Mo sighed. No wonder Shinkei is so attached to Yaya. They have been apart for so long. Doesn't this mean that their relationship has just recovered? Wu Chong nodded. Yes, understand it. After all, as long as he goes crazy, it will be difficult to carry out work normally. Su Mo thought, if you want Luo Shen and Di Lan to completely lean on Lu Xiao, you need to give them a strong medicine. Shin Qingxi nodded. Yes, now in the eyes of Luo Shen and Dylan, both sides are wolves, and Wu Yu is surrounded by wolves. But as long as we are sent by humans, we are sheep in wolf's clothing, and they will definitely have a fluke mentality towards us. To make them completely believe that we are real wolves, we have to be ruthless. Only in this way can we further promote the development of the plot on their side. Wu Chong, how to do it? Su Mo, it's very simple, as long as Xingui keeps his previous style and puts on a show. Shinkei happened to push the door open and said, "What role do you want me to play?" Wu Chong gloated, "You want me to continue to play the scumbag?" Shinkei readily accepted, "No problem." I didn't expect Shinkei to be so receptive, and the 3 people present were surprised. Shinkei then said, "However, I will decide the script this time." Wu Chong thought of this kid, who had lost all conscience and humanity, and had an ominous premonition. He immediately expressed his loyalty. The alliance is in need of people now. I can fight, and I am still useful. Please spare my life. Thank you. Shinkei glanced at Wu Chong, and the corner of his mouth raised a smile that was 3 parts cold, 4 parts cold, and 2 parts ruthless. Wu Chong shivered all over instantly. Chapter 648. Wu Yu just woke up, and her whole body was in Shinkei's arms. Seeing her open her eyes, Shinkei put away his possessive and dark eyes, and came forward. "Wife, get up, I take you out to play." Wu Yu thought of her dog-bitten hair. "I decline, thank you." "Shinkei, Su Mo will help you trim it, and then we go." Wu Yu immediately jumped up from the bed. "Why don't you hurry up?" Under the magic hands of Master Su Mo, Wu Yu's dog-bitten hair was successfully rejuvenated into a handsome and cool sister. Wu Yu was very satisfied with herself, looking back and forth. She kept praising Su Mo, flattering her. Mo, you are really amazing, thank you. Because of you, the 4 seasons are warm." After praising her, she didn't forget to give Shinkei a look. "You are not like some people." Shinkei looked at Wu Yu's newly cut short hair. Wu Yu originally looked cold and elegant, with cold and distant eyebrows. With short hair and the heavy makeup Su Mo put on her, she looked cool and beautiful, with a neutral androgynous handsomeness. Wu Yu blinked at Su Mo, and Su Mo blushed. You look so handsome like this." Wu Yu looked at the mirror a little dizzy. "I just got married and got pregnant early, otherwise, I don't know how many." Shinkei's tone was dangerous. "How many what? Bastard, you are still having a dirty trick in your belly while you were pregnant with my child, right?" Wu Yu casually patted Shinkei's face, and her tone was as bad as she could be, deliberately teasing him. "You have a status, don't always dream of what you can't get." Shinkei's expression instantly turned cold, extremely dark and eerie. When Su Mo saw Shinkei's gloomy expression, he immediately rushed out of the bathroom and called Shin Qingxi and Wu Chong. "We are all colleagues, don't say I don't help you, run." Shin Qingxi immediately said, "Go to my place." In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them left. Listening to the noise outside, Wu Yu blinked, and prepared to push the door and leave as if nothing had happened. Shinkei turned around and blocked the door, lowering his eyes, and looking at Wu Yu with a dangerous expression. Wu Yu smiled. "Hubby, didn't you say you would take me out to play?" Shinkei slowly curled his lips. "There's still time, it's not too late." Wu Yu tried to get under Shinkei's arms, but he suddenly pulled her into his arms. With a rip sound, her pajamas were torn apart by Shinkei in an instant, and a hot kiss fell on her neck. Shinkei chuckled, his tone murderous. "Wu Yu, I want your status, your love, and your person. Your body and heart can only belong to me. Both of them are mine." Wu Yu looked at Shinkei with a twinkling gaze. Seeing his pupils completely turn into bright golden color, she realized that Shinkei's mental state had indeed had some problems in the past 6 months. Shinkei licked her neck. Wife, you just had your hair cut and your hair is all broken. Take a bath. Wuyu shook her head. I put on makeup, I don't. Before Wuyu finished speaking, Shinkei suddenly picked her up like a princess. The sound of water was heard, and the water level in the bathtub gradually rose. Shinkei held Wuyu and sat her on the edge of the bathtub, holding her waist with one hand and pulling open the tie of the order officer's uniform with one hand. He took Wuyu's hand and put it on his collar, looking at her with deep and dark eyes. Help me take it off. Wuyu touched Shinkei's face and coaxed him. Don't be unhappy, baby, I was just teasing you. Shinkei sneered, lowered his head and bit Wuyu's neck. You don't have to coax me, I'm very sober now. Wuyu, I'm not angry, I just want to be like this now, I want to get along with you like this. Even if you coax me, I don't want to be well, I said. I've been sick for a long time, and I'm incurable, I just want you. Wuyu looked at Shinkei with a twinkling gaze. Shinkei looked up at her with blood on the corner of his mouth. Wuyu, I can forgive you no matter what you do. In the final analysis, it is because of my uselessness and incompetence that I failed to protect you. But now, I will never suppress myself again, and I will never pretend to be noble and say that you are free. Because I found that I can't bear your freedom at all. I would rather be a selfish and despicable person. I want to possess you completely. I want to tie you to my side and let you belong to me alone. The more you protect me, the more you push me away, the more I love you. I love you so much that I want to tear you apart and merge my soul with yours. Shinkei's burning love, with the emotion that could run wild at any time, enveloped Wuyu completely. He materialized his mental power and imprisoned Wuyu in all aspects. Feeling such a burning, strong, even morbid and paranoid love, Wuyu's brain was numb, and the waves of heat made her unable to think. Wuyu reluctantly stretched out her hand and began to help Shinkei unbutton his uniform one by one. As the uniform and shirt were unbuttoned, Shinkei's white and transparent skin was faintly visible, and Wuyu's hand slid down the shirt to Shinkei's chest. Wuyu, have you washed off all the tattoos on your body? Shinkei buried his head in Wuyu's neck. Well, Luda's name was used by Wuchong. You will definitely mind. Just wash it off. Wuyu, what about mine? Shinkei lowered his head and buried it in Wuyu's chest. Yours cannot be washed. This belongs only to me. Wuyu chuckled. You used to be very obedient, but now you are becoming more and more strong and domineering. Shinkei hugged Wuyu tightly. It's all because of you. You always don't want me. You love me so much, treat me so well, help me solve all the problems, and make me so strong, but you still don't want me. I want to respect your decision, but I can't do this. I can't bear to lose you. I can't bear it. You are mine, Wuyu. I can't give the right to choose to you again. I want to be like Lucio. If I want you, I will hold you tightly. I will never let you go even if I have to do anything cruel. Wuyu thought, if we calculate it according to the progress of blackening, every time she gets into trouble or wants to get rid of Shinkei, his blackening progress bar will advance. And this time, during the 6-month separation, Shinkei did not blame her, but blamed himself for being useless, which was completely poking his heart. Given Shinkei's current state, if she had a system, Shinkei's blackening degree would probably soar to 70% to 80%. Wuyu patted Shinkei's heart soothingly, and her hand slowly slid down along his chest muscles, passing through his abdominal muscles and mermaid line, and untied the belt hanging on his waist. Shinkei's erotic moans gradually came to his ears. Wife, I like you to treat me like this. Shinkei's mind was blank. He looked at Wuyu obsessively as she hugged her and stepped into the bathtub. Wife, I miss you so much. There was a sound of water. Wuyu hooked her hand around Shinkei's neck and took the initiative to kiss him. Shinkei held Wuyu's waist and held the back of her head with one hand. When the two kissed passionately, Shinkei looked at Wuyu with his eyes open, fiercely leaning forward and constantly asking for kisses. Wuyu pushed him away embarrassedly. Don't look at me like that. Shinkei chuckled. Wife, you will act out a scene for Luotian and Dylan in a while. You have to get into the role in advance. And Shinkei's tone was slow and full of lust. Since we are acting, we have to be serious. Wuyu looked at Shinkei with a twinkling look in her eyes. Shinkei raised his head and smiled at her, and instantly moved closer to her neck. As the pain in her neck came, Shinkei left raging kisses and teeth marks on her neck, blue and red, and his unscrupulous hands crossed Wuyu's arms and legs, pinching one red mark after another. Shinkei's voice fell into Wuyu's ears, carrying the raging anger that he had endured for half a year. My dear, you are so disobedient. Why didn't you tell me? Why did you choose to bear it alone? Am I not worthy of your trust? Am I so useless in your eyes that I can't help it all? My dear, you will be punished if you don't obey. Surrounded by Shinkei's spiritual power, Wu Yu's brain became hotter and hotter. Just as her consciousness gradually blurred, after a full half-year, her pupils slightly opened, and she felt the unity of body and soul with Shinkei again. From beginning to end, Shinkei looked at her without a single mistake. His eyes seemed like the vortex of hell that wanted to suck her into the depths of her soul. Chapter 649. During the whole process, Wu Yu was hugged by Shinkei from behind. He kept biting her neck, and the lingering and eager swallowing sound reached her ears. He was drinking her blood. Since meeting Shinkei again, he has used this method several times to express his crazy possessiveness. If the misfortune of his childhood turned Shinkei into a paranoid and crazy beast, in order to suppress his blackening, Chu Cixia gave him the care of his partner and the elders of the team at the right time to control his blackening progress and guide him in the direction of forbearance and dormant resistance. Then her appearance, to some extent, pushed Shinkei towards another dark direction. The first time she wanted to sacrifice herself, Shinkei said that he was waiting for her to click to end the relationship again. If the truth had not been revealed at that time, perhaps his dark progress bar would have advanced wildly. And now, even she was so angry that Shinkei had deceived her and didn't tell her and wanted to give up on him. As she had guessed before, he had been extremely angry in the past 6 months. What he said before was sincere. He was so angry that he hated her. He was anxious to coax her just to get angry with her. Only when she went along with him and coaxed him, his anger would make sense. He was eager to prove that his position in her heart had never changed in the past 6 months, and he was eager to confirm that she only loved him. Shinkei hugged her tightly from behind. Wu Yu leaned weakly in his arms, with the weight of her whole body on him. She whispered, "Shinkei, I can't breathe." Shinkei raised his head, leaned against her face, and said in a low voice, "Call me." Wu Yu was helpless. "Hubby, you're strangling me to death." Shinkei finally let go of his strength. From his perspective, he could see Wu Yu clearly. His dark eyes passed through the marks he left on her pale skin. He buried his head in Wu Yu's neck again. "Wu Yu, I hate you. I hate you, hate you, hate you to death, hate you forever, and I will never let you go." While saying more and more cruel words, he kept rubbing his face against Wu Yu's neck, leaving one kiss mark after another. Wu Yu knew very well that if she didn't coax him now, Shinkei would immediately lose control. He had been tamed by her love, willing to put away his sharp claws and become her kitten. But Shinkei has never been a kitten. He is the most powerful and tenacious experimental subject selected by Chu Cixia from the entire alliance and even all mankind. If Shinkei's growth process did not have Qi Yan's partner, if Chu Cixia had planned a route for him that combined the royal court and the Dark Order, then Shinkei would become the most terrifying killing weapon in the world. Every time she had the intention to leave, Shinkei's reaction was very intense, without exception. Now, Shinkei was using his own way to make her have nowhere to escape. Wu Yu turned around, and Shinru immediately put his arm around her waist. She hooked her arm around Shinkei's neck and gently stroked his cheek and hair. "Wu Yu, are you so angry?" Shinkei looked at her straight. "Wu Yu, I will never forgive myself for everything you have experienced in the past 6 months." Wu Yu approached Shinkei and kissed his cheek. Shinru immediately pinched her neck and went forward. Until Wu Yu's face turned red, and her weak hands rested on his tight upper arms, Shinkei finally stepped back a little. His deep eyes looked at Wu Yu without blinking, their noses touched, their foreheads pressed together, and their breaths lingered. Shinkei's warm breath fell on Wu Yu's lips, and with every word they said, they seemed to be kissing each other invisibly. Shinkei's eyes were burning. "I said, you can't leave me. I have always put the rope holding me in your hands. But if you don't want me, then it will be my turn to bite you tightly, and never let go until I die. Wu Yu, you seem to be more dangerous than Lucio now." Shinkei has always been very good at disguising himself. He complies with the alliance's arrangements, carries out tasks, and even keeps in close contact with everyone. Just like before in the royal court, he pretends to be what everyone thinks he should be like at this stage. But these disguises gradually collapsed after seeing her. He bared his fangs, showing his ferocious appearance, and was extremely vicious. Wu Yu touched the blue veins on Shinkei's neck soothingly, stroked his rolling Adam's apple, and whispered to him in a charming voice, "I thought you said that because you changed your mind. I am also very sad, baby." Shinkei hugged Wu Yu tightly, licking the place where Wu Yu was bitten by him. He only treated Wu Yu's wounds, but left scars, which was to leave his traces. Or his mark. Feeling the intimate contact between the two without any grudges, his manic heart finally calmed down gradually. His kiss fell again, You know clearly that I will never change my heart. You know clearly that there will only be you in my eyes and heart. Wu Yu laughed. Okay, if you encounter such a situation again next time, I will definitely rush up and slap you, asking you, a scumbag, if you are tired of living and dare to change your heart. Shinkei raised his lips in satisfaction. You can't pretend not to see me, pretend not to know me, and even more so, you can't say you don't want me. Wu Yu nestled in Shinkei's arms. Okay, I won't do this again. Shinkei's slender fingers caressed Wu Yu's neck, making her tremble as if she had an electric shock. He used a moderate force to move down along her spine, and his hot fingertips seemed to be lighting fire all the way. Looking at Wu Yu's emotional eyes, Shinkei's burning gaze fell on Wu Yu's lips again, and he slowly moved closer, one more time. Wu Yu covered his mouth. Aren't you still going to look for her? Shinkei licked her palm, which was as hot as if it was burned by fire. Wu Yu just withdrew her hand. Shinkei approached, hugged her whole body and stood up, stepped out of the bathtub with the sound of water. Being pressed against the edge of the bathtub by Shinkei, Wu Yu could only hold his neck tightly, her face flushed. Wu Yu's voice was intermittent and trembling. Shinkei, you should be more restrained. Shinkei had a cold face and said nothing, just holding her waist tightly, unscrupulous, and doing whatever he wanted. Wu Yu was still in a daze until Shinkei helped her clean up, dried her hair, and carried her out of the bathroom. Shinkei picked a black turtleneck sweater with a high-waisted long skirt for Wu Yu to change into, wrapping her up tightly. She looked at Shinkei in confusion, her back ached, and her calves trembled. You can't see anything. Why do you still want to take it seriously? Facing Wu Yu's doubtful eyes, Shinkei glanced sideways. People may not believe what they see, they only believe what they think. Compared to showing them directly, your casual movements and the wounds under your neck will make them think that you are pretending to be strong and whitewashing the truth. Wu Yu, I understand. What I am wondering is, why did you pinch me so hard that I got red and purple everywhere? Shinkei raised his lips and pretended to be cold. Oh, that's a personal grudge. Wu Yu narrowed her eyes dangerously and walked to Shinkei. Shinkei lowered his eyes to look at her. Something? Wu Yu smiled. Yes, some personal grudges. Shinkei leaned over to Wu Yu with his upper body naked. Then you can vent as you like. I let you do whatever you want. Wu Yu, Shamelessness is truly invincible. Seeing Wu Yu ignoring him with a puffy face and turning to leave, Shinkei's eyes darkened instantly, and he pulled her back to him. He hugged her tightly, his eyes fixed on his lips that had been kissed red. His thumb caressed her lips lovingly. Shinkei's voice became hoarse. Just a little bit more. Wu Yu pushed him. You're almost there. Shinkei approached. You don't want Luotian and Di Lan to be in Chalice camp, but their hearts are with Han, and end up getting yourself involved, right? Wu Yu glared at Shinkei, gritting her teeth. I bite you to death. Shinkei raised his mouth in excitement and perverseness, pinched Wu Yu's neck and moved closer to grab her lips. Wu Yu opened her mouth and bit him. The smell of blood lingered between their lips and teeth. Shinkei was even more excited, and his whole body was trembling. He frantically demanded from Wu Yu until his mouth was full of blood. He bit the corner of Wu Yu's mouth and licked the blood clean. Shinkei stood up with satisfaction. Seeing Wu Yu touching the scar he had just left with her fingertips, and the tip of her tongue faintly visible through her slightly open lips, Shinkei couldn't help but moan and looked away. Let's go, hurry up. Wu Yu was speechless. Now you finally know how to hurry up. Shinkei glanced at him, his tone cold and his eyes meaningful. Well, hurry up, come back and continue. Chapter 650. Wu Yu looked serious. Shinkei, you know, husband and wife are also guardians. I am now your only legal guardian. If you are sure that your mental state is not good, I can send you to a mental hospital for recuperation and treatment. Shinkei shrugged indifferently. Then you should contact them as soon as possible and ask them to add more security guards. Otherwise the whole mental hospital will be left without a single person who can fight, which is very boring. Wu Yu hugged his head in pain. Be more normal. Shinkei put on his shirt slowly, and when he saw his neck in the mirror, he suddenly raised the corner of his mouth. Wu Yu's eyes fell on the kiss marks on Shinkei's neck, the scratches on his shoulders, neck, back, chest muscles, and abdominal muscles. She looked away, and felt angry when she saw his lewd and lustful look. Wu Yu urged him, can you hurry up? Who are you dressing up so beautifully for? You are always attracting bees and butterflies, and not keeping male ethics. Who are you trying to seduce? Shinkei's voice was light, and he glanced at her sideways. For you to see, to seduce you. Do you like it? If you like it, just go and have sex with me. Wu Yu said earnestly. You are a scumbag now. Shinkei sneered. Who made me so young and ignorant? The first hug, first kiss, first love, first night, first marriage. I met a bad woman who cheated me for money and sex and dumped me. She was also a scumbag who cheated me again and again. I was forced to grow up. Wu Yu declared, you did it willingly. There are too many lies, and she can accept her role as a scumbag who cheats money and sex. Shinkei said slowly, yes, I just like to be a slut and rush to let you abuse me. Wu Yu was so scared that she shut her mouth and turned around and walked out of the bedroom. Horrible. So terrible. This man really has no bottom line or moral integrity now. He can say such shameless words without blushing or breathing hard. When Shinkei walked out of the room, he was serious again with a cold and expressionless face, and he was not the scoundrel before. Shinkei said coldly and distantly, let's go. Before leaving, Shinkei glanced sideways. We need to clarify our current relationship. Wu Yu understood. You are a traitorous scumbag who loves and hates me and washes my underwear with a cold face. I am a poor little white flower who is pregnant with a child and is tortured by you physically and mentally. The wife has become a mistress, and I have to face the provocation of the current wife from time to time. But this script obviously won't work in front of Lucio. Lucio is just responding to every move and taking advantage of Sister Luotian and Dylan. Shinkei nodded. You don't have to worry about Lucio, just follow the script. Wu Yu nodded, okay. After agreeing, Wu Yu walked out alone. Seeing that Shinkei didn't move, Wu Yu was surprised. What? Shinkei, you look so heroic and confident that you can kill everyone, and you don't even have a punctuation mark in common with the miserable little white flower. He moved his arm. You should at least hold my arm with a face of humiliation and humiliation. Wu Yu thought, this is not in line with my character, really, Sister Luotian will not believe it. Shinkei remained calm. Then how do you get along with Lucio? Wu Yu was fearless. I will do it with my eyes open. My life is in my own hands. If he makes me unhappy, I will just beat him. Shinkei thought, that's why Lucio said that Luotian was as hard-headed as Wu Yu, and didn't say a word when he was punished. Shinkei asked tentatively, will Lucio not be angry? Wu Yu nodded, yes, he is angry. Usually he will leave. When he is particularly angry, he will burn me with his anger, but that power can't hurt me. So to speak, he did go too far except for the time when he broke my arm. Wu Yu suddenly looked at Shinkei. In terms of the current level of badness, it is still you, the latecomer is better. He was right to diss you. You always put your hand into my shoulder to stir things up, but I am not as cruel as you. You pinched me all over, leaving bruises all over my body. Shinkei, you are domestic violence. Shinkei heard that Wu Yu's words were actually in favor of Lucio, and his expression suddenly became gloomy. He looked at Wu Yu coldly, and it was obvious that he was going to be angry again. Wu Yu held back her laughter and walked to his side and took his arm. Shinkei's arm was against Wu Yu's sweater. He looked at her meaningfully. What do you mean now? Wu Yu tilted her head. Isn't this just me getting into the role? You said it yourself. Shinkei pretended to be reserved and looked away. You said Luotian wouldn't believe it. Wu Yu approached Shinkei. Wouldn't that be a test of your acting skills? Shinkei looked down at the sweater that Wu Yu was pressing against his arm, and moved his arm as if unintentionally. Wu Yu's face turned red, pervert. Shinkei held Wu Yu's waist and walked out. Wu Yu, you are too weak now, and you turn red when I touch you casually. Wu Yu glared at him. Don't talk nonsense after you step out of this door. Shinkei sneered. If you don't let me talk, how can I act later? Wu Yu turned away and ignored him, and Shinkei held her tighter. Luotian had just met with Angel Ambika, and was about to meet Lucio. The two sides met in the elevator. The moment she saw Wu Yu, Luotian immediately pressed the elevator door open button. She wanted to pull Wu Yu to her side, but Shinkei quickly took Wu Yu behind his back with one hand. He looked at Luotian with a cold and indifferent expression. I said, get out of here. Luotian's suspicious eyes fell on Wu Yu. Seeing that she was tightly wrapped by Shinkei, she had a bad feeling in her heart. Luotian asked nervously, baby, are you okay? Shinkei looked impatient. Wu Yu carefully tugged at the back of his uniform. Shinkei glanced sideways, his eyes cold. What? Wu Yu pursed her lips. Can I have a few words with Sister Luotian? Shinkei sneered. Are you negotiating with me? Why? Wu Yu lowered her head and clenched her fists. You said it. I promised you. I just say a few words. Shinkei stretched out his slender fingers to lift Wu Yu's chin, put his arm around her waist, and pulled her in front of him. He smiled evilly. Okay, then I want you now, right here, to please me. As long as I am happy, I will let you have a few words with this female ghost. Luotian clenched her fist angrily, and used wood magic on Shinkei. When Wu Yu saw it, she immediately changed color and turned around to block Shinkei. Luotian's face changed instantly. Even if she quickly retracted the spell, The vine branches still hit Wu Yu's back fiercely. The rough vine branches tore Wu Yu's sweater. Luotian saw the purple marks on Wu Yu's back and her face was extremely ugly. She looked at Shinkei in disbelief. You beast! How can you do this to your baby? She's pregnant, and you're still like this. Are you still a human being? Shinkei held Wu Yu tightly in his arms, and calmly examined the wound on her back. He didn't use any force when pinching Wu Yu just now. Those wounds looked scary, but they were just contusions of human soft tissues, and the principle of rupture of subcutaneous capillaries. They didn't hurt at all. With his current strength, Wu Yu's body couldn't bear it at all, but it was just a couple's interest. But Wu Yu was hit hard by the vine branches when she helped him block it. Half of her back was torn and blood kept flowing out along the surging flesh, which was extremely creepy. It was just a show, but Wu Yu did this. Shinkei instantly became furious. He looked at Luotian with cold eyes, showing real murderous intent. Shinkei narrowed his eyes dangerously, and said in a gloomy and low voice, "If you hit me, you're dead." The fully open mental power, and the difference in official rank had a devastating suppression on Luotian, so that she couldn't even raise her head. Wu Yu fell weakly in Shinkei's arms, her face pale and cold sweat oozing from her forehead. She looked at Luotian with a sidelong glance. Her words were earnest, even pleading. "Sister, don't worry about me anymore. Leave here quickly. He has killed many order officers. I don't want you and Dylan to die because of me again." Looking at Wu Yu so weak, Luotian finally lowered her proud head. She looked at Shinkei in fear and submission. "At least let me treat the baby's wound." Shinkei looked cold. He put his arm around Wu Yu's waist and picked her up, then turned back to the house. Before entering the house, he glanced at Luotian. "From now on, if you dare to call me wife and baby again, I will tear your mouth." Luotian gritted her teeth fiercely, fearing that Wu Yu would help Shinkei to block the harm and get hurt again, so she could only endure the raging anger and promised, "I know." Chapter 651. Shinkei carried Wu Yu into the room and let her lie on the bed, tearing open her sweater with his hands. The back, which was already covered with bruises and reds, had another bloody wound that ran through the entire back. Shinkei's eyes were instantly filled with bloodshot, and his whole body continued to exude a bloodthirsty and dark aura. He quickly used healing magic on Wu Yu until the wound was completely healed, leaving only traces of the wound. The pain made Wu Yu's forehead sweat continuously, and she tightly grasped the quilt to prevent herself from crying out in pain. She felt a warm and sticky touch on her back, and breathed in short breaths. "Shinkei." Hearing Wu Yu's weak and secure call, Shinkei held her tightly in his arms from behind, licking her wounds inch by inch, like a beast combing its companion's hair. Wu Yu recalled that since Shinkei became a cat, he had this habit of licking people. The treatment and comfort gradually reduced Wu Yu's pain, and she leaned quietly in Shinkei's arms and closed her eyes. Even if the wound is treated, the scar will not disappear in a short time. Shinkei's sticky eyes fell on Wu Yu's scar, which was the mark Wu Yu left on his body for him. "Shinkei, this is for me." His hot fingertips could not help but scratch Wu Yu's scar. The light touch made Wu Yu feel a little itchy. As soon as she moved, Shincheng immediately hugged her tighter. Shinkei's delicate kiss fell again, his voice hoarse. "Wu Yu, if you choose to use this method again next time, I will kill Luotian directly." Wu Yu turned around and hooked her arms around his neck, and nestled into his arms. "Shinkei, be obedient." Shinkei held Wu Yu in his arms, and his hands kept stroking Wu Yu's back, describing the appearance of the scars according to his memory. He buried his head in Wu Yu's neck. "Do you still love me?" Wu Yu held Shinkei's face. "Of course I love you very much, only you." She used her fingertips to describe Shinkei's perfect face like a god, from eyebrows to high nose bridge, deep pupils, and finally to tightly pursed cold and thin lips. Shinkei's gem-like charming pupils looked at her without a single mistake. His eyes were obsessed and deep. Wu Yu smoothed his tense veins and gloomy brows. "Shinkei, if I hadn't been soft-hearted and dragged you into the game, wouldn't you have become like this?" If he hadn't been with her and endured her repeated deceptions, would Shinkei have continued to follow the character of Captain Shi Yin, instead of turning evil to this point? Shinkei suddenly grabbed Wu Yu's neck, moved closer to her, and looked dangerous. "You regret it, don't you? You don't like me like this now." "Wu Yu, I just think I have an unshirkable responsibility for your current situation." To be honest, Shinkei's cold and sharp tongue is really cool now. She likes it very much when she sees his wet and gloomy eyes and possessiveness. Shinkei chuckled and kissed her ear bone. "Since you know that what you did is outrageous to both humans and gods, you should take responsibility." "And Wu Yu." Shinkei's warm breath fell on her earlobe. As he grew older, Shinkei's voice became more stable and cold than when they first met. "You can't get rid of me. If you insist on not wanting me, I might really listen to Chu Cixia and let him help me open the dragon bone to become a bone monster. Shinkei's hand fell on Wu Yu unscrupulously, charming and erotic. When the time comes, I will lock you up, and you can't get rid of me at all. Wu Yu, eh? So this guy's blackening is inevitable, unless Lu Xiu does nothing and waits for the alliance to develop and open the door for humans to break in. But Lu Xiu is not a fool. This situation was already determined, and the nature has been formed. No matter how the plot is played, it will eventually reach this point. Seeing that Shinkei's eyes became hot again, Wu Yu pinched his face and pulled it to both sides. You should be restrained. Shinkei buried his head in Wu Yu's neck. You coax me. I want you to love me. Wu Yu pushed Shinkei to the bed, and Shinkei lay down obediently without any resistance. He looked at Wu Yu with burning eyes, full of expectation and yearning. He was too eager for Wu Yu to take the initiative to approach him and get close to him. After meeting again, Wu Yu's love for him was too obscure. He couldn't stand it. He wanted passionate and outward love. He wanted Wu Yu to love him. Only when Wu Yu took the initiative to get close to him, could he feel Wu Yu's love for him. Wu Yu's eyes fell on Shinkei's rolling Adam's apple, and her fingertips fell along Shinkei's cheek to his neck, deliberately avoiding his Adam's apple. Seeing Shinkei swallowing continuously, with veins bulging, as if inviting her, Wu Yu smiled and leaned over to kiss his Adam's apple. Shinkei was about to hold Wu Yu's waist, but Wu Yu scolded him, "Don't touch me." Shinkei clenched his fists, feeling the wetness coming from his Adam's apple, and put his hands back to his side. Wu Yu buried her head in Shinkei's neck. Shinkei squinted his eyes in enjoyment, and slowly grasped the sheets under him. Wu Yu slowly unbuttoned Shinkei's buttons, kissing wherever she unbuttoned, until Shinkei's breathing became hot, and she finally took off Shinkei's shirt completely. Shinkei's body was lightly pink, and as Wu Yu's gaze became pinker and pinker, he trembled slightly, his eyes full of anticipation and excitement. Wu Yu glanced at him and patted his cheek. "Husband, relax." Looking at Wu Yu's disdainful eyes, Shinkei's breathing became heavier and heavier. He urged her, "Wife, can you hurry up?" Wu Yu's fingertips repeatedly rubbed Shinkei's muscles, making him want to curl up. He wanted to hug Wu Yu tightly, but he was afraid that Wu Yu would leave and stop coaxing him if he took the initiative. Shinkei could only bear it, and kept looking at Wu Yu with expectant eyes. Wu Yu raised her fingers and scratched Shinkei's abdominal muscles with her fingertips, leaving a light pink scratch. Shinkei immediately let out a muffled groan. He looked at Wu Yu with red eyes. His body became pinker and pinker, and even the low moans he made were delicate and sexy. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu obediently and begged her softly, "Wife, I like you like this, I want more." Wu Yu's eyes fell on the tight muscle lines on Shinkei's side abdomen, stretched out her hands and leaned closer, leaning against Shinkei, her fingertips stroking from his back to his side abdomen. Shinkei's breathing became heavier, and he looked at Wu Yu's approaching face with extremely expectant eyes. Wu Yu smiled and caressed his face, unbuckled his belt with one hand, and leaned in to kiss his lips. Shinkei had been impatient for a long time, and immediately stood up and leaned forward. Feeling his waist become loose, the burning desire was completely enveloped by Wu Yu, and his consciousness gradually fell, intoxicated by the desire. Shinkei's low panting made Wu Yu's bones numb, and she increased her strength. Shincheng immediately hummed, "Wife, harder." Until Shinkei's whole body was red and bleeding, he deliberately made a delicate and sexy sound. His eyes were red and watery, and he looked straight at Wu Yu. "Wife, please let me go. I can't stand it anymore." Wu Yu suddenly stepped back, and Shinkei couldn't help but grab her hand and kiss her. "I want more, don't leave." But Wu Yu just gently pushed him to the bed, and looked up at him. In this look, her eyes were moving, and there seemed to be a hook in her eyes. Shinkei realized what was about to happen next, and his whole brain was empty, satisfied to the point of illusion. As Wu Yu lowered her head and approached, Shinkei panted deeply, and his whole body was trembling. Shinkei stood up and lowered his head to look at Wu Yu. His eyes fell on her flushed cheeks, and the sweat on her forehead, and suddenly hugged her into his arms. He held her tightly, and buried his face in her neck. Wu Yu panted softly, and emptied herself in Shinkei's arms. Feeling the wetness coming from his neck, Shinkei trembled and sobbed. She reached out, and held his neck, letting him bury his head in her chest. Wu Yu touched his hair soothingly. "Are you scared?" Shinkei choked, "Yeah." "Wu Yu, you keep getting angry, just want me to coax you." Shinkei, "Yeah." Wu Yu patted Shinkei's head. "Cry, I like you to cry, so that your tears can flow into my heart. The more you stick to me, and can't leave me, the more I like you." Shinkei raised the corners of his mouth in satisfaction, and buried his face deeper. His drooping eyes were full of satisfaction from regaining favor, and his deep obsession and crazy possessiveness for Wu Yu. Chapter 652. Human World. The holographic projection lists in detail the combat strength and ability distribution of 36 high-level order officers and 12 top-level order officers. Jiang Chung. Since the purpose of this operation is to take over the order world, fighting is inevitable. But not every order officer is a killer. The order officers, who are aggressive, are mainly the 12 top-level order officers. In addition to Cain, Lucifer, Fox Fairy, and Dylan, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and the 4 gods of war and killing in the east and west are the main components of the top-level order officers. Jian Suiyu said, to be honest, considering Shinkei's mental state in the past 6 months, he might not be able to kill all these order officers piled up together. He has killed all the beasts with red blood bars on their heads in the entire alliance. Now the exotic beasts have to rely on artificial breeding to barely maintain a balance in the supply of crystal cores. The Major General of the military department deeply agreed. Shin Chaoxiong is not just talking. Half a year ago, Wu Yu was taken away by the Golden Light Column. The second generation of the alliance worked together to stop Shin Quebec. This brother almost disemboweled his mother-in-law on the spot, and he had a grudge with everyone. Shinkei has always been patient, and he would not vent his anger until he was sure of it. He had been cooperating with the alliance's work arrangements until he mastered his magic skills and hovered over the alliance for a whole night. The second generation of the entire alliance felt a chill on the back of their necks, as if they were being stared at by some ghost. Since then, Shinkei righteously volunteered to take on the task of training soldiers, and all the second generation of the alliance present had to eat his beating. The first to admit defeat was Fu Yanqi, who slid down and knelt without any backbone, and he would rather die than die. He was very good at selling out his teammates. Captain, I was forced to do it. The main force that stopped you at that time was your mother-in-law, uncle, and the military. It would have been better if he hadn't said anything. Once he did, Shinkei would get even angrier. It was late at night, and he had thought about killing the entire Jiang family. Charles thought of the time when he and Shinkei were fighting bandits in the north. When the shuttle arrived, he opened the hatch, and Shinkei jumped down from 1,000 meters above the ground to kill them. When he arrived with the military, it was too late to rescue the bandits. Shinkei's wings were covered with blood and broken flesh, and the ground was full of broken limbs and corpses. The heads that rolled to the side were full of fear. Shinkei stood there with his back to the light, his whole body shrouded in shadows, his face splashed with blood, and his light-colored pupils completely lost the luster of gems, leaving only an organic coldness. The moment his peripheral vision met Charles's hair stood up all over his body, and he stepped back in horror, even thinking that Shinkei was mad with rage and wanted to kill him and the military. Charles still can't forget the satellite live broadcast he saw from the shuttle. It was simply a bloody and brutal silent film of violent aesthetics, which made everyone in the cockpit tremble with pupils. Zhang Zai's voice was trembling. My father, he is still crazy. Shinkei was not for the purpose of suppressing bandits, or for the peace of the alliance. He just wanted to kill people. The longer Wu Yu was away from him, the more his socialization regressed, and his paranoid and crazy thoughts gradually drove him crazy. The unforgettable lover was far away from him. Only killing and bloodthirsty cruel torture could vent his irritability and madness when he couldn't see Wu Yu. Shinkei was crazy. Even if he tried his best to cover it up and disguised it well, he had been completely crazy since the day Wu Yu left. This knife, that Chu Cici had carefully cultivated to be the sharpest, no matter how it was corrected, was finally sharpened with Wu Yu's sacrifice. Jiang Chung, everyone, the scientific research and military vanguards have started the landing preparations. In the past 6 months, we have been continuously digging deep into the far North Sea and confirmed the reason why we cannot leave once we enter the far North Sea. The magnetic field of the far North Sea is disordered and located at the junction of yin and yang. As long as humans encounter different dimensions and magnetic fields and the prohibitions of the order world where the two worlds intersect, they will be crushed by space immediately. There, it is exactly where the edges of the human world and the order world intersect, which is why Chu Cici chose to create a large number of bone monsters in the north before. The first batch of advanced troops are composed of the first echelon of the alliance. Crossing the two worlds is a great test of your physical fitness. After crossing, considering the different magnetic field pressures of the two worlds, your abilities will be weakened to varying degrees in a short period of time. After confirming that the first batch of advanced troops have landed and lurked successfully, I will use my ability to completely open the door for humans to the order world at the edge of the far North Sea. In this way, The second batch of fighters and firepower supplies will be sent in to the greatest extent. As the holographic projection jumped, the list of the first batch of advanced troops appeared. Jiang Huaiji, Jiang Yuhua, Jiang Mubai, Jiang Qian, Jian Suiyu, Jiechen, Richard, Fu Yinchi, Chuanya, Shang Bai, Wu Xiuli, Zhang Zhe. The atmosphere was extremely strange and silent when the list was announced. As we all know, the advanced team has another name, the Charge and Death Squad. No one knows what accidents will happen when crossing the edge of the two worlds. The Jiang family went there without leaving any room for themselves. The people on the list slowly stood up and left to prepare for the final emergency handling and equipment debugging before departure. When crossing the far North Sea, everyone not only has to go there, but also has to bring a large number of high-tech detection equipment. These equipment cannot be brought in their entirety, and Jian Suiyu and Zhang Zhe must go there to remake and debug them. As the advanced team left, Qinglong looked at everyone present. Cheer up, and do your own things. The advanced team is dangerous, but once the advanced team successfully breaks in, the Order Realm will most likely open fire on the human world. How to balance the military forces of the human world and the Order Realm is the biggest challenge for our military. There is no time to look back and forth. From now on, the entire military will always maintain a live-fire exercise state to ensure that it can be deployed at any time. Yes. Order Realm Wuchong, Xinqingxi, and Su Mo found 9910 all the way to 9982, and finally found that the windows of several rooms were all covered with black cloth. Xinqingxi repeatedly studied these mysterious rooms, and always felt something was wrong. It looks too deliberate, as if it was designed to attract our attention. Su Mo, could it be that the other side is also taking advantage of our mentality? After all, Lu Xiao doesn't know about the existence of drones. Xinqingxi, two possibilities. 1. Lu Xiao doesn't know about the existence of drones, but based on the signal station we gave him, he already knows that we may have high-end technology detection equipment. 2. Shen Ke and Wu Chong can both fly, so even if there are no drones, they can fly to investigate. Wu Chong, if that's the case, as soon as we move, he will know that our target is their dungeon manufacturing department. Xinqingxi shook his head. No. The dungeon manufacturing department is thinking from a god's perspective. If from Lu Xiao's perspective, he is more likely to think that we are looking for a door or switch to leave the Order Realm and lead to the human world. It is consistent with your original mission purpose. Wu Chong was delighted that I just happened to be wandering around in the Order building recently. Isn't it just right? The ready-made script can be used directly. As soon as Xinqingxi finished speaking, he immediately realized that it was right. Their battle plan at this stage, which was intended to confuse the audience, turned around and around, and it actually matched the purpose of Shen Ke and his team in the first place. So this whole set of yin-yang scripts to fool Lu Xiao and Shen Ke, plus the real script obtained by the Alliance. Was it all designed from the beginning? Chapter 653. Xinqingxi thought, if Lu Xiao thinks we are looking for the golden light column that left, then he will most likely give us a fake door. Wu Chong realized that what Xinqingxi was going to say next was likely important information. Wait, let's go find Shen Ke to talk about this. The three of them just arrived at 9970, and after pressing the doorbell for a long time, Shen Ke finally opened the door. The three of them ignored his dark face, obviously used to his gloomy face. Xinqingxi asked Shen Ke, "Where is Wu Yu?" "Shen Ke, she is resting in her room." Xinqingxi thought for a moment, then let's talk about it first. When it was mentioned that Lu Xiao might give them a fake door, Shen Ke looked sideways. What else is the Alliance hiding from us? Human world. A holographic projection of AI virtual modeling appeared in front of the advanced team. Lu Ling, in addition to the prohibitions, there are also a group of very dangerous monsters that prevent humans from entering the Order Realm. These monsters are raised at the end of the far North Sea and the border of the Order Realm. Even if you successfully penetrate the forbidden border, there are still these very dangerous Cthulhu monsters waiting for you. No matter where you are, there are powerful and evil criminals who are out of control, even in the Order Realm. These monsters were trapped in the deep-sea prison at the end of the Order Realm, when the Order Realm was at its strongest at the beginning of its existence. The whirlpool under the far North Sea is like a huge feeding window. If you forcefully cross the dimension and the power of the forbidden force is weakened, you are likely to be swallowed by these unspeakable deep-sea monsters. However, Lu Ling glanced at the people with stern expressions. When we first made the plan, we had already considered this. You just need to be mentally prepared and make plans for the worst. At the same time, wait for friendly forces to clear obstacles for us in advance. Wu Chong and Shen Ke looked at each other. Deep-sea prison? Xinqingxi nodded. We have fought the world boss before, and many ancient creatures appeared in it. Some of those ancient creatures are real, and some are just models of the Order realm. However, the Cthulhu monsters in these deep-sea prisons are real. They are huge and indescribable. Some are even illusory and have no entity. As long as they look at them, they can devour people's will. They can also parasitize and transform into human entities. These are monsters that cannot be controlled. Their actions are completely driven by desire. Even Lu Shou has never been able to deal with them. In some records of human beings, these monsters are worshipped as gods. Shin-Kei looked sideways. What does the alliance mean? Shin-Ching-Si, if the advance team wants to land successfully, all these monsters must be killed. I have a guess that Lu Shou is deliberately creating some mysterious rooms to arouse our suspicion and infiltrate. If our battle plan is successfully implemented, then, knowing that we want to leave, Lu Shou will most likely deliberately give us a fake door. What door will that be? Could it be the door to the deep-sea prison? Lu Shou no longer trusts, and is unwilling to protect those ghosts and monsters. He doesn't care whether the Order realm will be destroyed. If his mind has become dark, instead of letting you run away with Wu Yu, it is better to let the entire Order realm let all those heartless ghosts and monsters die with you. Those uncontrolled monsters are released, and Lu Shou can prove that we are the Iron Wolf. He can not only enjoy the pleasure of these ghosts and monsters being hunted by more powerful monsters after losing their protection. He can also enjoy the pleasure and supreme status of ghosts and monsters crawling at his feet again, seeking protection. At the same time, his behavior is also playing a marginal ball. He did not take the initiative to destroy the Order. He did not violate the Order, and even protected the Order. We are the ones who open the door, and we will be the first to be wiped out after the Order collapses. At that time, he can naturally remove our official positions, and put us in jail. Shin-Kei, kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Kill someone with a borrowed knife. 1. Get rid of those Cthulhu monsters that are always out of control. 2. Regain the respect of ghosts and monsters, and we will completely lose the right to impeach. 3. Control our personal freedom, and let Wu Yu return to his control. And now, in order to stabilize him and for the advance team to successfully land, we have to do this. Shin-Ching-Si nodded. Since we have to take this step, Shin-Kei, go call Wu Yu. As the maker of the whole plan, she must have a way to break the deadlock. Shin-Kei frowned. Her spiritual core was removed. Shin-Ching-Si was very calm. Those involved are confused, but those who are watching can see clearly. Don't you understand it now? All of us, including Lu Shou, are under the control of the 2 generations of Qi-Ling people. This is a chess game that the mother and daughter have set up together with their understanding of the Order realm, and the people and things of the Alliance. Every step we take may have been deduced thousands of times in their minds. They are not telling us what to do or how to do it, but predicting our behavior and planning step by step. To truly achieve it, no move is better than a move. Even if one of them is not here now, and one of them is weak and cannot protect herself, they must have a way to break the situation. Shin-Kei said with a gloomy face. Shin-Ching-Si, Shin-Kei, you know very well that Wu Yu will never be able to exist by relying on you. Isn't it her strength that you are most obsessed with? Shin-Kei looked at Shin-Ching-Si with a gloomy expression, narrowing his eyes dangerously. Shin-Ching-Si, Shin-Kei, you are obsessed with her. Lu Shou is obsessed with her too. You both want to take Wu Yu for yourself. This is a paradox in itself. How could someone who can make you deeply obsessed be trapped in your own world, without anyone spying on her, and without seeing the light of day? Wu Yu is not in contact with Lu Shou now, and does not take the initiative to contact the plan, all to comfort you, fearing that you will blame yourself too much and become too emotional. Because you are afraid of losing her, you lock her up? Shin-Kei, is she still the one you love? Shin-Kei sneered and curled the corners of his mouth. Of course she is. No matter what she is like, she will always be my beloved. What's wrong with staying in the room? My wife just likes to stay with him. The awesome Yin-Yang plan to conquer the Order realm was thought up by his wife, while staying in the room with him and making babies. My wife just likes to look at his pretty face every day. It's pleasing to the eyes. Shin-Ching-Si, I really want to open this top-up brain to see if the brains inside are all fans. Wu Chong patted Shin-Ching-Si to signal him to go away. Don't talk about those exaggerated things. It's useless. Just look at me. Wu Chong looked at Shin-Kei. Just your 3 pairs of chicken wings. You must have let other women see them when you were training before. Shin-Chung immediately frowned. Don't throw dirty water on me. What do you mean by let other women see them? That was a researcher who came to fine-tune the combat power of silver wings in the later stage, and I didn't let her see them at all. Wu Chong heard Wu Yu open the door, and immediately raised his voice. Then do you dare to say that the researcher doesn't have other ideas about you? Does the researcher want to add you to the personal communication? Will you just open the door and happen to hear this sentence? She blinked and glanced at Shinkei. Do you need me to avoid it? Shinkei's face was as gloomy as a ghost. He raised the corners of his mouth in a perverse way and looked at Wu Cheng strangely. No need, the battle plan has been discussed. Wu Cheng, don't worry about what Lucio wants to do, you press this button. Don't worry, as a people's martyr, I will definitely help you get credit. Wu Yu, Shin Qingxi and Su Mo, They held their foreheads at the same time. This guy is sick. Why do you provoke him? Wu Cheng jumped up. Yeah. Look at him. He is guilty. He must be doing it behind your back. Shinkei picked up Wu Cheng with one hand in a rage, opened the window, and threw him out from the 9970 high floor in a parabola. With a bias sound, a star lit up in the sky. Chapter 654. Wu Cheng turned into a vampire and banged on the window. Facing Shinkei's murderous gaze, Su Mo and Shin Qingxi pretended to be dead and did not move. Wu walked over and opened the window. Wu Cheng wanted to lick the crickets when he came in, but Shinkei's sinister gaze seemed to burn a hole in his body. Wu Cheng, I just want to say, you have mastered the magic skills. Why don't you take it out to show off your peacock tail? Shinkei was murderous and had a sinister look on his face. Wu Cheng patted his chest. Don't worry, I press this button and make sure all those ghosts are released. Su Mo was worried. What if the order hurts you? Wu Cheng didn't care at all. Lucio would use a knife to kill someone. Why should I sneak in? I can go in openly. After saying that, Wu Cheng ran out with merit. When he came to the black room he saw before, the whole room was very quiet, with only occasional conversations coming from inside. You must always pay attention and never be negligent. Watch this red button carefully and never press it. Wu Cheng grinned, revealing his sharp vampire fangs. He kicked the door open as if he was going home. Under the surprised eyes of the staff, he walked to the operating table. What are you doing? The staff was very cautious. Mr. Order Officer, you can't just come in here casually. Wu Cheng nodded. Then I leave. The staff who received the instructions in advance, then you leave. Wu Cheng said, I'm leaving. The staff next to him winked wildly. It seems that we are about to have a lunch break. Wu Cheng, oh, then I won't disturb you guys to rest. As Wu Cheng was about to leave, the staff members, who were winking at him, were so excited that they were about to leave the room. Wu Cheng turned his head suddenly. Do you want me to press this red button? The staff member was delighted and said, yes. After saying that, he suddenly covered his mouth and his eyes fell out of his sockets. Wu Cheng didn't even think about it, pressed the red button and turned around to leave, without blinking or any hesitation. After the work is done, he left, hiding his merits and fame. A real man never looks back at the explosion. In just 5 minutes, Wu Cheng returned to 9970 and patted his chest. I do the work, don't worry, I've already pressed it. Everyone present, Su Mo, isn't it a bit hasty? Shin Qingxi held his forehead. Let it be, the process is not important. Now both sides want to see the situation develop in this way, so it's natural to go with the flow. After asking Wu Cheng for details, Shin Qingxi reluctantly nodded. Very good, very stupid. Shinkei stood up. I go and kill him. Before leaving, after thinking for a while, Shinkei put his arm around Wu Yu's waist. You go with me. Shinkei took Wu Yu all the way across the downtown area and landed at the edge of the disordered Forbidden Land. He seized a motorcycle along the way. Putting the helmet on Wu Yu and letting her sit in front of him, Shinkei hugged her tightly. Don't listen to Wu Cheng's nonsense. Wu Yu blinked and deliberately avoided him. Don't touch me. Shinkei leaned in and buried his face in Wu Yu's neck, hugging her tightly. I really don't have it. You don't have a mental power core now. When your mental power core comes back, we can share our mental power. I show you everything that happened to me in the past 6 months, okay? Wu Yu glanced sideways. What did Wu Cheng say? Shinkei, it's just normal data detection for researchers, and they need to use a communicator to communicate. But I refused. When I saw that she was a female researcher, I let her go directly. I told them to replace her with a male researcher in the future. Wu Yu teased. Oh, so Wu Cheng was not wrong. He is indeed interested in you. Shinkei was angry. I will beat this chatterbox to death when I get back. Wu Yu glanced at him sideways. It seems that Lord Seraph has been very lucky in the past 6 months. That's right. After all, Shinkei almost killed her father in front of the whole alliance, and said in public that the two of them were finished. Even so, a man still has the sense of justice to save people for the sake of justice, but he can't charm thousands of girls. Since he has returned to being single and circulated in the market, It is understandable that someone bravely pursues love. Wu Yu thought about it this way, and it was really a bit sour. She took off her helmet and put it on the head of the motorcycle, turned over and got off. I want to go back. Shinkei grabbed her from behind and put his cheek against her face. Are you jealous? Wu Yu lowered her head and ignored him. Shinkei was secretly happy and suppressed his mouth. He turned Wu Yu over and hugged her tightly in his arms. Don't ignore me, okay? Wu Yu just said, I want to go back. Shinkei's kiss fell down her cheek. Wu Yu pushed him away. Do your business. Don't touch me. Thinking that Wu Yu was jealous of him, Shinkei felt happy, as if there was an electric current flowing through his head, and he was so happy that he was infatuated. Shinkei's breathing became heavy. Good boy. Don't ignore me, I miss you. Shinkei was about to pick up Wu Yu, but he paused and held her in his arms without questioning. He turned his head and looked into the distance with a gloomy expression, and said softly, Wife, hold me tight. Wu Yu reached out and held Shinkei's waist. What's wrong? Shinkei, something weird is coming. He suddenly spread his wings, and the golden dragon formed by his mighty spiritual power clung to Wu Yu as if it had substance, covering her whole body. With Shinkei's ardent love, Wu Yu blushed as the dragon approached. Shinkei comforted her. These ghosts in the deep sea are very good at mental attacks. You don't have mental power now, so you can be safe with my mental power. Don't resist, I'm protecting you. Although that's what he said. But this person's mental power kept drilling into her neck. As the rotten fishy smell unique to marine life got closer and closer, Wu Yu looked over, and Shinkei covered her eyes with one hand. Shinkei's voice was low and reliable, and he kept comforting Wu Yu in her ear. Don't look at the baby, I scare you in a while. Shinkei's cold eyes fell on the huge monster in front of him, which was made up of countless huge rolling tentacles and parasites. Each tentacle had a huge suction cup, and the pulsating suction cups contained countless parasites with legs that were moving and swallowing. Each parasite was as big as a pig, and they were crawling on the tentacles. They were so dense and layered that it made people's scalps numb just by looking at them. Or rather, they had no face, let alone facial features. As the stench became stronger and stronger, the exhaled air gradually moved into the same space, and it got closer and closer, and its tentacles whipped wildly, knocking the surrounding dense trees to the ground. It stood strangely, staring at Shinkei. Shinkei's eyes fell on the tentacles it was swallowing. When he got closer, the densely packed parasites suddenly turned around and revealed human faces. This was a deep-sea monster that had just been released from the deep-sea prison. All the parasites on its body were humans that it had devoured. Now, like maggots attached to its bones, the ghosts of the wronged were still there, living with it. These parasites were smiling at him, smiling with their weird faces that were completely rotten by the sea water, with the skin and flesh on their faces cracked and broken inch by inch, while using countless legs to tear and eat the prey they had captured along the way. It was hungry, very hungry. Now, it needed to eat urgently. Shinkei's eyes fell on the gluttons that were fighting for food with the tentacles of the parasites. Even the 4 fierce beasts were devoured instantly without any resistance. The huge tentacles kept surging until a huge round body, like a head, arched out from it. The whole round body turned strangely and opened countless eyes, glowing red with malice and greed to look at Shinkei. Shinkei saw himself in these countless eyes, countless faces of himself, all turned their heads and looked straight at him. Chapter 655. Shinkei raised his mouth in disdain. These ghosts were useless to him. He grew up surrounded by wolves, and suffered from vicious mental attacks everywhere. No matter if it was horrible, disgusting, sad, painful, or desperate, they would do anything to destroy him. Even when his mental power was far inferior to Leo's, he could get rid of the control by willpower, not to mention that his mental power was far higher than these bugs now. In the face of absolute strength suppression, no matter how many there were, they were just a drop in the ocean for him. Shinkei suddenly opened his mental power, and launched a fierce and powerful attack on the parasite. The absolutely suppressed parasite screamed horribly, and its face twisted and struggled to retract into the depths of the insect body. The insect body split in half, opened its densely packed sharp mouthparts, and issued a warning that was fierce on the outside but weak on the inside. Even though she was completely enveloped by Shinkei's mental power, Wu Yu could still smell the strange, fishy and disgusting smell. She tried her best to suppress the acid rising in her throat, but she couldn't help but retching. Shinkei immediately hugged her tightly. My dear, are you uncomfortable? Wu Yu shook her head. Don't worry about me. Wu Yu opened her mouth, her breath overflowed, and gradually drifted into the suction cup as the air continued to disperse and spread. The monster that was still confronting Shinkei suddenly became excited and crazy. It waved its tentacles enthusiastically, and all the parasites on its body returned to the suction cup, hiding itself just to have a good meal. Fragrant, so fragrant, she smells so good, I want to eat her, I want to eat her. Seeing the monster's changes, Shinkei narrowed his eyes dangerously. Shinkei took Wuyu and flew into the air instantly. In order to stop Wuyu from leaving, the monster's tentacles swung wildly to reach her. Even the parasites that had crawled into the sucker were afraid of missing out on this overly sweet food, so they crawled out frantically, even at the risk of falling off the tentacles. The human face appeared greedily again, twisting and distorting. Looking down, there were faces everywhere, crazy, obsessed, weird and absurd faces. The tentacles flapped wildly, and the parasites kept crawling along the tentacles, and suddenly jumped toward Shinkei. Just when the whole monster was getting closer and closer to him, and was about to touch him, Shinkei's whole body was ignited with a raging fire of the gods, and the white flames that shot up into the sky seemed to burn the world to ashes. The high temperature and intense burning, the tentacles were instantly carbonized into ash, and the burned parasites made sharp, shrill, piercing and weird cries, like the scratching sound of fingertips rubbing against a blackboard that made the eardrums hurt. Shinkei looked at the bloated, long and swollen deep-sea monster. In addition to the one protecting Wuyu, another golden dragon suddenly rose up. He divided his endless mental power into two. One was as still as a mountain to protect Wuyu, and the other suddenly grew larger to confront the monster. The dragon was surrounded by white flames, mixed with the will of all mankind. The flames of the will swept the parasites, and these wronged souls, and evil spirits trapped in the deep sea, and unable to leave instantly melted between heaven and earth. The monster's countless tentacles opened their suction cups, and aimed at Shinkei to interfere with his mind. Inaudible sound waves poured into his mind, trying to shatter his mental core, stir his brain waves to interfere with his magnetic field and destroy his will, but he was surprised to find that Shinkei had no mental core at all. His sea of consciousness was extremely vast, with only endless phantoms of stars. The monster was shocked to find that this human was actually superior to it, and a higher dimensional existence than it. Shinkei's pupils turned red gold, and the whole person was surrounded by an invisible mental barrier. He tilted his head to look at the monster, his eyes full of the cold wildness and aggression of a top predator. Shinkei suddenly chuckled. No wonder the Alliance didn't tell him that there was such a good thing in the Order realm. If he had told him, he would have let it out to practice. Ever since he was made a god by humans, his strength has been far behind all humans, and there is no one who can fight him. When he came to the Order realm, Lu Shou was like a coward and didn't even dare to fight him. Unexpectedly, there was such an interesting big octopus hidden, waiting to be grilled by him. Shinkei suddenly urged his mental power to enlarge the golden dragon, blocking out the sky, and confronting the monster face to face. The dragon's body was suddenly filled with raging divine fire, and the monster, which had always been fierce and powerful, and kept moving forward, showed a look of fear and hesitation. It carefully retracted its tentacles, and finally, it slowly retreated back to the deep sea. The whole process was seen by Lu Shou, who looked at Shinkei with doubts, and his face was extremely gloomy. Shinkei did not pursue the victory, he just killed the parasites on the monster, and let the sea monster leave. Shou Chuan was puzzled. Why didn't Shinkei kill the sea monster? Lu Shou sneered. The sea monster's strength is obviously superior to that of the Order officer. It is intelligent, and knows how to seek benefits and avoid harm. Even if it has a craving for Wuyu, it is afraid of Shinkei's strength and can judge the situation. The law of nature is that the weak are preyed upon by the strong, and the strong enjoy mates and food. We want to use them to release the sea monster to defeat them, so he left the sea monster to fight us. And Lu Shou narrowed his eyes dangerously. Shinkei also removed some parasites from the sea monster. This is to give him a sweet date after hitting him with a stick to win people's hearts. As long as the sea monster wants to get rid of the parasites completely, it will go to Shinkei again. These parasites will make the sea monster crazy and lose its mind. It is the restriction of order on these uncontrollable monsters. The more humans they devour, the more serious the backlash will be. The parasites are like a tight hoop cast by order on these monsters, making their minds go crazy. Until the sea monster completely disappeared from sight, Shinkei's eyes suddenly looked at one place. The moment he looked at Lu Shou across the void, he smiled contemptuously and mockingly. Trash. Shinkei said it silently. Lu Shou instantly ignited a raging rage. He tried his best to suppress his emotions, and swept everything on the table to the ground. Zhou Chuan closed his eyes in annoyance. What a sin. Mr. Shen was really worried that the company would fail. After taking a deep breath, Lu Shou smiled coldly. Go find Luo Shen and Dylan. Zhou Chuan, yes. Zhou Chuan secretly glanced at Lu Xiu and confirmed that Mr. Lu had not collapsed yet. Now, he was full of fighting spirit and was determined to fight for his life. He finally put his mind at ease. But, just when he was half relieved, Lu Xiu suddenly said, "From now on, the dungeon production department and everyone in it will obey me directly." Zhou Chuan's heartbeat gradually became faster, and he was uneasy. He nodded and turned to leave. After the tentacle sea monster left, Shinkei kept flapping his wings to make sure that the fishy smell had completely disappeared, and then put Wu Yu down. Wu Yu returned to the ground, and after several dry heaves, her stomach finally felt much better. Shinkei handed the cup of hot water to her mouth, and asked her to rinse her mouth. Shinkei let Wu Yu lean on him, take a rest. Wu Yu closed her eyes, her face pale. "Shinkei, don't bring me out again, I will only drag you down now." The gap between her strength and Shinkei's is too big now. Shinkei can kill her with a gust of wind. Shinkei wiped Wu Yu's face with a warm wet towel. His eyes greedily fell on Wu Yu's face. "You won't drag me down. I'm just afraid that your body can't bear it." "Wu Yu, Shinkei, if my body can't recover in the future, with your current strength, you can really consider those who express their love to you passionately." Shinkei covered Wu Yu's mouth and approached her dangerously. "What do you want to say? You want to say that the gap between our strengths is too big now, and it's hard for me to be together. You want me to find a new person with strong strength, right?" Wu Yu nodded calmly. "Yes, that's right. If your current strength can easily deter even a Cthulhu monster like the one just now, then it will be very hard for you to hold your temper and accommodate me." Shinkei sneered, and his warm breath fell on Wu Yu's earlobe. "I thought I had coaxed you, but I didn't expect that you still didn't. You must push me away, right? Okay, Wu Yu, don't regret it." Shinkei took Wu Yu back to the Order high-level building with a cold face, put her in 9970, and turned away. Chapter 656. Wu Cheng was watching drone surveillance with Su Imo and Shin Qingxi at 9960, and just saw a sudden personnel change on one floor. His door was kicked open, and the three of them were shocked to see Shinkei's murderous appearance. Shinkei grabbed Wu Cheng and was about to throw him out of the window. Wu Cheng jumped up and down. "What are you doing? Aren't you on a date with Ye? Shinkei's face was gloomy. "Wu Yu said I'm too strong now, and she asked me to find someone stronger." The three people present, Pucci. He lowered his head and laughed wildly. "No matter how awesome, arrogant, crazy, and nagging you are, your wife will think you are too arrogant and will not want you anymore." Su Imo comforted him. "Don't think too much, these are all trivial matters. As long as Ye recovers her strength, everything will be fine." Wu Cheng agreed. Yes, these are all trivial matters, you can just coax her. Why are you so angry?" Shinkei raised his hand to hit him. "It's all your fault. Wu Yu and I were fine. It's because of you talking about those nonsense women that Wu Yu got jealous and angry and said such angry words." Wu Yu couldn't stand any sand in her eyes. She would abandon him if he had any unclear relationship with other women. She couldn't let other women touch him. Otherwise she wouldn't. Shinkei immediately realized that Wu Yu was just saying the opposite and angry words. She was just jealous and waiting for him to coax her. He pressed his mouth corners and felt so happy. He put Wu Cheng down and turned around and left. The three people present looked at each other inexplicably. How could this lunatic suddenly recover without medicine? Wu Yu was put into the room by Shinkei and quietly found clothes to take a shower. The tentacle gave her a smell of seafood, and after finding her pajamas, Wu Yu went into the bathroom to take a shower. When Shinkei returned, he heard the sound of water coming from the bathroom. He walked to the bathroom door calmly, and when the sound of water stopped, Wu Yu opened the shower curtain. Through the glass of the bathroom door, he could see Wu Yu's shadowy figure. Shinkei's mouth was dry, his Adam's apple rolled, and he swallowed his saliva. The more he evolved towards a highly intelligent life form, the more perfect his spiritual evolution became, and the more Shinkei could not restrain his desire for Wu Yu. Appetite, greed, love, possessiveness. When evolved to the extreme, all of these are mixed into one, all become Wu Yu. It's all her, Wu Yu. Even the hatred is her. The more he hates, the more he loves, the more he wants to be with her to death. She has become everything he relies on to survive. She is completely, and completely is everything. In the depths of his boundless spirit, it's all Wu Yu, only Wu Yu. Wu Yu put on her clothes, looked at the figure outside the bathroom, and breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking of Shinkei's angry look when he just left, it is highly likely that he will not take the initiative to bow his head. Wu Yu opened the bathroom door and prepared to leave, but Shinkei blocked her way and stopped her from leaving. Shinkei said softly, "You want me to find someone else?" Wu Yu gritted her teeth and nodded yes. Shinkei, okay, Miss Wu Yu, please let me pass. Wu Yu leaned to the side, and Shinkei walked into the bathroom. Wu Yu felt a little complicated when she heard him start taking a shower. Wu Yu wanted to go back to her room after taking a shower, but she sat on the sofa for some reason. Wu Yu told herself that she was just here to rest for a while. Wu Yu's heart tightened when she heard the sound of water in the bathroom stop and the bathroom door opened. Shinkei walked silently towards the sofa. His eyes fell on Wu Yu calmly. Feeling Shinkei's burning gaze, Wu Yu's heart trembled, and she realized that she should go back to the room. Wu Yu stood up suddenly and prepared to leave, but met Shinkei on a narrow road. The moment she saw Shinkei, her breath stagnated. Shinkei only hung a bath towel loosely on his strong waist, revealing his cold and strong upper body. He casually wiped his hair with a towel. The moment Wu Yu approached, Shinkei looked down at her without avoiding her. Feeling the water vapor surrounding them, the same bath fragrance lingered on their bodies at such a close distance. Wu Yu's height just reached Shinkei's chest. Looking at his naked chest, her face instantly turned red, and she turned around to leave. As Wu Yu moved, Shinkei took a step forward, and the distance between them suddenly shortened. Shinkei's knee even touched Wu Yu's knee. Wu Yu said in a low voice, "General Shin, please make way." Shinkei said in a cold tone, "Miss Wu Yu, I don't want to stop you. Please do as you please." Wu Yu was about to go around, but Shinkei suddenly pushed Wu Yu towards the sofa, and she was completely enveloped by his strong aura. Shinkei moved forward without question, and Wu Yu had to retreat, and finally fell back on the sofa. Shinkei slowly leaned down, supported his hands on the sofa beside Wu Yu and slowly approached. Wu Yu looked at the bath towel that was getting looser and lower with Shinkei's movements, and suddenly stretched out her hand to cover her face. After waiting for a long time, the aura that enveloped her gradually dissipated. Wu Yu secretly loosened her fingers and found that Shinkei had just passed her to get the uniform behind the sofa. Shinkei lowered his eyes and looked at her. "You want me to find someone else?" Wu Yu lowered her head and said nothing. Shinkei immediately reached out and lifted Wu Yu's face and brought it closer. "Wu Yu, can you bear to leave me?" Wu Yu's eyes slid down along Shinkei's face, fell on Shinkei's naked upper body, gritted her teeth, and said nothing. Shinkei stood up and laughed at himself. "We just slept together, and you pushed me to find someone else? Wu Yu, what do you think of me? I am such a slut, rushing to let you ruin me." Shinkei turned around and walked towards the room. He was very fast. He finished dressing and opened the door in a few minutes. Wu Yu's eyes fell on his back as he dressed up carefully and left without hesitation. She was so confused that even breathing became difficult. As the sky darkened, Wu Yu woke up in a daze and opened the door. The room was silent. It was pitch black. There was no one, no lights, and no snail girl who cooked on time. Wu Yu touched her empty stomach and felt that the discomfort in her stomach seemed to have spread to her heart. She was really capable. The two of them had just reconciled, and she wanted to push him away. But she cared. She cared about what had happened to Shinkei in the past 6 months, whether there was someone new, and why he had become so comfortable with feelings. Even if he said no, she was still suspicious. The more she loved Shinkei, the more serious her mental and physical cleanliness became. But she had been entangled with Lu Xiao for the past 6 months. What right did she have to ask? She couldn't open her mouth. If Shinkei really found someone new, she would let him go with gritted teeth and never look back. Wu Yu walked into the kitchen, lit the fire, and watched the frying pan getting hotter and hotter. The bottom of the pan was glowing red. She wanted to put her hand on it to feel the burnt smell of the scorched outside and tender inside. Just when Wu Yu's fingertips were about to touch the bottom of the pot, the door suddenly opened. Wu Yu suddenly retracted her hand and turned to look at the door. Shinkei pushed the door open, bringing with him a strong smell of alcohol and a pungent aroma. Wu Yu's heart skipped a beat, and even her breathing became sluggish. Shinkei slowly walked up to her, bent over with a cold face, and approached. "Wu Yu, are you satisfied with this? I put my heart in front of you, but you refused to accept it. You insisted that I become a bad person who broke my oath, and you would be satisfied, right? Now, as you wish. I am a bad person who can be with anyone." Shinkei turned back to the house without hesitation. Wu Yu's heart was in extreme pain. She breathed rapidly as if she couldn't breathe, until she covered her heart and fell to the ground dizzy. When her consciousness was blurred, a familiar silver-white figure flashed before her eyes. Chapter 657. Wu Yu opened her eyes and saw Shinkei's face in front of her. Realizing that she was in Shinkei's arms, she blinked and her breathing stagnated. Just as she was about to step back, Shinkei grabbed her neck and pulled her closer. Shinkei's face was frighteningly cold. "Wu Yu, Do you know what happened to you just now? Wu Yu's voice was very weak. What happened to me? Shinkei, you had a cardiac arrest and almost died. He lied with his eyes open, and talked nonsense without blushing or beating his heart. Wu Yu, So because Shinkei went out to have fun, she almost broke her heart to death. It always felt strange and strange. Was she so fragile? Wu Yu wanted to push Shinkei away, but he held her tightly, making her unable to move at all. Shinkei's voice fell into her ears. Wu Yu, so, you would rather die than have me now? You are quite stubborn. Wu Yu lowered her head like a mute and said nothing. Shinkei forced Wu Yu to look at him. You want to know what I did when I went out. Why don't you just ask me? You want to know what happened to me in the past 6 months. Why can't you just ask me directly? Wu Yu, you want to know if I am still clean, whether I have touched other women, the truth that you wanted to know even if you gave me a lie detector test before. Why don't you even dare to ask now? Shinkei lifted her cheek. Wu Yu, you clearly know that you are jealous. You have a possessive desire for me. You have a paranoid mental and physical cleanliness obsession with me. I will only feel happy. I will be so happy that I will tremble all over, and I can't wait to rub you into my body. Wu Yu looked up at him. You've been angry with me. Shinkei chuckled. So you feel guilty? You feel guilty about me? You don't dare to boss me around, ask questions? Wu Yu nodded. Well, we are now like getting back together after breaking up, and I'm the one at fault. Shinkei put his hand into Wu Yu's pajamas without any hesitation. We have never broken up, and we will never break up. We are always together. Wu Yu was about to look away. Shinkei buried his face in Wu Yu's neck. I just went to the forbidden land of disorder to fight monsters. I made the smell of alcohol and fragrance on my body, deliberately wanting to make you angry and jealous. If I didn't make those smells, the strange smell would make you nauseous. I went straight back to the room, just to seduce you after taking a shower, but who knew you would faint first? Shinkei said with a triumphant smile. Wu Yu turned away embarrassedly and ignored him. Shinkei turned Wu Yu's face around again and looked him in the eye. I can't do a lie detector test now, but Wu Yu, I have never touched any woman in the past 6 months. I never touched you, never slacked off, and you were the only thing I thought about. My daily schedule was full of training, all kinds of training, physical skills, awakening abilities, and mental power. The people I had the most contact with during the whole process were the Jiang family, the top leaders of Qian, and the generals of the military. It took me 3 months to master the ability to control 2 mental powers separately. Not to mention the wings, I trained day and night for a whole 6 months. It is undeniable that someone was showing kindness to me. No one tried to stop me, and they even let those who tried to get close to me do what they wanted. The attitude of all the people in the Jiang family was the same as yours. They felt guilty towards me. Even if I really changed my mind and fell in love with someone else, they would have nothing to say and let it go. Even when I was dying from exhausting my wings, even your father said to me, forget it, Shinkei, if it doesn't work, change the plan. But I don't want to forget it, Wu Yu, I want you. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei with red eyes, tears falling from her eyes, and she reached out to touch Shinkei's face. Shinkei held Wu Yu's hand tightly, interlocking their fingers. He put the back of Wu Yu's hand against his face, and looked at her affectionately and attentively. Wu Yu, I have given you everything. I have suffered so much, struggled to the point of death countless times, and survived a near-death experience. Now you are mine alone. You can only give me your whole person, and the rest of your life. Since Wu Yu likes to morally blackmail herself so much, he might as well morally blackmail her. Wu Yu held his cheek distressfully. Baby, have you suffered a lot of hardships and grievances? Shinkei nodded. Yes, it's all for you, so you have to coax me. Wu Yu, I want you to take the initiative and coax me. Wu Yu stroked his cheek, slowly sat up and moved closer to Shinkei. Am I still attracted to you now? Feeling Wu Yu's hand sliding into his shirt, Shinkei's breathing became heavier. He looked at Wu Yu obsessed, and held her waist tightly. Yes, you will always have a fatal attraction to me. Wife, my 5 senses and mental strength have been improved to the extreme. Every breath you take, every swallow, and even the breath you leave behind is extremely attractive to me. You don't know that in such a small space with dense air distribution, your smell alone makes me feel dizzy. Wu Yu approached Shinkei, their breaths lingered, and their noses touched. Wu Yu, do you still love me? Shinkei chuckled. I will always love you, only you. You don't know how much I love you, and how much I long for you. Wu Yu, if I wasn't afraid that you would find me corny, I would tell you every minute that I love you. Ears rubbing against each other, Shinkei couldn't help but lean over. Wu Yu backed away. Shinkei, you have become very comfortable in dealing with emotions this time. Shinkei's hand kept stroking Wu Yu's neck, and he chuckled. So you care about this? Wu Yu didn't want to pay attention to him, So he pulled Wu Yu in front of him. It was Zhou Qianfeng and Jian Suiyu who taught me. They expected that you would have emotional problems. Wu Yu turned her head. I don't believe it. Shin Kei leaned close to Wu Yu's ear and bit her ear. If you don't believe it, I let them tell you in person. But they only teach theoretical knowledge, and you still have to teach me practical experience. Wife, can you teach me? Wu Yu turned to look at Shin Kei, her breathing gradually becoming heavier. Is there anything else I can teach you? Shin Kei buried his head in Wu Yu's neck, deeply feeling her breath. Of course you can, as long as it's you. I tremble all over when I look at me. He liked Wu Yu teasing him. As long as he could hold on, Wu Yu could make him blush all over and feel so comfortable that his scalp tingled. Wu Yu slowly approached. Shin Kei looked straight at her, felt the wetness coming from his lips, and he eagerly swallowed all the sweetness. The Adam's apple rolled. Wu Yu's hands kept stroking, until Shin Kei impatiently urged her. Wife, touch me. Wu Yu put her hands behind his neck, along his slender neck, across the deep collarbone and all the way down. Shin Kei's face gradually turned red. Wu Yu's hands kept going down. She sat on Shin Kei, her lips lightly touching his earlobe. Baby, do you like this? Shin Kei stood still. Yes, I like it. Wu Yu untied Shin Kei's belt, watching his body getting redder and redder. She patted Shin Kei's face. From now on, whatever I ask you, you answer. Shin Kei took short breaths, his pupils flickering expectantly, and looked down at Wu Yu's hand. Okay. Wu Yu, did you really ignore anyone else? Shin Kei hummed and nodded. No, except for a female researcher. I did encounter hostages when killing bandits. Shin Kei deliberately made Wu Yu angry and concerned, and she would punish him when she was angry. Punishing him is rewarding him. Wu Yu narrowed her eyes and tightened her hand, and Shin Kei took short breaths immediately. His eyes were red, and the corners of his eyes were seductive, and he smiled at Wu Yu. I am only responsible for killing bandits, and I will leave after killing them. The hostages are all dealt with by the military. Shin Kei leaned back with his hands on the bed, his shirt open, and Wu Yu approached slowly. The hostage came to you, right? Shin Kei nodded. He said he wanted to repay you for saving his life. Wu Yu's hand became heavier and heavier. Shin Kei's senses were trembling, and his brain was empty. Wu Yu, what did you say? Shin Kei raised his eyes and smiled at Wu Yu. His eyes widened. If you try harder, I tell you. Wu Yu retreated instantly, and Shin Chung immediately grabbed her tightly, covering the back of her hand to prevent her from letting go. Shin Kei, I told her that I'm married, and I killed the bandits for my wife. I love my wife till death, and she should respect herself. Wu Yu looked at Shin Kei, and Shin Kei leaned over and kissed her. Shin Kei chuckled. Anything else you want to know? Wu Yu wanted to push him away, but Shin Kei hugged her tightly, and his hot kiss fell on Wu Yu's neck, and his breath was so hot that it was scary. Wu Yu, don't bear it anymore. You obviously want me too. Deep in our souls, our love is intertwined, inseparable. You can't leave me. You obviously want me too. Shin Kei's slender fingers unbuttoned Wu Yu's pajamas one by one. She looked at him with a twinkling gaze. The two looked at each other. The air was so thick that it made people's breathing become anxious. Wu Yu, anything else? Shin Kei stroked her cheek. In such a completely closed and top-secret work environment, which is related to the survival of all mankind, how can there be so many people who are confused? Those who are confused would have been transferred long ago. Wife, if I don't give you a chance, no one can get close to me. The hostage just now was deliberately trying to make you jealous. I didn't see her at all. Wu Yu, what about the love story Wu Chong told me? Shin Kei laughed. It's all fake. Honey, I don't have the time to run around. I just want to see you as soon as possible. Wu Yu lowered her head and smiled. Shin Kei looked at her. Are you unhappy because I'm too harsh? Wu Yu nodded. Shin Kei, you don't coax me. Shin Kei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wife, as long as you don't think about leaving me, I will coax you all my life. Wu Yu raised her head and hooked Shin Kei's neck, kissing him actively. Shin Kei immediately took the initiative and hugged her tightly. His palms kept stroking Wu Yu's smooth back. Shin Kei lowered his head and kissed the tattoo on Wu Yu's chest. Wu Yu's center of gravity was unstable and her upper body kept leaning back. Unprecedented passion, extreme desire for both parties. Shin Kei pushed Wu Yu down on the bed and leaned close to her, pulling the quilt to cover them completely. Wu Yu, Shin Kei slowed down. Don't mess around. Shin Kei, well, if you don't want to, I just kiss you. As the night deepened, Wu Yu didn't know how long Shin Kei kissed her. Until her consciousness gradually blurred and she fell into a deep sleep, she could still feel his hot and long kiss from behind her neck, his hot arms that wrapped her in his arms, and his gentle palms. Chapter 658. Wu Yu was half asleep, and felt Shinkei's hot kiss approaching again. She crawled into his arms, and Shinkei immediately held her tight. Shinkei kissed behind her ear. Baby, I have to go to the order officer meeting. The porridge is on the stove, so you should be slow when you turn on the stove. The other breakfasts are in the insulated box. Remember to heat them up before eating. Wu Yu hugged his waist and rubbed his chest with her face. This intimate and delicate attitude made Shinkei infatuated, and he couldn't help but hold her tighter. Not to mention the order officer's meeting. Even if the sky fell, Shinkei didn't want to leave now. He lowered his head and put his face close to Wu Yu's neck, feeling the smell on her body. Since she became pregnant, Wu Yu's original warm and fresh smell has been mixed with a rich and sweet fragrance. This fragrance has long been engraved deep into his genes, making him unable to stop. It's too fragrant. Wu Yu is really too fragrant. He can't help but want to take a bite. Shinkei is dazzled as long as he is alone in a room with Wu Yu. He can't stand Wu Yu being alone with others, especially Wu Cheng, who has extraordinary 5 senses after becoming a vampire. Thinking that Wu Cheng could also smell the sin on Wu Yu, Shinkei couldn't help his pupils becoming erect, and his mood became irritable. Wu Yu let go of Shinkei and gently pushed him. You go to the meeting. The tightly wrapped rich breath suddenly left, and Shinkei felt extremely empty. He looked at his empty hands, and his eyes narrowed instantly. He lowered his eyes, and his dark eyes fell unscrupulously on Wu Yu, who was sleeping again. He kept describing her figure with his eyes, and couldn't help but recall the touch of their skin touching again. Last night, Shinkei held Wu Yu in his arms with absolute possession. He kissed her, his hot lips falling on every part of her body. Looking at the kiss marks and teeth marks he left on Wu Yu's neck, his breathing became heavier, and he kissed her again, licking Wu Yu's wounds like a cat. Licking and licking, he couldn't help but want to take another bite. It was his, finally his again, his alone. Wu Yu also longed for him, loved him the most, and only loved him. Wu Yu wanted him to be clean, to belong to her alone. She would not let other women touch him, and she would be unhappy even if they admired him. She finally stopped thinking about letting him go free and wanted to possess him completely. Shinkei retracted his sticky gaze and smiled contentedly. Lingering kisses fell on Wu Yu's forehead and cheeks, but Wu Yu gently pushed them away. You've been kissing for a long time. Hurry up and do your business. Shinju immediately grabbed her hand and said in a hoarse voice, Wife, call me. Wu Yu opened her eyes dazedly and sat up. Shinju immediately bent over and supported the bed to get close to her. Wu Yu hooked her neck and her warm lips fell on his earlobe. Husband. Shinkei was in a daze until he walked out of the room, and he seemed to be walking on clouds. Order officer meeting room. Lu Xiao sat at the top, Shinkei sat just below him, and Shin Qingxi, Wu Cheng and Su Mo sat beside him. Facing Shinkei was Di Lan, and Lu Ocean was beside him. Obviously, the deep-sea monster was released, and Wu Yu fell into Shinkei's hands. Lu Ocean and Di Lan successfully approached Lu Xiao and helped him to recondense the ghosts with centrifugal forces. Zhou Chuan stood beside Lu Xiao. Currently, there are 12 monsters confirmed to have escaped from the deep-sea prison. Lord Seraph killed 8 of them yesterday, and there are still 4 at large. Lu Xiao glanced sideways. Lord Seraph, it's nothing. Shinkei put his hands in his pockets, stepped back on the stool, and casually bent his long legs, and placed them directly on the desk in front of Lu Xiao's face. Everyone present looked forward, eyes on the nose and nose on the heart. Wu Cheng, you are awesome. What he dared not do in the military, this brother actually did it in front of the Order Master in the Order Realm. Zhou Chuan, it started, Mr. Shin started again. No. He is the regent. Shinkei had a blank expression on his face. It's really nothing. I thought that a monster that could scare the Order Master like a coward and lock him up for so long could be so strong. Now it seems. Shinkei looked at Lu Xiao and sneered. It has nothing to do with monsters. You are just a complete noob. Lu Xiao raised his lips. Heavenly Order Officer, you promised me that Luna would release deep-sea monsters. 48 hours. If you can't get rid of all the monsters today, he will die. Wu Cheng's pupils trembled. No. Why is he going to die? When did Shinkei agree to it? What did he agree to? Hearing Lu Xiao's words, Lu Ocean immediately rolled her eyes, looking at Shinkei and Wu Cheng as if they were scumbags and bitches. Lu Ocean immediately said, since the Heavenly Order Officer is busy helping his wife clean up the mess, he definitely has no time or energy to take care of Yaya. It's time for Yaya's physical examination. I pick her up later. Shinkei's eyes were cold. If anyone dares to touch Wu Yu when I'm not around, I kill her. Lu Ocean gritted her teeth in anger. She twisted Dylan fiercely. Dylan, if he didn't provoke you, why did you twist me? Lu Ocean's eyes were blazing with fire. I can't beat him. Who else can I twist if not you? Lucio looked at the two sides, who were at loggerheads with each other, with cold eyes and an unclear expression. Shinkei stood up neatly. It's okay, I'm leaving. Lucio, wait. He looked at Zhou Chuan. Go and call someone. Shinkei glanced at him, and Lucio raised his lips. Lord Seraph, don't be in a hurry to leave. A colleague will go with you to capture deep-sea monsters in a while. Hearing about capturing, Shinqingzi's heart suddenly jumped. Capture? Why capture? The purpose of capturing is... Shinqingzi suddenly thought that even if these deep-sea monsters are uncontrollable, they can be put into the dungeon as dungeon bosses. At that time, the ones who have to face these monsters are humans. If humans still capture these extremely dangerous, incorporeal, and camouflaged Cthulhu creatures as before, it may be a catastrophe for humans. Shinqingzi was terrified. Lu Shou was very smart. He was very quick to counter the moves. Since Shinkei and his men came here, the two sides have fought countless swords and sabers. Until now, Lu Shou has never trusted any of them. Even, he has begun to use the combat power of Luotian, Dylan, and Shinkei. He is very dangerous. Moreover, he is far from being as fragile and vulnerable as he looks. Before the Alliance advance team arrives, they still have a tough battle to fight. Chapter 659. Wu woke up slowly, and went into the bathroom to wash up. When she saw the marks on her neck, her expression froze. She rubbed her hand joints for a long time, and found that the bruises had completely penetrated into the skin and flesh, and could not be rubbed away at all. Shinkei, this beast. How long did he hold her, and kiss her yesterday? Wu was so angry that she brushed her teeth fiercely. He liked to hold her, and kiss her in the first place. When he saw her again this time, he was like a big cat. He threw her into his arms, and wanted to lick her all over. Wu tried to touch the neck behind her ear, and felt a small bump that looked like a mosquito bite. She wondered, what was this? She looked in the mirror from several angles, and remembered that Shinkei had been rubbing this spot with his hands all night last night. So this small bump was probably caused by Shinquebec. Did he put something in her body again? After touching it for a while, she felt nothing except a little heat, so Wu turned around and left the bathroom. At the moment she closed the door, she did not see the invisible light clusters pouring out of the bathtub drain. She went to the kitchen, and heated up the porridge that Shinkei had prepared for her in advance. While waiting for the porridge to heat up, she opened the thermal box, and took out the sandwich that Shinkei had prepared and started eating. Wu narrowed her eyes in satisfaction. The eggs, ham, tomatoes, and lettuce wrapped together smelled really good. Shinkei even baked the bread until it was crispy. As expected, she still had to find someone who knew how to live. General Shin was really virtuous. She drank a sip of milk, turned off the fire, and scooped out some porridge. Inside was the shrimps that Shinkei had peeled, and the fish meat that had been deboned. Wu put the bowl on the dining table, pulled out a stool, sat down and started to drink the porridge. At the same time, there were traces of water stains under the closed door of the bathroom. As Wu was eating, a fishy smell suddenly entered her nose. She couldn't help but retched, and her doubtful eyes fell on the seafood porridge in front of her. She smelled it closely, and confirmed that it was not the smell of seafood porridge. Wu's nerves were instantly tense. The smell she smelled was like the smell she smelled when Shinkei took her to kill monsters yesterday, and when Shinkei came back last night. Thinking back carefully, she fainted suddenly last night, which was probably related to the strong monster smell on Shinkei. Wu's alarm bells rang instantly. Shinkei has always been a germaphobe, and he always cleans himself up when he is with her. The smell suddenly appeared, and it is very likely that a monster like yesterday sneaked into the Order building. A deep-sea monster that can penetrate the defense of the Order building and even the high-tech barriers of humans. A high-dimensional Cthulhu monster. Wu drank the porridge calmly, muttering to herself, "Husband, when will you come back?" Shinkei, who was being dragged by Lu Xiu and could not leave, was waiting for Zhou Chuan to bring people to the conference room. His expression suddenly froze. Wu used a sweet and innocent tone, like a wife who expected her husband to come back. "Husband, I miss you so much. I want you to come back to me immediately." Shincheng stood up immediately, and Lu Xiu glanced at him. "Heavenly Order officer, it's time for the morning meeting now." Shinkei ignored Lu Xiu, kicked open the door of the conference room, and turned around and left. After watching Shinkei leave, Lu Xiu turned to look at everyone and chuckled. "You have also seen that he does not want to release these deep-sea monsters into the human dungeon. These deep-sea monsters are very dangerous. If they are not eliminated as soon as possible, they will soon endanger everyone present, and even parasitic fission will sweep across the entire Order realm. The heart of Lord Seraph is never in the Order realm, nor in everyone present. As soon as the voice fell, Wu Chong, Shin Qingxi, and Su Imo immediately felt the cold hostility from the order officer. Dylan and Luo Shen looked at each other and immediately suppressed their emotions. Lu Xiao used them to win back the hearts of the people, but he skipped them and told them his plan. He didn't believe them at all. Shin Qingxi's eyes flashed with understanding. This was Lu Xiao's counterattack. But, looking at Shin Kei's back as he hurried away, Shin Qingxi had an ominous premonition that Lu Xiao's counterattack might be far more than this. Wu Yu was moving quickly, and the constant bumps made her stomach churn after she had just finished breakfast. She couldn't see what was controlling her. Thankfully, this invisible thing at least allowed her to take the elevator out of the order building, instead of just chopping her into pieces and taking her away through the bathroom drain. As soon as she left the order building, the images around her moved at lightning speed, so fast that she felt dizzy and fainted. When she opened her eyes again and smelled the sea breeze, she was already near the sea. Wu Yu guessed that the monster wanted to take her into the sea, but she had to make one point clear. I can't stay in the sea for a long time, I will die. If the monster didn't kill her right away, it was very likely that it wanted her alive. Of course, it is not ruled out that he wanted to take her back to the nest before making a move. She had sent a distress signal to Shin Kei as soon as she noticed something was wrong. The only thing she could do now was to delay time. Otherwise, once she entered the water, she would be completely covered by the unfathomable seawater, and it would be difficult for Shin Kei to find her. Fortunately, after hearing Wu Yu's words, the invisible thing finally stopped at the edge of the sea. Wu Yu found that the further she left the center of the order realm, and the closer she got to the sea, the darker the sky became, and the darker the sea surface became. The deep blue sea water hid countless top predators that were ready to move. The waves were surging, full of ominous and oppressive atmosphere. They were all waiting quietly, showing their ferocity after she went into the water, plundering and giving a fatal blow. As the sky became darker and darker, Wu Yu finally saw what had taken her away. It was a jellyfish. It controlled her tentacles to secrete venom, which could kill her instantly. Rumor has it that the jellyfish can rejuvenate and grow again, and it is immortal. Although jellyfish are low-end marine creatures, they have brains and have certain learning abilities. Wu Yu looked at it thoughtfully. She didn't dare to speak rashly for fear of being subdued by it. She could only try to communicate with it with her mind. Don't take me into the water. The monsters in the water will take away your food. It moved its umbrella cap closer to her. Its countless tentacles were stars. Its bell-shaped head lit up like a lighthouse, and the flashing tentacles connected to Wu Yu's temples. She could sense the consciousness from the jellyfish. You are very delicious. Seeing more and more jellyfish tentacles falling on Wu Yu, she tried to restrain her dry retching from the fishy smell of the sea, and the severe pain in her head from the jellyfish's constant mental manipulation of her. The jellyfish's tentacles grew more and more, with tentacles deep in the front of the tentacles. It seemed that the jellyfish realized that Wu Yu was right. If she was taken into the sea, she would be snatched away by other predators. She simply wanted to eat here. And all this fell into the eyes of Shin Kei, who arrived a step later. It was the jellyfish's mental power that covered Wu Yu completely. His wife, who was completely covered and marked by his aura, was covered by the mental power of other high-dimensional creatures, and showed a strong appetite. At the high-dimensional level, appetite often appears intertwined with other desires. Shin Kei's eyes instantly turned into red-gold vertical pupils, and Long Yuan was unsheathed. His lightning-fast figure, wrapped in the will of the golden dragon, stabbed the jellyfish fiercely and violently. Before the jellyfish could pour the venom into Wu Yu's temple, the entire jellyfish was completely shattered by Shin Kei's mental power, and dissipated between heaven and earth. At the same time, Wu Yu looked up at Shin Kei's eyes on her. It was completely out of control, intending to completely devour her, with endless desire. Chapter 660. Shin Kei was trying his best to suppress his desire to run wild. Wu Yu was too weak now, and he didn't dare to let himself get close to her when he was out of control. The suffocation and sense of crisis controlled by the jellyfish faded away, and Wu Yu slowly stood up. She walked in front of Shin Kei and looked him in the eye. Wu Yu stretched out her hand to Shin Kei, and he immediately lowered his head and put his face in her palm. Wu Yu gently stroked his pupils that kept changing between vertical pupils and normal pupils. Husband, what's wrong with you? Shin Kei tried to control his breathing. Your body is covered with the spiritual power of the jellyfish, which makes me want to possess you madly. Wu Yu covered Shin Kei's hand. Under the influence of Wu Yu's breath and the residual spiritual power of the jellyfish, Shin Kei's hand showed a sick spasm and trembling. Wu Yu raised her eyes and asked him, how can I get rid of the spiritual power of the jellyfish? Shin Kei's pupils stared at her deeply, use my spiritual power to completely cover you. Wu Yu grabbed Shinkei's hand and touched the bulge behind her ear that she'd found in the morning. What is this? The moment he touched it, Shinkei felt as if he was electrified. He suddenly buried his head in Wu Yu's neck, feeling her breath. Mark, I want to mark you, so that you will have my spiritual power, and you will belong to me completely. If he had successfully marked Wu Yu last night, with his spiritual power barrier, this jellyfish would not have been able to take Wu Yu away. But without Wu Yu's consent, Shinkei hesitated and struggled for a whole night, and finally gave up. Every minute and every second after the reunion, he wanted to mark Wu Yu, but he was afraid that his strong possession would cause Wu Yu to overreact if Wu Yu did not open up her heart. And now, he was playing tricks. He was hinting at Wu Yu, suggesting that she take the initiative to accept his mark. He wanted to protect her, but also to monopolize her. The mark is irreversible. Compared with the previous illusory spiritual contract, his mark is simple and crude, and Wu Yu will never leave his wings again. He could sense her thoughts, her existence, her situation at all times, and his breath and mental power would always linger around her. As long as Wu Yu wanted, his mental power could always completely wrap her up. Absolute protection everywhere. Wu Yu hooked Shinkei's neck. Let's go back. Without Wu Yu's answer that she was willing to be marked, Shinkei's breath became more and more dangerous, and he silently hugged Wu Yu into his arms. Even if he tried hard to control his strength and not hurt Wu Yu, he still couldn't help wanting to rub her whole body into his body. Burying her head in Shinkei's chest, Wu Yu curled her lips. She knew what Shinkei was thinking. He wanted her to let him mark him in person. He wanted a reward, just like the tattoo. When she made a mistake, he made an unreasonable request. Shinkei knew that she would agree to it. However, they had not seen each other for so long, and their relationship had just recovered. Even if they wanted to give a reward, they had to wait until a more appropriate time. Shinkei and Wu Yu had just returned to the room, and before they had time to be affectionate, Shinqingxi, Su Imo, and Wu Cheng had already appeared. Wu Yu took the towel and walked into the bathroom to take a bath. The moment she opened the bathroom door, Wu Cheng and Su Imo looked at the bathroom with subtle expressions. The whole bathroom was full of traces left by the jellyfish. The water stains left by it dragging on the ground all carried its breath. For a vampire like Wu Cheng, who had amazing five senses, and Su Imo, who was good at mental barrier sound waves, this was tantamount to the entire space being occupied by outsiders. Not to mention Shinkei. He had such a strong possessiveness for Wu Yu that even their existence was unbearable to Shinkei, especially the traces left by such a high-level spiritual life form. Especially now, Shinkei's mental power is so strong that it is terrifying. His brain can even use these residual mental power traces to dynamically simulate and restore the whole process of Wu Yu being abducted by the jellyfish. The two looked at Shinkei in fear, and found that Shinkei was standing there with his head down. The atmosphere around him was extremely gloomy. Su Imo immediately said, Shinkei, comfort you. We will wait for you at 9960. After that, he dragged Shinqingxi and turned away. But for Wu Yu now, she didn't even notice that the air in the whole room had changed. She just blinked strangely, then thought of Shinkei's reaction and suddenly smiled. She ignored Shinkei's appearance and walked into the bathroom. When she was about to close the door, Shinkei's hand suddenly grabbed the door. Wu Yu tilted her head in surprise. What's wrong? Shinkei took a short breath and tried to suppress his emotions. I'm afraid the same thing will happen again. Can I take a shower with you? Wu Yu's eyes fell on Shinkei's sharp pupils. But you are very emotional now. Can you control yourself? Only good kids who can control themselves can be rewarded. Shinkei nodded slightly. I can do it. Wu Yu reached out and grabbed Shinkei's collar. Okay, come in. Shincheng immediately walked into the bathroom obediently and closed the door. Wu Yu was about to take off her clothes, but Shincheng immediately grabbed her collar. His face was very cold. Wait a minute, baby, I clean it up first. Wu Yu sat on the stool beside her, holding her chin and watching Shinkei open his mental power in an instant, with a gloomy and cold expression, clearing away all the breath that the jellyfish had once existed, and even the water stains left were repeatedly washed back and forth by him. Until it completely disappeared, his gloomy face finally eased a little. Shinkei turned his head to look at Wu Yu. Okay. His deep eyes fell on Wu Yu. Now, only Wu Yu was left. Wu Yu stood up. The ground was washed by Shinkei, and there were slippery water marks everywhere. She just took 2 steps forward, her feet slipped, and she was immediately embraced by Shinkei. Feeling the breath of the outsider enveloping Wu Yu again, Shinkei's restless breath suddenly surged. Wu Yu subconsciously hugged Shinkei's waist and raised her head, and saw the look in his eyes looking at her, which was already extremely eager. Wu Yu raised her lips and smiled at him. She clearly saw Shinkei's Adam's apple rolling unbearably, veins popping out of his neck, and his skin quickly turning red. She really still had a fatal attraction to him. If she hadn't been pregnant, Shinkei would have been asking for her uncontrollably since the day they met again. She didn't know if it was her illusion, but she even felt that Shinkei was more obsessed with her than before, and longed for her, so much so that he was on the verge of losing control every minute, and had to suppress himself forcefully. Oh, that's why her endurance is getting worse, and she wants to act like a spoiled child and lose her temper at any time. What she likes most is that he clearly desires her to the extreme, but has to force himself to endure. Every time she gets close to him, his heart beats faster, he swallows faster, and he becomes confused and infatuated. There is nothing more exciting than making an abstinent person lose control and get aroused. Wu Yu pretended to be indifferent, and was about to push Shinkei away and stand up, but he was carried sideways like a princess. Wu Yu lowered her head, put me down. Shinkei leaned close to her ear, looking at the place he wanted to mark with a dark look. The ground is too wet, I'm afraid you slip and get hurt. Wu Yu could feel Shinkei's mouth on the back of her neck. He hesitated and wanted to open his mouth to bite her several times, but he endured it. Wait a little longer, it's not time yet. Wu Yu raised her head and ran her fingertips across Shinkei's collar. Are you taking a shower? Shinkei was a little hesitant. He didn't dare to stay with Wu Yu without any obstacles now. He would not be able to control himself. After hesitating, Shinkei shook his head. I wait for you to finish washing. I still have to go to 9960. Wu Yu smiled calmly, okay? Wu Yu slowly took off her coat and handed it to Shin-Quebec. As soon as the coat reached Shinkei's hand, he used the fire of the gods to burn it completely. The sound of water sounded, and Shinkei stood outside the bathtub, looking at her with his eyes. Wu Yu's face was a little red from the steam. Can you turn your back? Shinkei turned his back obediently, and then his eyes fell on the mirror on the wash basin facing the bathtub. Sensing Shinkei's gaze in the mirror, Wu Yu lowered her head and chuckled. As Shinkei's gaze in the mirror became more and more intense, as if it was going to penetrate the mirror, Wu Yu looked at it casually and found that his pupils always remained alert, excited and dangerous, like a wild animal hunting. Wu Yu looked at the mirror, stared at him in the mirror, and silently asked him, Shinkei, do you want to mark me? In an instant, she saw Shinkei's pupils suddenly contract, and he turned his head abruptly, and stepped into the bathtub with his clothes on, and took her into his arms. Shinkei replied impatiently, yes, I want it. Not want, but want now. Chapter 661. Shinkei embraced Wu Yu from behind. She moved uncomfortably, and was immediately held tighter by him. Wu Yu, Shinkei, your clothes hurt me. Just as Shinkei was about to take off his clothes, his communicator began to vibrate. Even though Shinkei was destroying the darkness again and again, Wu Cheng was still urging him. Luna, come down immediately, Lu Shou has a new move. Shinkei narrowed his eyes dangerously. His gaze fell on the back of Wu Yu's neck for a long time. He let go of Wu Yu and took short breaths. Wu Yu glanced sideways. Let's get down to business first. Seeing that Shinkei was unwilling to leave, Wu Yu turned around and hooked her neck around him, and Shin-Chung immediately put his arm around her waist. Wu Yu smiled at him and raised her neck, and Shin-Chung immediately buried his face in her neck. As the stinging pain came, Wu Yu narrowed her eyes and leaned on Shinkei. Shinkei, I help you put on your clothes, baby, let them come up. These deep-sea monsters can ignore the restrictions of the high-level association building. Before he finishes marking Wu Yu, she can't be left alone. Wu Yu leaned on him like a boneless person, smiling at him. Shinkei's breathing became heavier and heavier, until he couldn't help but let out a short, low gasp. He looked at Wu Yu with deep eyes. Don't tease me like this on purpose. Wu Yu chuckled and touched his face. Don't you always want me to take the initiative? Shinkei took a deep breath. Yes, but I'm emotionally unstable now. If you tease me like this, I won't be able to control myself. Wu Yu's hand slid down his cheek, across his protruding and rolling Adam's apple, and his always bulging blue veins. I like to see you can't control yourself. Shinkei suddenly grabbed Wu Yu's hand, put her white and round fingertips to his mouth, and bit them. Wu Yu, hissing, pulled out her hand and hit Shinkei's hand lightly. Be good. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu with burning eyes. When will you mark me? Wu Yu let Shinkei help her put on her clothes. During the action, Shinkei's hand always touched her vaguely, asking for a reward. She deliberately didn't speak, and Shinkei leaned close to her ear. Mark me as soon as you finish the task at hand. As he spoke, Shinkei used his consciousness to control the heavenly fire, easily drying out all the moisture in the bathroom and on the two people. When Shin Qingxi, Su Imo, and Wu Cheng appeared again at 9970. Wu was watching anime on the sofa with Shinkei's communicator, and the four of them were sitting at the dining table for a current combat meeting. Shinjingzi, Lu Xiao's meaning is very clear. There are still 3 deep-sea monsters left. If they can't be caught by noon tomorrow, Wu Cheng will be killed. Moreover, he is not allowed to kill the remaining 3 deep-sea monsters by force. They must be captured alive, and put into the dungeon and thrown into the human world. Suemo, besides this, I think Lu Xiao also changed the restrictions of the high-order building. Shinkei looked sideways. Changed the restrictions? Suemo nodded. She glanced at Wu Yu. If the deep-sea prison can hold deep-sea monsters, then there is no reason why the high-order building cannot. But today's monsters sneaked in accurately, and took Wu Yu away. This is very likely that Lu Xiao relaxed the restrictions of the building, and did it on purpose. Shinkei's expression was cold. If it was really Lu Xiao who did it, then he was very likely testing the level of human technology. Shinjingzi nodded. Now that it is confirmed that deep-sea monsters can penetrate human technology, he is more determined to release deep-sea monsters into the human world. Just like computer viruses, although he cannot crack the manufacturing program in a short time, he can release the virus to destroy it. Shinkei, I left the octopus to fight him, and he will use the octopus to mess with humans. Don't dream. I will kill the remaining 3 in a while. Suemo, one more thing. Why did the monster choose Yaya? Shinkei's expression became very gloomy, because Wu Yu smelled very good, very very good. The stronger he was, the more he was out of the human concept, the more he could smell the fragrance on Wu Yu's body. Superimposed on the crazy love and paranoid obsession, the fragrance that made him obsessed and irresistible made him want to take her completely for himself, and want her to have only his scent. This may be what has been said, the power of the origin that penetrated Wu Yu's body. She almost has a natural, fatal attraction to high-level top-level predators. He wanted to take her for himself, tear her bones and eat her, and merge their souls. The reason why the jellyfish didn't kill Wu Yu with neurotoxins at the first time was because Wu Yu communicated with it with her consciousness, and it liked this kind of communication. If Wu Yu didn't know that he would arrive soon, she would choose to communicate more with it. It might even give up eating Wu Yu over time. Shinjingzi felt something was wrong. If Lu Xiao took the initiative to remove the restriction, Wu Yu would be very likely to be injured. This deep-sea monster is unfathomable, and a drop of poison could kill Wu Yu now. Given Lu Xiao's feelings for Wu Yu, how could he go against his own feelings and issue such an order? Just as everyone was thinking, Wu Yu looked sideways. What gave you the illusion that Lu Xiao had feelings for me? Everyone was surprised. What? Wu Yu walked to the dining table, and Shinli immediately stood up to make room for her. After Wu Yu sat down, she gestured to everyone. Do you think Lu Xiao would do this? Everyone shook their heads. Wu Yu, but Dylan can. Shinkei's face darkened instantly. Everyone suddenly realized, so. Wu Yu nodded, yes, Lu Xiao's body is full of my power source, but his loyalty to me is not even comparable to Dylan's. He can easily use the fire of resentment on me and break my hand. This can only mean that he has actually already gotten rid of the mental control from the source of my power. Shinjingzi suddenly said, so he is now both the order leader Lu Xiao and the order itself. All his emotions are fake. He had long given up the human part of Lu Xiao. Then the purpose of his endurance and disguise to us is... Shinkei raised his mouth. If we want to fight an invasion war, he will fight an invasion war by using our strength. Only by transferring all the strong men of the Alliance to the Order realm can he release those monsters into the human world, and catch them all in one fell swoop. Every move is inevitable for both sides to advance, and the direction has long been predetermined. As long as humans are destroyed, we will all become ghosts. Even if he loses his position as the head of Order, as long as he is still Order itself and coexists with the Order world, he will never die. If Shinkei is now a powerful beast, then Lu Xiao is a cold-blooded and ruthless venomous snake. But if this is true, Lu Xiao has become Order itself, will he be able to detect the advanced team crossing the edge of the restriction at the first time, if the advanced team is discovered by him when it is at its weakest after crossing, and even if he pre-buries powerful monsters in the deep-sea prison to intercept them, wouldn't the advanced team be wiped out? Suddenly, everyone's expressions became ugly. Suemo thought of an incredible possibility. Lu Xiao may not be unable to beat Shinkei. He has been holding back and not taking action, because he doesn't want people to find out that his fighting style has changed. Just like she never dared to take action at the beginning, for fear that people would find out the secret of the wings discovering the new human beings. Shinjingzi glanced sideways. Then even if Shinkei doesn't do what he wants, he can catch those deep-sea monsters by himself. Wu Yu stood up and prepared to go back to the room. Shinkei's eyelids jumped, and he grabbed her arm. Where are you going? Wu Yu glanced sideways. Lucio used me as bait, so of course I have to beat him up. To confirm the truth of this conjecture, the simplest and most direct way is, I will go. See your reaction. Whether Lucio is already the order itself, this information should be very important to the direction of your next plan, and even determine whether the subsequent infiltration work needs to be warned and changed. Since Lucio is so patient, simple temptation is meaningless. Only I will go. And I estimate that Lucio is likely to want to put the mental power core back into my brain to know the direction of the entire plan. If you don't take advantage of the situation, you will be restricted in what you want to do. Shinkei's forehead was throbbing wildly. No, as long as the mental core is put back, your memory will be modified immediately. Wu Yu blinked and said with a smile, Oh, then I am looking forward to dating you again. She really wants to complete the achievement of talk to a man 8 times and summon the dragon. Shinkei said coldly, Don't even think about it, I won't agree. Wu Yu appealed to his emotions and reasoned, You can accurately locate me now. Can you hear me talking to others? Only by getting my spiritual core back can we cooperate with the Alliance to start the final battle. The next wave of support you are waiting for should be my brother and sister and Chi and partner, right? Once there is a mistake, it is very likely that the whole army will be destroyed. And Wu Yu looked at Shinkei with an ambiguous look, with a meaning that both of them understood. Don't you want to mark me? After marking, you can even know what I am thinking. Even if there is a problem with my memory, what do you have to worry about? No matter how many times, I will fall in love with you again and think of you just like you. Chapter 662. Wu Yu didn't know what she said to convince Shinkei, but it was definitely not the serious ones. Shinkei must have thought of something very lewd in his mind, and finally agreed to her, with such a happy expression. Shinkei confirmed with her again and again, Lucio can't erase your original memory, it's just a kind of mental coverage, just like your previous rebirth. Wu Yu nodded, It won't change the personality formed by my current memory. I am still me, but I was given a memory that doesn't belong to me. So as long as I realize that the memory is wrong, the memory that originally belonged to me will quickly return. No matter how it is modified, she is still her. The existing experience has completely formed her personality and thinking mode. Besides, in the current situation, Lucio may not waste any more time. Wouldn't it be more labor-saving to return the mental power core to her and torture her directly? At that time, Shinkei only needs to kick open the door of the interrogation room and rescue her to successfully get the mental power core. Give it a try. Anyway, both sides are stalling for time. After the 3 left, Shinkei walked directly into the room with Wu Yu in his arms. The two of them hugged each other tightly without any obstruction, and his consciousness materialized and enveloped Wu Yu's entire body. As the heat continued to pour in, the endless heat made Wu Yu's entire body heat up, and her brain was so hot that she couldn't think of anything. Even when Shinkei opened his fangs and bit her neck, she didn't feel any pain, only extreme comfort and numbness, as if the two souls were entangled in the depths of consciousness. The overwhelming enjoyment made Wu Yu's consciousness completely sink. She couldn't think, couldn't do anything, and could only let Shinkei drag her completely into the abyss of love and desire, and be completely drowned by the scorching love. Shinkei's golden spiritual power seemed to be inexhaustible, and all of it flowed into Wu Yu's body, completely enveloping her, until every cell and every inch of her flesh and blood was completely covered by his breath. Shinkei could even hear the sound of Wu Yu's blood flowing and her heart beating. He smiled with satisfaction and began to practice the unity of body and soul to achieve the ultimate mark. Finally, he was finally able to completely blend with Wu Yu, and they were inseparable. From now on, they will be entangled forever, for generations to come, and never separate. Until Wu Yu was covered in sweat and fell asleep in his arms, Shinkei felt like he was dreaming. He kept stroking Wu Yu's neck, using healing magic to completely cover up the scars. If he wasn't afraid that Wu Yu couldn't bear the pain, he would have wanted to break off the dragon bone in his heart and put it into her body. But now it was enough. He could fully sense Wu Yu's existence. He no longer had to fear that she would leave. He even looked forward to falling in love with her again. He looked forward to seeing the strange self in Wu Yu's eyes, attracting her, seducing her, until she remembered all the sweet love they had in the past. Lucio waited a long time for Shinkei to make a move, narrowing his eyes dangerously. He urged Zhou Chuan, let Shinkei make a move as soon as possible. Zhou Chuan pointed at himself. Me? Can he control the regent? Your Majesty, it would be more straightforward for you to just kill me. Lucio's eyes flashed with gloom, and he was about to leave when Wu Yu suddenly appeared in the elevator. The moment he saw Wu Yu, Lucio slightly side-eyed. Lucio felt that the aura around Wu Yu had changed. He didn't know what Shinkei had done to Wu Yu, but such a change made him extremely unhappy. He thought that he could completely control his feelings towards Wu Yu. But what did that bastard Shinkei do? He felt so angry just by looking at Wu Yu from a distance. Wu Yu walked in front of Lu Xiu and slapped him. In Zhou Chuan's surprised and stunned eyes, Wu Yu sneered, "You deliberately let the deep-sea monster in." Lu Xiu clenched his fists and looked at Wu Yu dangerously. "Wu Yu, do you know who you are now? Why do you think I will tolerate your transgression against me again and again?" Wu Yu smiled disdainfully at Lu Xiu. "Because you are cheap, I am afraid that I will give you pleasure even if I spank you." After saying that, he turned and left. Lu Xiu suddenly stretched out his hand to grab her wrist and pulled her in front of him. "What did Shinkei do to you? Why is there the aura of his spiritual power all over your body? How did he achieve such a complete coverage of spiritual power?" Whether it was Shinkei's possession of Wu Yu or his strength, Lu Xiu felt deeply unhappy. Wu Yu struggled continuously but couldn't break free. She said in annoyance, "Let me go, or Shinkei will be angry if he knows." Lu Xiu was instantly angry. "He's angry. Why is he angry? You were so rude to me, and now you have to depend on his face to see if he's angry or not. Wu Yu, you are a spirit conqueror, you are the god of spirits, lord of all spirits. Have you fallen to the point where you have to live your life by the eyes of a man-made god?" Wu Yu suddenly gave up struggling. She lowered her head, her tone weary. "Lu Xiu, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have fallen to this point. God of spirits? Lord of all spirits? Now in the entire world of order, even the lowest ghost can easily crush me to death. When the gap in strength between the two sides reaches a certain stage, love will be completely covered by the desire to conquer and control. Just like what you have been doing, isn't it the same? You also saw that Shinkei can do whatever he wants to me now, and I am powerless to resist. He locks me in the room every day and makes crazy demands on me. Even if he touches other women, I have no choice but to endure it." She raised her face and smiled at Lu Xiu with malice and pleasure. "Just like you can imprison me and change my memory at will. But when facing Shinkei, you dare not even fart. Let me go quickly, otherwise when Shinkei comes, you will be humiliated in front of the weakest and most incompetent god in the world of order, without any power to fight back." Lu Xiu's gray pupils turned dark in an instant, his eyes flickered violently, and the dark aura around him spread rapidly, covering the entire corridor. Suddenly, the day was covered by endless darkness, and countless sticky dark matter emerged from the shadows, forming hideous and twisted black phantoms. Zhou Chuan watched in amazement, and he realized that this was beyond the ability of Lu Xiu's original anger. This is the power of order itself. Lu Xiu's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked at Wu Yu almost madly. "You cannot love me, but you can't be humiliated by such a bastard. He pulled you down from the altar. He should worship you as a god, not treat you as a doll that he can manipulate at will." Zhou Chuan found that Lu Xiu's mood was a little off. He had never been so angry when Wu Yu changed her heart. Zhou Chuan even suspected that if Shinkei was more obedient and law-abiding, Lu Xiu would not mind Wu Yu's tricks and having a mistress. However, Lu Xiu could tolerate Wu Yu not loving him. But he couldn't tolerate Wu Yu being in a lower position in the relationship and being controlled by Shinkei. From a man's perspective, Wu Yu appeared here and suddenly slapped Lu Xiu. He was angry, and angry that Lu Xiu had changed. Wu Yu looked at Lu Xiu's furious expression calmly. To be honest, with the strength Lu Xiu showed, she was sure that Lu Xiu was compatible with the order. Logically, she could leave directly for safety reasons. But Wu Yu wanted to test further. When the two were completely integrated, would Lu Xiu be affected by the order and become heartless and unfeeling? Or would even the cold and ruthless order be infiltrated by this obsession and tainted with human emotions? Chapter 663. Wu Yu suddenly shook off Lu Xiu's hand, and Lu Xiu chased her. "I said before, I will return the spiritual power core to you." Wu Yu sneered. "Do you think I don't know what you want to do? Will you really send me back to the human world? If you get the spiritual power core, you will tamper with my memory again. Don't even think about it. You can't control me." Lu Xiu stopped Wu Yu. "If you don't want to be controlled by me, do you want to be controlled by Shinkei? Are you willing to stay in the room every day? Wu Yu, you should be worshipped by all ghosts in the world of order, instead of being the forbidden food of Shinkei alone." Hearing the word forbidden food, Wu Yu's expression drifted for a moment. Damn! What kind of books does Lu Xiu usually read? What kind of knowledge does he receive? What kind of old-fashioned 80s domineering term is this? She was so embarrassed that her scalp was numb. If he played awkward tricks on her again, she would quit. If Shinkei heard this, he would be so happy that he would die. Feeling the tingling heat at the marked position, Wu Yu had a blank expression on her face. He really enjoyed it. Wu Yu was so angry that her eyes were red. She pushed Lu Xiu away and pointed at him fiercely. "Shut your dog mouth. Don't let her hear any shameful words again." Lu Xiu was stared at by Wu Yu, and his eyes fell greedily on Wu Yu's red eyes. Wu Yu had never shown such a shy expression to him. She had always been hard, cold, indifferent and numb. But now, because he exposed her in front of her, her face was red with embarrassment. Lu Xiu thought he had given up on Wu Yu's affection, but it turned out that he hadn't. As long as there was a possibility, he still wanted to try. Lu Xiu looked at Wu Yu. "I will put the mental core back into your brain, and it's time for your physical examination." Wu Yu looked fierce. "What do you want to do to my body again?" Lu Xiu said sincerely, "Wu Yu, believe me, I want this child to survive more than anyone else." Wu Yu sneered. "Yes, you just want to get rid of the mother and keep the child, and completely get rid of my control over you. Lu Xiu, haven't you done it? You can even close the restrictions of the high-level building to let the monsters take me away. You have anticipated this possibility, but you still did it. Since you can do it, you can just cut the baby out of my stomach alive now." If it were normal, Wu Yu's words would be harsh words to Lu Xiu. But now in this specific scene, Wu Yu's words sounded more like a kind of anger of a dog who suddenly stopped licking. She was angry that Lu Xiu no longer considered her safety, and that Lu Xiu used her to attack her. Wu Yu had always been completely indifferent to him, but now she was angry with him. Lu Xiu felt that perhaps even Wu Yu didn't realize that she had developed a habitual dependence on him, and she got the pleasure of being emotionally superior to him by resisting him. After all, in the past 6 months in the Order realm, her life and death depended on him. He was angry at Shinkei's control over Wu Yu, but he himself was also greedy and obsessed with such control over the superior. But in fact, Wu Yu wanted to be emotionally superior, and she liked to be coaxed. Such a realization made Lu Xiu's head feel numb with joy. He felt that he had found the truth about how to conquer Wu Yu. For someone who has never been loved, any signal or hint will be infinitely overinterpreted and amplified by him, and then a strong hope will burst out. Wu Yu looked at Lu Xiu as if angry, but in fact she was observing him calmly. She was slightly surprised to find that Lu Xiu's pupils flashed two completely different emotions. The left pupil returned to light gray, and he looked at her calmly and indifferently, like a dark and slippery venomous snake thinking rationally about her words, while the right pupil was completely dark and was expressing strong expectations for her with crazy and excited eyes. It seems that Lu Xiu and Order are indeed one, but not completely integrated. After the test, Wu Yu retreated calmly and left without hesitation. Based on her usual attitude towards Lu Xiu, her reaction just now was already considered to be angry to the point of radical, but if she moved forward, it would seem deliberate. These hints are enough for Lu Xiu, who has strong feelings for her. If he doesn't catch up, it means that in the current situation, Order is more indifferent than Lu Xiu. But if he catches up, he will feel Lu Xiu's sudden approach and the approach of the sticky dark matter around him. Wu Yu suddenly retreated, her eyes full of vigilance and precaution, but her heart was clear and confident of victory. Now, Lu Xiu's emotions are higher than Order, and Order has not yet swallowed up his strong emotions. But his behavior has been guided by Order, and he obeys the Order. When he feels the power of Order, he will completely abandon his emotions in the long run. This time, the monster was released to test Lu Xiu's attitude towards her, and to devour Lu Xiu's emotions. This is also the moment when Shinkei and others came to the Order world, and Lu Xiu, who had been beaten, was closest to the hope of turning the tide. The situation is about to reverse at the most turbulent moment. Take advantage of Lu Xiu's emotions to push him to make the economic snowball bigger, and take back the spiritual power core to avoid the explosion of the spiritual power core in the later stage. How to maintain Lu Xiu's emotions? Stronger than love is hatred. It is hatred for thinking that you have received love, but being fooled, deceived and played. Only with enough hatred and strong enough emotions can Lu Xiu completely devour the Order in his heart, and let the Order that attempts to imprison everyone forever disappear. Wu Yu saw Lu Xiu approaching from the corner of her eye. His movements were so fast that Wu Yu couldn't tell them apart. She didn't even have time to resist before she was knocked unconscious by a knife from behind. Zhou Chuan looked at Wu Yu in Lu Xiu's arms in astonishment, trembling. "Chief Order, what are you going to do?" Lu Xiu's body was covered with surging sticky dark matter. These dark matter wanted to get close to Wu Yu. They didn't seem to like Wu Yu and tried their best to squeeze in to get rid of her, but they were all brushed away by Lu Xiu. Lu Xiu looked at Zhou Chuan with one gray pupil and one black pupil, giving Zhou Chuan a terrifying sense of separation. "Kill her. Prepare for surgery." Two completely different voices and different tones came out of Lu Xiu's mouth, and even Zhou Chuan, who had been a ghost for decades, was frightened and trembled all over. Lu Xiu was obviously alone, but he saw two people. One was cold, rational and indifferent, and the other was excited to the point of madness, as if welcoming a new life. Zhou Chuan, oh my god, the boss has schizophrenia. Zhou Chuan selectively ignored the radical personality that would lead to the direct disintegration of the company, and asked cautiously, what surgery are you preparing for? Lu Xiu looked at Wu Yu with a lingering gaze and chuckled. Of course, check Wu Yu's body to confirm the child's health, and put the mental power core back into Wu Yu's brain. At the same time, give her a new memory. Zhou Chuanjun wanted to persuade Lu Xiu, forget it, brother, don't try, you have failed so many times, and scrapped so many scripts, why don't you believe in evil? Lu Xiu glanced sideways, call everyone from the dungeon production department. I write the script myself this time. Considering Lu Xiu's preference for the old-fashioned domineering novels from the 1980s. Zhou Chuan's eyes drifted, and his heart was as peaceful as if he were dead. If he wasn't already dead, he would have wanted to cut open his neck and make a bloody confession. Stop your bloody behavior. Pure love is popular now. Pure love is invincible. You will definitely die miserably. Chapter 664. According to the confrontation between Wu Yu and Lu Xiu, quickly analyze the existing information. 1. Lu Xiu and order merge. Not completely, Lu Xiu can still control his emotions. The cost of fusion, order itself becomes weaker, the restriction of the disorder forbidden land is weakened, and the beast can penetrate it too. Order weakens the restriction of the high-level association, allowing Wu Yu to be abducted. Purpose, gradually weaken Lu Xiu's feelings for Wu Yu, and completely replace him. Asterisk combining 1 and 2, Lu Xiu and order are still in a state of running in game. 3. Lu Xiu can use the power of order, but dare not use it in front of others? Why, information is missing and needs to be supplemented. Combined with the existing information. 1. Lu Xiu order took Wu Chong as a hostage and asked Shen Ke to capture the last 3 deep-sea monsters and put them into the human dungeon. 2. Lu Xiu forcibly took Wu Yu away and wanted to put his mental power back into Wu Yu's brain and modify her memory. The above two can form a resource exchange. The information has been sorted and confirmed to be delivered. The moment Shen Ke received the signal from Wu Yu, he went to 9,980 to find Lu Xiu without hesitation. He flapped his wings and broke into the window of 9980. The moment he looked at Lu Xiu, he released his huge consciousness without hesitation, and the dragon rushed towards Wu Yu to take her back. Lu Xiu's body was filled with dark matter, and there was black hostility in it. For a moment, the two stopped moving at the same time, and they were in a tense confrontation. Facing such a peak battle of the Order realm that could instantly destroy the entire floor, or even the entire high-level association building, Zhou Chuan didn't dare to breathe in fear. Shen Ke's eyes swept across the power around Lu Xiu, pretending to be suspicious. He paused for 2 seconds, as if he suddenly realized something, and smiled maliciously. No wonder you have never dared to fight me. It turns out that you are afraid that people will find out that you have been trying to get the skin of the tiger. Recalling Angel's attitude, ghosts and monsters are disgusted with Order and feel that Order traps them. If they knew that Lu Xiu is now the Order itself, the trust they have just established will immediately collapse. Shen Ke, give me Wu Yu, otherwise you just wait and step down. At that time, I will lead all the ghosts in the Order realm to fight you in order. Lu Xiu narrowed his eyes dangerously, and the dark aura around him became stronger. Order, give Wu Yu back to him. Order, give Wu Yu back to him. Order, give it back to him. Order, give it back to him. Kill his men, and throw the deep-sea monsters into the human world, and you will completely turn the tables. Lu Xiu, Shen Ke can easily kill those sea monsters. Why do you take it for granted that these monsters can destroy the human world? If humans can create one Shen Ke, they can create another. Compared to Wu Yu, do you think Shen Ke would care if one person died? Once the sea monster reaches the human world, Shen Ke will immediately take Wu Yu away from the Order realm. If I lose Wu Yu's child, I will completely lose my trump card for a comeback. Order, I will help you trap Shen Ke and Wu Yu and prevent them from leaving. Lu Xiu, you can't even trap Fenrir and Qiongqi now, let alone Shen Ke. Order, I don't need to trap those sea monsters anymore. The restrictions are lifted. You know I become stronger. Lu Xiu, what you said is just an excuse for yourself. Don't be greedy for the warmth this woman gives you. She is deceiving you. Lu Xiu, she didn't deceive me. She just hasn't realized that she has developed feelings for me. Order, kill this woman. I told you long ago, kill her. You can only completely get rid of her mental control over you by killing her. The black aura around Lu Xiu became stronger and stronger. His emotions were extremely unstable, angry, twisted, paranoid, and the madness of unrequited love made his originally gray and black pupils gradually turn completely black. Order seemed to realize that Lu Xiu's emotions were too strong, and he was gradually infiltrating him. He slowed down his attitude and wanted to take it slowly. Order, now Shinkei already knows that you and I have merged. You should return Wu Yu to him first. Now is not the time to move. Lu Xiu, don't think I don't know what you are planning. You want to protect yourself. You dare not kill Wu Yu. If Wu Yu dies, Shinkei will immediately go crazy and fight to the death. Your purpose from the beginning to the end is to let Shinkei rescue Wu Yu, and let them deal with the troubles of the human world again. While they are away, you take over my body, separate from the Order realm, and escape from it, looking for the next opportunity to make a comeback. The person trapped by the Order realm has never been me, but you, the Order itself that has been deprived of its own will. The one that Lu Ling really wants to trap is you. The entire Order realm is a seal and restriction on you. The more stable the Order realm is, the more you are trapped by the fine web. You just want the Order realm to be in chaos. The more the Order collapses, the more the control on you will loosen, and you can get out. Order, Lu Xiu, we are in a symbiotic relationship now. Lu Xiu curled his lips coldly, his eyes sinister and crazy. Yes, a symbiotic relationship. Lu Xiu, so my goal is also to cause chaos in the Order realm, but since I want chaos, there is no need for me to fight Shinkei again. I can change someone to fight him. Let the Lord of all spirits in Wu Yue, the Moon God, return to his position and fight him personally. The Order fell silent, and it was obvious that he was also weighing the pros and cons. He wanted to see what would happen if Wu Yue took back the script of the powerful heroine's rebirth and revenge. Wu Yue would forgive this treacherous and scumbag ex, or lead the Order realm to glory. Lu Xiu looked at Shinkei. You should go catch the sea monster now. Shinkei sneered, no hurry. Lu Xiu looked at Zhou Chuan, take people to catch Luna, and after catching her, lock her scapula and send her to the 8 cold hells. Shinkei was indifferent, and tried to take Wu Yu back. The dark matter around Lu Xiu suddenly attacked Shinkei, and Shinkei turned around and kicked, with fire and sunlight on his feet, and the dark matter dissipated instantly. Lu Xiu handed Wu Yu to Zhou Chuan, who thought it was a hot potato, and Shinkei would burn him immediately if he touched it. Wu Yu turned his hand in an instant, and Lu Xiu covered the entire floor, completely opening up a dark battlefield isolated from the world. In the darkness, Shinkei was suspended in the air, with the fire of the gods burning all over his body. He tilted his head to look at Lu Xiu, and raised the corner of his mouth with perverse interest. Is this the power that thing gives you? You want to trap me by making a black box? Lu Xiu pulled out a dark long sword, the hilt of which was inlaid with a dark gem, which looked very similar to the spiritual power core of the bone monster at first glance. Lu Xiu sneered, Shinkei, I hope your strength can be as arrogant as your people. Shinkei pulled out Long Yuan with his backhand, feeling the state of Wu Yu's body, and looked at Lu Xiu dangerously. Stars flowed on the sword body, and phantoms appeared. He turned his wrist, and the twinkling stars left in the void suddenly burst, and appeared in front of Lu Xiu in an instant. The sword bodies intersected, and violent electric sparks burst out in the void, and even this void illusion was shaking violently. At the same time, Wu Yu was teleported into the treatment room by Zhou to undergo surgery to put the mental core back into his head. Wu Chong received an early warning from Shinkei, and sneaked into the depths of the forbidden land of disorder, luring the enemy deeper and leading out the last 3 deep-sea monsters. Shin Qingxi and Suemo received the communication. Noah, the two looked at each other. Plan 1. Confirm that Lu Xiu has merged with Order and transmit the information back to the human world. If Order is compared to AI, AI has no ability to innovate, but has the ability to learn and imitate. It is not ruled out that it can imitate and learn human high-tech technology and use it. Therefore, after the information is transmitted, all the signal stations currently established will be destroyed immediately. Currently, there are 4 days left before the Alliance advance team sneaks in. Chapter 665. Wu Yu opened her eyes, and the first sentence that popped out of her mind was, I am reborn. Hit stop. This smell is too strong, give her a minute to calm down. She looked around and found herself lying on the bed. The surrounding facilities were very high-tech and modern. Wu Yu looked out through the window, and the moment she saw the scene outside the window clearly, she blinked in surprise. Her eyes fell on the birdman flying in the sky, and the fierce ghost running on the ground. Amazing, unbelievable, what a hell of a place. Wu Yu picked up her interrupted memories. She was reborn. In her previous life, she was the moon goddess left in the human world by the Order realm. She met the male protagonist Long Outyan in the human world and fell in love with him. But she was just the cannon fodder female second, a stepping stone between the male protagonist Long Outyan and the female protagonist Xiao Baihua. After she ascended from the human world to the Order realm, the male protagonist Long Outyan turned from love to hate for her, and found a substitute, the female protagonist Xiao Baihua, and both of them ascended to the Order realm. In order to avenge her, the male protagonist Long Outyan took away all her natural treasures, tortured her, and finally killed her and the female protagonist Xiao Baihua to live together and destroy the entire Order realm to become the savior of mankind. We recalled the few short lines several times, but still didn't feel real. Are you sure she was reborn, not traveling through time? Why did she feel that the plot was so unrealistic? She was tortured, and had her mind dug out, just for a man? Unbelievable. Wu dug hard in her head, and finally dug out another plot. It turned out that the world of Order and the world of humans are two opposing worlds, and there is a feud between the two worlds. The male protagonist Long Outyan felt that she had deceived him by hiding her identity, but he had to kill her for the sake of national justice. At the same time, during this battle, the relationship between him and the little white flower heroine upgraded from a sullen comradeship to an ambiguous relationship. As she watched, Wu felt a little empty in her hands. Not to mention, this plot is quite exciting. If only there were a handful of melon seeds, she would have more fun tasting them. In short, in an extraordinary period, she is the head of the enemy's spy, and the hero and heroine are revolutionary colleagues. Then according to the tone of the main theme, there is nothing wrong with it. She is a pure cannon fodder. Wu moved her brain, which had not been so clear for a long time, thinking about what she should do now. Before she started thinking, there was a knock on the door. Wu thought, this plot is so fast, there is no buffer time. Luotian pushed the door open and saw Wu lying there, her eyes red, sincere and heartfelt. Baby, you have suffered. Wu nodded. Ah, well, not suffering, serving the people. Luotian walked to Wu and touched her face distressfully. I don't know if it was Wu's illusion, but the moment Luotian touched her, her neck felt a little hot. At the same time, Luotian seemed to be stabbed and suddenly withdrew his hand. Luotian looked at her hand in confusion, as if she was hurt by an invisible spiritual force. Thinking of what Lu Xiao said to her, Luotian was instantly angry. Shinkei, this beast. Wu blinked. Shinkei? Is it the male protagonist Long Outyan? Just after thinking about it, Wu felt that her neck was getting hotter, and she subconsciously touched it. The moment she touched it, she felt like she was electrified, and a tingling sensation of being hit by the current instantly rushed straight to her head, frightening Wu so much that she instantly retracted her hand. This is definitely not a serious movement. What is going on? Luotian told Wu, baby, take a good rest. Lu Xiao has agreed to start the election for the new chief of Order after you have rested for 2 days. At that time, he will give you the position of chief of Order. With the whole Order world as your backing and confidence, no scumbag or bitch will ever bully you again. Wu's expression drifted a little. Ah, well, you are right. After Luotian left, Wu was still confused. She thought carefully and finally remembered. The time point of her rebirth is when everything is set in stone. The male protagonist Long Outyan brings the female protagonist to the Order world and overwhelms the whole audience. But she was still pregnant with the male protagonist's child and waiting for him. But she was hit on the spot and received a shocking education. Wu walked into the bathroom, took off her clothes, and saw the outrageous marks on her body, and finally felt some real anger. No. What kind of scumbag is this? She is still pregnant. Why does the rotten cucumber who has changed his heart still touch her? It's so disgusting. Is he sick? Just after thinking about it, the current that was more numb than before appeared again, and it was even more painful than the previous comfortable sourness. He has his reasons. A voice suddenly sounded in her head, and Wu was completely confused. What? Is this? I am your system. Ah, no, she has fantasy, horror, supernatural, bloody boss, sadomasochism, and multiple systems of science fiction. Is it too much frequency to cross at once? Only her brain is good, otherwise most people's CPU will burn out? The male and female protagonists have never loved each other. Just to numb the illusion of the people around you, the male protagonist has always been chaste for you. Wu, he kept his chastity for me, and he pinched me until I was black and blue? There was a pause of 3 seconds in her mind, and Wu felt that her brain was overloaded with heat, and suddenly a sentence sounded. He thinks you are very attractive like this. Moreover, you lost your spiritual core before, and your physique is very weak. Your body will turn red if you touch it casually. Wu Yu, eh? She felt that this system didn't seem to be a serious system. To be honest, she didn't feel anything at first. But now she was a little scared. Did she travel to some 18X novel? It's okay if she doesn't think about it. When she thinks about it, her whole brain is numb. Just when Wu Yu fell into some weird embarrassment and forced herself not to think about being read by the system, suddenly, please correct the plot that was completely deviated from in the previous life and take back everything that belongs to you. Wu Yu understood that this was asking her to follow the script of a heroine who is a strong woman and reverse the plot, but Wu Yu needed to confirm one thing. Wu Yu, everything should not include the male protagonist, right? The back of her neck hurt again, and after a long while, the system said, of course it includes. The first of everything is the male protagonist. TSK. Wu Yu pouted in disdain. Wu Yu. I declined, I don't want to. As soon as she finished thinking, Wu Yu felt as if she was not herself, hot, very, very hot, hot all over. In addition to the heat, she also felt numb and hot, making her tremble uncontrollably. Wu Yu felt that this was not okay. She had to talk to the thing in her mind. Wu Yu, what kind of system are you? She actually wanted to ask. Is it a real system or not? If you don't complete the task, there will be a punishment. Wu Yu, what happened just now is a punishment. Well, the severity of the punishment depends on the importance of the task. Wu Yu, do you have a cheat for the main storyline? Wu Yu waited for a long time. You need to complete the task to get points, and you can unlock the main storyline when you have enough points. Wu Yu pouted in disdain. What a cheap system. She had to unlock the main storyline by herself. She couldn't help it all. As soon as she finished thinking, she felt a pain in the back of her neck. As time went on, Wu Yu gradually felt that this pain in the back of her neck was like someone lying on the side of her neck and biting her. Wu Yu, what is my current mission? Go find the male lead. Wu Yu recalled the current plot. She had just been abused by the male lead, and then she was asked to find the male lead. She is sick. She is looking for abuse. Find the male lead, automatically trigger the plot. Hurry up. After the system prompt, the familiar heat came again, and Wu Yu immediately stood up and walked out the door. As soon as she walked to the door, the knock on the door suddenly sounded again. Chapter 666. Wu Yu opened the door, and it was Lu Xiu standing outside. He smiled at Wu Yu gently. Do you feel better? The moment she saw Lu Xiu, Wu Yu blinked, and memories flooded into her mind. Lu Xiu, the order leader of the Order Realm, had loved her and protected her since she was a child. In her previous life, even if she returned to the Order Realm with a child, he would never leave her. But since the male protagonist Long Outyan wanted to destroy the Order Realm, he would naturally not let him go. In order to protect her, Lu Xiu was brutally tortured and killed by the male protagonist Long Outyan. And they were afraid that she couldn't accept the painful truth, so no one dared to tell her until she died. Wu Yu looked at Lu Xiu, who had gentle and sweet eyes and no aggressiveness. Sensing Wu Yu's gaze, Lu Xiu bent his eyebrows and looked at her with gentle and meaningful eyes. What's wrong? Wu Yu shook her head. Nothing, I want to go out for a walk. In her previous life, she didn't love Lu Xiu until she died, and now she has no feelings for him at all, so instead of dragging irrelevant people into his tragic death, she really should deal with all the disputes herself and correct the tragedy of her previous life. Lu Xiu's eyes darkened, and he was about to catch up, but Wu Yu glanced at him and said seriously, Lu Xiu, arrange for the chief of order to be replaced as soon as possible. Lu Xiu's eyes flashed, and he nodded immediately, okay. Until Wu Yu left, Lu Xiu was still immersed in the throbbing in his heart. Before this, he had never tried such a plot line in order to win Wu Yu's favor and make her fall in love with him. Every time the script revolved around love, Wu Yu would always show boredom quickly. This was the first and only time that Wu Yu was calm and gentle when she saw him, and even looked at him with intimacy. After Wu Yu entered the operating room yesterday, he and Shinkei had a big fight. If it weren't for the deep-sea monsters attacking, they would never have stopped. Luna led all the remaining 3 deep-sea monsters into the high-level association building. Shinkei killed all the deep-sea monsters. The military order was completed, and Luna's crisis was resolved. At the same time, Wu Yu also completed the operation, and Shinkei wanted to take her away. However, Lu Xiu sneered at Shinkei, Heavenly Order officer, you have been causing trouble and friction since you took office, and now you are even more disrespectful to the Order Chief. In the next week, you must guard the Forbidden Land of Disorder, and make sure that all the deep-sea monsters have been killed. At the same time, the monsters that should have been sent to the dungeons in the human world have been killed, and you need to assist the dungeon department in capturing more dungeon bosses. Heavenly Order officer, you can't just hold the title and do nothing. Now Wu Yu has just undergone a mental core surgery, and her body is weak and needs to be recuperated. Do you want her to go to the Forbidden Land of Disorder with you? At the same time, Wu Chong, Shinqingxi, and Sumo were all thrown into the newly created dungeon and sent to the human world to work every day and marginalized. This time, he can't rush to get close to Wu Yu. He wants Shinkei to get close to Wu Yu without knowing why, and then he will take action after she is annoyed. Wu Yu was urged by the system to find the male protagonist as soon as possible to trigger the main plot, and she was annoyed. Wu Yu, where is the male protagonist now? Disorder Forbidden Land. Wu Yu, it seems very dangerous there. I have just recovered from a serious injury, and I am still a pregnant woman. So you can trigger the plot as long as you go there, and the male protagonist will naturally save you. Wu Yu, are you sure he is saving me, not torturing me? The male protagonist's indifference is all fake. He is just angry with you, and thinks you don't coax him. If you are afraid that he won't save you, just hug him and kiss him. Wu Yu, so you mean that the male protagonist is a cold and arrogant person? Yes. Wu Yu reluctantly agreed. She swiped her elevator card, which showed that she was now a top-level order officer. Leaving the high-order building, Wu Yu picked up an off-road vehicle and drove towards the Forbidden Land of Disorder. The closer they got to the Forbidden Land of Disorder, the darker the sky became, and the whole atmosphere was extremely depressing. To be honest, this was a memory of rebirth and a system, and Wu Yu didn't feel it was real at all. She even felt that this was her first time here, and she didn't feel familiar with living here before. As for the male protagonist Long Aotian, Wu Yu was even more unsure. What kind of man could make her so miserable and sad, pregnant with his child, and willing to be abused by him? She just couldn't figure it out no matter how hard she tried. It didn't make sense. No matter how good a man was, she would definitely kick him out if he cheated on her and committed domestic violence. How could it be possible? Before she could finish her words, Wu Yu suddenly saw a dark sky in front of her eyes. She looked up and saw a strange, terrifying and disgusting bird monster in front of her. Its sharp beak pointed at the front of her car, its sinister eyes fell on her, and its blood-red eyes seemed to want to tear her apart. Wu Yu blinked quickly to calm down, so as to avoid being pierced through the car window by the bird monster's mouth in her current state. Wu Yu stepped on the accelerator, unbuckled her seat belt, opened the car door, and prepared to jump out of the car. Before jumping, she carefully covered her stomach and cursed inwardly. Damn system, it actually wants pregnant women to jump out of the car. Before Wu Yu could make a move, a bright golden light suddenly flashed across the sky, and as white flames rose from the bird monster's body, it quickly carbonized into ash and fell to the ground. At the same time, a slender figure flew back to the light from the bird monster's original position. The silver-white hair flashed brilliantly under the sunlight. He was wearing a black combat uniform embroidered with complex golden patterns. The combat uniform was stained with blue-green blood, and there were even traces of damage on his upper arms from continuous fighting. The silver wings flapped in the air, causing strong winds to blow around. The silver wings suddenly folded up, and the figure landed on the ground. The cold eyes penetrated the car window and fell on Wu Yu's face. Wu Yu's eyes fell on his light green pupils and a battle scratch on his cheek. Wu Yu found that her eyesight was amazing. At such a long distance, she could even see clearly that even the blood from the scratch was silver white. Wu Yu's whole body was hot, and her brain center was working rapidly. This is the male protagonist, Shinkei. In fact, she didn't need the system to remind her. With her heartbeat reaching 180 miles per hour, she had already guessed the identity of this person. Wu Yu suddenly felt very strange. If she was reborn, why did she need to guess? After all, she had been briefly married to this person in both lives. If they could be recognized at a glance, was it necessary to make them look like they were meeting for the first time? Wu Yu looked at Shinkei calmly and suppressed the strangeness in her heart. She felt that her top priority now was not to push the plot, but to go back to where she lived and investigate it carefully. After waking up, she could not empathize with the unreal strangeness, the strangeness along the way, and the confusing scene of meeting her husband of two lives as if for the first time, but falling in love with him at first sight. Discovering Wu Yu's intention to leave, the system urged her, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go up. He's waiting for you to coax him." Wu Yu didn't say a word. She felt that she was in a very dangerous situation now. The system knew everything she was thinking, and the system kept urging her to get close to the hero. Something was wrong, very wrong. Could this be a system of abusive writing, pretending to be a strong heroine, deliberately instigating her to go to the door to be abused, even though her heartbeat soared to 180 when she saw the handsome hero in front of her, who was so handsome that both gods and people hated him? she still turned the steering wheel without thinking, turned around, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and ran away. Shin-Kei looked at Wu Yu and ran away in fear as if she was chased by a dog, and his teeth were about to break in anger. Why run? When I saw Lucio just now, his attitude was so good. Now seeing him, his heartbeat is so fast, he obviously likes him very much. If he wants to run, he should come up and kiss him before running. Chapter 667. Why are you running? Go up and trigger the plot. Wu Yu, I suspect you are lying to me. He is so strong, but he beat me up like this. He looked at me, as if he wanted to kill me. If I go up now, I will definitely get beaten. You really weren't hit. You were just too excited and couldn't control your strength. The male protagonist was afraid that you would feel pain, so he licked you all over. It looked scary, but it didn't hurt at all. How could he bear to hit you? He was just trying to look cool on you. He likes you so much that he can't wait. Wu Yu is so scared. What a rogue system. Wu Yu, can I apply for a different system? What do you think of me? Wu Yu, I don't think you're a serious system. Wu Yu's mind was heated, and she seemed to hear a muffled laugh, which was particularly pleasant, right next to her neck, making her whole body numb. Wu Yu fell silent. She felt that the current situation was a bit scary. Not only did she fall in love with the male protagonist, who was a domestic abuser and cheating at first sight, she even felt that he was interesting even in the system in her mind. And for this system, she subconsciously used him. It was scary, really scary. She was fine when she saw Lucio just now, but now she is like the scumbag Queen Hai, falling in love with everyone she sees. Wu Yu felt that she needed to watch some horror dismemberment movies to relieve her heart beating wildly. After returning to the high-level association building, Wu Yu immediately searched her room. Apart from a few clothes, she had very few belongings, and even fewer things that could provide memories. Even in her communicator, there were only a few friends, and the chat records were very sparse and ordinary. According to her memories, she had only been reborn in the Order realm not long ago, and she had an emotional breakdown in the early stages, and was not used to the environment, and had no friends. It is understandable that there are few traces of her life. To be honest, Wu Yu and Lucio made harsh words about arranging the Order Chief as soon as possible, but they immediately regretted it after seeing Shin-Kei's strength. Once the goal is out of touch with reality, it becomes empty and false. That's the male protagonist Long Outhyun. Such a thick male protagonist halo almost blinded her eyes. Just those 3 pairs of chicken wings. Pulling out a hair can fan her to death. As a cannon fodder, who was tortured physically and mentally, her best choice should be to hide as far away as possible. The hero will not let you go. Wu Yu simply couldn't understand. He already has a little white flower heroine. Why is he always staring at me? He loves you, and he can only have you. At the same time as this sentence appeared in her mind, there was a voice in her ear, saying this to her word by word with warm breath and strong love. To be honest, it is quite lingering, but Wu Yu has a brain. They stand in 2 opposing camps, different races and different worlds. This kind of love has no future. What's more, when she saw the male protagonist, she had no memories of their past, which was the most outrageous. What kind of rebirth is this? It's simply shoddy, a product of a small workshop. Even this system is very unprofessional. It's obvious that they started working without training. Wu Yu said earnestly, show me the strongest punishment mode of your system. She needs to make a comprehensive assessment to see if she can withstand this strongest mode. If she can withstand it, she will carry it through. What plot or not, whoever loves it, she won't do it anyway. The system seemed to hesitate for a few seconds, and then Wu Yu's body began to heat up. Her brain was numb, her cheeks turned red, and her eyes gradually lost focus. As the intensity became higher and higher, Wu Yu clenched her fists tightly, and sweat was oozing out of her body. She suddenly said, stop now, I'm going to do it. If I have to live with such system punishment every day and every moment, it would be so shameful. Wu Yu's ears rang with a light laugh again, and her earlobes were burning with laughter. Wu Yu sighed, can't you change the system punishment? Or you can hit me, beat me. Do you know what it means that a gentleman can be killed but not humiliated? I don't have any other punishment. Wu Yu, when can you leave my consciousness? The system was silent for a few seconds. All tasks must be completed. I don't know what illusion. Wu Yu always feels that this system is not happy. On second thought, he did such a shameless thing, and he still has the nerve to be unhappy. Confirming that there are no more clues in the room, under the urging of the system, Wu Yu needs to complete. Add Shin-Kei as a communication friend task. She turned on the communicator, and searched for the Heavenly Order officer Noah. When she saw that Shin-Kei's profile picture was hers, Wu Yu's heart skipped a beat. Wu Yu, Where's the heroine? She was sent away by Lu Xiao. Wu Yu, when will she be back? How can a play be performed without the heroine? Tonight is your ceremony to take office as the top order officer. Everyone will be there. Shin Kei had just returned to the high-level association building after killing monsters in the Forbidden Land of Disorder, and happened to see Wu Cheng, Shin Qingxi, and Su Mo leaving get off work. The four returned to 9970, and aligned with the current granularity. Shin Qingxi, the human world has confirmed that Plan 1 has been received, and has informed the progress of the monster removal work in the Disorder Forbidden Land, and has informed Wu Yu to retrieve the spiritual power core. Shin Kei, Wu Yu's memory has indeed been modified. This time, Lu Xiao prepared a heroine revenge script for her. Tonight is the inauguration ceremony of the top-level order officer. In 2 days, they will nominate Wu Yu as the order chief. Shin Qingxi began to deduce, frowning, it's best not to let Wu Yu become the order chief, otherwise Lu Xiao will put all the reasons for launching the war on Wu Yu. Suimo, if we stop it, Wu Yu will be pushed closer to Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao's plot is very clever. If we still get along with Wu Yu in the same way as before, Wu Yu will be wary of us. But if we change our attitude, Lu Xiao will know that we already know his script, and he will be able to find out our bottom line. Shin Kei, just pretend you don't know about this matter, and all follow the original train of thought. Now Wu Yu's thoughts are still very confused. Let her be confused for 2 more days. When the advanced team's treatment resources and Richard arrive, her disordered memory will naturally recover. Moreover, Wu Yu would not take on the position of order leader if she is not clear about it. Everyone realized that playing dumb is Wu Yu's strong point. Luo Shen came to Wu Yu with a dress, and was delighted to see Wu Yu's strength recover and improve. Luo Shen excitedly waved his fist. When we see a scumbag and a bitch, I will assist you and let Dylan go to fight Luna alone. We will fight 2 against 1 and beat Shin Kei, that scumbag, to death. Wu Yu, or should we forget it? She had estimated the hero's strength, let alone 2 against 1, the 3 of them stacked together, and he would beat them one-sidedly. Luo Shen was angry. What are you afraid of? Dylan? Shin Kei and Lu Xiao fought like that day. Lu Xiao vomited so much blood, Shin Kei's face was not red, and he was out of breath. Have you not given up the idea of fighting and provoking trouble? Luo Shen was so angry. Is it impossible to cure him? While speaking, Wu Yu's communicator sounded. Heavenly Order Officer Noah rejected your friend invitation. Wu Yu's expression paused, and he was simply convinced. No. This person is using her avatar, but he actually rejected her friend request. Why? This is an infringement of her portrait rights, don't you know? She quickly pressed the communicator. Apply to add Tianjia Order Officer Noah as a communication friend. Friend add request. Change your avatar. Don't use my photo. After waiting for a long time without receiving a reply, Wu Yu was about to get angry. Tianjia Order Officer Noah approved your friend request. Noah, if you want me to change my avatar, come to 9970 to find me. Wu Yu smiled. He was threatening her. Do you think she's stupid? If she goes, he will definitely beat her. It's just an avatar, no big deal. Her biggest advantage is that she can bend and stretch. Putting away the communicator, Wu Yu pretended that she didn't see anything. The system sounded. Congratulations on completing the task of adding Shin Kei as a communication friend and getting 100 points. An idea suddenly popped up in Wu Yu's mind. Don't say it, this system is really getting more and more realistic. At the same time, Shin Kei, who had a cold face, suddenly curled his lips silently. Chapter 668. Wu Yu put on the uniform of a top-level order officer. Luo Shen helped her tidy up and specially put on a cold and elegant makeup for her. Luo Shen, from now on, we don't love anyone. We just want to do it for the rest of our lives. Wu Yu, I think I can still be saved. Luo Shen, if that girl named Luna dares to come up and provoke us, the 3 of us will beat her up together. Dylan, don't count me, the 3 of us may not be able to beat Luna. Seeing Luo Shen's eyes spitting fire, Wu Yu said earnestly, be patient, survive if you can, it's better to live a miserable life than to die. Dylan looked at Wu Yu with doubts, and felt that her attitude had changed slightly. What kind of change was it? It was probably from being lifeless and depressed to suddenly becoming a rotten and stinky salted fish. He asked Wu Yu tentatively, yeah, after you got the spiritual power core back, did you feel anything wrong? Wu Yu blinked. What's wrong? After Luo Shen helped Wu Yu dress, Dylan took Luo Shen to the side without saying a word. Dylan, Yaya's memory may have been touched by Lu Xiao again. Luo Shen, what should we do then? Should we tell her the truth? Dylan, we don't know the situation on both sides now. Telling her rashly might cause problems. Let's wait and see what happens. Wu Yue looked like she was looking in a mirror, but in fact she was observing Dylan and Luotian calmly. She had very few memories of these two people in her mind, only that they were close friends of her mother, and had been helping her since she returned to the Order Realm. Luotian and Dylan looked at Wu Yue at the same time, and Wu Yue immediately smiled at them. Dylan, let's go to the banquet hall. As soon as Wu Yue arrived at the banquet hall, Lu Xiu immediately walked up to her. Are you feeling better? She nodded, yes, much better. As soon as they stood still, an unusual murderous aura came over them, and everyone looked towards the entrance of the banquet hall. Shen Ke walked in the front. He changed into a white uniform of a Heavenly Order officer. Shen Qingxi, Su Imo, and Wu Cheng all followed him in uniforms of Order officers. All of them were beautiful and well-proportioned, all of them were tall and domineering, and with a powerful BGM, they would blow up the streets in a minute. As soon as Shen Ke entered the banquet hall, he looked directly at Wu Yue with a cold gaze, and walked towards her position. Thinking of this guy's fighting power, Wu Yue's hands holding the low-quality cherry-flavored nutrient solution diluted with water were shaking. This is really not because she is timid, but because the strength between the enemy and us is too different. She feels a little weak in her heart, which is normal. Luotian whispered to encourage her, you will go up and beat him up later. Dylan was upset. It's not easy to regain your freedom. Don't mess around. Yeah, you are now an Order officer, and Shen Ke can't do whatever he wants. Wu Yue just breathed a sigh of relief. Shen Ke had already walked in front of her, grabbed her waist and hugged her into his arms, snatched the water drink from her hand, and the whole glass burned instantly. He lowered his eyes to look at Wu Yue. You are pregnant with my child. Who told you to drink this garbage? Wu Yue forced her heart to suppress her heart that was about to jump out of her throat, and supported her hands on Shen Ke's chest, saying fiercely, let me go. Shen Ke lowered his head, and leaned close to Wu Yue's neck, and his voice was right next to her ear, if I don't. Before he could finish, there was a crisp sound of slap. Wu Yue pushed him away, and slapped him in the face. Her expression turned cold. Get away from me, scumbag. I told you to let me go, but I didn't understand, right? Everyone present had a very subtle expression. Wu Cheng and Shen Qingxi looked at each other, lowered their heads, and were secretly happy, afraid that their raised lips would be seen by others. This kid has been arrogant for so long, and he has been beaten by him all day long. He is finally beaten. Seeing Shen Ke being beaten, Lu Xiu's eyes were shining with excitement. That's right, it was right. This time the plot was perfect. Luotian jumped up and down with joy, wishing she could beat the gongs and drums. And the gongs and drums were loud, and the firecrackers were blasted to celebrate the scumbag being beaten. Shen Ke looked at Wu Yue, who was completely furious, with a dark look in his eyes, and he slowly stretched out his hand to cover his face. Wu Yue used just the right amount of force to leave a red mark on his face, which was a treatment he had never had before. Wu Yue never wanted to hit him, but he liked the warm and intimate touch accompanied by a little pain. Yes, that's the effect we want. This time, Lu Xiu, the useless guy, is finally useful. He created an exciting plot. The game is about unwillingness. The more unwilling Wu Yue is, the more excited he is. This is definitely a historic and epic-making slap. This is a slap that can make the good guys, villains, and ghosts happy and enjoyable, in addition to slapping him. Wu Yue looked at Shen Ke's expression and suddenly realized. It turns out that he slapped this guy and made him feel good? No, what is the heroine doing at this time? Shouldn't the heroine rush up to help the hero get justice? Wu Yue looked at Luna with a confused look, and saw Luna lowering her head and shaking her shoulders slightly, not knowing what she was doing. The weird atmosphere in the whole banquet hall gave her a subtle feeling that she was the only one in the world who was following the script seriously, while everyone else was free and lazy, slacking off, or even having fun. Is she a monkey in the circus? The heroine doesn't work hard, so why should she, a cannon fodder female supporting role, lead the plot? Wu Yue didn't think twice, turned around and beat the man, then left. This place is wrong, very wrong. She should run away before the hero hits her. Where are you going? You hit the hero, you have to coax him. Wu Yue, what a joke. Coaxing him is the heroine's job. What does it have to do with me? Don't forget your mission, you have to correct the plot. Wu Yue fell silent. What's wrong? Wu Yue didn't dare to think about it. God knows she was dizzy when the hero hugged her just now, just like being drugged. This state is too terrible. She must turn on the anti-addiction mode. As expected of the male protagonist, he is blinded by lust and his aura is thicker than his thighs. No wonder she was willing to let him torture her heart and body in her previous life. She couldn't resist his approach at all. Wu Yue, I can correct the plot, but I won't attack the male protagonist. She can't get close to the male protagonist anymore. Once she gets close, she will be confused. The male protagonist is obviously here to destroy the world. If she gets close to the male protagonist, she will repeat the same mistake. From now on, she has to avoid him. Wu Yu was ready to negotiate with the system, but after a minute of silence, the system suddenly said, okay. Wu Yu was just happy, and the system said, but you have to think about it. If you don't capture the hero, he will get angry and turn evil. Then he will come to you on his own initiative. Active and passive are two different things. You coaxed him, and he will do whatever you asked him to do. He can even help you fight a world-destroying war. But if you give up, he will get angry and lose control of his behavior. It is very likely that he will force love on you. Of course, even if you are forced to love by the male protagonist, you can still get back everything that belongs to you, and it does not violate the mission. Wu Yu fell into a fierce struggle. After some serious thinking, she asked seriously, can I kill the male protagonist? This time, the system was silent for an unusually long time. Do you hate the male protagonist so much? Wu Yu held her head in pain, and it was really unbearable. I want to hate him too. It would be great if I hated him. Just after thinking, Wu Yu felt the back of her neck suddenly become hot, and she felt numb all over. Then go and kill him. Seeing that Wu Yu did not move, the system urged her, hurry up. While he is taking a shower now, go immediately. Chapter 669. Shinkei didn't wait for Wu Yu until he finished his bath. Even though Shinkei knew that Wu Yu's best character was, if she couldn't solve the problem, she would kill the person. But he was still furious when he thought that Wu Yu wanted to kill him. If Wu Yu really came, he would immediately press her into the bathtub and do it directly. This woman is so heartless. No matter how much she likes him, she dares to think of anything. He curled his lips coldly. She wants to kill him, right? She doesn't want to capture him, right? Shinkei walked out of the bathroom with a cold face, changed into the newly bought combat uniform, looked through the window at the dark night of the Order Realm, and jumped onto the window lightly to blend into the night. Wu Yu finally gave up her idea of being the best. If the male protagonist can be killed by a female supporting role like her, then he is not the male protagonist of Long Aotion. As the sky darkened, Wu Yu touched her stomach and prepared to find something to eat. She came to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and looked at the empty refrigerator in surprise. Wu Yu looked confused. Have I been living on the northwest wind before? As soon as she finished speaking, a northwest wind really blew behind her. Before Wu Yu turned around vigilantly, she was already embraced from behind. Feeling her heartbeat soaring instantly, and the unexpectedly familiar strong aura, Wu Yu calmly took out the communicator from the inner pocket of his uniform. The person behind him was faster than her, reaching into the inner pocket first, and while pulling out the communicator, he also rubbed her vaguely. Wu Yu jumped up instantly, turned around and kicked him. Shinkei didn't even block it, and was kicked directly in the heart by Wu Yu. He held Wu Yu's ankle with one hand, pulled her back to the front, and put his arm around her waist and leaned closer. Shinkei, I asked you to come find me. Why didn't you come? Considering the difference in strength between the two sides, her only way to fight for help was taken away by Shinkei, and she just slapped someone in the face. She was flexible. I'm afraid you hit me. Although she felt that her memory was very problematic, she had been married to him for 2 lifetimes, and she was still pregnant with his child. Shinkei chuckled and pinched Wu Yu's neck. I won't hit you. Just as he was about to get close to Wu Yu's eyes suddenly became fierce, and her hands were full of hostility, and she attacked his vitals without hesitation. After being hit hard on the neck by Wu Yu, Shinkei tilted his head, leaving a bruise on his white and transparent neck. Wu Yu, No, this guy never hides. After being hit on the neck, Shinkei's pupil shrank instantly. So cool, my wife hit him again. Touching Wu Yu's wary eyes, Shinkei got into the role. His eyes flashed with disappointment, and he looked at Wu Yu with a cold expression. Do you hate me so much? Wu Yu nodded. Well, please keep your distance from me. Shinkei's moral kidnapping without any psychological burden pushed the plot forward on his own. Wu Yu, I came here for you and became a half-human and half-ghost now. But you ignored me, didn't say a word, and fought me. Shinkei looked at her deeply, curled his lips in self-mockery, stepped on the window, and spread his silver wings to hide in the night. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei's back with flickering eyes, and her heartbeat became messy. You also saw that the male protagonist really loves you. He is very hurt. You go to comfort him, otherwise if he is comforted by the female protagonist, the plot will become more and more biased. Seeing that Wu Yu was still pretending to be dead with her head down, the system continued, You don't really dislike him, you are pregnant with his child, and you two are still connected by tendons even if you break your bones, and it can't be broken at all. Wu Yu, we are different races standing on opposite sides of 2 worlds, and there is no future. It is better to suffer a short pain than a long pain. Okay, since you have made up your mind, you can ask Lucio to take the child away, and then you can focus on the story of a strong female protagonist. Wu Yu gritted her teeth and did not move. The system urged her, hurry up, why are you so hesitant? Wu Yu was angry, I am so hesitant, what's wrong with that? It's none of your business. You want me to leave your consciousness quickly, right? I'm also very busy, and my schedule is very full. You hurry up and finish the task, and we can part ways sooner. Wu Yu felt unhappy everywhere, all over her body. Shinkei made her unhappy, and this system also made her unhappy. After a long while, Wu Yu, how far have the hero and heroine progressed? As soon as Wu Yu finished thinking, a light laugh suddenly sounded in her ears. She tasted it, and felt that the voice was a bit like Shinkei's. No progress, the hero belongs to you completely, and he is pure from beginning to end. Wu Yu felt incredible, Wu Yu, this seems to be the treatment only for the heroine. You are the heroine, the only heroine. Because he loves you enough, Shinkei is the hero, otherwise he would have died long ago. Wu Yu's mind suddenly buzzed, and countless pictures flashed, and these pictures were so fast that she couldn't catch them in time. But without exception, all the pictures were Shinkei. Compared with his cold expression now, he was much more vivid in his memory, dazzling, crystal clear and shining. He looked at her with eyes full of love, a warm smile, and a burning heat that seemed to drown her. So, she and Shinkei had really loved each other. When they met again, her heartbeat recognized him faster than her eyes. Are you willing to conquer him now? Wu Yu. I am not a proactive person. Send him a message now, and he will come to you immediately. Wu Yu began to hesitate again. What are you worried about? Wu Yu. I don't think he is a serious person. We are alone and I am afraid that he will touch me, and I can't beat him. This man is a pervert. They met 3 times in total, and his hands were like glue to her, and he never left her body. And his hands are like suction cups, always sticky and want to go off the track, and never put them in the right place. Puff. Another laugh. Wu Yu even suspected that she was hallucinating. This laugh is exactly Shinkei's voice. Then you can send him a message to coax him, okay? Wu Yu took out the communicator and clicked on Shinkei's profile picture. He had changed her profile picture to a dark one. When Shinkei's profile picture changed, Wu Yu's thoughts immediately slipped. Wu Yu, he changed his profile picture. Does he not like me anymore? Then I don't need to coax him, right? He is making you angry. Relationships need to be maintained by both parties. If you always run away, he will inevitably be sad. In your previous life, you always rejected him, and he was heartbroken, so you ended up in tragedy. Wu Yu thought about it, and felt that it was indeed the case. She sighed sincerely. Wu Yu, don't say it, although your system is not very good, the emotional analysis is still quite accurate. Shinkei sat on the sofa, and couldn't help wanting to laugh. He waited for a long time, and finally waited until Wu Yu hesitated and sent a sentence. Top-level order officer Wu Yu. Sorry, I was too heavy, are you okay? Heaven-level order officer Noah. I'm in trouble, I'm in pain. Top-level order officer Wu Yu. Your strength should not be that serious. Heaven-level order officer Noah. Yes, I feel sad. Feeling Wu Yu's thunderous heartbeat, Shinkei raised the corners of his mouth and bit his eyebrows in joy. His slender fingers fell quickly, and he pursued the victory, not giving Wu Yu time to retreat and hesitate. Heavenly Order Officer Noah, if you come to 9970 to find me, I will not feel pain. Heavenly Order Officer Noah, I miss you very much, my wife. After reading the communication sent by Shinkei 3 times, Wu Yu suddenly threw the communicator away. Her face was red, and she couldn't suppress the corners of her mouth. Her heart beat very fast. Ding ding. The communication sounded again, and Wu Yu glanced at it. Heavenly Order Officer Noah, look out the window. Wu Yu thought Shinkei was coming again, and her heart was just tense, but she saw that it was a drone with several lunch boxes hanging on it. After the robotic arm put down the lunch box, the drone left. The aroma of the food tempted Wu Yu's stomach. She opened the lunch box and took a deep sniff. Ah, what is this? It smells so good. She has been hungry all day. Heavenly Order Officer Noah, eat it, and go to bed early after eating. Heavenly Order Officer Noah, good night, baby. Chapter 670. After dinner, Wu Yu lay on the bed with a solemn expression. Why aren't you asleep yet? Wu Yu, I need to talk to you. What's wrong? Wu Yu, I may be a little bit wicked. I saw Shinkei's heartbeat was particularly fast, but I also found it interesting to chat with you. Oh, you like me? Wu Yu. No, not yet like. It doesn't matter, I don't mind being your shameful mistress. Wu Yu was very serious. She shook her head. Wu Yu, I found out that you only appeared after I installed the mental power core. My spiritual core may have been tampered with. Although I am sorry for you, I still want to erase you from my mind. After all, she and Shinkei have been through hardships together, and truly love each other. They are loyal to each other, and have a child. She can't let this relationship deteriorate because of a system that suddenly appears. Now that she wants to repair her relationship with Shinkei, she must get rid of the system first. Mental cheating, because of its imperceptibility, is essentially more dirty and filthy than physical cheating. She couldn't tolerate herself being immersed in the joy of communicating with the system in her mind when facing Shin Quebec. Don't you want me anymore? Wu Yu, yes, I let you know. I have surgery tomorrow. If you have the ability to find a way, run away, and don't come to me again. Otherwise, I kill you every time I see you. Shinkei was lying on the bed, feeling angry and amused, and he was so happy that he couldn't help himself. Of course Wu Yu would like the system. How could Wu Yu not like his soul? Not to mention that their souls had signed a contract, and with the mark he had placed on her, their mental powers and souls were completely intertwined and inseparable. It could even be said that his soul made Wu Yu more irresistible than his person. As long as he wanted, he could intersect with Wu Yu's soul and spirit at any time. Shinkei suddenly raised his mouth wantonly, and while Wu Yu was now amnesiac, he was going to do something bad. As soon as Wu Yu finished talking about killing the system, her brain immediately became hot, and as her tailbone trembled, her eyes became blurred. You seem to have forgotten that I can punish you. Have I always been too gentle, master? Wu Yu's forehead began to sweat, and she couldn't help but let out a soft moan from her throat. Her voice was tinged with tenderness. She gritted her teeth. Stop! Are you still going to kill me? Wu Yu said word by word, I'm going to kill you. As soon as the words fell, Wu Yu's entire brain went blank. Are you still going to kill? Wu Yu's voice became weak. No. The unbearable numbness disappeared. Wu Yu cursed, beast. Just now your heart rate increased significantly, dopamine secretion accelerated, your emotions are very. Wu Yu, shut up. Wu Yu, if you do this again, I will die with you. Master, if you didn't want to kill me, I wouldn't resist. The word master appeared in her mind, and Wu Yu's whole body was hot. She covered herself with a quilt and shivered, forcing herself to sleep. Feeling Wu Yu gradually fall asleep, Shinkei materialized his spiritual power and enveloped her body in a state of absolute protection, forming a situation where he held her in his arms and slept with her. Invisible kisses fell on Wu Yu's cheeks and mouth, and he smiled deeply and meaningfully. Didn't Lucio want to play the infatuated second male lead? Then he would cheat on himself, follow Lucio's path, and leave Lucio with no way out. No one can compete with him for Wu Yu. Wu Yu can only be his alone. He would artificially eliminate the possibility that she would transfer her feelings. It's not that he doesn't believe in Wu Yu, but that he wants to fight to firmly grasp Wu Yu's heart. There can only be him in her eyes, and there can only be him forever. When Wu Yu woke up the next day, she opened her eyes and felt as if she had slept soundly in someone's arms. After washing and dressing, the drone from last night appeared again to bring her breakfast. When the aroma of seafood porridge hit her, Wu Yu felt guilty. She was such a scumbag. She really didn't want to be absent, but she couldn't control her heartbeat at all. After Wu Yu finished her meal, there was a knock on the door. She opened the door and saw Lucio standing outside. Wu Yu, another one, it was already too much for her life to bear. Lucio smiled gently. Come on, yeah, I take you to the order officers' meeting. Wu Yu nodded and followed Lucio for a few steps. She was a little hesitant. Considering that Lucio never expressed his feelings and silently protected her, she couldn't say it too clearly. Wu Yu could only, Lucio, you should think more about yourself in everything. Lucio's eyes flashed, with uncontrollable joy in his eyes, and a friendly smile. Yeah, don't think too much, I am willing to do all this. Wu Yu nodded, with a somewhat powerless expression. What can she say? She can't say, don't like me anymore, I'm a scumbag, I fall in love with everyone I meet, and I'm still cheating on her mentally. The other person didn't say he liked her, so she can't just flatter him and vent her anger. In Lucio's eyes, Wu Yu's expression was completely helpless because she couldn't resist Shinkei and had to reject him. She also asked him to consider herself, and she was finally moved by his efforts. Along the way, Lucio was in a surprisingly good mood, and no matter what she said to him, he turned a deaf ear. Order, she is deceiving you. Think about the past. Why did her attitude suddenly change this time? Lucio, I have seen her trying to deceive me countless times without making a sound, but this time it is obviously not the case. She just has sympathy for me. Order, wake up. Lu Xiao, don't worry about it. You don't understand feelings at all. I have my own rhythm. Order, blah blah blah. Wu Yu and Lu Xiao entered the order officers' meeting room together and sat down with Shen Ke. Shen Ke looked at her, and the moment they looked at each other, she felt a surge of guilt. Zhou Chuan began to preside over the daily meeting. Wu Yu lowered her head silently, avoiding Shen Ke's burning gaze. Do you like me so much already? Wu Yu, no communication unless necessary, thank you. You obviously like chatting with me. If I had a body, what would you want me to look like? Wu Yu's mind could not help but flash across Shen Ke's face, and after thinking about it, she put her hands on the table, lowered her head, covered her face, and silently supported her forehead. Ethical. She is really evil. After the whole meeting, Wu Yu was as confused as if she was dreaming. She was completely empty-headed and dared not think about anything, for fear that she would become even more evil. She stood up and was about to leave when Shen Ke suddenly called her. Come with me to the forbidden land of disorder. Lu Xiao glanced at the two of them and smiled at Wu Yu. Yu, tomorrow is the ceremony for you to succeed the order chief. Today I will help you master the operation process of the order realm and the daily affairs of the order chief. Please complete the task. Be familiar with the operation process of the order world and the daily affairs of the order chief. The task rewards 300 points. Put aside the strategy of the male protagonist in advance. Only by being familiar with the operation process of the order world can you complete your heroine's counterattack. Feeling the eyes of everyone around her from secretly rubbing to gradually openly watching the excitement, Wu Yu, who became a circus monkey again, Shura Field. The look of the male protagonist Long Outhian made her top of the head jump. Finally, Wu Yu looked at Lu Xiao with difficulty. Okay. After the voice fell, she saw Shen Ke's expression was cold and turned away. She felt a pain in her heart. Ah, I feel more guilty. Chapter 671. Lu Xiao brought Wu Yu to the office of the order chief and showed him all the office processes that the order chief was responsible for on a daily basis. In addition to daily affairs, there are also all departments related to dungeon production, such as the dungeon production department, plot design department, and scene setting department, as well as the current arrangement of high-level top-level order officers in the order realm, and the current status of all high-powered ghosts and monsters in the order realm. Not to mention that Lu Xiao was well-organized and full of sincerity. He showed Wu Yu almost all the confidential departments of the order realm that Shen Ke and Wu Cheng could not access. What Wu Yu saw was what Shen Ke saw. Shen Ke stored all the images he saw in the form of mental images in the latest storage device developed by the Alliance, and asked Shen Qingxi and Wu Cheng to take them to the human world when they went to the dungeon. The main purpose of this move is not to update information. Rather, it is to identify information, so that Lu Ling can identify whether Lu Xiao has smuggled private goods and has suspicious behavior. Just like Lu Xiao, after Wu Yu's memory was modified, they are skeptical about everything Lu Xiao does. Wu Yu followed Lu Xiao for the whole morning. Her feet were a little sore because she was pregnant. When she turned her ankle for the second time. Become familiar with the operation process of the order world and the daily affairs of the order chief. The task has been completed, and 300 points have been received. Current points are 400 points. What can points be used for? When the points reach 500 points, you can exchange for the male protagonist's voice, and when the points reach 1000 points, you can predict the plot. Wu Yu was surprised. It's good, awesome, finally came up with some decent rewards. The male protagonist comes back for lunch after killing monsters all morning. I suggest you take the initiative to trigger the plot and make up for the Shura Field in the morning. Wu Yu thought of the Shura Field in the morning, the cold expression of the male protagonist when he left, and her unethical behavior of eating someone else's food and slacking off, and she hesitated. If you go at this time, you can just get a free meal. Wu Yu immediately became full of confidence. I really should make up for it. Shen Ke stepped into the building of the high-level association and silently curled his lips. Seeing Wu Yu and Lu Xiao appear at the same time, his face instantly turned cold, and he passed by them coldly. Wu Yu said she was tired and said goodbye to Lu Xiao, then came to 9970. Standing in front of Shen Ke's door, she hesitated for a long time, and the door suddenly opened. She looked up and happened to look at Shen Quebec. Looking at Shen Ke's cold eyes, she felt a little weak. Shen Ke's tone was very cold. Is there something? Wu Yu's eyes fell on Shen Ke's combat uniform stained with blood. I came to see you. Shen Ke laughed at himself. What's so good about me? Wu Yu's heart was ached. Shen Ke lowered his eyes and looked at her. His voice was very light. You like Lu Xiao, right? Wu Yu was dumbfounded. Ah, no, Wu Yu was about to explain. Shinkei took a step back and prepared to close the door. Go away. I don't want to see you. Wu Yu ah. No, then how can we eat? The male protagonist is arrogant and cold. He doesn't have a mouth and always speaks in a sarcastic way, otherwise you wouldn't be so twisted. You should A up. Wu Yu subconsciously grabbed the door panel. Shinkei looked at her. What do you mean? Wu Yu blinked. What do I mean? You said, you want to come in to eat. Just tell him, and he will cook for you happily. Wu Yu. No, I don't take the initiative. He doesn't talk. How can we be together with our personalities? You are a scumbag. You flirt with someone and don't want to take responsibility, and just run away. Even the arrogant and proud are driven crazy by you. Wu Yu fell into a strange silence. She tried to refute. I am not that kind of person. You know whether you are that kind of person or not. Wu Yu hesitated. She was about to let go. Shinkei grabbed her arm and pulled her into the room. He slammed the door with his backhand with a cold face, pressed Wu Yu behind the door, put his arms around her waist, pinched her neck, and kissed her passionately. Similar memories kept flashing back in Wu Yu's mind, and they seemed to have kissed each other passionately countless times. Shinkei was extremely eager for her, and he would become more passionate and clingy when he saw her again after leaving her for a while. As long as she walked into the room out of sight, Shinkei would immediately kiss her in such an intimate and charming manner. Shinkei panted, Good boy, open your mouth. Lost in memories, Wu Yu forgot to resist, and let Shinkei march straight in to conquer the city. His hot palm supported Wu Yu's back, eager to try, just wanting to run away. As the atmosphere became more and more charming and ambiguous, the whole air became scorched and sticky. The almost suffocating kiss slightly backed off, both of them panting, with traces of ambiguity on their lips. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei with a flickering look, and Shinkei looked back at her with a burning look, and the two of them exhaled warm breath, intertwining with each other. Shinkei's tone suddenly turned cold. Did he kiss you like this too? Wu Yu was puzzled. What? Shinkei came closer. Did Lucio kiss you like this too? Wu Yu's expression turned cold. I have nothing to do with Lucio. Shinkei's strong aura imprisoned Wu Yu tightly, and his eyes were filled with uncontrollable anger. He suddenly smiled maliciously. Do you think I will believe it? You have been with Lucio all morning today. Is he like me? As he said this, Shinkei unscrupulously put his hand under the hem of Wu Yu's clothes. Wu Yu instantly pulled out Frostbell Moon Goddess, and pressed it against Shinkei's heart. Her eyes seemed to be quenched with ice. She narrowed her eyes dangerously. If you dare to touch me again, I will kill you. Shinkei was about to move forward, but Wu Yu stabbed his heart with a sharp blade, oozing silver-white blood. Wu Yu's heart instantly twitched, and she felt a wrenching pain. Shinkei looked down at her, with a look of despair and despair. After a while, he laughed at himself. Wu Yu, you are pregnant with my child, and you want to kill me for another man. Psycho! She pulled back her sword suddenly, turned around to open the door, and turned to leave. On the way back to the room, she happened to meet Lucio on the elevator. Lucio looked at Wu Yu's cold face, the sword in his hand, and Shinkei's bloodstains without any expression, and walked forward with concern. He looked worried. Yu, do you have a conflict with Shinkei again? Wu Yu said coldly. He is just like a sick person. Lucio said calmly. What is the reason this time? Wu Yu glanced at Lucio and sighed. Nothing, just a small matter. Lucio asked tentatively, Is it because of me? Wu Yu shook her head. It has nothing to do with you. He is suspicious. Now she knows that those bloody novels can entangle the male and female protagonists for 1,000 episodes without resolving the conflict. What a psychopath. This is a complete psychopath. His brain circuit is simply unbelievable. Lucio's heart beat fast when he realized that Wu Yu was really because of the conflict between him and Shinkei, and even drew his sword to fight. Until Wu Yu left the elevator, he was still immersed in the joy of self-conquest and couldn't extricate himself. Wu Yu returned to the room, furious, and felt that Shinkei was simply inexplicable. They kissed well, and they were very happy when they kissed. Why did he get sick after the kiss? And what kind of illness was it? She explained that there was nothing wrong between her and Lucio. Why didn't you believe it? Is it true that only those with normal brain circuits can be male protagonists these days? And only those with a diseased brain can be male protagonists? The male protagonist is just jealous. He is just deliberately acting coquettishly with you to get your attention. If you hadn't drawn your sword just now, wouldn't you have been coaxed if you hugged him and kissed him for a while? Wu Yu, you failed at the critical moment, and you are always right in your hindsight. I have always told you that the male protagonist is aloof and arrogant. He is coquettish and doesn't talk much. You always forget it and blame me. You just kissed like that, and you actually drew your sword. Which man can stand that? Wu Yu, my tolerance is limited. Is the male protagonist too pretentious? If you think he is pretentious, you should take the initiative to seduce him. As soon as you hook him, he will definitely take the bait immediately. If he does it again, you can just make him obey you. Wu Yu. What's wrong? Wu Yu. Wu Yu, nothing. You seem to have a lot of opinions about me. Wu Yu, I am just very sure and certain that you are not a serious system. Chapter 672. After Wu Yu unilaterally ended the chat, Shinkei smiled and cooked for her, and sent the meal to her by drone. He wrote a note. Don't be angry with me, my wife. I was wrong. I was just too angry. Shinkei the drone went and came back. The meal was taken away, and the note was still on it. Knowing that Wu Yu was still angry, Shinkei curled his lips. Noticing that Wu Yu fell asleep after dinner, Shinkei calmed down and quickly reviewed the current situation. Lu Xiao wanted Wu Yu to be the head of order tomorrow. Once Wu Yu became the head of order, she would be completely dominated and restricted by the order, and the succession ceremony must be blocked. Fortunately, Wu Yu is not very willing to be the head of order now. Wu Yu's attitude is very ambiguous now, because of the poor effect of substitution for the whole plot. Wu Yu was thrown such a big pot at the beginning, and her thoughts are more swaying between running away and playing badly. If she wants to go through the plot for a few days, she can only use the dual pressure of the system and the male protagonist Long Outyan to push her. If Wu Yu continues to play badly like this, he can only let Wu Chong go to Wu Yu to fan the flames and force the anger value. There are only 3 days left before the Alliance Vanguard lands, and the monsters in the Disorder Forbidden Land have been cleared. Their only task at the moment is to hold off for 3 days, and prevent Wu Yu from becoming the head of the order. Wu Yu woke up in a daze, the warmth around her body faded, and the air seemed to still have the scent of skin-to-skin contact. Sitting up and seeing the takeaway box on the table, thinking of the note, Wu Yu held her forehead in pain. The male protagonist seemed to be a little sick. He was looking for trouble to tease her while coaxing her and bringing her food. He never spoke properly, either making a move or jumping between being weird and cool and awesome. Thinking about what Lu Xiao told her today about the general situation of the Order Realm and the current situation, and tomorrow's Order Chief succession ceremony, what is the difference between her being the Order Chief now and joining the National Army in 1949? There are so many demons in the Order Realm. Why do they have to send her to fight? Is she a big victim? You seem to want to quit and run away again. Wu Yu, it is important to know yourself. Why don't you go talk to Lu Xiao and see if he can help you turn the tables? Wu Yu, I don't want to drag him down. Hee hee. Even if Wu Yu couldn't hear the sound of this hee hee, she could taste the sour taste of yin and yang. Wu Yu, what do you mean? Wu Yu asked several times but got no response. She blinked in confusion. This was really strange. This chatterbox system would chat with her no matter what, but it would stop talking when it came to business. But after being reminded by him, she really wanted to talk to Lu Xiao. Wu Yu walked out of the room, stepped into the elevator, and met Shinkei unexpectedly at 9970. Wu Yu instantly, what a sin. She pressed the elevator button 9980 without looking away, and at the same time, Shinkei's slender fingers covered her hand. Before Wu Yu could dodge, Shinkei had already withdrawn his hand and smeared at her. Shinkei, we were together this morning, and now you're going to see him again? Wu Yu, some business. Shinkei glanced at her. Business? Conspiracy to kill my business? Wu Yu, can't you just talk properly? Shinkei sneered. I know you dislike me and are tired of me. Why don't you deny what I said? You feel guilty, right? Wu Yu bit her back teeth, clenched her fists, and her whole body was shaking. She tried to control herself from punching Shinkei twice in the elevator. 9980 the elevator opened. Wu Yu walked out first, and Shinkei followed behind her. Walking into Lu Xiao's office, Lu Xiao was surprised to see the two of them coming together. He smiled gently at Wu Yu. Have you reconciled? Wu Yu, Don't bring up the issue. Shinkei's dangerous eyes swept across Lu Xiao, sneering. You know what you did to Wu Yu. Who are you pretending to be? Lu Xiao looked confused. What did I do? Yeah, Lord Seraphim seems to have something to say to me alone. Why don't you step aside first? Shinkei looked at Lu Xiao gloomily. No need. Don't think I don't know what you are up to. When I hurt you, you will go to Wu Yu to be nice and corrupt me. I came to tell you that all the monsters in the Forbidden Land of Disorder have been eliminated. Lu Xiao smiled. In that case, you have worked hard as a Heavenly Order officer these days. Take a rest. And tomorrow the new Order Chief will take over, and you will be busy. Shinkei's cold eyes exuded a chill, as if he wanted to kill Lu Xiao. His eyes were cold, and he paused for a moment after looking at Wu Yu, then turned and left. The simple conversation between the two brought Wu Yu a huge amount of information. Wu Yu, What do you mean he knows what Lu Xiao did? It involves the main plot secrets, and cannot be disclosed before reaching enough points. Wu Yu, how many points are needed to unlock the plot? 1,000 points can open the plot prediction. Wu Yu, then you can give me a task. Please complete the task learned from Lu Xiao, how the Order Realm fights against the human world to get 500 points. After Shinkei left, Wu Yu sat opposite Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao was still nervous that Wu Yu would ask about what happened just now. Unexpectedly, Wu Yu looked serious. Lu Xiao, what I am going to ask you next is very serious. You must answer me seriously, and tell me everything you know. Lu Xiao nodded, okay. Wu Yu, do you have any way to fight against the human world now? Lu Xiao's expression froze, his eyes became scrutinizing, he pretended to be stupid, what? Wu Yu, if I become the chief of order, but I don't have an effective way to fight against the human world, then, there is no point in me being the chief of order. Do you have any secret weapon that can destroy the human world in one shot, or do you have any way to make me as strong as Shinkei, so that I can beat him up on the ground? Lu Xiao. No. Although he also wanted to beat Shinkei up on the ground. Wu Yu knocked on the table and encouraged him, think about it. We can't just sit there and wait for death. Are we going to let him ride on your head and bully you like this? These words were so sincere that Shinkei couldn't help but feel the veins on his forehead throbbing. His wife is actually conspiring with her love rival to kill him. Lu Xiao's expression drifted for a moment. He wanted Wu Yu to fight Shinkei, but in the current situation, even if Wu Yu became the head of order, there was no way to defeat Shinkei. He had to come up with some effective methods, otherwise Wu Yu would never take over the position of head of order so easily. After thinking for a while, Lu Xiao looked at Wu Yu. After becoming the head of order, you can control the two-way channel from the order world to the human world. Open the channel, and the world of order, and the world of humans can interact again. Wu Yu was puzzled, so what? Lu Xiao, humanity will be invaded by the world of order again. Wu Yu looked confused, let me interrupt you. Only when the strong invade the weak is it called invasion. Perhaps you have played a game called Defend the Carrot. With the current level of technology in the human world, forcibly opening the channel between the two sides is not called invasion, but called sending food. After saying that, Wu Yu saw that Lu Xiao's expression was distorted for a moment. Puff. Wu Yu, be serious, don't laugh, don't disrupt my negotiation rhythm. Okay, master. Wu Yu urged Lu Xiao, think about it again, is there any effective plan? Lu Xiao observed Wu Yu, order can be modified. Wu Yu raised an eyebrow then? Lu Xiao, after you become the order officer, you can modify the order and kill Shinkei. Shinkei returned to 9970, listened to Lu Xiao's words, narrowed his eyes dangerously. Lu Xiao was obviously setting a trap for Wu Yu. What two-way channel, modifying order, all are fake, all to trick Wu Yu into taking over as the order chief. Wu Yu was surprised, you are the order officer now, why don't you do this? Lu Xiao was stuck. After all, he is the father of your child. I am afraid that you will be sad if I do this. Wu Yu felt incredible, you are afraid that I will be sad if you kill the father of my child. So you let me kill him with my own hands? You love me so much that you want me to die, you are so kind brother. Wu Yu immediately, I am not sad, you modify it. Lu Xiao fell into a strange silence. This was just shooting himself in the foot. Wu Yu was not so easy to fool. The more he said, the more mistakes he made. Wu Yu observed Lu Xiao. If this guy had this attitude, the character of this gentle and infatuated male second would be OC. Wu Yu looked at Lu Xiao with a slightly changed expression and suddenly asked, just now Shinkei said that you know what you did to me. So Lu Xiao, what did you do? Chapter 673. Lu Xiao looked at Wu Yu bitterly, lowered his head and smiled awkwardly. Yu, I know you and Shinkei love each other. So at least, please leave me the last bit of dignity. Although I also want to bless you with gritted teeth, but sometimes, I will be unwilling and have unreasonable thoughts. Wu Yu blinked, realized something, and was a little embarrassed. You didn't ask me. Wu Yu, is the mission completed? No. Wu Yu, why? It involves the mainline secrets, and cannot be told. Wu Yu thought, it involves the mainline secrets again. This is the second time that Lu Xiao's part involves the mainline secrets. If the information Lu Xiao just told her cannot be considered as mission completion, there are only two possibilities. 1. Lu Xiao is lying. 2. Lu Xiao's methods cannot effectively make the order world fight against the human world. Based on the above 2 points, no matter which one, she cannot be the order chief. The atmosphere became weird. Wu Yu asked tentatively, in this way, I will postpone my taking over as order chief for another 3 days. I am in good health. You give me some time to rest for a few days, and get familiar with the environment. What do you think? Lu Shou looked at Wu Yu deeply and nodded, okay. Wu Yu immediately stood up with a smile. Thank you for your hard work, I go first, you continue to work. After Wu Yu left, Lu Xiu's body was covered with black viscous dark matter, covering the entire office. In the darkness, a terrifying and strange voice roared. How long are you going to delay time? I told you a long time ago that she is too smart, this road will never work. Lu Xiu's face was gloomy. Why not work? She didn't want to be the head of the order now, not because of Shinkei, she just felt that this was a hot potato. As long as I can give her the method to fight against the human world and kill Shinkei, she will take over the order realm. Order, how can you give it? Even you don't have it. The voice of order paused, and he realized that Lu Xiu had it. As long as he was completely devoured, Lu Xiu became the order itself and killed Shinkei, it would be impossible for humans to fight Wu Yu. Feeling that Lu Xiu's emotions were getting stronger and stronger, as he came into contact with Wu Yu more and more. Order warned him, now is not the time for internal strife. Lu Xiu smiled sinisterly, yes. This is not the time for internal strife, and the only answer needs to be produced as soon as possible. As soon as Wu Yu walked out of Lu Xiu's office, she saw Shinkei waiting for her at the door, and her expression froze. If you don't want to take over as the head of order, I suggest you capture the male lead as soon as possible. Wu Yu, he is like a troublemaker, and it is impossible to communicate with him. If you can't communicate, don't communicate, just kiss him when you catch him. Wu Yu, you can turn off the microphone. Just as Wu Yu was about to take the elevator to leave, Shinkei suddenly grabbed her arm. What did you and Lu Xiu say? Wu Yu, it's a business matter, it's not convenient to disclose. Shinkei stared at her, his eyes red with anger. Wu Yu, are you and Lu Xiu planning to kill me? Wu Yu closed her eyes in annoyance. How could she say this? She couldn't tell him, right? Brother, you guessed right, we were just planning how to kill you in the room. Seeing Wu Yu lowering her head and keeping silent, Shinkei smiled self-deprecatingly. He lowered his head and approached Wu Yu. Wu Yu, you just took advantage of the fact that I like you and love you, so you abuse me like this. Hearing Shinkei's difficult tone, Wu Yu's scalp exploded instantly. Her entire head was numb, and her heart couldn't help but hurt. She couldn't help but look at Shinkei's back as he left quietly and dejectedly. Shinkei walked into the elevator and turned around. From beginning to end, his eyes were no longer on her. For a long time after Shinkei left, Wu Yu's heart seemed to be suffocated. She took short breaths and returned to her room in silence with a confused heart. As soon as she entered the room, Wu Yu hesitated for a long time in front of the communicator, her eyes always fixed on Shinkei's communication friend avatar. In the blink of an eye, Wu Yu's pupils suddenly contracted when she saw Shinkei's name suddenly disappear from her friend list. Shinkei deleted her as a friend, and she broke his heart. For a moment, many images flashed through her mind, all of which were Shinkei's face when they were intimate. Deeply affectionate, infatuated. All that was reflected in his light-colored pupils was her face. Shinkei returned to the room, constantly feeling the subtle and piercing emotions from Wu Yu, which made him completely fascinated. She was sad, she was regretting, she loved him. No matter how many times, she would still fall in love with him. Shinkei was about to use the system to comfort Wu Yu, when he suddenly heard a knock on Wu Yu's door. Wu Yu looked up. Who? Luotian Yu, it's me. Wu Yu calmed down and opened the door. Luotian smiled at Wu Yu as usual, and Wu Yu talked to her as if nothing had happened. She suddenly leaned close to Wu Yu's ear. Yu, I don't know what your specific situation is now. But remember, you can't be the chief of order, you are a human, not a ghost. Your parents are also human, and the human side is trying to save you. Luotian took out Lu Ling's photo and showed it to Wu Yu. This is your mother. Even if you doubt me, you must believe your mother. Wu Yu looked at Lu Ling wearing the Heavenly Order officer with a flickering look. Her expression was very cold, and her eyebrows even showed a hint of fatigue. But the moment she saw the photo, Wu Yu's heart beat violently. The day she came to the Order Realm, she stepped into the Golden Light Column and had a quick encounter with Lu Ling. The moment the two looked at each other, Lu Ling's pupils flickered violently, and tears instantly welled up in her eyes. Wu Yu looked at Luotian. Luotian, don't trust Lu Xiu, he has touched your memory. I'm not sure if Shinkei is a wolf now, but Lu Xiu is an iron wolf. Wu Yu needed to confirm, is the child in my belly Shinkei's? Luotian nodded firmly, yes, Lu Xiu wanted your child to set up a trap, and the child was conceived before you came from the human world. After that, Luotian gradually raised her voice and enthusiastically discussed with Wu Yu that after she became the chief of order, she would beat up Shinkei, the scumbag, on the ground. After speaking happily, Luotian left the room with an expression that she was eagerly looking forward to Wu Yue becoming the chief of order. With Luoshan's timely assist, Shen Ke didn't even need to say anything in the name of the system. Combined with Wu Yue's current cognition, she could easily come to the conclusion after quick thinking. Shen Ke was the person sent by humans to save her. Wu Yue was not in a hurry to find Shen Quebec. She needed to calm down and think. Lu Xiao moved her memory, which part was the passive memory, according to her current memory, and the feeling after getting along with each other. Her feelings for Shen Ke were real, and the child was Shen Ke's. Then it is likely that her passive memory is the so-called past life memory that has always made her feel unreal. This is like asking the other party what you will do before playing rock paper scissors. All of them are interference information for her, just to add subconscious thinking inertia. Think about it, what kind of deviation will this memory of the past life bring? 1. She will subconsciously stay away from Shen Ke and everyone around him. 2. She will feel sympathy for Lu Xiao. 3. She will rise up and take over the Order realm to become the Order leader and fight against the human world. And the vested interests of all this are all Lu Xiao. That is, based on the fact that Lu Xiao is Iron Wolf, the inference is reasonable and the logic is closed. Chapter 674. The more Wu Yue thought about it, the smoother her thoughts became. At the same time, a new question surfaced. If her memory was only modified by Lu Xiao, then what about the system in her mind? Wu Yue suddenly realized that this thing in her mind had not made a sound since Luoshan came. At the same time, Wu Yue recalled the tasks given to her by the system. Add Shen Ke as a communication friend, be familiar with the operation process of the Order realm and the daily affairs of the Order chief. Learn from Lu Xiao how the Order realm fights against the human world. The latter two tasks seemed to be pushing her to become the Order chief, but in essence, they were both to make her realize the essence of the Order chief's existence, and not to take on this position lightly. And this system is always so familiar with Shen Ke, and his completely unimaginable way of punishment. Thinking of the faint laughter she heard before, and the tingling feeling behind her neck, Wu Yue came to the bathroom, turned her face to touch a small protrusion behind her neck, and the moment she touched it, she felt warm. However, no matter how she summoned the system in her mind, she never got any response. Looking in the mirror, Wu Yue narrowed her eyes dangerously. Wu Yue walked out of the room and walked towards the daily work area of the Order chief that Lu Xiao took her to see yesterday. Lu Xiao had greeted her in advance, so everyone was friendly and natural when they saw her. Wu Yue carefully observed all the high-level association departments as if she was familiar with her next job. She swiped the door card and passed through 3 gates in a row to enter the dungeon production area. There were countless screens in the dungeon area, and all the currently running dungeons could be switched at any time. Wu Yue's eyes swept across the dungeon where Luna, Xin Qingxi, and Su Mo were staying. Humans would appear every once in a while, and after defeating the boss, they would get the dungeon reward and leave. The staff looked at each other and sighed. The Order realm is really in a tough situation right now. We don't know how many rewards we give out every day, and no one is dying. Yes, if this continues, the supply will not be able to be maintained, and we will have to digest it ourselves. The Order chief has been supporting himself for many years, and it has been difficult. Humans are still chasing us relentlessly, leaving us no chance to survive. Did you see the Order chief asking for a beating that day? He kept vomiting blood. I feel bad just thinking about it. Wu Yue's eyes passed over the talking bull-headed horse-faced beasts, and she turned away with a gloomy face. After leaving the dungeon monitoring area, Wu Yue's movements immediately became sneaky. She quietly sneaked into the hard disk storage area next to the monitoring area. The game not only requires servers, but also hardware storage. If the Order realm invades humans through the game dungeon, then as long as the entire game terminal of the Order realm is destroyed, the intersection of the two realms can be completely ended from the source. Looking at the rows of servers and flashing hard disks, Wu Yue lowered her head and reached out her hand with a gloomy look, wanting to touch them. Suddenly, her hand was grabbed from behind, and Wu Yue's pupils slightly opened as someone covered her mouth from behind and took her into the corner of the server. In the shadows, Wu Yue looked down at the slender hands in front of her, feeling the familiar breath behind her. The warm breath was right beside her ears. A staff member appeared in the storage area, walking quickly and anxiously. Where is the person? Is he gone? Hurry up and find him. We must not let her see the truth of the dungeon operation. Yes. Wu Yue saw that the staff who were looking for someone had already walked up to her, but they looked away at the moment of looking at each other, and left as if they had not seen anything. Her heart was beating fast, but the breathing sound in her ears was always very steady, giving her a reliable sense of security, and she waited until the staff left completely. The power behind her suddenly loosened, and just as she was about to leave, Wu Yu instantly reached out and grabbed the bony palm tightly. Feeling the intention of the person behind her to leave, Wu Yu directly used all her strength to grab him with both hands. Wu Yu slowly turned her head, and the hand covering her mouth loosened. The moment she looked into a pair of green eyes, her heart beat so fast that it seemed to jump out of her heart. The two looked at each other with burning eyes. When Wu Yu reacted, the person was already standing in the corridor of the office area, and there was no one beside. She calmly returned to the room along the way she came. As soon as she entered the room, she was attracted by the aroma of the food on the dining table. Wu Yu came to the dining table, opened the lunchbox, looked at every dish she liked, and curled her lips. Various images kept flashing through Wu Yu's mind. They went to the giant forest to look for fallen leaves, encountered a forest beast. Shinkei deliberately did not kill the monster, and the princess held her in her arms and shuttled through the forest. Climbing to the top of the tree, he pressed her on the old and thick tree stump and kissed her passionately and selflessly amid the roar of the beast. They kissed in the open-air hot spring. Shinkei asked for it again and again, and her consciousness blurred and sank. Between heaven and earth, the two of them only had each other in their eyes. He rode a motorcycle to take her across the desert and find a new oasis, and she accompanied him to fulfill all his wishes. She and Shinkei were shopping in World City. He leaned over to eat the ice cream in her hand, and kissed her mouth on the busy street as if no one was around. He accompanied her shopping, accompanied and waited tirelessly, answered whatever she asked, and paid the bill with a card. No matter how much money she spent, he never blinked, and there was never a trace of impatience on his face. She was having a party with her bestie, and she was drunk. Shinkei went to pick her up with a cold face. He started doing it with her from the moment she stepped into the royal court. When she was confused, only his gnashing voice could be heard in her ears. Wu Yu, with your alcohol tolerance, if I'm not with you in the future and you dare to drink like this again, you see how I deal with you. Wu Yu hooked her arm around his neck, her fingers traced the curve of his nose and jaw, and in her deep, lustful eyes, she hooked her arm around his neck and smiled softly. You're still being ungrateful. The slightly tipsy kiss was wanton and crazy. Day and night, lingering and tender. He amazed her entire life. After dinner, Wu Yu walked into the bathroom, and before taking a bath, she suddenly covered her eyes with a black cloth. The bathtub was slippery, and Wu Yu was not so flexible because of her pregnancy. She almost slipped several times when she walked into the bathroom, but luckily she was able to hold onto the furnishings in the bathroom and survived. When Wu Yu got out of the bathtub, her whole body tilted, and she was immediately embraced by a vague embrace. Wu Yu put her hand on it, and was immediately held by the waist and carried out of the bathtub. She leaned against it and did not move, enjoying the usual service of drying and dressing. After taking a bath, she was carried out of the bathroom and put on the bed. Wu Yu took off the black cloth on her eyes, lay on the bed, and closed her eyes. Before she could move, the quilt on her side was silently lifted, and she was held in the arms from behind in the posture of a newborn baby. The embrace was a little tight, and Wu Yu moved uncomfortably and immediately felt a warm touch behind her neck. Wu Yu suddenly turned around and looked at Shinkei, who was wearing a black combat uniform. She slowly reached out and grabbed his neck. Shinkei lowered his eyes and looked at her, chuckled and tried to get closer, but Wu Yu instantly tightened her hand and grabbed his neck and pushed him away. Her eyes fell on the blue veins on Shinkei's neck, and her eyes were very sinister. You remember everything? Are you angry? Wife, don't ignore me, I miss you. Wu Yu, take off your clothes yourself. Shinkei immediately unzipped his combat uniform, unbuttoned his shirt inside, unbuttoned his belt, and looked at Wu Yu with an excited look on his face. Wu Yu's gloomy eyes fell on Shinkei's face. Watching Shinkei's whole face flushed, watching her eyes obsessed to the point of being exposed. Shinkei tightly held her waist, and his sexy voice was in her ear. Wife, I want it. Wu Yu slapped him on the face with one hand, leaving a clear palm print. Her fingertips brushed across Shinkei's flushed cheeks, and she raised the corners of her mouth. Shinkei, from now on, as long as I am in the Order Realm for one day, I will be the king of the Order Realm. And if you dare to touch me, it is a violation of the Order and disrespect to the head of the Order. I will send you to hell and turn you into ashes. After saying that, Wu Yu kicked Shinkei away without any hesitation. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu, his eyes full of excitement. He wanted to get closer, but was pushed away by Wu Yu. Shinkei approached in an instant, pressed Wu Yu on the bed, leaned closer, lowered his head, and kissed her neck, leaving wanton kiss marks. Wu Yu pushed Shinkei away and slapped him in the face. She narrowed her eyes dangerously. Shinkei, when this is over, you see how I deal with you. Shinkei's eyes were red with excitement. I'm waiting, Wu Yu, You don't think I just let it go after this is over, do you? If you don't deal with me, I won't let you go. When the child's issue is resolved, you have to pay me back with interest for all the things you've lost from me in the past 6 months. Shin-kei kissed Wu Yu viciously, biting her mouth. He licked the blood from the corner of Wu Yu's mouth and looked at her with obsessed eyes. Wife, I'm going crazy waiting for you to become stronger. Don't make me wait too long. If you can't hold me down this time, I really can't control myself. You've lied to me so many times, calculated me, used me, and played me around like a dog. If I lock you up and keep asking for you, you can't blame me for taking you for myself and not letting anyone get close to you. This is all you owe me. Chapter 675. Wu Yu looked at Shin-kei with a twinkling gaze and turned away. Shin-kei leaned forward and kissed her earlobe. Master, do you like me again? Wu Yu didn't look at him, no. Shin-kei's eyes turned cold instantly, and he hugged Wu Yu and pressed her tightly from behind. Shin-kei, you can't help but like me. Wu Yu struggled. I just don't like it. Shin-kei buried his head in the back of Wu Yu's neck, frantically feeling her breath. His voice was gloomy and dangerous. If you don't like me, who do you like, Lu Xiao? Wu Yu looked at him sideways, curled her lips and smiled. It's none of your business. Shin-kei smiled perversely. You're trying to piss me off on purpose, right? Wu Yu gently stroked Shin-kei's face and patted it. It's a punishment. Shin-kei rubbed his face against her neck. I was wrong, my wife. I love you so much. Wu Yu glared at him and turned away to ignore him. Shin-chung immediately stuck to him. Master, don't ignore me. I miss you so much. Wu Yu turned around and pinched his face. You want me to pay attention to you? Shin-kei nodded, his eyes bright. Yeah. Wu Yu turned his face away, then cry. I will take care of you if you cry. Shin-kei stared at Wu Yu intently, and soon his eyes became red, with tears in his eyes. Shin-kei's voice was hoarse and nasal. Wife, I'm so afraid that you don't love me and don't want me. Wu Yu caught the tears that slipped from his eyes with her fingertips, and kissed his eyes helplessly. Good baby, don't cry. Shin-kei grabbed Wu Yu's hand, and kissed the back of her hand. Don't drive me away, I can't leave you. Wu Yu hooked her arms around his neck and sighed. Baby, you can't stay here overnight. Shin-kei curled his lips, and pretended not to hear him. He hugged Wu Yu all night, and she couldn't get rid of Shin-kei. In the morning, looking at the kiss marks on her neck, she pushed Shin-kei away. You are not allowed to touch me. Shin-kei hugged her from behind and kissed her non-stop. If you have the guts, beat me to death. Wu Yu's upper body kept leaning back from the kisses, and she punched Shin-kei in frustration. Do you know what the situation is now? Shin-kei sneered. I don't care about the form. I'm here for you. If you want me to be obedient, you have to coax me. Otherwise, I have nothing to do with the sky falling. Anyway, we can live anywhere now. It doesn't matter how we live. Wu Yu looked at him in disbelief. Do you have any shame? What kind of immoral thing you did yourself, and you still have the nerve to let me coax you? You really have no shame at all. Shin-kei was unmoved. I'm just helping you recover your memory, and you still have the nerve to say that I'm immoral? Is there a woman in this world who is more wicked than you? I am just young and ignorant. If I had known you were so bad that you wanted to dump me while you were hooking me, and you wanted to kick me out after sleeping with me, why would I have wasted so much time pretending to be innocent with you? I would have pushed you down a long time ago, and done it 800 times a day, so that you would have no time to think about these things. Wu Yu was completely stunned. Shameless. This man is so bad and shameless. Listen to what dirty words he said. How dare he say that he was young and ignorant? This guy is so good at talking now, he doesn't even stop her. Wu Yu looked haggard. A normal person would have run away if they knew I was so bad. Why don't you run away too? Shin-kei sneered and approached. Don't dream. Wu Yu, the more you go against me, and the more you don't want me, the more I will eat you to death. I'm telling you, I'm neither a human nor a ghost now. Because of you, you have to be responsible for me. Wu Yu looked at Shin-kei as if he saw a new species. You are now using moral blackmail in a series of ways. Evolved? He has evolved again and again. Shin-kei raised his lips. You are a person with high moral sense, so you just fall for it. And it just so happens that I am a person without morals, so I have no psychological burden to use it. Wu Yu lowered her head and said nothing. Shin-kei approached and tried to look at her face. Just when he wanted to coax her, Wu Yu suddenly raised his head and pinched his mouth. Let the teacher see which child is disobedient and keeps talking. Shin-kei was stunned, and the corners of his mouth could not be suppressed. Wu Yu held Shin-kei's face with both hands, stood on tiptoe and kissed him, and Shin-chung immediately held his waist and supported his back and kissed him passionately. Until Wu Yu couldn't stand and fell into his arms. Shin-kei's expression finally eased a lot, revealing a secret joy. He looked at Wu Yu with deep and dark eyes, panting, his cheeks flushed, and his voice hoarsely approached. You and Lu Shou conspired to kill me yesterday. Wu Yu smiled with his head down. No wonder he was so angry. It turned out that he was jealous and his whole body was sour. Wu Yu coaxed him. Isn't it that I don't understand the situation? I was just testing Lu Shou, not really wanting to kill you. Shen Ke felt wronged. You really thought about it before. Wu Yu held his face and kissed him. I was wrong, baby. I just saw your heartbeat was too fast. So fast that I couldn't stand it. Shin Chung immediately put his hand on Wu Yu's chest. Really? I test whether you are telling the truth or not. Wu Yu smiled and leaned into his arms, pushing his hand away. You are not serious at all. Shin Ke acted coquettishly with her. I want you to coax me. Wu Yu hooked her neck, raised her head and kissed him. Shin Ke picked Wu Yu up and walked out the door. Wu Yu's doorbell suddenly rang, and Lu Xiu's voice came from outside the door. The two looked at each other. Wu Yu immediately, hurry up and leave. Shin Ke raised his mouth in a perverse way, and directly pressed Wu Yu behind the door, and kissed her. His hot breath was in her ear. Tell him I'm here, let him go. Wu Yu's head was buzzing. Shin Ke. Shin Ke chuckled. Wu Yu, it would be abnormal if I didn't look for you. Wu Yu looked at Shin Ke with a twinkling look in her eyes. Shin Ke immediately hugged her tightly, and buried his face in her neck. The warm touch made Wu Yu squint her eyes, and a small moan gradually came out of her throat. Lu Xiu's knocking on the door suddenly paused. Wu Yu? Wu Yu lowered her voice. I have something to do now. I will go to the office to find you later. Before Wu Yu finished speaking, Shin Ke bit her with a gloomy face. Are you going to look for him again? You dare to say that in front of me. You think I'm dead, right? Shin Ke, you. Shin Ke's kiss went down along her neck. Wu Yu narrowed her eyes instantly and let out a cry. Wife, you are too obedient. If I don't give you the real thing, you can't act like it. Hearing Wu Yu's voice outside the door, Lu Xiu suddenly changed color and kicked the door open. Seeing Shin Ke in Wu Yu's room, Lu Xiu's aura became particularly gloomy, and the dark matter all over his body suddenly attacked Shin Quebec. Shin Ke protected Wu Yu behind him, and jumped away instantly. He turned around, and kicked the god's fire towards Lu Xiu's dark aura. The powerful and domineering forces collided in the air and dispersed instantly, raising dust all over the sky, almost splitting the entire room wall. Shin Ke looked at Lu Xiu indifferently. Are you looking for a fight again? Lu Xiu looked at Wu Yu's red face. Her neck was full of raging kiss marks, and her eyes were full of shame when she looked at him, and her eyes were particularly sinister. Shin Ke, don't go too far. Shin Ke sneered. I'm making out with my wife. Who do you think you are? Do you care? Lu Xiu's eyes were filled with rage, and he was about to take action, but Wu Yu called him. Lu Xiu, go away. Lu Xiu narrowed his eyes, and looked at Wu Yu. Wu Yu's face flushed, biting her lower lip. Go, I don't want to implicate you. Go quickly, otherwise, this ancestor's live father drama will not stop. As soon as the voice fell, Lu Xiu saw Shin Ke's color change instantly. His anger surged, and he looked at him with a sinister and fierce look. Shin Ke lowered his eyes and chuckled. Wu Yu, you flirted with him in front of me, right? Wu Yu, eh? He started to make things awkward for her again. Shin Ke grabbed her neck and pulled her in front of him. You feel guilty, right? Wu Yu avoided Shin Ke's gaze. They couldn't even look at each other. She would burst out laughing at any minute. Wu Yu looked at Lu Xiu anxiously. Go. Go, brother. If you don't go, the whole section will collapse. Lu Xiu looked at Wu Yu deeply, his eyes lingering on her anxious face, and the way she hurriedly asked him to leave, and turned away. After Lu Xiu left, Wu Yu just breathed a sigh of relief, and was immediately pressed on the sofa by Shin Ke. Wu Yu looked up at Shin Ke's pupils that kept shrinking. What's wrong? Shin Ke stared at Wu Yu. You can't love him. Wu Yu. I don't love him. You are acting all this yourself. Shin Ke was very emotional. Your heart was beating very fast just now, are you? Without waiting for him to finish, Wu Yu pulled down his collar without saying a word, hooked his neck and kissed him. Wu Yu, baby, your little mouth is so pretty. It's soft and fragrant when you kiss it. Shin Ke was stunned for a moment, and immediately put his arms around Wu Yu's waist, with the corners of his mouth raised uncontrollably. Shin Ke, you like me, only me. Wu Yu, yes, 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 I only like you. Shin Ke, you can't. Wu Yu opened her mouth and bit Shin Ke. The smell of blood made Shin Ke's pupils shrink instantly, and his attack became more and more intense. Shin Ke, you said you love me. Wu Yu, can't you stop having any ideas? Kissing can't stop your brain. When you have an idea, my head is beating. Feeling Wu Yu hugging him and kissing him particularly passionately, Shin Ke smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 676. Lu Xiu left. Wu Yu quickly confirmed with Shinkei. Is there still a chip left by Lu Xiu in my body? Shinkei shook his head. No, they have all been destroyed by my mental power. Wu Yu thought. No wonder Lu Xiu was so excited when he saw me, and he wanted to put the mental power core back into my brain regardless of anything. In his opinion, he had completely lost control of my body, and putting the mental power core back was his last chance. Shinkei, what are you going to do? Wu Yu raised her eyes. I said yesterday that I want to take over the Order Realm. Shinkei was about to refuse, but when the words came to his lips, he suddenly nodded with a happy face. Okay. Wu Yu said subtly, what are you thinking about? Shinkei tilted his head. You said that the Regent King in ancient times did not kill the little emperor. Is it because he was watching the emperor in court, and was so excited that he wanted to do something shameful? Wu Yu. Damn this pervert. Shinkei smiled coldly. Don't worry, as long as you don't make me angry, I will definitely not recruit you. Subtext. But if you come to me on your own, you can't blame me for being rude. Wu Yu said sincerely. When you look at Lu Xiu, don't you think he is also handsome? Before she could finish her words, Shinkei pinched her neck with a cold face and kissed her. He didn't withdraw until Wu Yu's lips turned red. Shinkei rubbed Wu Yu's red lips with his fingertips and lingered with her breath. Wu Yu, I like you like this. You can't control your mouth. Wu Yu, what else do you like? Can't I change? Shinkei chuckled. I like you no matter how you are. If you want to get rid of me, you can only kill me. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei's current scumbag look, but she was so angry that her eyes were red. She curled her lips and stroked his eyes. Good baby, why are you so good at acting like a spoiled child now? You feel wronged and want to cry when you tease me. Shinkei hugged her tightly. His eyes were deep as if there was a vortex. I don't want you to deal with Lu Xiu. I want to kill him immediately when you look at him. Shinkei buried his head in Wu Yu's neck. Wu Yu stroked his hair. It's time for a morning meeting, baby. Letting go of Wu Yu, taking a deep look at her, Shinkei turned around, stepped on the window, and jumped down. When Wu Yu stepped into the meeting room, everyone was already there. From the moment she pushed open the door and entered, Shinkei's eyes seemed to fall on her, as if they were real and invisible, until she sat down face to face with him. His eyes were even more unscrupulous and unrestrained, so blatant that it was outrageous. Wu Yu's face gradually turned red when she was stared at, and she looked away. Shinkei curled the corners of his mouth and sneered. Wu Yu. You're almost there. Shinkei, what's the problem? Wu Yu, what do you know about the script we have now? Shinkei, a romance. Wu Yu let out a long sigh. She had no idea what to do with Shinkei's love-mindedness. She held her forehead and wished she could put her whole face under the table. Lu Xiu glanced sideways. What's the problem? Wu Yu looked haggard. Can you arrange a dungeon for me to work? As soon as the words fell, everyone's expression paused and looked at Lu Xiu subtly. If Lu Xiu lets Wu Yu enter the dungeon, it would be like sending her back to the human world. Lu Xiu smiled impeccably. You need more rest now. Wu Yu said businesslike. We talked to each other after the meeting. Shinkei's face turned cold instantly, and Lu Xiu pressed his lips. Okay. The daily meeting was over, everyone left, and Shinkei sat in his seat and hesitated to move. Wu Yu, go away. Shinkei, I'm the main wife. Why do you want me to leave? Wu Yu was completely convinced. How could this person look like a main wife? She was just a mistress. Wu Yu, how can I make progress if you don't leave? Shinkei looked at Wu Yu with a cold face. Lu Xiu was sitting next to him without saying a word, with a gentle and well-behaved face. Shinkei glanced at him and sneered, despicable thing. Wu Yu lowered her head with a look of grief. To be honest, she really couldn't stay in this crew for a minute. This is really hard to make money, and hard to eat shit. How strong a sense of faith does it take to play such a bloody plot? Shinkei looked at Wu Yu, then at Lu Xiu, and saw that the two of them couldn't do anything, and no one would fight against them. Perhaps because he really didn't feel the thrill of acting, this ancestor finally stood up and walked away. As soon as Shinkei left, Wu Yu and Lu Xiu looked at each other. Wu Yu immediately said, let's go to the office. As soon as Shinkei stepped out of the meeting room, he heard Wu Yu and Lu Xiu talking, and his whole face was filled with murderous aura and gloomy, and he was extremely unhappy. Zhou Chuan glanced at him from the side, not daring to breathe, and silently looked away, just pretending that he didn't exist. Shinkei, you go. Zhou Chuan looked around to see that there was no one around, and pointed at himself in confusion. You talking to me? Shinkei glanced sideways, his eyes dangerous. You go stay with them. Don't let them be alone. Zhou Chuan, yes. Wu Yu and Lu Xiu had just sat down when there was a knock on the door. Seeing Zhou Chuan, Lu Xiu asked him, What's the matter? Zhou Chuan smiled. The regent asked me to monitor you, and you two are not allowed to be alone. For the sake of my life as a small cow and horse, just treat me as a decoration. Wu Yu and Lu Xiu, Psychopath. Wu Yu sighed. Lu Xiu, think of a way. If you have any tricks, use them now. You are the chief of the order world. Do you really have no solution at all? Even Zhou Chuan was infected by Wu Yu's passionate emotions, and looked at Lu Xiu with expectation. Lu Xiu, no. Wu Yu stood up suddenly, and paced back and forth in the office in agitation. Lu Xiu observed her reaction calmly, and Wu Yu suddenly stopped and slammed his desk. She said seriously, Lu Xiu, then don't blame me. Lu Xiu's eyes flashed. What? Wu Yu spoke quickly. Lu Xiu, my sentiments are not as noble as yours. Don't think I am cruel now that disaster is imminent. After all, you are holding the national cause, and I have to bear the lives of my child and me. It is inevitable that I will be hesitant and timid. In this way, you help me to cover up, and I will pack up and run away overnight. If you can survive this war, you can take me back to share the wealth. Don't worry, I will definitely take on my responsibilities, and take on the heavy responsibility of the order leader, leading the order world to become bigger and stronger and glorious. What do you think? Zhou Chuan. I think you are really bad. So it is really obvious whether you love or not. How can this woman say such shameless words so righteously and confidently? Lu Xiu stared at Wu Yu, not missing any details on her face. After a while, he suddenly smiled and said, Okay, Yu Yu, I will send you away tonight. Chapter 677. Return the spiritual power core, and send a person away. This trend is exactly the same as the choice Lu Xiu made when Shinkei first came to the Order Realm, and the plot went astray. That is, it is very likely that this is Lu Xiu's last trump card. If he really does not have more chips in his hand, then this step is likely to target the child in Wu Yu's belly. There are still 2 days before the advance team arrives at the deadline. Shinkei is anxious about the unknown situation. Shinkei, wife, deal with Lu Xiu and hold on until the advance team arrives. Wu Yu, isn't it that we can't stand staying in the same space? Shinkei, compared with your safety, these are nothing. Wu Yu, don't worry, try again. Wu Yu sat in front of Lu Xiu and asked in a low voice. The human world is getting bigger and stronger, and the Order Realm is under attack from all sides. Where else can you send me? Lu Xiu smiled. Yeah, where do you think these gods in the world of order originally came from? Wu Yu was surprised. Do you know how to return the gods to their positions? Lu Xiu nodded, of course. Shinkei's expression instantly became extremely gloomy. He had finally come to the world of order, and thought he could stay with Wu Yu forever. If, according to Lu Xiu's statement, there really is a world of gods, then he might lose Wu Yu. No, absolutely not. He must not lose Wu Yu. No one can take Wu Yu away from him. Shinkei stood in the empty corridor, alone and with his head down. His eyes were filled with completely uncontrollable madness. There was a faint black aura gathering in his eyes. He had seen Wu Yu leave him once with his own eyes. He never wanted to see it again. It must not happen again. Wu Yu didn't know about Shinkei's emotional fluctuations. She needed some time to think about the truth of Lu Xiu's words. Wu Yu looked at Lu Xiu seriously. I need some time to think. I hope you can understand my good intentions as a mother. Zhou Chuan. This woman has a strong sense of belief. This is not the time for you to jump off the building without blinking with your child. Lu Xiu nodded, okay. Watching Wu Yu leave the office, Zhou Chuan just turned his head and his back was soaked with cold sweat. He looked at Lu Xiu's body in astonishment, as if it was completely collapsed and twisted, slowly disintegrating on the ground and wriggling like rotten meat. Zhou Chuan stepped forward in horror. Lu Xiu, what's wrong with you? Lu Xiu suddenly coughed up a blood clot mixed with foul-smelling rotten black blood. He kept panting, as if he was in extreme pain and had reached his limit. Lu Xiu suddenly raised his lips. His eyes were as quiet as a pool of stagnant water. I told you long ago that you can't win. No one loves you, not even your mother. Everyone is using you. They love each other. She will easily remember everything. Kill her and take her child away, just like how those people treated you. Treat her child. Only hatred can make you invincible. Lu Xiu lowered his eyes, and raised the corners of his mouth that had already been bloody and blurred with a desolate and difficult look. Zhou Chuan listened to the devil's whisper coming from Lu Xiu's body, and widened his eyes in horror. This is order. Sure enough, even if Lu Xiu could feel a little hope from Wu Yu, this insignificant hope was not enough to support him in resisting the control of order. When Wu Yu began to retreat, Lu Xiu watched her fall in love with Shinkei again, and this sudden burst of emotion, like a flash of light, would be completely swallowed up by order. Lu Xiu, who was already in a frenzy and exhausted, completely lost all his ability to resist, and was dragged into the abyss. Wu Yu left Lu Xiu's office and hurried back to her room. As soon as she entered the room, she was completely blocked behind the door. She was alert instantly, and when she sensed Shinkei's breath, she relaxed. Wu Yu, what's wrong? Shinkei looked up at her, and the moment Wu Yu met his gaze, she blinked in confusion. Shinkei looked a little familiar now. His whole body was shrouded in gloom, and he looked at her coldly without saying a word. If Shinkei usually put on such a gloomy face, the person he was looking at might have been opened up by him with his bare hands and his brains taken out. However, no matter how bad Shinkei's face was, it would not work for Wu Yu. She was not afraid at all. She was always fearless in front of Shinkei. Wu Yu hooked her arms around his neck and smiled at him, and said softly to him, "You seem to want to hit me." As she spoke, she rubbed the back of his neck with her fingertips. Shinkei came closer and said in a cold voice, "You can't follow Lu Xiu's plan." She was still wondering why the kitten she had just coaxed was suddenly angry again. It turned out that he was afraid that she would leave again. Shinkei reached his hand into Wu Yu's uniform and gently stroked her belly. "Wife, don't want him, okay? As long as this hidden danger is eliminated, Wu Yu will not be controlled." Wu Yu gently grasped his hand through her clothes. "You can clearly feel his presence. If you say that, he will be very sad." Shinkei's face was frighteningly cold, and his tone seemed to be icy. "But I will be more sad than him. 1,000 times, 10,000 times, sad beyond description, more painful than death." Wu Yu looked at Shinkei, and couldn't help but caressing his cheek, her eyes flickering and her cheeks flushed. "I like you like this." Shinkei's breathing became heavier, and he held Wu Yu's hand tightly. "You like me, but you always don't want me." Wu Yu's hand slid down to his rolling Adam's apple. She pressed her cheek against Shinkei and whispered, "Hubby, I like you like this now, I think." Shin Chung immediately picked up Wu Yu and pressed her on the sofa. He hugged her tightly, and fear made his whole body tremble. Wu Yu smiled and narrowed her eyes, stroking his hair. "Husband." Shinkei kissed her earlobe. "Wife, I'm here." "Wu Yu, aren't you going to do it?" Shinkei gritted his teeth. "You are in your advanced period. You can't do it too often." Wu Yu chuckled. "Don't you want a child?" Shinkei gritted his teeth in anger. "This kid is already this big." Wu Yu laughed continuously, and Shinkei bit her neck in anger, and the mental power that was instantly open penetrated into her mental power core. Feeling Shinkei's suffocating love, Wu Yu smiled and hugged his arm. She reached out and touched his abdominal muscles along the hem of Shinkei's clothes. "But husband, I miss you so much, what should I do?" Shinkei breathed heavily and panted, "You are not allowed to tease me deliberately." Wu Yu looked at him with bright eyes. "Hubby, your figure is getting better and better, I like it so much." Shinkei couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth, and his whole body was flushed. He looked at Wu Yu with expectation, and Wu Yu smiled and touched him. She leaned over and kissed him. "Don't be angry, baby, I love you." Shinkei hugged her tightly. "I want you to keep coaxing me like this." Wu Yu agreed. "Yes, I will keep coaxing you like this." "Shinkei, no matter where you go this time, you must take me with you. I will accompany you to the Yellow Springs Road and go to hell with you. Even if we are reduced to ashes, we will all turn into a handful of ashes." Wu Yu blinked and smiled at Shinkei. "I think things may not be as bad as you think." Shinkei's expression was confused for a moment, and then he realized Wu Yu had taken back the mental core and restored all her memories. After confirming that there was no Lu Xiu chip controlling her body, the invasion operation plan that she and her mother had formulated half a year ago, and the only one they knew, was about to unveil her true veil. Chapter 678. Human World. The advanced team is making final preparations for the Barrier Forbidden Crossing. Jiang Huaiji, the first Forbidden Crossing is about to start. Please be prepared. Jietchen, the first crossing will be carried out by Jiang Huaiji and I alternately. The first wave of Forbidden Crossing is the strongest and most likely to cause accidents. As long as the first wave of Forbidden Crossing is successful, we can enter the edge of the Order World 2 days earlier than originally planned. Wu Xiuli, I have given Wu Chong the information that we may log in early to pass on to Shin Quebec. From now on, Shinkei will always stay in the Disorder Forbidden Land to do our reception work. Jiang Yuhua, how is Yaya now? Wu Xiuli, it is confirmed that the spiritual power core has been retrieved, and the memory has been restored. I am making final negotiations with Lu Xiu about taking over as the chief of order to test his trump card. As the entire Forbidden Crossing device was turned on and started to operate, Jian Suiyu and Zhang Zhe looked at each other and glanced at everyone. The crossing device has been debugged. Please be ready at any time. Looking at the crossing device, Everyone's heartbeat gradually accelerated. This will be a grand reunion after a long absence. Shinkei's communicator began to vibrate. He lowered his head and glanced. His face turned cold. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei. You should do what you should do now. Shinkei raised his eyes. You should also remember what I said to you. Wu Yu nodded. I promise you. Shinkei looked at her without hesitation. You can't lie to me again. Wu Yu, I won't lie to you. Shinkei stared at Wu Yu for a while, and Wu Yu pushed his face away. Don't come here. Don't think I don't know. You will know what I am thinking after you mark me. Shinkei curled his lips, leaned over and kissed her intimately, and spread his wings to fly towards the forbidden land of disorder. Wu Yu took out the communicator and opened Dylan's chat interface. Wu Yu, let's get started. Dylan, yes, little master. Top-level order officer Wu Yu officially starts the impeachment process against Order Chief Lu Xiao. All incumbent top-level order officers are requested to initiate a response. If more than 5 top-level order officers respond, the impeachment process will be automatically promoted. Heavenly Order Officer Noah agrees. Top-level Order Officer Luna agrees. Top-level Order Officer Dylan agrees. Top-level Order Officer Ambika agrees. Top-level Order Officer Shinxingxi agrees. The number of people who agree currently exceeds 5, and the impeachment process will be automatically started. The re-election of the Chief of Order will be held in 12 hours. Please prepare for the order officers of all levels. Luoshan looked at the crazy beating communicator, and turned his head to look at Dylan. Luoshan, you are hiding it from me, aren't you, little bastard? Dylan, it's not me, it's the master who said to hide it from you. Luoshan was so angry that he immediately gave Dylan a big fight. After the fight, he didn't care about being angry. He jumped up and down with excitement. Fight, fight, finally, we are going to fight with real swords and guns. Luoshan threw a series of punches at the air. What should I do now? Dylan, you need to cooperate with Shinkei, Luna, Shinxingxi, and Sumo to go to the Forbidden Land of Disorder to do the reception and resettlement work for the advanced team. Luoshan, I can't do this job. Give me something else. I can't stand the scumbag and the bitch. Dylan, that was all acting. Luna was played by a wizard. Hurry up, Fairy, the advanced team from the human world is in very poor physical condition when they first landed, so they need your great treatment to restore their growth ability. Luoshan's communicator rang. Wu Yu, Sister Luoshan, go to the Forbidden Land of Disorder as soon as possible to cooperate with Shinkei. My mother will also arrive with the first advanced team. You know her physical condition, and she needs your constant protection. Seeing that Lu Ling was coming, Luoshan slowly opened her eyes, opened the door without thinking, and turned around to leave. When Lu Xiao saw the impeachment information pop up, his heart beat violently. Zhou Chuan saw that his physical condition had just stabilized, and suddenly he began to vomit blood again. Zhou Chuan couldn't help but sigh. What a sin, this kid is really miserable. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit, the enemy is at the gate. This time, since the development line was destroyed, it was still crushing the economy all the way to the high ground. Lu Xiao's mouth suddenly pulled a sinister smile. Everyone is lying to me. They have been lying to me from the beginning to the end. Order, take this opportunity to get out of your identity as the head of Order. Lu Xiao chuckled sinisterly. No. I won't leave. Even if I die, I will die in the position of the head of Order. Not only will I die, I want everyone to die with me. Lu Xiao's body was surging with turbulent dark matter, instantly covering the entire office. Zhou Chuan watched him anxiously, as he could no longer maintain his human form, and gradually turned into a ball of black mist. His heart was in his throat. Just when Zhou Chuan thought that Lu Xiao was going to perish with the entire Order realm. Order growled, "You're crazy. As long as you're alive, you can come back." Lu Xiao fell into complete despair. Everything around him was silent, and the corners of his mouth curled up silently. The strong hatred made him lifeless. He chuckled, "You are the source of all my pain. If I die, you must die too." Zhou Chuan wanted to curse. He was already dead, but he still felt his heartbeat. Zhou Chuan didn't care about anything else. Why don't you give him all your skills? If you don't, how can he fight Shinkei and humans? If he can't win, he can only take everyone with him to die. Brother, you don't want to live, but I have old people and children to take care of. I also want to live. The dark matter around Lu Xiao suddenly stopped spreading, and then Zhou Chuan found that the entire Order world became extremely strange. The whole world seemed to be still, the blue sky, the white clouds, all these originally modeled and created. Even he himself, the uniform he was wearing, and the completely repaired human face, all collapsed. He slowly opened his eyes, and looked at Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao was shrouded by an invisible black shadow. This black shadow did not even have a human figure, but it was solid as if it had substance. Order is the order itself that has always been hidden in Lucio's body. Finally forced into a desperate situation, on the verge of death, he removed all disguises and revealed his true self in front of people. The moment order appeared, Lucio, who had been a vehicle for the purpose of nurturing and storing order for 16 years, finally seemed to have a chance to breathe, and collapsed in his office chair with difficulty. He lowered his head, his hands drooped weakly, and his breathing was weak, as if he had already lost his life. He was about to die like this, without knowing it. Zhou Chuan looked at the order with horror as it spread out, and flew towards the forbidden land of disorder until it disappeared at the end of his sight. Looking down from 9980, the order world that was originally a city had completely turned back to its original hellish appearance. The door behind him was kicked open with a kick, and Zhou Chuan turned his head in horror. When he saw the person behind the door, his peripheral vision fell on Lucio, who was sitting motionless in his office, his whole body gradually disintegrating. His face was stiff and gloomy. Chapter 679. The existence of the entire Order realm relies on the Doomsday Terminal Server. If the Doomsday Terminal Server is regarded as a powerful magic weapon, then Order is the spiritual consciousness of this magic weapon. Order was born from the server, and now the server is on the verge of destruction and has reached its end. Order wants to break free from the server and exist on its own, just like a human soul wants to get rid of its spirit body, and it must pay a price. Just like a lizard gecko breaking off its tail to survive, after leaving Lucio's body, the strength of Order was greatly weakened. Just like Shinkei and Shinqingxi were worried that Lucio would be doomed to fail, Order was also afraid that Lucio's spirit would completely collapse, and they did ideological work on him again and again. But it was obvious that Wu Yu recovered his memory in just 3 days, and the huge difference in power after the battle with Shinkei had completely made him lose the will to resist, and he was completely defeated. Order's escape also greatly weakened the strength of the Doomsday Terminal Server in Lucio's body. After years of support, Lucio's body had long been at the end of its strength. Especially after the battle with Shinkei, it was even more lingering and exhausted. Opening his eyes with difficulty, he looked at Wu Yu outside the door. Dylan, Angel, Ambika, Fox Fairy, several other great fairies, and 4 divine beasts were all beside her. Lucio lowered his head and raised his lips, his voice barely audible. "Kill me." He was tired too. As the power of Order continued to withdraw, Lucio felt that his soul was torn into pieces, with piercing pain, but he didn't even want to move. This kind of pain has been with him since he was not born, and it has been with him for 18 years. His body is the container that nourishes the Doomsday Server. He and the server coexist and coexist. Every inch of Order away is torn apart an inch of his soul. Until now, when Order has completely left, he is a completely abandoned and broken doll. Regardless of his body, his life, and his fate, everything was predetermined when he was created. Zhou Chuan looked at the people at the door, drew out the long sword that Lucio used for battle, and looked at the people with a gloomy face, blocking him in front of him. The impeachment process has not yet ended. Before the final result is determined, he is still the chief of the Order world. "Dylan, you can still survive if you betray us now." Zhou Chuan sneered. "No need." Zhou Chuan looked at Wu Yu. "Whether you believe it or not, Lucio has never done anything to your child. He is sincere in returning your spiritual power core to you and sending you back to the human world." Wu Yu looked back at him expressionlessly, with a gloomy look. "Zhou Chuan, he is younger than you. He was raised by your mother since he was a child. He did whatever your mother asked him to do. He was always obedient. However, the Doomsday Server is in his body, and he has to survive. He has always lived according to other people's wishes. No one has taught him how to be himself. Everyone wants him to live according to their own wishes. And only in this way can he get the praise, and a little sincerity, and attention he expects. He was destined to be a tragedy, since he was created. He has tried his best." "Wu Yu, so you mean that I should let him go?" Zhou Chuan shook his head. "I mean, whether he wins or loses, let him be upright. Let him act according to his own will, instead of being a puppet controlled again and again." Wu Yu glanced at the motionless Lucio, whose body was disintegrating. She said coldly, "He has no will to live anymore, let alone fight. He can't even lift a sword now." Zhou Chuan gritted his teeth. "Little ghost, you haven't lost yet. Show the posture you showed when you wanted to kill your own mother." Lucio lowered his head and said nothing. Wu Yu slowly walked to Lucio and looked down at him. "Wu Yu, Lucio, raise your head." Lucio's physical condition was getting worse and worse, and the hole in his heart was getting bigger and bigger. In the darkness, Countless wrong souls were twisting and wailing, stretching out invisible hands to pull him into the abyss. Seeing that Lu Shou had completely lost his fighting spirit and allowed these wrong souls to completely devour him, Wu Yu raised her hand and slapped him fiercely. I told you to raise your head, are you deaf? Lu Xiu's face was slapped to the side, and he turned his eyes slightly to look at Wu Yu, and his increasingly turbid pupils were about to be swallowed by the darkness. Wu Yu grabbed Lu Xiu by the collar and lifted him up from the stool. Seeing that Lu Xiu, who was 186 centimeters tall, was lifted up by Wu Yu like a chicken, Lu Xiu was weak all over, staggering and unable to stand, and was about to collapse to the ground. Zhou Chuan hurried forward to support him. Zhou Chuan was anxious. He is about to die. Just let him die. Wu Yu narrowed her eyes dangerously. Lu Xiu, I just want to ask you one question. Did you really want to kill my mother? Lu Xiu was like a little mute, not even squeaking. Wu Yu sneered and raised the corner of his mouth, and suddenly pulled out the frost bell moon goddess and pointed it at Lu Xiu's heart, and stabbed it in Zhou Chuan's astonished eyes. Seeing Lu Xiu being frozen in an instant and completely dead, Zhou Chuan took a breath of cold air, and his scalp was numb. When people face a huge change, their minds are completely confused. Although he knew that this day would come, he really saw Lu Xiu die in front of him. He was still breathing shortly, and fell into a kind of sadness of the rabbit dying and the fox mourning. They are all man-made tragedies. They are all prey that are powerless to struggle, and they are all imperfect victims that are not tolerated by the world. Zhou Chuan was silent and lonely, and his tone was very lonely. Lu Xiu is already dead, so let me. Will you look puzzled? Who told you he was dead? Zhou Chuan looked a little confused. Huh? Wu Yu hooked her fingers at Angel and Ambika. You keep Lu Xiu alive first. His physical condition is very poor, and he must undergo surgery immediately. I'm going to the Forbidden Land of Disorder to start the final decisive battle. Zhou Chuan, Wu Yu pointed at Zhou Chuan. Lu Xiu is being frozen by me to save his life. You are the most familiar with the affairs of the Order Realm. I will now appoint you as the chief steward of the palace. You must immediately tell me all the hidden dangers that need to be dealt with. Seeing that Zhou Chuan was still standing there, Wu Yu gave Dilan a look. Dilan stepped forward and grabbed Zhou Chuan. The three of them immediately set off to the Forbidden Land of Disorder. Ambika waved excitedly from behind. Miss Wu Yu, be careful. Zhou Chuan followed behind Wu Yu, confused and uneasy. For a moment, he was not sure what was going on. He could only ask cautiously, as the leader of the rebels, what are you thinking now? Wu Yu was surprised. Isn't it obvious? Zhou Chuan, How can it be obvious? How can it be obvious? It's just like a riddle. Wu Yu chuckled. It was obvious from the beginning, wasn't it? If my mother really wanted to kill Lu Xiu, why would she give him the surname Lu? I am a member of the Lu clan, and we have been the only one from generation to generation. Since my mother named him and raised him from childhood to this age, it has been prepared for Lu Xiu to take over the mission of the Lu clan, completely in the lifeblood of the Qiling people, and use spirits to feed spirits, and return spirits to spirits. In personal heroism, the era of gods. Chapter 680. Under Zhou Chuan's shocked gaze, Wu Yu glanced sideways. Moreover, if it is true as you said, Lu Xiu has never done anything to my child. Over the years, except for the time when my mother's whereabouts were exposed in the 8 cold hells, and the order was forced, he has never done anything to my mother. Then Lu Xiu is the poor little thing with the most miserable situation in this script. He was created by someone with the insidious blood array evil method, humiliated, and completely fell into hell. The person who created him was to create the most extreme evil in the world. But, even so, he still yearns for light. Wu Yu, so you are unwilling to turn against us when we extend the olive branch, because you feel the same way as Lu Xiu, you are in the same situation, and you have never seen the light until you die. Zhou Chuan laughed at himself. So, is this justice belated? Is justice belated really justice? Since it is already late, does justice still have any meaning? Many people suddenly flashed through Wu Yu's mind. Yana, Fu Mingli, Chen Yuanchao, Chen Yuanlang, Long Shi Felix Yali. Along the way, everyone has stumbled. It is very difficult and bumpy. Some people joined halfway, and naturally some people fell behind. Some people were just helpless, and they got separated while walking. Wu Yu shook his head. It's not justice. Zhou Chuan, what is it? Wu Yu, if I had the script of justice in my hand, I should have kicked the door open with a haughty attitude just now, stood on the moral high ground and sprayed you with a barrage of fire, and then turned the lights and cameras to the dying Lu Xiu with a series of explosive output highlights. The enemy arrived at the city, razed the entire order world to the ground, returned to the human world as a god, and accepted the admiration of all people. The whole story ended with an exciting and explosive BGM. You know what? It's really fun to fantasize like this, and you can also establish a strong female character who is decisive and ruthless. Zhou Chuan lowered his head and remained silent. Wu Yu, but people are compassionate. I did want to kill Lu Xiao at the beginning, or I wanted to kill him for a long time during the whole plan, but someone didn't want to kill him. Zhou Chuan slowly raised his head and looked at Wu Yu. His pupils were filled with tears. Wu Yu, what did I say before? Don't use your ghostly look to stir up emotions with me. Zhou Chuan turned his face away speechlessly, not wanting to say a word to Wu Yu. Dylan, it's the master who doesn't want to kill Lu Xiao. The master raised Lu Xiao since he was a child. They have been like mother and son for 16 years. She knows what kind of child Lu Xiao is, and also knows Lu Xiao's difficulties. Just like Luoshan, hasn't she been relying on Lu Xiao's indulgence all these years, being spoiled and arrogant, and being lawless? She doesn't even have the status of an order officer in the order world, but who dares to challenge her? That's why Luoshan was so upset after Lu Xiao turned against him. She was so angry that she wanted to fight him all day. It was also because Jiang Cheng realized that Lu Ling and Lu Xiao had a good relationship that he was dissatisfied with Lu Xiao. Wu Yu shrugged. Lu Xiao and I have no feelings for each other. It's my mother who wants to protect him. So she can protect him. Anyway, my mother has fought so hard in the order realm for so many years. No one can say no if she wants to protect him. I love my mother, she is glorious and great, I will help her whatever she wants to do. Anyway, my mother and I are both rebellious and immoral, and our behavior never conforms to the secular standards. You can kill us if you don't like us, but don't bother us, don't bother with the fairies' business. Although the whole process will be more troublesome and more roundabout than the original plan, everything is going according to our script now. However, the Doomsday server and Lu Xiao coexist, and no one knows whether he can survive after being separated from the server. If he wants to live, he must be stimulated to have a strong desire to live. No one knows what can stimulate his desire to live now. Zhou Chuan was silent for a long time, and suddenly said, as long as you know Lu Ling's thoughts, you can definitely stimulate Lu Xiao's desire to live. Nothing can be more touching than the fact that Lu Ling is willing to tear his face with all mankind to save Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao, a poor little man who has never been loved or cared for, is not loved by anyone. However, Zhou Chuan, the biggest problem now is that this pie is too big for Lu Xiao, a poor little man who has lacked love since childhood. Even if you tell him, he won't believe it. Just like, if he told you that he didn't really want to kill Lu Ling, but just wanted to deceive Order and Chu Ci, you would definitely not believe it. Wu Yu thought for a while. At this time, we should invite the other two poor people in the whole play to interview their mental journey. Maybe we can get different inspirations. As they talked, the three of them came to the outer circle of the Disorder Forbidden Land, and saw Shen Kai, Shin Qingxi and their group, as well as Luoshan who was standing beside them at the border of Chuha and Han. Seeing Wu Yu and Dilan, Luoshan happily came up to them. Did you kill Lu Xiao? Dilan nodded. Yes, he's dead. Luoshan paused. Just dead? So suddenly? Dilan nodded. Yes, it was quite sudden. Luoshan, is there any chance of rescue? Dilan shook his head. Gone, dead, completely gone, reduced to ashes. Luoshan had a gloomy face and said nothing. Dilan looked at Zhou Chuan. See? She was heartbroken and reluctant to let him go. Luoshan was furious. What did you say? Dylan, he's not dead. The young master froze Lu Xiao and temporarily sealed him up, waiting for the advance team to arrive and start treatment immediately. Luoshan suddenly put away his expression, pressed the corners of his mouth, and his whole breath became much softer. Seeing this, Zhou Chuan finally felt it clearly. After 16 years of getting along, people are not plants, who can be ruthless. Zhou Chuan looked at Dylan, who looked calm, and suddenly thought that this killing god also suffered a change in his relatives in his childhood, and the double blow of body and mind would turn into an evil ghost after death. After years of getting along with Lu Ling and Luoshan, things finally became smooth. Zhou Chuan sighed. So saving Feng Chen is in your genes. Will you glance sideways, save Feng Chen? Zhou Chuan nodded. Yes. Didn't Lord Seraph almost? Before he could finish, Shen Kai's tail feathers flew past him in an instant, close to the tip of his nose, and if he said one more word, his mouth and nose would be completely cut off. Seeing Shen Kai's nervous and guilty look, Wu Yu immediately narrowed his eyes dangerously. She walked directly between Zhou Chuan and Shen Kai, and looked at Zhou Chuan. Go on. Let's see who dares to stop you today. Zhou Chuan stole a glance at Shinkei. That's right. The illusion in the Fox Fairy Dungeon at that time was created by us at the beginning, but once you enter the illusion, the subsequent divergence of the plot depends on your personal will. Wu Yu blinked excitedly. The illusion of the Fox Fairy Dungeon. This is something Shinkei has always kept hidden from her, and every time he mentioned it, he would pretend to be stupid and change the subject. So what shameful things did Shinkei think at that time, that he felt so guilty when he heard the 3 words save function, and was almost completely swallowed by darkness. Chapter 681. Shinkei, the advanced team will arrive soon. To prevent the order from attacking them at this time, let's do business first. Wu Yu glanced at him with an ambiguous look. Wu Yu guilty? Shinkei, don't you see what kind of occasion it is? Wu Yu, oh, there is still a time for you to say such words. This guy, who has a love brain that can flare up at any time, actually has the nerve to say something about others. Shinkei had a cold face, and didn't say anything, so Wu Yu wanted to tease him. Wu Yu, you were always looking for me to chirp, but now I have recovered and become a little mute? Shinkei, please maintain a normal colleague relationship with me now. Wu Yu, are you breaking up? Shinkei, yes, break up. Wu Yu, since we are breaking up, then you should withdraw your mental power from my brain. Shinkei, the mark is permanent, and I don't want to stay in your brain, and I don't want to. Wu Yu glanced at him and smiled and turned away. Shinkei, you have to chase me again. Wu Yu, didn't we break up? Shinkei, we broke up, and you chased me again after the breakup. Wu Yu, I am not a proactive person. Shinkei, I have chased you for 700 episodes, so what's wrong with you chasing me for a few episodes? The main force is coming soon, can't you just coax me? Otherwise, they will laugh at me and say I have no future, and you don't care about me at all. Wu Yu pressed her lips. The little baby was just acting coquettishly with her. Wu Yu, then tell me first, what did you see in the Fox Fairy Dungeon? Shinkei, when I was young, those people wanted to humiliate me, you came to save me, pick me up, and asked me to go with you. Wu Yu listened to Shinkei's words, lowered her head and smiled. She suddenly reacted and looked at Zhou Chuan. Wu Yu, now find someone to dig out Lu Xiu's spiritual core, and then put another memory into it. Zhou Chuan, Wu Yu thought, I have never felt the real memories that Lu Xiu put into me, but the memories that Chu Xia put into me have made me believe them for a long time. The fundamental reason is that all the memories Chu Xia gave me are based on real-life experiences. Then if we also modify Lu Xiu's memories slightly according to his real experience, and correct the painful memories that pushed him into the abyss, we can temporarily save his life. As long as my mother arrives, she will meet Lu Xiu, and naturally find a way to make him believe that her mother-son relationship with Lu Xiu is real. Zhou Chuan reacted immediately. Okay, I go now. Wu Yu, as soon as possible, as long as you keep his will to survive, bring him here immediately. Dylan worried. The Order realm was in turmoil before the advanced team arrived. Will the Order take the opportunity to attack the Master and others? Wu Yu, the Order realm is completely in chaos. There is no law here. This is the best state for invaders. We just need to guard the point where they enter, and do a good job of receiving them. But if the Order is still there, no matter where we guard and how well we protect people, for these black households from the human world, the Order will automatically execute and kill them. Now we have to make the Order think that we want to blow up the Order world and don't care about the lives of ghosts and gods at all, so that he will jump over the wall and fight to the death. Luotian, then what should we be wary of at this stage? Shinkei, beware of the Order going to Wu Yu's body, or even entering the body of the child in her belly. Luotian opened his eyes in disbelief. What? Shinkei's face was gloomy. Lu Xiu is no longer useful to Order if the Order world is completely occupied by humans. Then Order will inevitably perish. In order to survive, he will now hide in the dark like a rat in the gutter and wait for an opportunity to move. In addition to Lu Xiu, the only ones who can serve as vehicles for Order are Wu Yu and his father. Order wants Wu Yu to get pregnant and give birth to a child, just to create another vehicle so that he can escape. Luotian began to worry. Then Jiang Cheng will not come with Ling Ling, right? Don't let the Order take advantage of you again. Shinkei shook his head. Not only will Jiang Cheng not come, but once the advanced team succeeds in infiltrating, Wu Yu and Lu Xiu will directly return to the human world through the passage they opened. All vehicles leave the Order realm, and the Order has nowhere to hide. The military will drive straight in through the dungeon passage and force the Order to fight. I will lead the troops to fight this battle. Luotian was instantly excited. 66666. Yes, Shinkei, I didn't misjudge you. I knew you could handle it. Everyone, Sister, you didn't have this attitude before. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu calmly, with expectation in his eyes. Wu Yu walked up to Shinkei, looked up at him, and clapped his hands artificially. Wow, General Shin is so awesome. Shinkei turned his face away and raised the corners of his mouth, looking secretly happy, and couldn't suppress his smile. After finally keeping a straight face, he looked down at Wu Yu, with uncontrollable love in his eyes. Pay attention to the impact. Wu Yu nodded repeatedly. Yes, after all, we are just ordinary colleagues now. If I am too enthusiastic, General Shin will definitely feel troubled. Shinkei was unwilling. Don't worry, just keep it. Wu Yu looked at him, and Shinkei couldn't help but reach out and brush away the broken hair on her forehead. Wu Yu, are you sure? Shinkei, yes, I will come back alive. Wu Yu, how can you set a flag like this right away? Shinkei, why if you believe me? Wu Yu, yes, I believe you. Shinkei glanced at Shinjingxi and Wu Chong, and finally his eyes fell on Dylan. Let's go. He took the lead in spreading his wings and hugged Wu Yu and flew into the air. Wife, hold me tight. Wu Yu hooked his neck and chuckled. You just said you wanted to break up. Shinkei leaned over and kissed her forehead. I didn't say that. You will always be my wife. Shinkei hugged Wu Yu tightly and flapped his wings towards the Forbidden Land of Disorder. During the time he was guarding the Forbidden Land of Disorder, he had already figured out the terrain here clearly. The end of the Forbidden Land of Disorder is the Eye of the Deep Sea connected to the far North Sea. The Eye of the Deep Sea is the center of the teleportation array connecting the Yin and Yang worlds. At the same time, Wu Yu has been looking for Kanyi, the source of the Golden Will, the Golden River, and the Yellow Springs, which has been cut off for 18 years. Before Wu Yu left, she gave him all 4 broken leaves, but Shinkei had searched almost all the pure rivers for the last broken leaf in half a year, but could not find it. In every lonely and yearning night, Shinkei would look at these 4 broken leaves, stroking and describing their appearance with his fingertips. Each broken leaf was obtained by him, and Wu Yu in dangerous adventures, rainforests, glaciers, deserts, salt lakes, these broken leaves carry all the memories of their acquaintance, love, mutual support, and mutual support. Shinkei kept thinking, 2 pieces of broken leaves were obtained in the human world, and 2 pieces of broken leaves were obtained in the dungeon world. Does that mean that the last piece of broken leaves is at the intersection of the 2 worlds, crossing the source of the sea of the Order world and the human world? Shinkei told Wu Yu, wife, for pieces of broken leaves have been sent from the human world. You take them, and I will take you to find the last piece of broken leaves. Shinjingxi, Suemo, and Wu Chong flew into the air at the same time. Luo Ocean looked at the 4 flying groups in surprise. They all brought their own means of transportation. What should we do then? Dylan, you are a ghost, just float. As she spoke, Dylan's human form shrank, and she turned into the original Princess Lu Lan. Her solid body became translucent, and flew into the sky. Luo Ocean nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. I have been pretending to be a ghost for a long time, and I forgot that I am a female ghost. Everyone was forced into the end of the disordered Forbidden Land, the Eye of the Deep Sea. Chapter 682. All the ghosts in the Forbidden Land of Disorder were cleared out by Shinkei in advance, and the group went straight to the Eye of the Deep Sea without any obstacles. When they reached the end of the map, Wu Yu found that this was the place where the jellyfish wanted to take her. Wu Yu, I've been here before, but I didn't go into the water last time. Shinkei's tone was gloomy. Well, this sea is full of endless resentful ghosts and evil spirits. If you went into the water at that time, you would be torn to pieces by them immediately. Wu Yu probably realized, so, this is not just order testing human technology. He really wants to kill me, and take the baby out by cesarean section. Dylan, then Lu Xiu will return the spiritual core to you, and buy more time to deal with you. Also, the time before, Shinkei suddenly came to the Order realm and acted like a scumbag and ignored you. Lu Xiu might really believe it, and plan to return the spiritual core to you and send you away. Lu Xiu never believed in deep and unchanging love, so in his opinion, it is normal for Shinkei to change his mind. Shinkei looked sideways. Don't whitewash that kid. Who the hell is this thing? Don't take the opportunity to help Lu Xiu improve his wife's favorability. Dylan pointed to his shoulder, where the wound from Long Yuan had just healed. I'm just being realistic. Shinkei looked away with a cold face. Even if you didn't block me, I couldn't hurt Wu Yu. Since Wu Yu grabbed his sword, he had instantly retracted the damage ability attached to the sword. Wu Chong nodded repeatedly. Yes, 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 I'm still here. If you don't block me, I go up and stop Shinkei immediately. Then he made a bunch of comments about the little white flower saint and green tea, which is both irritating and effective. And the main point is that he doesn't fight if he can just talk. Wu Yu took out 4 broken leaves and put them together, but the only piece missing was the one in the middle. Shinkei approached, his face right next to her ear, and pointed to her. This is the part of the Order Realm. A little further away, there is very little, but you can see the far North Sea in the north. So when you first got the broken leaf in the rainforest, it was a map of the Order Realm. I would say I had never seen it before. Wu Yu now thought that Shinkei had traveled all over the world in recent years, and there was a map he had never seen before, so it must be a completely different world. Wu Yu glanced sideways. Then I go? Shinkei poured the endless fire of the gods into the eye of the deep sea, and the turbulent sea water instantly rang with silent wails and screams. While Shinkei was helping her clear a clean area of the sea, Wu Yu approached and obtained a heritage of the river god Golden Will Route Map Fragments, Part 5, which have 5 parts. Collect all 5 fragments to piece together a complete route map, and find the Golden River. Congratulations, you have collected all 5 fragments, and the route map is being generated. Heritage of the river god Golden Will Route Map has been generated. Open the map, find the source of the Golden River, and let the Golden River flow again. Before Wu Yu could speak, Shinkei had spread his wings, carried her across the entire ocean, and came to the center of the eye of the deep sea. Countless black smoke rose from the sea surface, and in the black smoke were twisted and surging human faces. They struggled and lingered here for a long time, and could not leave. They had long lost their human will and only wanted to drag everyone into the endless abyss, and never be reborn. Shinkei took out the sea god trident that Wu Yu gave him, and took the route map from Wu Yu's hand. With the momentum of piercing the sky and destroying the world, he nailed the route map on the trident, and threw it at the pupil of the eye of the deep sea. Where the dream begins, the nightmare ends. The trident completely sank into the eye of the deep sea, and everyone looked nervously at the place where the trident disappeared. With the sound of crackling, a golden light suddenly projected from the endless darkness. Then, the cracking sound became louder and louder, and more golden light was projected, until the entire silver bottle broke, and the golden light burst out from the darkness. The Golden River flowed out from the eye of the deep sea and poured into the cracked earth, and the Golden will flow throughout the Shinjo. The Golden River crossed the Yin and Yang, poured into the world, and rebuilt a new bridge between the Yin and Yang worlds. Wherever the river flows, everything is reborn, and dead trees come back to life, covering the sea of life, irrigating the tree of life. The ancient Chinese golden dragon soars, and the golden snake dances wildly. Irrigated and soaked by this golden will, the wronged souls that have been lingering in the underworld finally slowly dissipate in the baptism of holy light, and ascend to paradise. Everyone trembled as they watched the golden dragon soaring in the air. The largest golden dragon flew in front of Wu Yu, nodded slightly to her under Shinkei's vigilant gaze, and spit out a dragon ball. Its bright eyes looked at Wu Yu, and then moved down to Wu Yu's belly, and the same true dragon spirit emerged from its body as Shinkei's. This was the blessing of the dragon god that Shinkei had received that year. Now, the dragon god gave the same blessing to the child they raised together. When Wu Yu took the dragon ball became invisible and disappeared into Wu Yu's body. Wu Yu's body was instantly covered by a golden halo. A long roar suddenly attracted countless divine beasts to respond. Dragons soared and tigers roared, and the wind raged. Sand and stones flew, and the wind swept the remaining forest. The golden dragon led the unsealed beasts, and continued to go to the sky. Countless beasts appeared in all directions, riding on clouds and mist, until they completely dissipated and disappeared. While the beasts disappeared, they remained unchanged. The order world shrouded by the depressed Yin energy seemed to be torn apart by human beings and poured into the warm sun. The beasts returned to their positions, bringing auspiciousness and blessing to the world. Wu Yu looked at the sunlight above the order world, feeling the warmth of life that she had not felt for half a year, and couldn't help but burst into tears. Shinkei held Wu Yu tightly in his arms. "It's okay, my dear. I'm here, and I won't let anyone bully you again." As the beast disappeared, everyone retracted their gazes and looked at the eye of the deep sea again. At the end of the eye of the deep sea, the advance team that had been waiting for a long time finally appeared in front of everyone. The moment he saw it clearly, Wu Chong waved excitedly. "You are finally here. Xiaoli, I miss you so much." He immediately cried and threw himself into Wu Xiaoli's arms. "You don't know how much of a jerk Shinkei is. He sold out his teammates. In just 10 days, I almost died 3 or 4 times." Wu Xiaoli pushed him away and looked at the entire Order world in surprise. It was incredible. Order world. This is the Order world. The underworld where ghosts gather. OMG, God knows that for her, who was born as a wizard, this is like a mouse falling into a rice jar. Jiang Yuhua and Chuanya rushed towards Wu Yu excitedly. Yeah. I miss you so much. Seeing the two of them rushing over so recklessly, Shinkei's face was stern, slowed down. The two paused when they thought of Wu Yu being pregnant. Jiang Yuhua looked at Wu Yu's 7-month-old belly and said in disbelief, "Wow." Chuanya said at the same time, "Wow. Jiang Yuhua, this child will be mine in the future." Chuanya agreed, "Yes, I am the godmother." Suimo, Yu Yu has become so gentle since she became pregnant. Shinkei rolled his eyes at Wu Yu, who was surrounded by people, and he was unhappy all over. TSK. Just because he knew his wife had become so gentle, he didn't want her to contact anyone. Stay away from his wife. Damn! Chapter 683. Richard opened his arms and moved forward. Yeah, long time no see, let's be warm. Before he finished speaking, he was kicked away by Shinkei, and fell to the ground like a pancake. You want to die, don't you? Fu Yanqi stepped forward. Yeah, I show you the state of your soul now. Wu Yu nodded, okay. Shinkei stood by and watched Richard and Fu Yanqi come forward to check Wu Yu's soul and mental power, and he was unhappy all over. Richard's mental power had just been released, and suddenly encountered a strong mental resistance. Feeling this familiar real dragon's domineering, his expression was indescribable. Shinkei completely covered Wu Yu's mark with his own mental power, and Wu Yu's mental power core was full of Shinkei's aura. Richard sighed. What did you do to Wu Yu? You are so powerful now that you dare to do such a shameless thing. Shinkei looked sideways. The Aura realm is full of ghosts. Wu Yu had no ability to protect herself after her mental power core was taken away. Richard, now she has a mental power core. You should withdraw her mental power. Wu Yu blinked in surprise. So we can withdraw? Shinkei's expression froze instantly, and he looked at Richard with a very dangerous look, warning him with his eyes. Shinkei, shut up. Richard shrugged. I can't stand you being so dirty and vulgar. Shinkei, what's your business? This is the love affair between me and my wife. Seeing the long-awaited reunion, the whole scene was on the verge of chaos and out of control. Jiang Huaiji, let's do business first. After a simple physical examination, the members of the advanced team confirmed that only their mental power was temporarily suppressed, and there was no other physical discomfort. Before coming, Lu Ling had already formulated a plan in advance to conduct long-term adaptation training for the members of the advanced team based on the difference in gravity between the two worlds and the difference in trace elements in the air. The training effect was remarkable, and everyone accepted the crossing of the two worlds well. Except for the few people who greeted each other at the beginning, Jian Suiyu, Zhang Zhe, Jiechen, Jiang Mubai, Shang Bai and Jiang Qian assembled all the latest equipment brought by the Alliance as soon as they landed. The signal station initially established by Shinkei and Wu Cheng when they first came was relatively simple, and the entire set of equipment was destroyed as soon as they detected the order. Jian Suiyu and Zhang Zhe are now building a more accurate signal tower that allows the Alliance to accurately locate the order world. At the same time, under the highest load intensity, in addition to the equipment used to build the signal station, there are more detection drones. And based on the original drone, Jian Suiyu's latest developed drone with self-destruction function has a blasting strength comparable to that of the Crystal Core rocket launcher. Since Lu Ling and Jiang Cheng returned to the Alliance, the Sirius family directly joined the military with the entire unit and joined the Blazing Army. The Alliance now has a total of 6 brave and combat-capable armies. The original Aura Moonfall Aura has been released, and the first, second and third phases of the development and collection of the Fire Sea Crystal Mine have been completed. The Alliance has completely opened the exotic beast breeding mode, breeding a large number of high-level exotic beasts to extract crystal cores for the development of new high-lethality and high-temperature resistant weapons. Jiechen, Jiang Mubai and Jiang Qian quickly assembled the Alliance's latest developed fire crystal core weapon. After the weapon was mass-produced on the assembly line, the top-level SSS-level Moonfall Aura was attached to it to increase the weapon's power. Through Lu Ling's first-hand intelligence about the Order Realm, the Alliance has achieved independent manufacturing of SSS-level weapons and independent research and development of drilling and attaching ore. With technological leaps, a thriving population, and strong soldiers and horses, now is the best time for the Alliance. For half a year, the entire Alliance has united as one, worked hard, and worked together. It took a full 5 years to achieve a qualitative leap in manpower, material resources, financial resources, and technological strength. The signal was laid, the self-destructing machine was unmanned, the weapons were assembled, and everyone was ready. Lu Ling looked at Wu Yu, and Wu Yu's eyes instantly turned red. Lu Ling opened his arms to her and hugged her. Baby, you have been wronged. Wu Yu hugged Lu Ling tightly, Her voice choked and she burst into tears. Lu Ling gently patted her back. Don't cry, you can't be so sad now. As long as we confirm the landing, the military will soon come in through the dungeon channel. Once the two-way channel is confirmed to be open, you will leave immediately. Your father will meet you on the other side. Yi Shui and Zhou Qiafeng are waiting for you to go home. As long as you return to the human world, the White Tiger Army, the Taoist Church, the Secretariat and Sirius will do their best to protect you. This time, no one will take you away again. Wu Yu's voice was nasal. Lu Shou has not finished dealing with it yet. Lu Ling patted her head. Yeah, this time Mom will consider you first, only you. As for others, I will save them if I can, but I can't do anything if I can't. I have been through so many years in the world, and now I just want to protect my only daughter. Wu Yu looked at Lu Ling with emotion, tears kept falling from her eyes. Lu Ling smiled and pinched her face. You haven't called me Mom yet. Wu Yu was a little embarrassed, blushing and yelling Mom. After watching for a long time, she was unhappy with Shinkei who had reached the top TSK. He made a sound, and the whole person was unhappy. Shinkei, let's do business first. Lu Ling raised his eyebrows. What? Jealous? Shinkei endured it. No. Lu Ling smiled. You are jealous now? Then your jealous days are still to come. Lu Ocean took the opportunity to chirp on the side, adding fuel to the fire. When this kid first came, he put his hand into Yaya's shoulder and stirred it. Shinkei. That was to put the monitoring device into Wu Yu's body. After saying that, Shinkei looked at Wu Yu sullenly, with expectation in his eyes. Wu Yu let go of Lu Ling and walked to Shin Quebec. Shin Chung immediately reached out and touched her eyes. Don't cry. You can't cry when you are pregnant. It hurts your eyes. Wu Yu smiled and took his arm. Shinkei looked at her sideways from beginning to end, with deep affection. People around knew that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. They had to separate again after a few days together. Shinkei led his men to fight the war of annihilation. They were reluctant to part. Lu Ling's eyes fell on Shin Quebec. Jiang Huaiji was puzzled. What's wrong? Lu Ling, Chutsishi didn't leave any room for us from the beginning. Yaya and his father are both vehicles, and I have never been good at fighting. In the end, no matter whether it is a battle with him or with order, the economic operation will collapse sooner or later, and we will all lose. I just didn't expect that such a big change would happen to Shin Quebec. The ultimate weapon, that should have been in Chutsishi's hands, turned out to be led by him to fight this world-destroying war. Jiang Huaiji. He calculated everything, but he still didn't calculate that Shinkei was a love-brained person. Fu Yanqi, it should be said that thanks to the love-brained person, half of the metaphysics circle is supported. Shinkei came to me to calculate whether Wu Yu still loves him, and whether the two can get back together smoothly. Lu Yao, Ba Zi, Zhou Yi, Qi Min Dun Jia, everything related to it has been calculated. Jiang Mubai seconded. He even asked me to calculate tarot and astrology. Wu Cheng, and witchcraft, black magic. Jie Chen, thank you for the money for the temple. Richard was unhappy. Why don't you ask me to calculate it? Do you look down on our love god Cupid? Shinkei. Shut up. Ah! Chapter 684. Hearing Wu Yu's puff. Laughter, Shinkei looked at her hesitantly. Wu Yu deliberately frowned and said to him, Are you spending money everywhere? Shinkei shook his head. I'm just afraid that you don't love me anymore. Wu Yu, you spend all the money? Where can we get the money to raise a child? Shinkei, who had just been teased and wanted to kick everyone, instantly raised his mouth corners in joy and looked at Wu Yu laughing. Jiang Yuhua said in a faint tone, She actually let Maybao give birth to a child at the age of 20. This kid is really happy. Jian Suiyu said, Believe me, this guy doesn't want a child at all. If there is a child, there will be another person holding Wu Yu's heart. He may not be happy. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei sideways, and Shin Song was stunned. As long as it is our child, I like it, but I will always like you the most and love you the most. Wu Yu held Shinkei's hand, and Shinkei held her hand against his face. Whether there is a child or not, my love for you will never change. Even if this child may have many problems in the future, I will definitely take all the responsibilities and protect you and the child. Lu Ling was watching from the side and suddenly asked, Do you know whether it's a boy or a girl? Shinkei, boy. Lu Ling's tone suddenly became meaningful, boy. Then there's nothing to worry about. Everyone was puzzled. Why? Jiang Huaiji. Because not every generation of Lu's Qiling people is so powerful. The ancestors have always adhered to the principle of passing on the power to males, but not females, which means they are ordinary Xianshu masters. It was not until the generation of my aunt that they became invincible. Everyone's eyes fell on Wu Yu's belly, so? Lu Ling said firmly, Yaya's child is likely to be a muggle. Even if it is not a muggle, it can barely be considered as having some profound power. Dylan thought, even if Yaya gave birth to this child, the child would not become a vehicle for the Order to hide. Lu Shou has been doing physical examinations on Yaya. As the child grows older, there is no reason for him not to know that this is a boy. It seems that Lu Shou is indeed stalling for time, and waiting for human rescue to arrive. Shincheng paused. Okay, stop whitewashing this kid. He broke my wife's hand several times. Lu Ling, anyway, let's find the order first. Zhang, the signal transmitter has been successfully established, and the signal tower will be turned on for two-way reception in 10 minutes. Confirm that the signal tower is turned on for two-way reception, and the entire signal is covered. Zhang quickly operates the system panel to detect abnormal energy bodies in the entire Order world. At the same time, Jiang Yuhua, Chuanya, Richard, Wu Xiuli and Luo Shen simultaneously conduct a comprehensive examination and treatment of Wu Yu's body. Richard, the core of her mental power has been taken away for a full 6 months, causing great damage to Wu Yu's brain center. In the short term, she can no longer use her mental power to fight, and she needs a long period of recuperation and treatment to fully recover. Jiang Yuhua took out a professional B-ultrasound device. The child is fine from the machine. She pointed to the B-ultrasound machine and showed it to Shinkei. Look, the child can be clearly seen now, with a high nose bridge and long legs. Shinkei looked at the child's appearance in the B-ultrasound, blinked quickly, turned his head and looked at Wu Yu. His whole breath became gentle, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up a sweet smile. Wu Xiuli, the blood sample test is fine. Luo Shen and Chunya used the healing power of growth on Wu Yu at the same time, replenishing her energy for her weak body that had been depleted for half a year. Shinkei, Wu Yu has been eating nutrient solution during this period. Lu Ling, the Order realm is the underworld, and the things here cannot be eaten by living people. Eating nutrient solution can at least maintain her body's basic vitality metabolism. But after returning, I must take good care of my body. Wu Yu nodded yes. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu with heartache. Shinkei, I will serve you every day when we go back. Wu Yu, there are still many things to do. You should focus on your own things first. Shinkei, I am not busy. Wu Yu, General Shinkei, the battle has not been fought yet, and you two are all thinking about going back. Shinkei, because everyone knows that the most difficult time has passed. Now, we only have you in our eyes. As long as they can come here and reach this point, it is the accumulation of countless sorrows and sweats, and countless sleepless nights. Jian Suiyu and the monk in white clothes were constantly sending and receiving messages to try to establish contact with the Alliance and send the coordinates of the Order realm. Zhang suddenly found that the energy source in the center of the Order realm has become very unstable. Jiang Huaiji immediately approached to observe. Can you see what happened over there? Fu Yinchi watched the energy sources disappear one by one, and the largest energy source became larger and larger. He realized, not good, the Order may be devouring those ghosts and monsters to strengthen itself. Lu Ling frowned. The Order had always been controlled by the restriction in Lu Xiu's body, but now he has escaped the restriction and can do whatever he wants. Something is wrong. He must have a backup plan that no one knows about. Wu Yu, maybe it's not a backup plan, but he wants to fight us to the death. Shin Qingxi immediately said, explode. That's what we were afraid of before. We thought Lu Xiu wanted to blow up the entire Order realm, but Lu Xiu didn't. Now it's the Order that wants to do this. If the original intention of the Order was to protect and trap the ghosts and monsters, then he has been doing the opposite to kill these ghosts and monsters. He is taking advantage of our people to sneak in and take us all hostage. With the hostage, he has the bargaining chip to negotiate. As soon as the voice fell, everyone was surprised to find that the Order world that had lost control and was full of ghosts and wolves howling like hell was suddenly recovering rapidly. The blue sky and white clouds were hanging high above the head again, and with the warm sun above the head, there was actually a sense of unreality of returning to the world. But at this moment, such a scene could not bring any warmth to everyone, but only felt a bone-chilling cold. Shinkei asked Jian Suiyu, how long will it take to complete the exit channel? Jian Suiyu, at least 1 hour. Jiang Huaiji, it seems that Order is using the 1 hour time difference to negotiate with us. Shinkei, send a signal first, and let the military bring in all the people. The more he wants to negotiate, the more we can't be timid. As long as we have enough people, even if he wants to self-destruct, he won't be able to explode without even giving him a chance to read the bar. Zhang gestured, no problem. With the successful sending of the final decisive battle signal, The military's Qinglong Army, White Tiger Army, Northwest Army, Falcon Army, and Qian Army, which had been ready for a long time, marched straight in through the existing dungeon channels that had been breached. With thousands of well-trained high-level combat forces of the military, they forcefully entered the Order Realm with overwhelming force. Over the Order Realm, ominous black clouds rise, and the military's people reversely break into the Order Realm from the 10,000th floor of the Sky Mirror. The enemy is at the gates, and the war is about to break out. Chapter 685. Just as Zhou Chuan returned to Luxiu, the whole room suddenly began to surge with dark matter, and the overwhelming black air covered the entire room, and Luxiu was completely covered. Then the Order world returned to normal, and his heart skipped a beat. If the Order returned to normal at this time, it could only mean that the Order had returned to Luxiu's body. Zhou Chuan looked at Luxiu stiffly, and as he watched Luxiu's body collapse, he opened his eyes again. When a pair of dark and cold eyes looked at Zhou Chuan's heart was in his throat. Luxiu's body emitted a rough, low and sinister voice. Let all top-level Order officers prepare to fight against the human invaders. Zhou Chuan said cautiously, things have come to this point, otherwise. Before he finished speaking, he felt his throat being restrained by an invisible force, and an endless dark aura poured into his body. Along with the dark aura were all his past experiences of persecution when he was alive. The resentment and anger continued to erode his sanity, and made him go crazy. Zhou Chuan's pupils turned inorganic black, and he nodded yes. All top-level Order officers and high-level Order officers in the Order world listen to the order, and immediately eliminate all defected Order officers and intruders from the human world. Close all dungeon channels, destroy 10,000 layers of restrictions in the Sky Realm, and block the two-way channel between the Order world and the dungeon world. As soon as the information was released, everyone looked at the communicator in their hands, and suddenly changed color. Jiang Huaiji, what's going on? Xinqingxi, Order has come back with a surprise attack. He is trying to kill all the members of our advanced team while he is stuck in the bug. Once all the armed forces of the military come in with guns, cannons and drone bombers, he will have no chance of winning. He now wants to fight in two waves. As long as he can capture the advanced team alive, he will have bargaining chips to negotiate with the human world. Lu Ling's face was grim. It seems that Order has gone back to find Luxiu. Dylan, with Luxiu's current physical condition, he can't hold on for long. At that time, as long as the advanced team is surrounded, the target of the Order will definitely be the young master. Shin Kai looked at Jian Suiyu. How long will it take to build a passage for Wu Yu to leave? Jian Suiyu, half an hour. As the top-level Order officers of the God of War level from all directions gathered towards the people in the Forbidden Land of Disorder, Shin Kai looked in the direction of the Sky Ban and took Wu Yu in his arms. Shin Kai, I will take Wu Yu to guard the ban and ensure that the military can arrive smoothly. You stay here to guard the signal equipment and fight with the Order officers, and make sure the return route to the city is built. Everyone looked grim. There were 36 high-ranking Order officers and 12 top-ranking Order officers, excluding those who had already defected. The Order also had a fierce and ruthless team of Order officers in its hands. The current advanced team members were all suppressed in spirit. Wu Chong, Xinqingxi and Su Mo, Di Lan and Lu Ocean were also suppressed by the Order because they rebelled against the Order. Wu Yu was held in Shin Kai's arms. She hooked her arm around his neck and asked him, Can you feel the suppression of power? Shin Kai nodded yes, but it's not a big problem. Wu Yu, please withdraw the spiritual power from my spiritual core, so that you can have more combat power for the battle. Shin Kai shook his head. No, the target of the Order is you, and he must not have any chance to take advantage of it. Shin Kai and Wu Yu flew quickly in the air. The closer they were to the dungeon restriction, the more Order officers came to stop them. The Order had placed a large number of troops here, and even if these Order officers had to pay with their lives, they had to stop Shin Kai and must not let him get close. Wu Yu observed the dark pupils of these Order officers, who seemed to have completely lost their minds. She said in a deep voice, The consciousness of these Order officers is completely invaded by malice. Shin Kai held Wu Yu with one hand, drew out Long Yuan, and faced the blackened Order officer without fear, stabbing the sword into his heart, instantly pouring the fire of the gods and the earth into it. In an instant, the Order officer who came to stop him was wiped out. The Order officer, who was entrenched on the side, watching with eager eyes, was not afraid of Shin Kai's powerful fighting power, but rushed up and greeted the sword with his body, with a posture of filling his life. Shin Kai kicked the Order officer with a spinning kick, and he fell to the ground, creating a huge dent in the ground. The Order officer suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. But he seemed to have no sense of pain, and instantly rose up and launched a fatal attack on Shinkei again. Shinkei turned his hand and drew a dazzling sword flower in the air. He pulled his hand away in an instant, and the sharp blade cut the throat of the order officer. The head fell to the ground, and was burned by Shinkei's divine fire. Shinkei looked sideways. If you keep killing like this, these order officers will be killed. Wu Yu frowned. Now we only have 2 groups of people. We need to send a force to Lu Xiu to control the order. Otherwise, all the order officers will be affected by his negative emotions and become his puppets. When the order officers are used up, there are still an inexhaustible supply of undead souls in the order world, who will be driven by the order. There is no end to the killing. No matter how strong you are not enough to fight such a war of attrition. Shinkei firmly protected Wu Yu, and continued to fight against the endless order officers, who rushed up like a death squad. The fire of the gods continued to burn, mixed with rolling and flickering thunder, and the golden light of the true dragon aura shone. Wu Yu had just received the blessing of the dragon god, and the dragon ball in her belly contained endless true dragon aura, which continuously supplied energy to Shinkei. Shinkei, I can hold on, it won't be a big problem for a while. Wu Yu took out the communicator and sent a message to Dilan. Wu Yu, send someone from Lu Xiu. Dilan immediately handed the communicator to Lu Ling. As the war started, nearly 30 high-level order officers on Lu Ling's side were all blackened because of the control of order. Except for Jian Suiyu and Zhang Ziyo, who were keeping an eye on the equipment channel, all the others were ready to fight. Su Imo immediately put up a mental shield to protect Lu Ling. Shang Bai and Chuanya activated the formation bonus to increase the mental power limit of the entire team and bring everyone's mental power back to the original level. Shang Bai, this formation will consume Chuanya and my mental power. The current state can only last for 10 minutes at most. You guys hurry up. Jiang Huaiji drew out the astrology sword. Jiang Yuhua, Jiang Qian and Jiang Mubai activated the astrology formation at the same time, sensing the power of the celestial phenomena. As long as the order officials, ghosts and monsters entered the range of the formation, they would be punished. Shin Qingzi used the power of the devil, and wherever he went, the devil's void devoured everything. Wu Chong transformed into a vampire, and Wu Xiuli used black magic to fight the order officer who rushed over. Jiechen drew out the golden hoop, and the whole weapon was lingering with the golden power of faith. The moment he drew it out, the whole air was burning, and the wailing of the wrong ghosts and evil spirits could be heard invisibly. Behind him was the solid golden figure of the fighting god Buddha, and wherever the Buddha's eyes went, the wrong ghosts and evil spirits were all shattered. He suddenly jumped to the front and faced the top-level god of war order officer. Richard pulled out a cross made of a spiritual core, embedded with moonfall ore and fire crystal ore. The power of God attached to the power of the moon and fire, instantly opening a spiritual barrier, while at the same time sending spiritual group damage to nearby high-level order officers. Fu Yinchi summoned the Supreme Sword Intent and activated the magic-breaking formation, forming a huge mysterious power protection layer on the outer layer of the entire battle circle. Countless flashing sword intents rotated rapidly around the formation, invisible to the naked eye but able to kill the resentful ghosts and evil spirits that attempted to approach in the first place. To prevent everyone from being attacked by malicious intent during the battle and being taken advantage of by the devil. With the purification of the power of faith of Buddhism, Taoism, and the Church, the order officer who was controlled by the order gradually regained consciousness. Discovering the advantage of Jiechen, Richard, and Fu Yinchi in the battle, Lu Ling immediately said, "You and Dylan, Luoshan, Momo and I will go find the order, and the rest of you will continue to fight here." Everyone okay. Chapter 686. Jiang Huaiji brought serious Monk Bai, Chuanya, Shin Qingzi, Wu Cheng, and Wu Xiuli to protect Jian Suiyu and Zhang Zhe to establish a passage between the two worlds. Wu Yu and Shinkei guarded the dungeon ban and confirmed that the military could land successfully. Lu Ling led Luoshan, Dylan, Jiechen, Richard, and Fu Yinchi to avoid all the pursuing order officers and resentful ghosts and drove straight into the high-level association building, directly killing 9980 Lu Xiu. Jiechen was the first to bear the brunt and kicked open the door of 9980. The dark breath in the house rushed to his face. Jiechen, Richard, and Fu Yinchi immediately opened the formation to purify the evil and filthy air. When the breath completely disappeared, everyone looked at the situation in the house, and their faces became ugly. Order was forced to move, and the pollution control order officer caused its existence to collapse. Lu Xiu's body was completely in a scattered state, like a pool of mud and blood, and even unable to take shape. His body was completely on the verge of collapse. Even if the order disappeared, Lu Xiao would hardly survive. Lu Ling stared at Lu Xiao with a cold face, and his eyes flashed with icy coldness. Lu Ocean looked at Lu Xiao, who had completely fallen into a coma and was about to die at any time, and exhaled briefly. Ling, what should we do now? Lu Ling looked at Order, narrowing his eyes dangerously. What do you want? Order chuckled. Lu Ling, you said it yourself. You are not a Buddha. You can't save the world. You can only save yourself. But now look at what you have done. Even Buddha would be ashamed of himself. You and your daughter jointly set up the trap. She even calculated the child in her belly. She is more cruel than you. She has never been soft-hearted when it comes to herself. Even I was deceived by her. What do I want? It's very simple. I know you are building a channel from the Order realm to the human world. Let me go, and I will hand over the Order realm to you. Lu Ling sneered. You are qualified to negotiate with me now? The voice of Order was turbid and distorted. With a strange rustling sound, you want to save Lu Xiao. And you know very well that this kid has been pretending to obey me and deliberately letting you leak. If he hadn't pretended to be deaf and dumb, how could you have planned and made the human race rise rapidly under the threat of dungeons in these years? He has done so much. Can you just ignore him? Lu Ling chuckled indifferently. Who cares about a ghost thing? As soon as the voice fell, Lu Xiao's body collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Order paused, and suddenly laughed crazily. Little ghost, did you see that? The person you are desperately protecting. No matter Lu Ling or Wu Yu, none of them took you seriously. And if it weren't for the original evil spirit of this Jilingren, you would not be loyal to them without resistance. You are a tragedy created by humans from beginning to end. Don't resist anymore. Just give me your consciousness and body. As long as we merge into one, I can burst out my full strength, and no one here can be afraid of me. Lu Xiao's body became more and more dilapidated, and he gradually lost the consciousness of resistance, and gradually slid into the abyss of hell in the loneliness and desolation of the year. The dark energy of Order surged. As long as Order could completely devour Lu Xiao's consciousness, he could control Order at will with a physical body. Everyone stood in front of Lu Ling to prevent Lu Xiao from mixing with Order, and then the Order suddenly counterattacked and hurt Lu Ling. But Lu Ling pushed everyone away and walked to Lu Xiao. Looking at Lu Xiao's current appearance, her voice was a little hoarse. Have you given up? Lu Xiao's voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. Yeah? Lu Ling, why? Lu Xiao, I'm tired and can't resist anymore. Lu Ling, I'm here to save you. The room was very quiet. After a long while, Lu Xiao chuckled and said softly, But Mom, I don't dare to believe it. He believed again and again, but what he waited for was always endless betrayal. Order was right. No one would love him. No one would believe him. He was afraid and dared not believe. Dylan rushed forward. Lu Xiao, you have to hold on. Lu Ling winked at Fu Yanqi, and Fu Yanqi immediately retreated without a sound and began to set up a barrier in the entire room. If the Doomsday Terminal System is regarded as a magic weapon, according to the thinking of the weapon spirit, it is to equip the magic weapon with a powerful spirit body and let the magic weapon evolve into a functional magic weapon. The best way to degrade the magic weapon is to strip off the spirit. At the same time, completely separate the spirit from the magic weapon. It is not so easy for Order to replace a new vehicle. The entire Doomsday Terminal must be relocated. Order completely exposes its true body, which is when it is most vulnerable and can be hit. Just like a hermit crab changing its shell or a snake shedding its skin, only when Order and the Doomsday Terminal server are completely exposed can Lu Xiao completely escape. But Lu Xiao can't wait any longer. He was originally a spirit put into another body. Now that his body has collapsed, his spirit is already shaky. They could only take risks and separate his spirit from his body first, and then slowly work on Order. As for what kind of mutations and unknown situations would occur if Order completely gained control of Lu Xiao's body, they could only take it one step at a time. After confirming that the barrier was open and Order's spirit could not escape from the room, Fu Yanqi gestured to Lu Ling. Lu Ling suddenly grabbed Lu Xiao's head, and in the surprised eyes of everyone, he tried to pull Lu Xiao's soul out. As the piercing scream of a baby sounded, Fu Yanqi immediately took out a long burning lamp and handed it to Lu Ling. After Lu Ling and Lu Xiao's spirit formed a spirit man contract, he placed Lu Xiao's spirit in the long burning lamp and returned it to Fu Yanqi. Lu Ling, this ever-burning lamp will be enshrined in the Peak Battle Martyr Cemetery along with all the Taoist predecessors who died in the Peak Battle. After all the evil spirits are washed away, you can decide to ascend to paradise, or form a pact with the descendants of the weapon spirits to become a guardian spirit. In the ever-burning lamp, after a long silence, Lu Xiao chuckled, Shinkei can let me form a pact with Wu Yu. Lu Ling, he doesn't want you to form a pact with Wu Yu. But haven't you been protecting the child? You want the child to survive, because you don't want him to repeat your mistakes. You want to see hope and miracles. Now they are all coming, Lu Xiao, I will take you to see it now. You have to open your eyes and watch carefully. I will fulfill all the things I promised you. I didn't lie to you. Lu Xiao fell into a long silence. From now on, you call me Mom, I will definitely assist you with all my heart and soul. There is nothing in the dungeon. How can anyone be willing to come? If more people come, won't there be more deaths? Lu Xiao, believe me, I will definitely help you to become bigger and stronger. Lu Xiao, what's wrong with you? Mom, I'm fine. I just feel so much pain in my body. Can you help me? Chapter 687. Lu Xiao's soul was pulled out of his body by Lu Ling, and his body was completely occupied by order. The vehicle Doomsday Terminal Server order was completely realized. The power of order was fully released, and the whole room was permeated with dark aura. Even if Richard and Fu Yanqi opened the formation at the same time, they could not resist the overflow of black air. Richard's voice was urgent. Leave here immediately. Everyone evacuated the high-level association building, and the entire building was controlled by order. The powerful power of order allowed Lu Xiao's body to constantly repair and regenerate. He was like a black lightning and went directly to the 10,000-layer formation in the sky. Fu Yanqi, not good, he went to Shinkei and Wu Yu. Jiechen waved the golden hoop. Let's go to support them. After saying that, he continued to jump up along the outer wall of the high-level association building. Fu Yanqi used the supreme sword intent and flew on the sword. Richard, you take Senior Lu Ling back to meet Jiang Huaiji and the others, and I will go with Jiechen. Richard, okay. Jiechen and Fu Yanqi came to Shinkei and Wu Yu, and the four of them looked very serious as they watched the black air gathering in the air. Shinkei, what's the situation over there? Fu Yanqi, Lu Xiao's spirit has been crushed. Senior Lu Ling put Lu Xiao's spirit into the Changming Lantern, and Lu Xiao's body is completely controlled by the order. Shinkei, Lu Xiao's body is very weak now. As a vehicle, it may be overloaded and collapsed at any time. Everyone immediately looked serious. Jiechen and Fu Yanqi stood on both sides of Shinkei, and the three of them protected Wu Yu tightly in a completely protective posture. Wu Yu's communicator vibrated, and she glanced at it. Luna, the countdown to the return channel is open in the last 10 minutes. Wu Yu, there are still 10 minutes to go. Order completely controls the entire Order world. He doesn't care about Lu Xiao's body at all, and completely consumes Lu Xiao's body with self-destructive overload. Countless evil spirits and dark forces surged out, and the entire dungeon transmission channel was surrounded by dark clouds and black air. Fu Yanqi instantly opened the barrier, and Jiechen danced with the golden hoop. Shinkei flapped his 3 pairs of wings, and a strong wind rolled up, carrying the fire of the gods and thunder. Sparks and lightning dispelled the darkness, ensuring that no trace of black air would touch Wu Yu. Jiechen frowned. This intensity of the battle may hurt the child. Shinkei, you better send Wu Yu to Jianghuai. There are enough people over there, they can protect Wu Yu. Shinkei shook his head. Wu Yu is not going anywhere, she is by my side, I will protect her. He never wanted to be separated from Wu Yu again, and would never allow any mistakes. Fu Yanqi looked at the dungeon restriction. Shinkei, no one knows how long it will take for the military to break into the Order realm, you must be prepared for a protracted war. Jiechen shook his head. With Lu Xiao's body, it will take at most an hour to see the truth. If the military can't get there within an hour, and the Order self-destructs, then all of our lives will be buried here. Fu Yanqi has a good attitude. Good brothers, let's die together. Shinkei looked disgusted. Who wants to die with you? If you want to die, stay away. It's really unlucky. Jiechen and Fu Yanqi, you kid, get out. As they spoke, the 10,000 layers of resentful ghosts in the Order realm seemed to come endlessly from the depths of hell. Thousands of resentful ghosts, who had never been reborn, roared at the same time, resounding through the sky and reaching the clouds. Compared with the ghost tide formed by such an astonishingly large number of ghosts, Shinkei, Fu Yanqi and Jiechen looked as small as a drop in the ocean. Wu Yu took out Shuangling Moon God from his arms, and Shinchun immediately said, don't do it, you must not give that ghost any chance to take advantage of it. I said, this time, I will protect you. Wu Yu smiled and handed the weapon to Shinkei. Don't do it, you use mine. Shinkei took the sword from Wu Yu directly, and the two people's spiritual power merged. Shinkei could use Wu Yu's weapon without obstacles. And, because Shinkei's consciousness could already touch Wu Yu's spiritual power core, even if Frostbell Moon God is a top ice weapon, Shinkei controls the fire of the gods. Ice and fire will not counteract each other, but only complement each other. As Shinkei threw the golden trident into the air, drawing a golden sun fire light in the air with the fission of heaven and earth, he quickly waved Frost Bell Moon God, and immediately infused his spiritual power with infinite ultimate power. Number 7 Ice Age. With Shinkei's current strong mental power, he opened 5 big moves in a row. The evil spirits that were madly rushing up to drag everyone into hell were instantly frozen by the endless cold air, delaying the time to the greatest extent. An extreme group control opened a big move, and the situation was temporarily delayed. Order looked at these low-level resentful spirits and evil spirits in a rage, and they did not play a role in turning the tables. His sinister and cold eyes fell on Wu Yu. In an instant, the last 6 top-level Order officers of the God of War and God of Killing level appeared in front of him. The two sides confronted each other, and the situation was tense, and the decisive battle was imminent. As soon as they received the signal from Wu Chong, Li Ran, Qi Xian, Charles, and Bai Zhou led 4 groups of people into 4 large SSS-class dungeons. All the soldiers had been trained for many years, and their steps were consistent, neat, and well-trained. They walked hurriedly, and except for the sound of footsteps, everyone's breathing was so light that it could not be heard. The news brought back to the human world by Lu Ling has been confirmed. At that time, in the dungeon of the sea mining town, Lu Xiu summoned so many sea monsters and sea sirens to take Wu Yu away in advance to prevent Wu Yu from being involved in the battle to become a god. The main reason why Lu Xiu and Lu Ling disagreed at that time was that Lu Xiu and Li Ran had the same idea at the beginning. They both believed that with the distribution of human personnel at that time, they could not fight against the huge forces of Chu Cixia and Order. But to put it bluntly, this is a game of development. If the human world cannot develop, even if Lu Xiu brings Wu Yu to the Order world, he will not be able to protect Wu Yu. On this road, as long as there is the idea of retreat, the final outcome will inevitably be extinction. However, since Lu Xiu has a way to bring Wu Yu from the dungeon world to the Order world through the red light in the eyes of the sea monster siren, combined with the principle of the operation of the Fox Fairy dungeon, it can allow the participants with predestined relationships to go to the Order world in the last stage, which means that the operation of entering the Order world from the dungeon is feasible. As soon as Lu Ling returned to the human world, the Alliance sent a large number of predestined people to enter the Fox Fairy dungeon to continuously survey and study the principle of the operation of the last stage of the dungeon, and finally found a way for humans to open a two-way channel in the dungeon and enter the Order world. However, there were countless setbacks, personnel losses, and heroic failures. The list of martyrs will be recorded in the history of the Alliance and remembered forever. Chapter 688. Charles's face was grim. How long will it take to successfully blast? Frank, 15 minutes. Charles's heart was beating very fast. Not counting the time when Wu Yu was taken away in public, the last time he was so panicked was when the entire town of Vera was about to be bombed. Charles said in a deep voice, "Find a way to speed up and control it within 10 minutes. Qin Xian saw that the forward passage had not made any progress, so he walked to the front and took the rocket launcher. He raised the rocket launcher and fired at the edge of the motionless dungeon. The huge recoil made him grin and tilt his head. As the smoke from the rocket launcher dissipated, a hole appeared on the wall of the dungeon. He ordered with a cold face, "Bring all the hot weapons, regardless of the military reserve. First blow open this broken door of the Order realm." "Yes." Desert Rose followed Li Ran's army into the dungeon. Not long after entering the dungeon, Ani felt the twin poison planted in Wu Chong and Wu Xiuli's body and frowned. "We have to speed up." Li Ran immediately ordered, "Attack with all your strength, and make sure to break through the dungeon and open the channel within 10 minutes. As the explosions and bombings continued to come from the dungeon restriction behind Order gradually showed signs of damage. As a crack appeared, the huge void restriction that blocked the sky above everyone's head instantly spread a huge shock wave. The moment it was hit by the shock wave, the body used by Order suddenly collapsed. He tried his best to gather his body with the dark aura, but as shock waves came one after another, Order looked at Wu Yu, who was firmly protected in Shinkei's arms, with red eyes. It is impossible to break through the restriction and enter the Order world from the dungeon channel alone. This restriction gathers the power of heaven and earth, and in its heyday, it can accommodate thousands of dungeons running at the same time. Just 4 SSS level dungeons. You want to break through this dungeon? It's impossible. What else did you do? Wu Yu suddenly raised the corner of his mouth. Who told you that there are only 4 SSS level dungeons? Order had a bad feeling. What do you mean? Wu Yu smiled and said, You can mobilize the resentful spirits and evil spirits of the entire Order realm. Why can't the Alliance mobilize all mankind? Only the elite troops of the military will invade the Order realm to fight, but it never means that others will sit and wait to see the results. The number of dungeons that the Order realm has placed in the human world is the number of doors. Now, gather the power of all mankind. Break through all these doors at the same time to break the ban. As he spoke, cracks began to appear in the ban behind the Order from all directions, just like a transparent glass, with only a small broken point at first. As the broken points became more and more, under the strong impact, the broken points connected into a broken net. Each crackling sound of the shattering was like dancing on the top of the ban. The restriction shattered and dropped invisible flickering light spots on Order's face, bringing him a burning pain. In each light spot, he could hear the cheers from the human world, each of which was their ardent desire for victory. As more and more light spots fell, the void restriction gradually became incomplete and defeated. When humans were defeated, Lu Ling did her best to trap him here. Now, her daughter, with the second generation of combat power rising from all mankind, brought a new alliance that was strong to the top. Break this restriction with your own hands, and swear to destroy him completely. Order's eyes were bloodshot, and he was completely insane. As the restriction exploded, the strong shock waves scattered all the people fighting. Order stared at Wu Yu with all his strength. Even though Lu Xiu's body had completely collapsed in the impact, and countless flesh and blood fell in the air, he didn't care at all. The moment the restriction that had oppressed him for many years disappeared, it meant that his ability also reached its strongest moment. At this moment, his only thought was, kill her, kill her, kill this woman who ruined all his plans, kill her, occupy her body, and he can come back. Order rushed to Wu Yu. Xincheng immediately flapped his wings, and all the metal tail feathers on his wings stabbed at Order. And only the bone wings derived from his bone spurs were left in the 3 pairs of wings. Order waved away the tail feathers, not caring about the damage of these metals at all. He looked at Shinkei with a sinister and mocking face. Do you think you can kill me with the power I gave you? Shinkei's expression turned cold, and he instantly ignited the fire of the gods and attacked Order. But these injuries hit Order, as if it was immune to them, and there was no damage at all. Order sneered crazily, useless, useless. I am the omniscient and omnipotent God, your injuries are simply. Before he could finish, countless buzzing sounds suddenly came from the direction of the broken restriction, and a hurricane rolled up over the entire Order world. Order's heart suddenly jumped, and he turned his head to look in the direction of the sound. He saw that countless drones flew in from the restriction, and his right eye suddenly began to throb violently. Shinkei tilted his head and sneered. It doesn't matter if my attack can't hurt you. I just don't know if you can withstand these unmanned suicide machines and unmanned bombers. As soon as he finished speaking, Order turned back suddenly. He was about to try his best to catch Wu Yu, but suddenly found that he couldn't move his whole body. Order roared in a hoarse voice, "What's going on?" Fu Yinchi gestured, "Hey, you're fighting so hard. Didn't you notice that the restriction above your head was broken, and there's a new one under your feet? Still asking what happened? What did you do to Wu Yu and Shinkei? Now I will return them intact. However, some of them survived, so you won't be so lucky this time." Order looked at the god-making formation that imprisoned him under his feet, and thought of Lu Xiu's broken vehicle body. He realized, these people wanted to use the god-making formation to pour all the evil energy in the world into his body, so that all these evil forces would collide and digest in his body until he exploded and died. The fear of death appeared in Order's eyes. Such a large-scale explosion of resentment is likely to endanger humanity. Shinkei sneered, "I didn't realize you were a pacifist, and you're quite considerate of others. But Ghost Thing, what do you think so many drones are for? The omniscient and omnipotent God will send you to heaven and return to your heaven to be a god. When the time comes, you will explode into fireworks in the sky, which can be regarded as a celebration banquet for the victory of this war in advance." Under the control of the formation, Order is just like Wu Yu and Shinkei at the beginning. The strengthened formation binds Order tightly like countless ropes. Lu Xiu's body had completely dissipated, and the Doomsday Terminal server stored in his body finally showed its truest appearance. The black spirit body attached to a black unknown crystal stone with a rune totem attached to it. The entire crystal stone was flowing with strange luster and patterns, presenting an ominous atmosphere. Everyone looked at the patterns flowing on the Doomsday Terminal server, which were surprisingly similar to the metal reinforcement on Shinkei's body, and their faces instantly became extremely ugly. Chapter 689. The effect of the formation is getting stronger and stronger, and the binding rope covering the Doomsday Terminal server is spreading towards Shinkei. The Order, which was suppressed to the limit and in extreme pain, laughed happily Shin Kei. Even if I die, I will drag you to be buried with me. You are so strong now, all because of the awakening ability you got from me. Destroy the formation immediately, and let me go, otherwise Shin Kei and I are of the same origin, and if I die, he must die too. Seeing the binding rope wrapped around Shin Kei, and quickly restraining his power, Fu Yanqi said, damn. No way, you can't mess with people's mentality at the last minute. As soon as the immortal binding rope appeared, Shin Kei immediately took Wu Yu and flew at high speed towards the forbidden land of disorder. Wu Yu, where are you sending me? Shin Kei's mental strength increased to the extreme, and a golden and silver lightning flashed in the air. Shin Kei, you go through the passage first, I be there soon. Wu Yu shook her head, no. Shin Kei lowered his eyes, and said in a deep voice, Order has a backup plan, you are by my side, I am afraid that if I am trapped, you will have an accident. Wu Yu, Order can have a backup plan, so can I. Shin Kei looked at Wu Yu in surprise. Wu Yu blinked at him, and Shin Kei's heart beat violently. Wu Yu asked him, do you believe me? Shin Kei nodded, I believe you, always believe you. Wu Yu smiled and stroked his cheek, then take me back. Shin Kei, okay. He hugged Wu Yu tightly, and turned around without hesitation to face the immortal rope. As the gate to the human world of the Disorder Forbidden Land opened, 10,000 layers of restrictions in the sky were destroyed. The military and various forces attacked from all directions. The frozen state of the number 7 ice dissipated, and the resentful spirits and evil spirits lost their imprisonment. Under the influence of the complete rampage of order, they attacked the restrictions that trapped order like moths to fire. Countless immortal chains emerged from the huge formation, imprisoning all the evil spirits. Shin Kei was trapped as soon as he returned with Wu Yu. He tried his best to protect Wu Yu, and prevent the power of the immortal chains from harming Wu Yu. At the same time, in the surprised eyes of everyone, Lu Ling handed the ever-bright lamp to Luo Shen. Go, take Lu Xiao with you. While Luo Shen was still confused, Chun Ye and Jiang Yuhua looked at each other, and the 4 healers in the advanced team stepped forward at the same time. In addition, there was Richard and the newly formed Holy Angel Healing Group that arrived at the Alliance with the military headquarters. When the Holy Angel flew to the center of the formation and came to order, the Holy Angel Healing Group stood at the 6 corners of the hexagram with him as the center. The Taoist sect, the Buddhist sect, the church, and even Jiang Cheng, who was supposed to meet Wu Yu on the other side of the human world, all appeared from the two-way channel. It was because Jiang Cheng exerted his strength on both sides of the human world that he was able to open a two-way channel that could accommodate so many people in just half an hour. The warm sun of the rising sun, the light shone in, countless golden lights, holy lights, and the light full of the vitality of growth and human will gathered in the center of the formation. The gods returned, and the souls that stayed behind went to paradise. The world of order collapsed, and order was completely purified, and completely dissipated between heaven and earth. The evil spirits that were accumulated in Wu Yu, Lu Ling, Lu Xiao and Jiang Cheng were completely purified, and the legend of the spirit-making people was completely ended. The way to finally get rid of order was never the so-called God-making plan, but the purification and healing that ran through it all. The sound of Sanskrit sounded, and the sound of immortals lingered. The sound of bells moved in all directions, and the bells rang long. This was a farewell that was delayed for 16 years. At this point, the horror of the apocalypse ended, and mankind ushered in a new era, the best era. The end. Extra Chapter 1 of the main text. The fighting forces of all parties poured into the Order realm to carry out post-war reception work. Wu Yu was arranged to be sent back to the human world as soon as possible for a comprehensive physical examination. Lying in the treatment cabin with a very high appearance rate, Shin Kei stayed by her side. Jiang Cheng, Yu, we are watching over you here, and the Order realm still needs you. As he spoke, seeing Shin Kei's look of I am deaf, I can't hear anything you say, Jiang Cheng shut up in gloom. Jiang Cheng looked at Lu Ling, who spread her hands, he's playing dumb, so you can play dumb too, anyway, the Alliance has plenty of people now. I've been busy for so many years, and now I'm on vacation. That's what he said, but Jiang Cheng emphasized, yeah, and Shin Kei haven't got the marriage certificate yet, they are not legally married. Shin Kei looked at him immediately, his tone cold. If we hadn't waited for the 2 elders to come back from the Order realm, we would have gotten the marriage certificate long ago, and we wouldn't be still unmarried and pregnant now. Lu Ling and Jiang Cheng looked at each other. This kid didn't even have a word of defense, and the 2 elders came out. Okay. This is obviously a revenge. Lu Ling smiled, Shin Kei, you are a general in the military, and have important responsibilities. Ye will live in the Jiang family for the time being. She is so pregnant now, that it is not suitable for a wedding. You can get the certificate first, and wait for her to recover and hold the wedding. Being given a way out by his mother-in-law, Shinkei's eyes were not eyes, and his nose was not a nose. As soon as the two finished talking, Zhou Qiafeng and Fu Yixue walked into the treatment room. Shinkei instantly glared at Zhou Qiafeng. His icy eyes were even more piercing than the cold winter. Shinkei sneered, "Heh?" Zhou Qiafeng turned his eyes away, and didn't look at him at all. "How is Yeye?" Jiang Cheng, still waiting for the diagnosis results. Fu Yixue carefully checked the diagnosis report. This child is in a very good state after the blessing of the dragon god, plus the treatment and purification of the holy angel. Yeye's body, however, all the nutrients are supplied to the child. If she is in this state, it may be a bit difficult to give birth. Shinkei was instantly nervous. What should we do? Fu Yixue waved her hand. It's not a big problem. We will monitor the physical condition of both the adult and the child at all times. If it doesn't work, we will choose an auspicious day for cesarean section. Shinkei said nothing with a cold face. Fu Yixue, don't worry too much. Since the child is so big, let nature take its course. If it can go smoothly, then go smoothly. If it can't go smoothly, then do a cesarean section. Zhou Qianfeng, the child in Yeye's belly is so big. Don't think about not having a child anymore. At her current stage, there is essentially no difference between not having a child and having one, and it is also easy to develop a root cause of disease. Shinkei glared at Zhou Qianfeng fiercely, and got angry just thinking about it. He turned his head and stayed in the treatment cabin next to Wu Yu, not saying a word and ignoring everyone. If it weren't for the fact that all of Wu Yu's relatives and elders were here, he would have ridiculed them all. Everyone looked at each other, confirmed that Wu Yu was not in any serious trouble, and turned around and left the space for the two of them. As soon as the test and treatment were over, Shinkei immediately opened the treatment cabin, and saw Wu Yu lying in the treatment cabin safely. He even had an unreal sense of happiness. After half a year of fear, he had thought countless times that he would never see her again. As soon as Wu Yu opened her eyes, Shinkei immediately and carefully carried her out of the treatment cabin. Wu Yu reached out and hugged his neck tightly, feeling Shinkei burying his face in her neck, and feeling wet. Wu Yu touched his hair. Are you scared? Shinkei nodded, yes. Wu Yu, it's all over. Shinkei, yes. Wu Yu, we will never separate again. Shinkei, never separate again. Wu Yu sat in Shinkei's arms and asked him, do you still have a lot of things to do? Shinkei shook his head. I'm not busy. I will immediately submit my resignation to the military. I quit. Wu Yu, you are a general in the military. Don't be so willful. Shinkei stared at her intently. Now the evil spirits of the Qiling people have been purified, and the power of your parents has been greatly weakened. The entire Sirius has been incorporated, and the military reserves of the Jiang family are not as good as before. What if I don't stay with you? What if you have an accident? Wu Yu was surprised. The Order Realm has been defeated. What else can happen to me? Shinkei said seriously, what if some wicked guy takes the opportunity to show his affection? Wu Yu laughed, pinching Shinkei's face. Why are you still so jealous? We are going to have a child soon. Don't always think about it. Shinkei hugged Wu Yu unhappily. I couldn't accompany you for such a long time during your pregnancy. I have to accompany you and take care of you during this period before the birth. I don't want to be separated from you again. Wu Yu smiled and held his face, then remembered to ask for leave from the military. Don't just say resignation. There are still many important things that need you to do. Shinkei nodded. Okay, I listen to you. Buddhism, Taoism, and the church started a huge salvation ritual in the Order world for 3 whole months without stopping. Order completely dissipated and purified, and everyone was surprised to find that the awakening ability obtained from the dungeon gradually disappeared. With the end of the terrifying apocalypse, the era of using awakening abilities to fight faded, and mankind officially started a new journey. Less than 3 days after returning to the human world, Wu Yu was pestered by Shinkei to get a marriage certificate, which completely ended her single life. Wu Yu looked at the red bomb in her hand with a subtle expression. Before she could take a closer look, it was taken away by Shinquebec. He put away both red books, and did not let Wu Yu touch them. Shinkei, I just put them there, you don't have to worry about it. Wu Yu, actually, it's not that particular now. Shinkei instantly cast a gloomy look at her. You still feel regretful, right? Wu Yu immediately shook her head. No, I'm not that kind of person. Seeing Shinkei looking at the 2 marriage certificates, smiling with a gentle look, Wu Yu couldn't help but laugh too. As Wu Yu's due date got closer, Shinkei followed her closely, not daring to take his eyes off her, even keeping one eye on her when he slept at night. Wu Yu was afraid that Shinkei would be too tired. Relax, don't be so nervous. Shinkei shook his head. I can't relax. My scalp is numb when I think about you having another near-death experience when giving birth. In order to prepare for Wu Yu's delivery, Shinkei cram-fed himself with countless knowledge about pregnancy and postpartum care. Seeing that the mortality rate of amniotic fluid embolism during delivery was quite high, Shinkei's heart was about to rise to his throat. The awakening ability dissipated, the heaven-defying treatment disappeared, and modern treatment relied on advanced medicine, but life, aging, illness, and death can never be avoided. Thinking that the mothers of 2 generations of Qiling people had very dangerous childbirth, Shinkei was even more worried. Wu Yu comforted him for the 101st time. Hubby, it's not as scary as you think. If you are really scared, I can directly perform a cesarean section. Shinkei shook his head and quickly adjusted his mood. No, it's my fault, I was too nervous. I was wrong, baby. Don't let my emotions affect you. Don't worry about me, we will do whatever the doctor says. Wu Yu smiled and patted his head. Good baby. Late at night, Wu Yu, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly opened her eyes. Shinkei immediately looked sideways. What's wrong, wife? Wu Yu moved. My water broke. Shinkei's pupils shook. Shock? Who is he? Where is he? What should I do now? Extra Chapter 2. Since Wu Yu's baby was 37 weeks old, the Jiang family has already prepared a delivery room and a professional delivery team. Shinkei was completely focused on receiving professional delivery instructions and postpartum care training. After a brief brain vacuum, he reacted instantly and called Lu Ling and Jiang Yuhua. Within 5 minutes, the 24-hour on-call team of doctors arrived. The delivery room was built next to Wu Yu's villa, and the delivery process could start immediately as long as people were transferred there. Shinkei carried Wu Yu from the bed to the delivery bed like a princess, and his nervous breathing became rapid. Shinkei, I will always be with you. Wu Yu. Baby, I think in your current state, why don't you wait outside? She felt that Shinkei would be nervous and pout at any minute. Shinkei shook his head directly. No, I want to accompany you, we have agreed. Just thinking about Wu Yu facing such a critical situation alone in the room, and he could only wait outside helplessly, his whole scalp tingled. As Wu Yu began to give birth, the 4 sons of the Jiang family and the people of Qiyin gathered from all directions as soon as they got the news. Fu Yinchi, Jiechen and Richard have been doing post-war salvation work in the Order Realm for the past 3 months. This is the largest and longest ritual that everyone has ever seen in their lifetime. The entire Order Realm is shrouded in Sanskrit sounds and sandalwood. The Soundwave team rejected the invitation to join the Qiyin army and chose to join Wang Ting and Su Mo to preach anti-war and peace everywhere. Moreover, they entered the Order Realm with the church in the first wave during this invasion, cooperating with the salvation of the deceased. As the golden dragon surged in the sky of the Order Realm, the holy angels descended the holy light, and the Qiyin high-level officials, who were unable to leave their posts with heavy responsibilities, looked up at the sky and welcomed the arrival of new life with joy. At the same time, Wu Yu successfully gave birth to a son, and both mother and child were safe. Late at night, Shinkei's eyes fell on the sleeping Wu Yu's face for a long time, and could not leave. After a while, he looked at the child who had just been born. Compared to Shinkei's angular mixed-race appearance, Wu Yu's child obviously has dark genes covering light genes, with black hair and dark pupils, exactly like Wu Yu. His facial features are very similar to Shinkei, with a very high degree of recognition, and it is Nua's perfect graduation project at first glance. His eyes fell on the faintly visible light golden dragon aura, and silver-white holy angel blessing lingering on the child, the looming fire of the gods, and the blue-purple flashing thunder. The powerful and domineering ability enveloped him, but there was no more black hostility. The child unconsciously opened his eyes, while half asleep and half awake. Shinkei looked at his golden pupils, which were exactly the same as his, and unconsciously smiled gently. After the child was born, he was taken to receive a full-body examination immediately to confirm that the child was healthy. The hostility had completely dissipated, and everyone's last hanging heart was finally able to let go. So far, mankind has completely ushered in a new life. With the professional postpartum care of the Jiang family team, and Wu Yu's huge group of girlfriends, the line of people holding the baby can be lined up outside the door. After giving birth, she is a hands-off boss. After feeding for a while at the beginning, Shinkei was unhappy with the child and stopped breastfeeding immediately after half a year. Wu Yu, don't be jealous of the child all the time. He was fine when you held him and coaxed him, and you liked him very much. Shinkei was unhappy, but you are always the one I care about the most. Jian Sui Yu said coldly, With sympathy for Lu Chu, Xiao Chu, you must always remember that your parents are true love, and you are just an accident. Stay away from your mother, otherwise you will be killed by your father. Shinkei, Jian Suiyu, what are you talking about with my son? Take him to you in Jiang Yuhua's place, and let Yaya rest for a while. Jian Suiyu picked up Xiao Chu and smiled at him gently. Let's go, I take you to play with your aunt. Watching Jian Suiyu take Lu Chu away, Wu Yu blinked. Strangely, I'm not tired. Every day she doesn't have to do anything. Clothes are provided for her, and Shinkei even hands her water. Not only is she not tired, but she will grow grass if she continues to lie like this. Wu Yu stretched. Since Xiao Chu is going to play with her sister and brother-in-law, I can just take a walk in the garden. After saying that, just as she was about to move, Shinkei immediately grabbed her waist. She was at the door, watching Shinkei close the door in front of her, and turned to look at her with a dark and gloomy look. Wu Yu, what do you want to do? Shinkei nodded, and took her into his arms. I want to. Wu Yu's face turned red. You're already a father, why are you still like this? Shinkei lowered his head, and kissed Wu Yu's neck passionately. Wu Yu had been in poor health since returning from the Order Realm, and had been recovering. After the late pregnancy, delivery, and now 6 months after delivery, Shinkei had been very disciplined, and had not touched her again, fearing that something might happen. Seeing that Wu Yu had been postpartum for half a year and her physical signs had all returned to normal, Shinkei still watched her feeding the baby every day, and his heart was restless and his mouth was dry. Shinkei picked up Princess Wu Yu and looked at her with burning eyes, which made her heart beat faster and faster. Shinkei said in a low voice, Wife, I miss you. It's been a long time, and I can't bear it anymore. Wu Yu hooked her neck around Shinkei, and Shinkei immediately leaned over to kiss her. Wu Yu was a little nervous. After giving birth, things may be different from before. It's been a long time since they had sex, so she was nervous. Shinkei chuckled, I know. Wu Yu pinched his face. What are you laughing at? Shinkei put her on the bed, climbed onto the bed, and leaned closer. Don't think about it, baby. You don't need to worry about those things. Wu Yu was a little scared. Why don't we continue to be pure roommates like now? Before she finished speaking, Shinkei had already kissed her. His breathing became heavier, and his voice became low and hoarse. Shinkei, wife, I can't stand it anymore. I'm almost suffocating. He and Wu Yu were intimate for only a few months, and then they separated. When they met again, they couldn't help themselves. They had done it twice, and then he kept holding it in. He liked Wu Yu so much, and at this age, with such a way of holding back, a good person would be suffocated to death. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei's focused eyes, holding his face. The two got closer and closer. Shinkei pulled the quilt to cover them completely. Hearing Shinkei's chuckle, Wu Yu became angry and said, Don't laugh anymore. Shinkei hugged her tightly. Well, don't laugh anymore. Wife, nothing is different. Don't think too much. It's still the same. So comfortable. Wu Yu suddenly covered his mouth, and her whole body was flushed by him. Shinkei flashed a smile, looked down at her, and kissed her palm. Wife, I love you. Wu Yu smiled, and let go of her hand. Shinkei immediately grabbed her hand, and intertwined her fingers, and put her hand on his face. Wu Yu, I love you too. Shinkei, you married me, and gave me a child. Wu Yu, yeah? Shinkei buried his face in Wu Yu's chest. I really love you. Wu Yu smiled and stroked Shinkei's hair. Good baby. After a while, Shinkei, wife, I still want to drink milk. Raising his head, he smiled at Wu Yu wantonly. Wu Yu's pupils trembled instantly. Shock. Shut up. Damn pervert. Extras. The main text of the extras is over. After Lu Chu turned 1, Wu Yu's body conditioning was completed, and he returned to normal life. The awakening ability and the spirit conquering ability disappeared, and Wu Yu focused on physical recovery training every day. Every time Wu Yu trained, Xiao Lu Chu would accompany her. Seeing Xiao Lu Chu doing basic training with her with a serious face, Wu Yu couldn't help but want to pick him up. The baby is so cute. As soon as the voice fell, a voice rang in her ear. Heh. She looked at Shinkei with a hard word, and saw Shinkei took Lu Chu from her arms with one hand, and carried him like a plastic bag. Wu Yu, don't hurt the baby. Shinkei looked at her unhappily, and Wu Yu walked up to pinch his face. It's been so long and you're still jealous. Shinkei put Xiao Lu Chu down, watched him run slowly to play with a stick, took Wu Yu into his arms, kissed her forehead, and said in a muffled voice, No more births. Wu Yu hooked her arm around his neck and nodded. Yes, no more births. Shinkei, after a year of stationing operations, the Order Realm has completed the 4th phase of cleanup. If you want, you can go find the last key at any time. As soon as Wu Yu raised her eyes, Shinkei said, As a general in the military, I will accompany Miss Wu Yu throughout the whole process and absolutely protect her safety. Wu Yu pretended to be surprised. Wouldn't that be too much trouble for General Shen? Shinkei buried his head in Wu Yu's neck. No, it's Miss Wu Yu who should be the one to trouble. Wu Yu smiled and touched his head. I'm not tired. It's just. Without waiting for Wu Yu to finish, Shinkei said, It's hard, Miss Wu Yu. Please consider my work mood and give me more pillow talk. Wu Yu's hand froze instantly. Be more restrained outside. Shinkei was puzzled. Am I not restrained enough? Wu Yu, Moderation. Since he started eating meat again half a year ago, he has been demanding more than he should. This guy really wants to make up for all the things he has missed in the past year. If he hadn't been a general in the military, and had to fight in the Order Realm, they would have been so angry that they would never stop. Before leaving for the Order Realm, Wu Yu took Lu Chu and Lu Ling to the Martyrs' Cemetery of the Peak Battle. Entering the worship hall full of ever-burning lamps, Wu Yu led Lu Chu to a weak ever-burning lamp. Wu Yu picked up Lu Chu and pointed at the eternal lamp. Xiao Chu, call uncle. Xiao Lu Chu blinked his eyes, looked at the barely visible light, and babbled, Uncle. The small candle flame, which had always been weak, suddenly jumped violently, and in an instant, the flame was much brighter than before. I believe that as Xiao Lu Chu grows up, this candle flame will become brighter and brighter. The eternal lamps in the room are blazing, like sparks. It will eventually set the prairie ablaze again. The Alliance has successfully established a stable and safe two-way channel between the human world and the world of order. After a year of continuous reciprocation of 36 rounds of rituals, the salvation of the resentful spirits and evil spirits that have been pent up in the world of order has been completed. The Buddhist, Taoist, and church sects that have been stationed here for a whole year have begun to evacuate in batches in an orderly manner. Since the Golden River flowed from the world of order through the human world, the water quality of the human world has been continuously purified until the resentment and hostility in the water have completely dissipated, and the nightmare myth of the far North Sea has been completely shattered. Moreover, after a year of continuous work in the Order Realm from the far North Sea, the Alliance has vigorously developed the North. As the largest town in the North, Vera Town invested a lot of manpower, financial resources, and material resources to expand and widen the northern city, becoming the most important supply point for the Alliance's invasion war. Vera City and the Alliance New City are moving forward in parallel and developing at a high speed. At the same time, the governance of the Order Realm has officially entered the final stage. Wu Yu followed Shinkei to the Order Realm again, looking at everything in front of him, and suddenly felt incredible. While preserving the original construction of the Order Realm to the greatest extent, the Alliance will carry out the first and second phases of construction. Even though the Alliance has been governing for a whole year, there are always some strange special species that don't know where to send them. Wu Yu's eyes swept across Miss Sadako's barber shop, and she turned her head away instantly. When she heard Shinkei's puff laughter, she immediately glared at him. What are you laughing at? Don't laugh. Shinkei pressed his mouth. Don't worry, Miss Sadako has received on-the-job training. She is very professional now. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Wu Yu smiled and declined. No, thank you. Jietchen was about to lead the people to evacuate, but when he saw Wu Yu and Shinkei, he paused and walked up to Wu Yu. How is your health? Wu Yu smiled. I'm completely fine. Jietchen looked Wu Yu up and down, and felt a subtle feeling that my daughter had grown up, and even looked at Shinkei with a bit of disgust. Shinkei? ? Jietchen, when I first met this little girl, I didn't expect so many things to happen later. Now that I'm so young, I've even got a child. It feels like a long time has passed, but when I look back, I suddenly realize that it's only been more than 2 years. Shinkei sneered. Who are you talking to? Jietchen moved his arms. Who else could it be? You kid. I've been doing salvation recently, and I haven't done it for a long time. Let's practice. Shinkei was unwilling. Let's talk about it when we get back. I'm here with Wu Yu to find the last key. We leave after we find the key. This place is still very mean, and she just gave birth to a child not long ago. I'm afraid her body can't stand it. Jietchen nodded, took out a golden wooden fish shrouded in golden light and shining with Buddha's light from his arms, and handed it to Wu Yu. Take it, this wooden fish has been following me, and it can protect you from ghosts and gods after it is illuminated. Shinkei took it. I hold it for her. Jietchen, you are getting more and more crazy. After saying that, he turned around and walked away without looking back. It was unlucky to look at him anymore. After walking a few steps forward, he happened to see Fu Yanqi walking back. Fu Yanqi naturally walked in front of the two of them, saw Jietchen's golden wooden fish in Shinkei's hand, took out a Sanqin bell, and handed it to Wu Yu. Shinkei glanced at him, and Fu Yanqi looked back. You already have a child, but you're still worried? Shinkei reluctantly took the Sanqing bell. I can never be at ease with you wicked people. Wu Yu blinked at the side, looked at Fu Yanqi, then looked at Shinkei, and saw Shinkei's stern face but eager eyes, and smiled and asked, Where are my sister and the others? Richard appeared from behind. Sirius is in the frontline war zone, mainly responsible for exterminating the ferocious beasts that have completely lost consciousness. Sui Yu and Zhang Zhe were with them, and they were mainly responsible for data detection and analysis, and controlling drone bombers. According to energy detection, the last world boss is there. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. Let's go and find them. Find the last key, and completely eliminate the barrier between the Order world and the human world. The Order world disappears, and the world boss returns to the other world. At this point, the homecoming plan was successfully completed and sealed and archived.